Chapter 11. The Secrets of the Pure Land and the New Powerhouses. At that moment, Kixing's expression resembled that of Frost, as he pondered the question that had just arisen in his mind. This time, he had finally avoided error, for Qixing had come to comprehend the vastness of the Pure Land, realizing that it was far more expansive than the shinobi world. He then inquired once more, is the Pure Land entirely composed of soul entities? If so, how is it that both of you possess physical bodies? The two individuals simultaneously thought, indeed, it is comprised solely of soul entities. When living beings venture there, they're gradually eroded, ultimately leading to the collapse of their physical forms. We arrived in the Yang realm. Lacking sufficient strength, we required physical bodies to endure even a single day. Qixing pressed further. Where did the cards in your possession originate? They did not appear to be artifacts from the shinobi world. The two were taken aback, responding, we acquired them from other spiritual entities. In the Pure Land, there exists a grand city known as Uchiha City, where an array of peculiar items are sold and exchanged. One can also undertake numerous tasks assigned by Lord Death. These tasks allow one to traverse various alternate realms, provided there is someone on the other side to offer coordinates. Naturally, the cost of such journeys must be borne by oneself. What price did you pay to enter the shinobi world? The two exchanged glances, their thoughts aligning. We did not expend much, merely a bit of spiritual liquid to procure two decent physical bodies. As denizens of the shinobi world, our return did not necessitate concealing our soul's aura as one would when venturing to other realms. As for what cost is required to traverse to other worlds, we are uncertain. We have only heard that it entails the sacrifice of one's own soul. Upon hearing this, Qixing furrowed his brow. What exactly did this Lord Death intend to accomplish by reaching out to other realms? Did he aspire to envelop all souls within his Pure Land? This was evidently contrary to the cycle of reincarnation. Could it be that he sought? For a full half hour, Qixing posed dozens of questions to the two, ultimately grasping the peculiar nature of the Pure Land space. He speculated that this Lord Death aimed to transform the Pure Land into a realm akin to the cycle of reincarnation, to gather the essence of various worlds. It was unexpected that such a mind resided within that individual. Yet the query that most concerned Kixing how to return to Earth remained unanswered, for the two had not departed the Pure Land since their arrival, having toiled through the lowest tiers to arrive at their current state. At that moment, a surge of unease washed over the two as Qixing fell silent, their hearts fervently praying. Their unease soon manifested into reality. The merciless Qixing finally turned his attention to the two. He would never leave potential threats unaddressed, even in his previous life. He had operated thus. Suddenly, Kixing's right pupil constricted sharply, intricate patterns swirling within. The two gazed at Qixing in terror. In the next instant, they knelt before him, uttering, "My lord, what is your command?" Without hesitation, Qixing ordered them to take their own lives, lest their prolonged existence lead to unforeseen complications. In an instant, two daggers materialized in their hands, glinting ominously as they plunged them into their own chests. With a resounding thud, they collapsed to the ground, and Qixing exhaled in relief, believing the ordeal to be concluded. However, just as he prepared to incinerate the corpses, he sensed an alarming depletion of energy. What could be amiss? In the next moment, the answer revealed itself. From the chest of one of the fallen, a beam of spiritual light erupted, rapidly elongating. An unseen, formidable force descended upon him. In an instant, the individual's spiritual aura surged dramatically, shattering Kixing's illusionary control. Sensing danger, Qixing hastily retreated. The individual waved his hand, causing the bodies of the previously fallen to convulse violently before exploding. A dense mist of blood and two fist-sized orbs of spiritual light being violently absorbed into his body. The figure that had once been a mere spirit now stood before Qixing, flesh and blood restored. From 1,000 meters away, Kixing's pupils gleamed with intensity as the individual disdainfully remarked, "Illusions are futile against me. Do not waste your efforts. You appear to be unlike those little ones from the shinobi world. Could you be a vessel for the Tsutsuki clan?" Qixing furrowed his brow, but refrained from responding. It mattered little now. 2 years have passed. At last, "I have news of you," the individual continued. "Do you have any idea how many resources I expended in search of you these past 2 years? Yet all of it was worth it, for the reward for capturing you is simply too tempting." His expression shifted to one of longing. "To obtain you, I have incurred tremendous costs, journeying from the Pure Land to the shinobi world. Though I find little of value here, encountering an anomaly such as you is indeed noteworthy. No wonder those individuals covet you so fiercely. Hith hith. Ha ha. I find myself reluctant to hand you over to anyone else. At that moment, Qixing grasped the truth. This individual was undoubtedly a high-ranking figure from the Pure Land. The madness in his expression was evident. Yet, even if he was formidable in the Pure Land, arriving in the Yang realm would limit him to a level beneath the six paths. How could Qixing possibly fear him? Seizing the initiative, Qixing transformed without reservation, ascending to Super Saiyan form, golden hair soaring toward the heavens. He swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing wind release, air bullet and fire release, dragon flame song. In the sky, hundreds of air bullets intertwined with the diameter of 1,000-meter dragon flame song, hurtling toward the corporeal powerhouse from the Pure Land. The individual, witnessing this, erupted into even more fervent laughter, murmuring, "How fascinating. Is this the bloodline of the Saiyans? No wonder those beings possess such strength even in spiritual form. The jutsu they unleash is amplified tenfold. I hope this body can endure a little longer." As he spoke, the individual's aura surged dramatically. Energy flooded into his body, muscles bulging as he grew an entire meter taller. His form became as solid as tempered steel, standing defenseless in the sky, effortlessly absorbing all of Qixing's attacks, merely taking a few steps back. The formidable figure remarked, "The power has increased by more than tenfold." He then brushed off the dust from his body, now completely bare, yet unscathed. No longer wasting words, he extended a hand, a terrifying light gathering at his fingertip, aimed directly at Qixing. Sensing the threat of death emanating from this light, Qixing unleashed a surge of silver-white energy, summoning a Susanoo nearly 100 meters tall. The colossal Susanoo wielded a long blade, which it swung down with tremendous force. The horrifying sphere of light collided with the Susanoo's blade, shattering it, and as the sphere rushed toward Qixing, it vanished into thin air. Yet, in the next moment, the reincarnated individual thrust his thumb into his mouth, producing a whistle that echoed across the void. "Arise, my guardian spirit." Chapter 12. The Onslaught of the Pure Land Powerhouse, the Desperate Qixing. Within Qixing's astonished gaze, a headless shadow emerged, towering 100 meters tall, with its breasts as eyes and its navel as a mouth. Clad in golden beast armor, it wielded a shimmering axe in its right hand and a massive bronze shield in its left. This was none other than the ancient demon god, Xing Tian, from Chinese legend. My goodness, a powerhouse of such caliber has likely surpassed the level of the six paths. Thankfully, this heavenly path is not to be trifled with. As he spoke, he retrieved a combat power detector, observing the giant Xing Tian, and was astounded to see the readings rapidly climbing. The strength of Xing Tian's sword, exceeding the peak of the Super Shadow stage. On the cusp of crossing into the realm of the six paths, this level far surpassed that of a typical Super Shadow. This is under the suppression of the heavenly path. If he were unrestrained, I would undoubtedly be kneeling. Damn it, Lord Death, you old schemer. One day, I shall bring down your Pure Land world. How dare you send such a formidable being to bully a mere 10-year-old child? Is there no decency left? At that moment, Qixing's mind was filled with curses directed at that old schemer, Lord Death. Yet, he was also intensely curious about the reward that could attract such a powerful entity. With a shift in tone, Qixing declared, "Do you think I will concede just because of this? How naive." He then unleashed a thunderous roar that reverberated through the heavens. Super transformation. Activate. The entire Konoha village, even those 10 kilometers away, including Yuan Fei and the Reikage entourage, heard Qixing's terrifying howl. Everyone halted their actions, gazing up at the figure in the sky. The 100-meter white silhouette erupted, releasing countless rays of light that illuminated the entire sky. Energy ripples emanated from the fully formed Susanoo as it transformed once more. The white Susanoo, enveloped in golden energy, became more solidified, its white armor transforming into resplendent golden battle armor. At this moment, Qixing's combat power had multiplied tenfold, his aura reaching the mid-tier of the Super Shadow stage. Yet, compared to the demon god Xing Tian, he still fell short in strength. Moreover, the training of his Super Saiyan bloodline had reached a critical juncture. He was at 9.9, merely a fraction away from a breakthrough to the next phase, which would amplify his overall strength 20-fold if only he could bridge that minuscule gap. Yet, how could Qixing remain idle? In his grasp, the colossal blade of 100 meters was already poised for action. With a sudden swing, the reincarnator opposite him exclaimed in excitement, "Impressive, truly impressive. Such remarkable strength. Ha ha ha." Upon uttering these words, one could see that person standing atop Xing Tian's neck, replacing his head. At this moment, Xing Tian raised the gigantic axe of creation, unleashing a 1,000-meter arc of light that cleaved towards the golden Susanoo. The golden Susanoo brandished a 1,000-meter blade of light, which collided fiercely with the axe's arc. With a thunderous roar, a terrifying shockwave of energy surged forth, blindingly bright, piercing the eyes of all present. When the onlookers below regained their sight of the battlefield, they heard Xing Tian bellow, heavenly slash. In the next instant, he hurled the gigantic axe. Just as it was about to strike the golden Susanoo, Xing Tian shouted once more, "Mountain Splitter!" At this moment, Qixing felt the looming threat of death. The golden Susanoo raised its left hand to summon a golden energy shield while swiftly forming hand seals with its right. Lightning release. Hammer of Thunder. The crowd below witnessed a golden lightning war hammer rapidly coalescing in the Susanoo's hand, which was then hurled with great force. With a resounding crash, the hammer clashed against the axe of creation, sustaining the impact for merely 2 seconds before splitting apart and erupting in an explosion. At this juncture, the axe, carrying the momentum of a mountain split, struck the golden Susanoo's energy shield. Kixing's heart raced with shock as he sensed a terrifyingly sharp force striking him. Instinctively, he pressed all his energy against the shield. The axe's might was overwhelming, propelling the golden Susanoo back 1,000 meters. Half kneeling in the void, it finally steadied its form. Upon inspecting the energy shield, he found it riddled with countless cracks, and even the left hand of the Susanoo began to turn transparent. Kixing's energy reserves had been depleted by more than half. At that moment, anxiety surged within him. Am I truly compelled to resort to the 8 gates of suffering I acquired in the recent lottery? But with my 10-year-old body, reaching the 5th gate has already been my limit. In this situation, the 5th gate may prove ineffective. However, the demon god Xing Tian would not grant Qixing the luxury of contemplation. Unbeknownst to him, the gigantic axe was once again gripped in his hand, and with a thunderous roar, Xing Tian proclaimed, "Earth-shattering slash." He leapt towards the golden Susanoo, the giant axe glowing with a crimson brilliance, a surge of bloodlust soaring to the heavens. This strike was so powerful that it seemed to rend the very fabric of space. At this moment, an expletive escaped Kixing's lips. Damn! The ancient demon god Huaxia is indeed terrifying. Fighting such a being, I possess no experience whatsoever. But I, Qixing, am no pushover. In that instant, Qixing channeled his energy into his right fist once more. A terrifying energy erupted from the Susanoo as he shouted, "8th gate, opening the door of death." The moment these words left his mouth, a swirling green energy enveloped Qixing, and his body appeared to be on the verge of bursting from the overwhelming power, cracks forming along his form. This was certainly a transformation reminiscent of Super Saiyan, combined with the 8 gates transformation in the Susanoo, all enhancing his physical prowess. Kixing's young body simply could not endure such strain. Yet, he had no choice at that moment. He risked bodily harm to unlock the 5th gate, which was the pinnacle of what his frail form could achieve. Should he attempt to push beyond this, he would likely explode from the violent energy before even facing his opponent. With a mighty shout, Qixing declared, "Hell-piercing thrust." Propelling his massive form forward at great speed, he collided with the crimson axe blade. Boom! The explosive energy of his punch met the blood-red edge in a fierce clash. Bang! The axe of creation slipped from his grasp, while the Susanoo's fist vanished from sight. Blood gushed from Kixing's mouth, and crimson droplets began seeping from his body. Both colossal figures retreated 1,000 meters. Upon glancing at Xing Tian once more, he noticed that the imposing figure had also developed cracks, its form dimming, suggesting that overexertion had rendered it incapable of maintaining its illusion in the ninja realm. Kixing's gaze sharpened as he reassessed Xing Tian's battle power. Indeed, the power level had plummeted to over 40,000. This revelation filled Qixing with renewed confidence. This fellow is nothing but a paper tiger. I shall drag you down with me. As he spoke, countless ninjutsu surged towards Xing Tian. Water release, hidden mist technique, the dense fog obscuring the sky and blocking Xing Tian's line of sight. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. Water release, water dragon bullet. 3 formidable techniques approached Xing Tian from different directions, a massive fire dragon and water dragon illuminating the sky, while thousands of vacuum spheres led the charge, racing towards him. Just as Xing Tian pondered why those attacks veered off course, 3 terrifying energies converged, unleashing an explosion beside him, transforming the sky into a blinding spectacle. With a deafening roar, the force of this explosion rivaled that of a small nuclear bomb. Chapter 13, The Battle with the Demon God. At this moment, a dazzling white light illuminated the entire sky. As the brilliance waned, The ninjas below squinted up, witnessing a colossal mushroom cloud ascending from over 10,000 meters above. Unconsciously, they rubbed their eyes, pondering that such power could only be wielded by the god of ninja. As Qixing had anticipated, Xing Tian's vision was obstructed. He neither had time to evade, nor did he even attempt to do so. The bronze shield in his hand expanded to 100 meters, completely encasing him. The explosion, akin to that of a small nuclear bomb, merely left fine cracks upon his shield, rendering his form increasingly ethereal. He was propelled back several thousand meters, and the aftermath of the blast was monumental. Though situated over 10 kilometers from Konoha village, the shockwave leveled all trees within a 10th centimeter radius. The terrifying force of the blast began to encroach upon Konoha village, where thousands of ninjas rushed to the village's edge. They swiftly formed hand seals, combining earth release and water release to erect towering barriers. Various ceiling formations appeared upon the walls. The shockwave collided with several barriers before finally diminishing, vanishing without a trace at the outskirts of Konoha village. Meanwhile, in the sky, the brilliance gradually faded. The ordinary citizens of Konoha village finally discerned the two figures engaged in battle, collectively gasping in awe, their murmurs echoing throughout every corner of the village. The crowd pondered, who are these terrifying figures with such immense power? Could it be that gods are battling? Within Konoha village, various spies transmitted their speculations and intelligence through special means to the major ninja villages. Everyone speculated that this overwhelming energy had surpassed the level of a Kage. As for why such power appeared in the skies above the forest behind Konoha, perhaps there was some secret scroll within Konoha that even such powerful beings desired. Upon receiving this news, the major ninja villages were left in shock, discussing whether this formidable warrior was the same individual from the battle 2 years prior, which caused such frequent disturbances near Konoha village. This incited a flurry of speculation among the various ninja villages, pondering whether Konoha harbored undisclosed secrets. Consequently, they dispatched numerous reconnaissance teams to once again venture into the Hidden Leaf village. As the scene shifted to the sky above the Konoha forest, two titanic figures, having expended considerable energy, collided once more. The clash of blades and shields, alongside axes and shields, produced a ceaseless cacophony of thuds. However, the 200-meter-tall figures escalated their assault speed, rendering them mere streaks of light in constant collision and separation. It was evident that witnessing such a frenzied battle at this velocity was beyond the capability of ordinary ninjas. Only those endowed with unique bloodlines could discern the silhouette soaring 10,000 meters above. Meanwhile, within the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku's face flushed crimson as his Sharingan rapidly transformed into the Meijiki Sharingan. Should this spectacle be witnessed by the higher echelons of Konoha, it would undoubtedly cause a stir, particularly for the old and scheming Danzo. Yet, the discreet Fugaku had never employed the Meijiki Sharingan. This ocular prowess remained a secret even to his own brother, Uchiha Itachi, and likely only his wife was privy to this knowledge. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku appeared exceptionally agitated. The figure in the sky, if not Uchiha Madara, at the very least belonged to the Uchiha clan. For all were aware that among the two towering figures soaring 100 meters above, one was indeed Susanoo. Only those of the Uchiha clan who had awakened the Meijiki Sharingan possessed the privilege of wielding such divine power. As Uchiha Fugaku's thoughts raced, he summoned his trusted confidants, instructing them to swiftly establish contact with the esteemed ninja deity, as it would greatly benefit their plans. Yes, clan leader, they replied, but upon a moment's reflection, Fugaku halted them. Wait, I shall go myself. Otherwise, it may appear insincere. With that, he vanished from the room in an instant. Meanwhile, the battle in the skies had reached a fever pitch, with the figure of the divine being Xingtian becoming increasingly ethereal, emanating an aura only characteristic of a mid-tier Kage. At this moment, Susanoo's form lay in tatters, his body besieged by an array of vibrant energies desperately attempting to mend his shattered frame. Meanwhile, the essence of the Seven Stars, having reached the brink of exhaustion, exhibited countless fissures across his form, with even his visage stained crimson by blood. His combat prowess plummeted significantly, relegating him to the early stages of the Super Shadow Realm. Yet, despite such dire circumstances, the two figures remained undeterred in their clash. In the next instant, the colossal shadows collided once more, unleashing martial techniques in the heavens. The Seven Stars, disregarding his injuries, forcibly activated the sixth gate of the 8 gates of Duinjia, the Gate of View. A terrifying energy erupted from within him, augmenting his strength by an additional 5,000. In this moment, his power surged to an equal footing with the formidable Xingtian, but this state could only be sustained for a mere 10 seconds. Otherwise, the Seven Stars would undoubtedly meet his demise. Observing this, the powerful figure above Xingtian displayed a rare expression of astonishment. He had not anticipated such an enhancement. The potential of this body was indeed remarkable, making it a splendid specimen for experimentation. At this moment, the Seven Stars executed a graceful rotation, employing their physical techniques in the shadow dance leaf, striking directly at the colossal abdomen of the demon god, Xingtian. Subsequently, a powerful barrage from the lion unleashed a thunderous blow, shattering Xingtian's bronze shield. After being struck, his form retreated rapidly, and one might have expected his defenses to become exceedingly fragile. However, to their astonishment, the true strength of this demon, Xingtian, lay not in some trivial weapon, but rather in his very corporeal form, which served as his most formidable armament. Regardless of how the Seven Stars' techniques assaulted him, they merely inflicted minimal damage. Then, with a thunderous roar, Xingtian gathered all his energy and unleashed a single fist, sending the Susanu's entire form hurtling back thousands of meters, shattering like glass. Yet, unbeknownst to the demon god, a C3, number 18, artistic bomb, acquired from a lottery days prior by the Seven Stars, had quietly fallen beside him. Its astonishing power, reminiscent of the previous blinding light, illuminated the sky once more, and a resounding explosion echoed through the heavens, giving rise to a colossal mushroom cloud in the atmosphere. As all present lifted their gazes towards the heavens once more, even the blinding white light could not deter them from witnessing the magnificent battle unfolding before their eyes. Tears streamed down the faces of the villagers of Konoha, not from sentimentality, but due to the overwhelming brilliance of the light. Yet, none wished to close their eyes. Following the brilliance, the figure of the demonic god, Xingtian, and that of the corporeal being from the Pure Land lay in tatters. Chapter 14, The Handcrafted Noodles of Ichiraka Ramen, and the Key to Achieving the Eternal Kaleidoscope. Raising his gaze again, Qixing beheld the shattered form of the reincarnator descending from above, its body shedding pieces of flesh, leaving only its hands intact, the rest obscured by a blue ethereal silhouette. With a snap of its fingers, the broken form of the demonic god Xingtian vanished, and the blue silhouette began to rhythmically clap its hands, clap, 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 clap. Observing Uchiha Qixing steady himself, the figure remarked, "Young one, you indeed possess merit. Next time, when he has vanished, I shall descend in my true form. Your body is perfect experimental material. When I return, I hope for an exhilarating battle. Should you still present such meager strength, I shall claim your form, regardless of its original vessel. Farewell, young one." As these words faded, a portal of light appeared behind. At that moment, the proprietor of Ichiraka Ramen, Kishimoto Ichiraku, looked up at the sky, muttering to himself, "This heavenly path has truly failed in its duty, allowing a being from the Pure Land to breach here. It seems I must bear all concerns." Shaking his head, he hurled the frying pan he held into the sky. Just as the blue silhouette stepped into the portal, a scalding frying pan struck its head, dousing it in boiling oil. A soul-wrenching scream echoed in the hearts of all present. Upon hearing this, the crowd lamented, "Kishimoto, you despicable man, await your reckoning. Sooner or later, the Lord of Death shall lead us to assault you." As the portal vanished from sight, a peculiar alert resonated through the system. Ding! The system has detected the aura of a being fused with the heavenly path. Please proceed with caution, host. Fused with the heavenly path? Could it be that this realm mirrors the primordial world, where one could even merge with the heavenly path? Are there saints here? Ding! Contrary to the host's understanding, such powerful beings do not exist here, and this world cannot bear the true form of a saint. Unlike the primordial world, the heavenly path of the shinobi realm has not yet attained sentience. Those fused with the heavenly path must adhere to its will, meaning they cannot disrupt the narrative of this world. Violations will result in immediate eradication by the heavenly path. Then why do individuals seek to merge with the heavenly path? Ding! Because it serves as a shortcut to transcend into godlike power. Godlike? What level is that? The host need not concern themselves with the details. Understanding will come with ascendance. Who could possibly be this being merged with the heavenly path? Could it be him? This disturbance occurring right beneath his nose, surely there will be no repercussions. Ding! The host need not worry. Your current actions are in alignment with maintaining the trajectory of the shinobi realm, preserving what you refer to as the normal narrative. Were he able to intervene, he would eagerly assist in eliminating those who intrude upon the shinobi realm from the Pure Land. That startled me. So it is. With a frail hand, he patted his chest, the tattered fabric of his clothing revealing the intensity of the previous battle. Yet, his mask remained unscathed. At this moment, his energy was nearly depleted, and a slow recovery would take several minutes. Attempting to utilize space-time ninjutsu immediately proved challenging. However, he hoped no unwitting individual would seek trouble with him. He then descended directly onto the branch of a towering 100-meter tree. Just as he intended to leave, a dark figure emerged 500 meters away, obstructing his path. Furrowing his brow, Qixing gazed at the newcomer, who addressed him, "Senior, I am Uchiha Fugaku, the current head of the Uchiha clan. I hope to gain your support in governing the Land of Fire." "Oh, you harbor such ambition." At that moment, Uchiha Qixing activated his kaleidoscope. Instinctively, Uchiha Fugaku mirrored this action, their remarkably similar eyes locking in mutual scrutiny for several seconds. Qixing chuckled. "I see. You have concealed your intentions quite deeply. If the higher-ups of Konoha were aware that your strength surpasses all within the village, the Uchiha clan would face obliteration in an instant." Fugaku's expression hardened upon hearing this. "Senior, are you not one of us from the Uchiha clan? Do you not wish for our clan to grow stronger?" Qixing scoffed. "Why would I desire strength for the Uchiha? Simply because I am one of your kin?" With that, an overwhelming aura of malice erupted from him. Fugaku, sensing the shift, immediately assumed a combat stance, his kaleidoscope spinning wildly in search of Qixing's weaknesses. Yet, despite the apparent vulnerabilities, every opening proved to be a trap. As Fugaku began to sweat profusely, Qixing suddenly retracted his murderous intent and darkly proclaimed, "You may leave. The next time we meet, it shall be your demise. I eagerly anticipate the moment you behold my visage. It will surely astonish you." Though bewildered by the animosity the senior bore towards the Uchiha clan, Fugaku comprehended that lingering any longer might seal his fate. Without hesitation, he vanished into the depths of the forest. At this moment, Qixing stood atop a tree. Gazing at the receding figure, he found himself momentarily lost in thought, murmuring, "Uchiha Fugaku, my foolish father, if you were aware of my current self. Having grown to such an extent, would you regret the decision to abandon me all those years ago?" A slight smile crept across his lips as he silently scoffed. "Ah, my foolish father, you truly overestimate yourself. You possess ambition, skill, and sufficient power, yet you lack the resolute heart required to achieve greatness. You shall never accomplish anything of significance. Ha ha ha. I eagerly await the day you cultivate my dear younger brother. Otherwise, the ninja world will indeed become quite dull. Moreover, your eyes are the key to my attainment of the eternal Meijiki Sharingan. Fear not, for I shall wield your eyes and become the sovereign of this ninja realm, thereby fulfilling your dream. Ha ha ha, your vision is still too limited." As he chuckled, Qixing was reminded of Itachi's mesmerizing smile. "Itachi, you must not disappoint me. You are the man revered as the god of Itachi by the inhabitants of that blue planet." With that, Qixing turned his gaze to the battlefield where the Hokage and Raikage clashed, situated 10,000 meters ahead. In the next chapter, the author will unveil the beauty rankings of the ninja world. See you in the comments section. Chapter 15. The beauty rankings unveiled both combatants were severely injured, and the Raikage contemplated retreat. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen confronted Raikage A. He assessed the number of surviving allies. Seeing that hundreds of Cloud Ninja had been permanently lost to this land, Raikage signaled for withdrawal. Just as he intended to retreat, reinforcements from Konoha finally arrived. Dozens of elite Jonin surrounded Raikage and his men. "Hey, cease your futile resistance. Last time, Might Guy single-handedly defeated the 7 ninja swordsmen, leaving only 3 to barely survive. I thought your villages would learn from this, yet here you are again, stirring trouble. The 3rd Hokage has already instructed me to eliminate you." "Wait," A interjected. "I hope for peace in the ninja world. If you were to die in Konoha, many would rejoice, and the cycle of war would continue unabated. This is a peace treaty. If you find it acceptable, sign it. Otherwise, I can only leave you all behind." Raikage cast a deep glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen before signing the treaty. Was the content of this document truly more important than his life? Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed with relief. "Hey, you may leave. I hope our next encounter will not be a battle to the death. Are we just letting them go?" Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent. His gaze fixed ahead as A departed the forest with the remaining few. Qixing looked on, disdain evident in his expression. "Such tiresome mercy. No wonder Konoha suffers defeat under your command." With those words, the space before Qixing began to whirl rapidly, drawing him in. The next moment, the forest fell silent once again. When Qixing reappeared, he found himself within the Tiangong Tower. He promptly inquired about the system's recent gains. "Congratulations, host, for successfully slaying 2 individuals of shadow-level strength. Reward, 6,000 points. Congratulations, host, for correcting the storyline and preventing the advancing demon god, earning an additional 3,000 points. Wait, system. For such a battle, you only grant 3,000? That's excessive." The system expended energy to uncover crucial intelligence for the host, automatically deducting 2,000 points. as that battle had minimal relevance to the storyline. But shouldn't T-point deductions require my consent? In situations where the host is deemed to be in life-threatening danger, the system reserves the right to make the safest decision on behalf of the host. Fine, you always have a reason. Qixing decided to activate the beauty rankings of the ninja world. Host, do you wish to spend 5,000 points to activate the beauty rankings? In the interest of the old perverts, Qixing gritted his teeth and confirmed. Congratulations, host, for activating the beauty rankings. The top 10 ninjas, evaluated based on physique, appearance, and allure, all aged 14 and above, will be listed. This ranking is derived from calculations by the Tiangong disk. If the host finds any discrepancies, points may be spent to amend them. At this moment, Qixing, filled with excitement, paid no mind to such details. He promptly flashed into the kitchen, dispersed his shadow clones, and entered the bustling hall. The hall was already packed with people savoring delicious dishes. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed individual noticed the beauty rankings. My goodness. The list displays portraits and names. Has the host already unveiled the beauty rankings? Come, let us take a look. A crowd gathered around the beauty rankings, buzzing with chatter. To their astonishment, the top rank was occupied by Kagaya Otsutsuki. Who is that? I've never heard of him, but judging by the image, they appear quite exquisite. What a pity that the figure is entirely concealed by clothing. Then they turned to the second rank, Tamari. The crowd erupted in excitement. Does anyone know this beauty? My heavens, look at that figure. Steady yourself, brother, your nosebleed is flowing. The rest of the individuals engaged in discourse regarding the third legendary figure, Tsunade Senju. A premier healer among the legendary Sannin, renowned not only for her formidable strength but also for her striking beauty, which is indeed remarkable. To wed her would be a worthiest fate. At this moment, derisive remarks echoed around. Soon after, they turned their attention to the next entry, Kushina Izumaki, who ranked fourth. Alas, she, along with others, sacrificed herself for the village. Below, the 5th to 7th places, Zairi Hong, Shizen Kadu, and Azuki Matarai are undeniably exquisite, but their attire seems somewhat excessive, earning them a rather unfavorable critique. Look at the individual in 8th place, Xiaonan. This young girl is truly radiant, although she still possesses a hint of youthful innocence. As the audience gazes upon the 9th and 10th contestants, their previously restrained excitement gives way to an uncontrollable gush of admiration. Samui and Hualing, my heavens. These two are astonishingly voluptuous. At this moment, all the male patrons are clutching their noses, and someone shouts in dismay, whose nosebleed has splattered on me. Is there no sense of public decorum? Exclaiming, how is there such a sizable mess on my pig trotter? How am I supposed to eat? The crowd engages in lively banter, fervently advocating for their favorite goddesses and vying for higher rankings, with spittle inadvertently flying into the bowls of other diners. Upon gazing at the exquisite beauty rankings, Qixing couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. Indeed, the list was adorned with truly remarkable beauties. However, as he returned to the second floor and glanced at his points, he couldn't suppress a disdainful smirk. With only 500 points, he found himself lacking even the requisite amount for a luxurious draw, realizing that he needed to acquire more points. Initially, he had intended to unlock the power rankings. Yet the merchant system had quoted a staggering price of no less than 10,000 points for access. How frustrating. It felt utterly unplayable. With that thought, he vanished from sight, once again embarking on the arduous quest for a luxurious lottery, as time slowly progressed to the 55th year of Konoha. For fleeting years passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, the captivating beauty rankings that emanated from Konoha astonished the ninja world, prompting many to traverse far and wide, some even resorting to fierce confrontations over their coveted positions on the list. In recent years, Konoha has once again become the focal point of the ninja world. However, for Qixing, this is merely a trivial matter. Over the span of 4 years, Qixing has matured into a more robust figure, with a significant enhancement in strength. Glancing at his attributes, host, Uchiha Qixing, age, 13, strength, Kaga level. Combat power, mid-Kaga level, early 6 paths talent, transformation into super form, bloodline development level 15, capable of enhancing all attributes by 20-fold. Skills, proficient in various GA rank ninjutsu. Void dance technique level 3. Special abilities, complete body Susanoo. Left eye, Kamui. Right eye, Kodo Amatsukami. Items, various peculiar objects from countless realms. Points, 26,500. At this moment, Qixing, wearing a monkey-faced mask, stands atop the Tenkai Tower, gazing toward the Uchiha clan's residence, sensing that tonight, the Uchiha clan may be expelled from Konoha. Chapter 16. Drawing the Great Buddha form within the village of Konoha, the lights blaze brightly, and a chilling aura pervades the air. Even the ordinary citizens can sense that a significant event is imminent, prompting them to return home early. At this moment, the leader of the Akatsuki, Danzo, was poring over a series of intelligence reports in his quarters. Suddenly, the air before him began to swirl, and a masked figure materialized within his office. Danzo reacted with remarkable speed, launching 3 shurikens that pierced through the masked man's body. Observing this, Danzo's pupils constricted. The masked man chuckled lightly. "Is this how you welcome esteemed guests, Danzo? Who are you, and what is your purpose?" Danzo demanded. "Purpose? Naturally, it aligns with yours. Which is why I have come to propose a collaboration. What do you say, Danzo?" "Humph. If you seek collaboration, where is your sincerity? Surely you are already aware of my identity, as the intelligence in your hands has made it quite clear." "Uchiha Madara." "Impossible. You cannot be Uchiha Madara. You should have perished long ago. Whether you believe it or not does not hinder our collaboration, does it? Since you claim to be Uchiha Madara, why would you desire the annihilation of the Uchiha clan?" "Humph. If I say it is for the peace of the ninja world, would you believe me?" At that moment, the double agent Itachi entered Danzo's office, and the masked man swiftly vanished. "Greetings, leader. Since you have arrived, I trust you have made your decision. What will it be? To protect your beloved brother, or to eradicate your Uchiha clan?" "Leader, with my current strength, I cannot achieve either, as you well know." "Humph. I anticipated such a response. Madara, why not step out and meet this exceptional junior of yours?" As those words left his lips, the space around them twisted, and the masked man reappeared. Gazing at Itachi, such strength at such a young age, the Uchiha clan truly is formidable. Upon hearing this, Danzo felt a tightening in his chest. "Madara, is your offer of collaboration still valid?" "Humph. There is no need for further testing. I will assist you in the eradication of the Uchiha clan." "Itachi, did you hear that? Your ancestor will aid you in accomplishing this grand feat. Go forth and make the wisest choice." With that, Itachi turned and departed. And the masked man vanished once more. Moments later, the masked figure appeared at the Uchiha clan's residence, with Itachi following closely behind. At this juncture, Itachi inquired, "I am curious, why do you wish for the Uchiha to perish?" The masked man simply gazed ahead and replied, "For eternal peace, the Uchiha clan must be sacrificed." Hearing this, Itachi disappeared in a flash. The masked man murmured to himself, "To realize the Eye of the Moon plan, this massacre is also part of my design. The Uchiha clan is far too dangerous. Only their demise will allow my plan to proceed unimpeded." At that moment, the masked man's eyes shifted, and the Sharingan activated, signaling the onset of slaughter. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shikizai stood atop the Tenkai Tower, observing the unfolding carnage. The bloodshed had commenced, yet time was still ample. Noticing the points he had accumulated, Shikizai decided to tempt fate with a spin of the luxurious roulette. After contemplating, he resolved to draw a prize. The loss of any of these powerful items would be a source of great anguish. 5 items lay quietly within the roulette, the foremost being the formidable Zazaiji Gong, whose prowess was evident. Below it, 2 awaited treasures, the long-anticipated Hachi Kajutsu and the Chao Shou Shuang armor. To the left, a scroll capable of enhancing a particular ability to a higher tier. On the right side, there exists an irresistible manifestation, the colossal Buddha form from the warring states of Buddhism. Such a phenomenon has emerged through this medium. There exists no justification to abstain from the lottery for just this one item, the 7 stars. I wish to draw twice. Ding, the luxurious roulette lottery is in progress. Under the eager gaze of the 7 stars, the wheel spins with great velocity. In the next moment, ding. Congratulations, the host has acquired a scroll for ability enhancement. Incredible. There is another chance. Let us go again. Watching the wheel spin rapidly once more, the 7 stars steadied their mind, and a melodious system notification resonated. Ding, congratulations. The host has obtained the Buddha of the Warring States, the colossal Buddha form. Excellent. Truly splendid. This is an ability long anticipated from a past life. The Susanoo set with the colossal Buddha, surely it could allow one to contend against the 2 great deities of the ninja world. Madara, Hashirama. I sincerely hope that day arrives swiftly. At this moment, the points had returned to the pre-liberation era. Over 20,000 points had dwindled to a mere 6,000. A disheartening reality. I had originally intended to initiate the power rankings, yet the landlord's family had no surplus provisions. Just as the 7 stars wallowed in despair, a terrifying thunderclap erupted high above the border between the land of fire and the land of wind, illuminating the sky in an instant. A remarkably handsome young man, impeccably attired in a suit, emerged from a shadowy space. It seemed he was conversing with himself, Lord of Death. Is this truly the world of the Hokage? Indeed. The aura here unmistakably belongs to the shinobi realm. At last, I have escaped the dominion of the Otsutsuki clan and arrived in the long-desired shinobi world. I am no longer a puppet controlled by others. This time, I shall surely rise and thrive in the shinobi world. Ladies, Li Zhaotian has arrived. Lord of Death. Can you deduce the current year in Konoha? It is challenging. First, I must find someone and delve into their memories to ascertain the answer. With that, Li Zhaotian swiftly took flight, arriving at a ninja village, where he seized an elderly man, placing his hands atop the man's head, enveloping him in a dark mist. In the next moment, the Lord of Death discerned the truth. It was the 55th year of Konoha. Ah. This year seems to coincide with the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, does it not? It has been too long. I wonder if the Uchiha clan still exists this time. I must hasten to check. Perhaps I can still make it in time. With that thought, he vanished. Meanwhile, the massacre of the Uchiha family was nearing its climax. Masked man Uchiha Obito was preparing to slay Itachi's childhood friend, Uchiha Izumi. A massive wind surged toward her, and Izumi had no time to react before being struck. Just as death loomed, a spatial vortex engulfed her, and a mocking voice echoed, "Miss Izumi, you are not one he can slay." Uchiha Obito. Obito, stunned, stammered, You cannot possibly know me. Who are you? Very well, leave Miss Izumi to me. You, who have just reached the level of a Kage, are not my match. Brat. Whom do you look down upon? Chapter 17. The majestic Susanoo, great Buddha form in his fury, Obito unleashed fire release, storm dance. The 7 Stars Sharingan activated. And the principle became clear. Utilizing the vortex of Kamui to accelerate the spread of flames, the same technique was soon employed by 7 Stars. Fire shield, storm dance. Yet, despite employing the same technique, the power was vastly disparate. Obito's storm dance extended nearly 100 meters, while 7 Stars' version expanded to a staggering 400 meters. 5 times larger. The two formidable firestorms collided, and in the next moment, 7 Stars' flames consumed Obito's storm dance entirely, continuing with unrelenting force toward him. Left with no choice, Obito was compelled to utilize space-time ninjutsu to escape, reappearing a kilometer away, his mouth agape beneath his mask in shock. You, who are you? Impossible. How could you possess my unique ninjutsu, storm dance? How could one who does not understand space-time ninjutsu accomplish this? Are you an Uchiha? Have you awakened the Manjiki? If that is the case, you must die. Otherwise, the Moon Eye plan will face significant obstruction. With those words, a faint glow emanated from the ring in his hand. Meanwhile, Madara, located hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, received the news and was equally astonished. Is there still trouble in Konoha that you cannot resolve? It seems this old bone of mine must still exert its final influence. With that, his aged figure vanished from the cave. At this moment, Uchiha Obito had begun to exert all his strength. With a resounding shout, he unleashed the wood release, cutting technique, and the wood release, hellish chaos. Before one's eyes, Obito conjured several towering trees brimming with thorns, spiraling upwards and ensnaring the 7 Stars within their grasp, creating an expanse so vast that there was simply no means of escape. In an instant, the figure swept into the sky, transformed into a robust tree stump. The silhouette of Qixing emerged a kilometer away, deftly forming hand seals. A colossal flame erupted from Qixing's mouth, a technique of fire release, great fire extinguishment. In a heartbeat, the flames expanded to a staggering kilometer in size, hurtling towards the wooden ground below. The next moment, a raging inferno illuminated the horizon in a fiery red glow. At this moment, Li Zhaotian had arrived outside the hidden leaf village. Upon witnessing the raging inferno, an exhilaration surged within him. Finally, he had managed to arrive just in time for the night of the massacre. Such a spectacular performance could not possibly unfold without the presence of a devoted audience like himself. With that thought, he vanished once more, reappearing outside the Uchiha clan stronghold. Simultaneously, on the battlefield between Uchiha Obito and Qixing, the flames continued to blaze, while the wood release, as if imbued with life, continued to flourish. Qixing marveled, acknowledging the prowess of the man who had integrated Hashirama's cells. However, before Qixing could further reflect, a fiery barrier suddenly materialized beside him. Obito bellowed, "Uchiha fire formation." In an instant, Qixing found himself ensnared within the inferno, as Obito proudly declared, "Trapped within my fire formation, even those of the Kage level cannot hope to escape immediately. Cease wasting your energy and reveal your true self." No sooner had he spoken than Qixing retaliated with action, delivering a resounding blow to Obito's arrogance. With a mighty shout, he unleashed the Hell Stab, a technique that pierced through the air. A deafening explosion ensued as the fire formation shattered in response. This turn of events thwarted Obito's plan to confine Qixing. Nevertheless, the might of the hell stab propelled forward unabated, hurtling directly towards Obito. Sensing the imminent danger, Obito vanished from sight, reappearing behind Qixing, who, abandoning the momentum of his hell stab, pivoted to unleash a physical technique, the Lion's Barrage. As Obito's form once again began to dissipate, a moment later, he unexpectedly cast an illusion with his Sharingan upon the Seven Stars. Their gazes locked. And through the horrific phantoms displayed to the Seven Stars, he sought to strip away his physical freedom while simultaneously disrupting his movements with the illusion. However, the Seven Stars would not succumb to such a mere level of genjutsu. His eyes, adorned with the kaleidoscope pattern, spun rapidly, and in an instant, a beam of golden light erupted forth, liberating his spirit from the illusion. The next moment, employing lightning release, thunderclap bomb, he propelled himself through the air, charging towards Obito with the intent to seize his neck with a single outstretched hand. Observing this, Obito's form once again flickered. At that moment, a subtle smirk graced the lips of the Seven Stars, his right hand also phasing out as he followed Obito into another dimension. He seized Obito by the neck and lifted him up. At this juncture, Obito remained in a state of bewilderment, questioning his whereabouts and the nature of his situation. Upon regaining his composure, he exclaimed, "You bastard! Who are you? How can you wield my space-time ninjutsu?" The Seven Stars replied with a cold chuckle. "I never expected that even in this moment, you could compel 4/10 of my strength. To contend with you, I have already ventured 10,000 meters beyond the Uchiha stronghold. Were you intentionally luring me out, fearing I would thwart your plans? Humph. I have long since perceived your little maneuvers. I anticipated some surprise from you. But it appears that you are still unworthy of being my opponent. Bring out Madara. Though he may be in his twilight years, I believe he would not wish to fade away quietly, would he?" Madara. Suddenly, with a series of sharp sounds, an aged figure emerged from the heavens not far away. Who would have thought, he mused, that this dying body could encounter such an intriguing adversary before its end? Let me take one last dance. With that, Madara ceased his idle chatter, his eyes wide open, revealing the cracked Rinnegan that reflected the cosmos. In the next instant, a colossal blue Susanoo, towering over 100 meters, manifested between heaven and earth. Madara Uchiha bellowed, "Susanoo, Tengu form." At this moment, within the confines of the Uchiha clan stronghold, the exuberant Li Zhaotian dashed forward with unparalleled fervor. His eyes fixated upon a terrifying figure miles away, he shouted excitedly, yearning to engage in battle. Yet, the very next instant, he stood perplexed, his mind swirling with questions as he gazed ahead. There, not far from Uchiha Madara, a formidable silhouette ascended into the air, emanating an overwhelming aura as a dreadful energy radiated outward for 1,000 meters. A thundering voice echoed, "Susanoo, the great Buddha form." Chapter 18, The Great Battle Against Uchiha Madara. Upon hearing this, a torrent of bewilderment surged through Li Zhaotian's mind. What in the world? Why does this realm feel so different? Are you certain this is the world of the Hokage? By the heavens! Susanoo paired with the great Buddha? In my recollection, no member of the Tsutsuki clan possessed such a method to augment their power. But what lies ahead? Before him, the radiant Susanoo, adorned in white, transformed into armor enveloping a golden Buddha. The sheer aesthetic magnificence, the exquisite lines, this was undoubtedly a power coveted by every dreamer. Lord Death. Does such power exist in the Pure Land? Indeed, it should. The Pure Land no longer merely absorbs souls from the ninja world. The current Shinigami has been striving to draw the souls of all realms into the Pure Land. I believe many souls from various dimensions now reside there. Then, I presume a multitude of abilities from diverse systems would be present. Ah, that is reassuring. You ought to distance yourself from the battlefield. The energy fluctuations of the two combatants ahead have reached the peak of the Kage level. Although you are not in mortal danger, I advise against you stepping forward to endure suffering. Understood, Lord Death. However, I am genuinely curious about the relationship between the Shinigami and the Pure Land and you. You have yet to enlighten me. Do not dwell on it too much. Even if I divulge the details, what assistance could you possibly offer? You must enhance your strength to establish your footing in any world. Ahem, I comprehend. Yet, that great Buddha form is indeed impressive. I, Li Zhaodian, am the sovereign of flamboyance. Lord Death, I leave the matter in your capable hands. Very well, should you ever find yourself in the Pure Land, I shall ensure you acquire it. Haha. Thus, an agreement was forged between Zhaotian and the Shinigami. Beyond 10,000 meters, two figures swiftly surged toward each other. The modeled Susanoo wielded an 80-meter-long blade and, with a powerful downward strike, unleashed 2,000-meter-long arcs of light that directly cleaved towards the Seven Stars. As the Seven Stars' energy dissipated, the formidable energy shield extending over 80 meters effortlessly absorbed the impact of this powerful strike. The two colossal figures quickly captured the attention of the strong warriors of Konoha. At that moment, the two combatants, whether intentionally or inadvertently, were moving away from the village. Yet the curious onlookers followed closely to witness the spectacle. The Seven Stars, fully aware, contemplated that this was not Madara's most potent form, for he had already entered the twilight of his years. His Rinnegan exhibited cracks at the corners, signifying that his true Rinnegan was no longer within him. Nevertheless, even in such a state, his combat prowess transcended that of a late-stage Super Shadow. In the absence of the transmission of the unchanging, Qixing found himself utterly defenseless before Madara. Yet, with Qixing's pride, how could he possibly exploit the weakness of another? Contemplating this, Qixing simultaneously formed seals with both his Golden Buddha and his physical form, unleashing a torrent of fire as the Golden Buddha danced wildly. Utilizing his kaleidoscope Sharingan, Qixing summoned a spiraling, distorted space that generated a fierce whirlwind, followed by the release of golden flames from the mouth of the Great Buddha. This colossal tornado, augmented by the flames, forged an even more formidable tempest as a storm several thousand meters in front of the Buddha surged toward Uchiha Madara. Sensing the imminent threat, Madara's expression turned grave. He promptly produced a folding fan with his left hand while forming seals with his right, executing fire release, Great Fire Whirlwind. Initially, Madara conjured an immense conflagration with fire release, Great Fire Extinguishment, then wielded the fan to summon 4 gigantic tornadoes, compressing the flames within them, their power rivaling that of the Golden Buddha's raging storm. In the distance, the onlookers were rendered speechless upon witnessing such cataclysmic power. They had never encountered a ninjutsu of this magnitude before. At that moment, Danzo's mind was already formulating a plan. He resolved to gather as many of the Uchiha clan's eyes as possible. Such strength, this formidable power, would also belong to me, Danzo. At this moment on the battlefield, 2 colossal firestorms, each spanning thousands of meters, collided with a resounding crash, shaking the heavens and earth, causing the ground to tremble for several seconds. The 2 terrifying ninjutsu erupted in succession, forcing the giant figures to retreat 1,000 meters. Their gazes locked, and they struck again. The immense blue Susanoo and Madara simultaneously performed hand seals, invoking the wood release, birth of the trees. In an instant, the previously charred forest turned to ash, only to be replaced by a multitude of gigantic trees that surged towards the Seven Stars. Realizing this was the bloodline limit of the first Hokage, the Seven Stars understood that Madara must have long since transplanted Hashirama's cells. The enormous trees, which could utilize chakra as their life source, were now wielded with unfettered control for both offense and defense. Could they possibly absorb my energy? As these thoughts crossed his mind, the Seven Stars, along with the Great Buddha, swiftly formed hand seals. 2 powerful earth release techniques were unleashed: Earth Release, Mountain Collapse, and Earth Release, Earth Flow River. The ground ahead, stretching for thousands of meters, began to crack, transforming into muck as the colossal trees sank slowly into the earth. At this moment, Madara once again changed his hand seals rapidly, executing Wood Release, Wood Dragon technique. From the ground, several massive wooden dragons with long, hooked noses and spines erupted, encircling the Golden Buddha, intent on ensnaring it. The Seven Stars recognized that if ensnared, his energy would deplete rapidly. The Golden Buddha, radiating golden and white light upon its palms, suddenly slammed downwards with immense force, unleashing a shockwave. The earth quaked as a terrifying energy spread outward in all directions. Within a radius of 3,000 meters, both the wooden dragons and the colossal trees were reduced to dust. At this moment, Madara's Rinnegan fissures widened, and gripping a large fan tightly, he swung it forward, employing Uchiha Rebound. A fearsome shockwave hurtled towards Madara's blue Susanoo but was deflected back by the massive fan. Witnessing the energy of the shockwave rebound like a ball, the Seven Stars formed hand seals once more, creating twin earth flow walls. 2 enormous earthen walls erupted from the ground, and upon impact with the shockwave, they shattered instantly, hurtling debris back towards the Seven Stars. With a resounding crash, it struck the powerful energy shield before him, dispersing it and sending the Golden Buddha staggering back 100 meters. However, at this juncture, Uchiha Madara's chest heaved violently, clearly indicating that his stamina was dwindling. Just as onlookers presumed that the 2 colossal figures would continue their clash, both parties unexpectedly ceased hostilities, leaving Uchiha Obito observing from afar, puzzled as to why Madara did not pursue the advantage. At this moment, Li Zhaotian was equally perplexed. filled with questions about what these two individuals were discussing. Chapter 19, The Night of the Uchiha Clan's Annihilation. In the midst of the battlefield, the two figures, Madara and the Seven Stars, momentarily refrained from launching another offensive. It was Madara who spoke first, stating, "This cannot possibly be your utmost strength, can it?" "Indeed. It is not. Aren't you also nearing your end?" came the reply. "Even if I were to defeat someone like you, I would not feel victorious. I yearn for the day you return to your pinnacle, so that we may engage in battle without reservation." "Aha. So you have not exerted your full power, after all? Yet, to face a formidable opponent like you before my demise, to declare the conclusion of my life as Uchiha Madara, is not without merit. How about we make a deal?" Madara proposed. "Speak. After my death, Obito will walk the world in my stead. I hope you will not obstruct him. I believe you will find my plan with Obito to your liking." "Oh, you are referring to the Eye of the Moon?" At this, Madara furrowed his brow in surprise. "You are aware of this plan? Is that so surprising? Let us not dwell on that. I am more curious about the leverage you intend to use for this transaction." After a moment of contemplation, Madara replied, "A secret and a weapon. What do you think? Do tell." With a serious demeanor, Madara continued, "The ninja world is vast. The territory occupied by the 5 great nations constitutes less than 1/10 of the land. Decades ago, after my defeat at the hands of Hashirama, I began to wander through various nations. It was during this time that I captured 3 peculiar ninjas, whose combat styles were entirely distinct from those in the ninja world. They needed no hand seals to unleash more potent techniques. Later, from their memories, I learned that they hailed from the other side of the ninja world, right beneath our feet. Moreover, that place is a truly magnificent continent. Once I bring peace to the ninja world, I shall venture there to behold its wonders. The ninja realm is teeming with formidable forces, countless factions of which you and I are unaware. Have you heard of the Pure Land? I have had dealings with them in the past. To my surprise, they have already sought you out. I, too, shall soon pay a visit there. Hoping it is a splendid world. This news from Madara is quite delightful. Hand me the weapon." As he spoke, Madara retrieved a broadsword from the void and tossed it toward Qixing. The blade shimmered with a pearly white hue, delicate as a cloud. Upon receiving the weapon, a system notification chimed in the air. "Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Sage of 6 Paths artifact, the Qixing sword. It is a weapon capable of severing and cursing spoken spirits, and can also be wielded as a shield sword." At this juncture, Qixing realized he had no grounds for refusal. "I accept your terms." Madara then continued, "Lastly, I have a personal request. May I witness your true power?" Qixing gazed deeply at Madara, confirming that he was indeed serious, and replied, "Very well. Ascend to Super Saiyan second form, activate." In an instant, a torrent of terrifying golden energy was enveloped by another force, and an even more radiant wave of green energy erupted from his pores. The green energy encased the Susanoo, which in turn enveloped the golden Buddha, while the remaining green torrent surged toward the head of the Susanoo Buddha, where countless strands of green hair shot skyward. Waves of overwhelming shockwaves spread across the ground, causing the earth to seem unable to bear such a terrifying pressure, collapsing several meters deep. Though this state lasted but a moment, all who witnessed it were left in awe. At this time, Li Zhaotian, upon witnessing the spectacle, contemplated fleeing, cursing under his breath. Having barely escaped the dominion of the Otsutsuki clan, he found himself once again confronted by such powerful beings in the ninja world. How could Li Zhaotian endure this? Was he to let his title of King of Shoas be obliterated? "No, my Lord Death, we must first head to the Pure Land. If you can regain control over its forces, we can commence our conquest of the ninja world from there." Do not think I am oblivious to your intentions. Do you believe the Death God in the Pure Land is weak? He has likely long since merged with the heavenly path of the Pure Land, patiently awaiting the opportunity to break through. Once he transcends, he will depart the Pure Land, and I can sense that his breakthrough is imminent. At that time, I shall have the chance to reclaim authority over the Pure Land. However, if we wish to thrive in the ninja world, it appears to be even more challenging. The heavenly path here will not permit an outsider to linger for long. Only by going to the Pure Land, with my presence shielding you, can you grow in safety. It seems we have no choice. After all, how can we contend with the heavenly path? Take note of this location's coordinates. Once I have established the Zhaodian gang in the Pure Land, I shall return to confront these individuals. At that moment, Li Zhaotian fixed his gaze ahead. "Wait for me. I shall return, my Lord Death. Let us depart." With that, a portal of light manifested behind him, and Li Zhaotian stepped back, vanishing from the ninja world. Yet even the heavenly path remained oblivious as a paper figure, cast to the ground by Li Zhaotian, swiftly transformed into a child, glancing around before darting away. Meanwhile, not far off, Uchiha Obito had lost his earlier bravado. Upon witnessing Qixing's formidable strength, he couldn't help but question, can my Moon Eye plan truly succeed? At this moment, the senior officials of Konoha were utterly dumbfounded. Sarutobi Hiruzen, standing at the forefront of the group, swallowed hard and spoke with great difficulty. This aura is comparable to that of the first Hokage, who once wielded would release, truly 1,000 hands, transforming into a Buddha at the pinnacle of power. Could it be at the level of the Sage of Six Paths? How is it possible for a person to grow to such an extent? Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara, sensing this terrifying presence, erupted into wild laughter. Ah, you have indeed reached the zenith of Hashirama's power. Impressive. The next time we meet, I shall engage you in battle without reservations. Uchiha, the Seven Stars. Until we meet again. As he spoke, the aged Madara activated his partially cracked Rinnegan, and his figure vanished from sight, with Obito following closely behind. Several dozen miles away, Madara and Obito reappeared, with Madara's frail form even more hunched over, a spray of blood spewing several meters. After a couple of light coughs, he gazed back and remarked, Sage of Six Paths level, I never expected that beyond the 3 great sacred places, there would be others who could attain such a level. Lord Madara, what about our plan? Do not worry, I have already struck a deal with him. Proceed with your plan without concern. He will not interfere. Let us depart. Upon my return, I shall perish. The subsequent matters shall be entrusted to you. Understood. At this moment, Uchiha Qixing retracted all transformations, and a vortex of time and space materialized before him, causing him to vanish without a trace. Simultaneously, the news of this occurrence swiftly reached the hands of the spies from various ninja villages. In the Cloud Ninja Village, the Raikage sat upright, his demeanor grave, murmuring incessantly about the unexpected appearance of the legendary Six Paths level. Summon the leaders of the other 3 villages to discuss this critical matter. Yes, Lord Raikage. Upon receiving the news, the Rock Ninja, Suchikage, the Mist Ninja, Mizukage, and the Sand Ninja, Kazakage, are already en route to the Land of Lightning. The scene shifts back to Konoha, where the Uchiha clan has been almost entirely annihilated. Some even passed away in their slumber, appearing extraordinarily serene. Tobi had gathered a sufficient number of Sharingan, a slight smile gracing his lips. At this moment, Itachi Uchiha entered the final chamber, which belonged to his parents, Fugaku and Mikoto Uchiha. There, he beheld his father and mother kneeling on the ground, their expressions as serene as still water, gazing at him. Fugaku spoke, I see. You have chosen to align with him, Haven Tiju? We understand, Itachi. In the end, I entrust Sasuke to you. Do not fear. This is the path you have chosen. Compared to your suffering, ours is but a fleeting moment. Even if our thoughts differ, I will always take pride in you. Yet, at the tender age of 13, how could Itachi bear to enact harm upon his own parents? His heart was engulfed in turmoil. Suddenly, a black vortex materialized in the air, from which emerged a figure wearing a monkey-faced mask. Upon witnessing this, Fugaku and Mikoto made no other movements. They merely raised their heads calmly to regard the figure that had appeared so abruptly. Yet Itachi furrowed his brows, gazing at the individual before him, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Fugaku spoke, Might I inquire why you have come here, esteemed elder? Are you also here to take my life? He continued, I fear it is unnecessary. As one who is on the brink of death, there will undoubtedly be someone to conclude my fate. It was evident that Fugaku was alluding to the individual destined to end his life, his own son, Uchiha Itachi. At this moment, Qixing finally spoke. I had previously declared that the next time we met would undoubtedly mark your demise, yet I never claimed it would be I who would bring about your end. Am I correct, my foolish father? As Qixing spoke, he removed the monkey-faced mask, revealing his true visage before Fuyue and Mikoto. Upon hearing these words, the couple simultaneously looked up to behold a face strikingly similar to Itachi's, their hearts filled with astonishment. You are Shinger. Qixing remained silent, while Itachi, confronted with this eerily familiar face, was suddenly reminded of his long-lost twin brother. Their father had always insisted that he was dead, yet here he was, appearing in such a shocking manner. In that instant, Uchiha Mikoto gazed upon Qixing's face, and tears of maternal love surged forth like a breached dam. However, she stifled her impulse to rise, her body trembling uncontrollably, overwhelmed by a love that was both powerless and reluctant, causing Itachi's heart to ache. Fugaku seemed to comprehend everything at last. He understood why that elder had always been so indifferent towards him and the Uchiha clan. It was you. All of this made sense now. It was we who owed you, Qixing. We ask for nothing more than for you to take good care of your brother when you are able. We shall depart in peace. A cold snort interrupted. Foolish and selfish, do you not wish to know why I have grown to this point? Do you not feel even a twinge of regret? At this moment, Fugaku gently shook his head. Each individual harbors their own secrets, your growth included. Let the past dissipate like smoke. But regarding regret, of course, there is some. Yet not for your mother. Each time your mother secretly visited you, she returned in tears. Yet, what could be done? At that time, you were merely an ordinary person devoid of any cultivation talent, destined for a mundane existence. To be born into the Uchiha clan. The life of an ordinary person is exceedingly arduous, especially for the eldest son of the clan leader. Do you have any idea how many eyes are upon you? Upon hearing this, Qixing fell into silence. Itachi, act now. Having seen everything, I am unburdened. From now on, I entrust Sasuke to you. As he spoke, his gaze inadvertently clashed with Uchiha Itachi's, and the Sharingan activated instantly, seizing control of Itachi. He swung his blade towards his own parents. Witnessing this scene, Qixing reached out, attempting to grasp his mother, but Uchiha Makoto merely gazed at Qixing, offering a faint smile, before shaking her head. Qixing's hand remained suspended in midair, while Itachi's blade had already grazed the necks of both parents. Awakening to the grim reality, Itachi stood frozen, tears streaming down his face as he beheld his fallen parents. In this moment, the brothers' thoughts diverged. Qixing approached Itachi, placing a hand on his shoulder and offering him a peculiar talisman. If one day you find yourself on the brink of death, you may tear this talisman apart. Itachi accepted it without a word, merely casting a deep glance at Qixing before departing. After all, he still had his mission ahead of him. And thus, Qixing let out a sigh, acknowledging that dust returns to dust, and all grievances were laid to rest. He then approached Uchiha Fugaku, gazing upon the smiling visage of his deceased father. With neither sorrow nor joy, Qixing reached forth to remove Fugaku's Manjiki Sharingan. He softly uttered, "My foolish father, you have shown too much mercy. Konoha is riddled with wounds. No longer the village it once was. Yet, fear not, for I shall carry your eyes, allowing you to witness the day when the shinobi world embraces peace under my stewardship." Upon finishing his words, a tremendous flame erupted, incinerating the entire room into ashes. However, dear brothers, there lies a long journey ahead. Casting a glance around, a spatial vortex emerged, and with that, Qixing's figure vanished within the Uchiha clan's grounds. After completing the task of annihilating his clan, Itachi was poised to depart when he engaged in a final conversation with the third Hokage. The third expressed profound regret for his inability to find an alternative solution, lamenting the pain of the situation. After conveying his apologies, he made it clear that henceforth, Itachi would be regarded as a traitor responsible for the massacre of the Uchiha clan, and would be placed on the highest wanted list, regardless of life or death. In a state of turmoil, Itachi encountered two of his former subordinates who sought to kill him as he bid farewell to the third and left the village. Utilizing the techniques he had previously implanted within them, he swiftly subdued them and embarked on his undercover journey with the Akatsuki. At that moment, Uchiha Qixing stood beneath the night sky, gazing ahead and murmuring, "Itachi, you have chosen to become the dark knight who guards Konoha, seeking to illuminate its hopes with a fleeting brilliance. How naive you are. You ignite yourself without regard for the consequences, becoming the embers of a dying fire, while some seek to extinguish you from the shadows. Yet, this is your choice, and I shall support you. After all, you are fortunate to have such a wonderful elder brother in this life." As he observed Itachi's silhouette lengthening in the firelight, Qixing sighed again. The autumn breeze stirs. Leaves of Konoha dance, a solitary shadow bears countless sins. The will of fire weeps skyward. When will the bright moon guide your return? Farewell, Itachi. He stared blankly ahead for a long while until Itachi's figure vanished from sight. Qixing then returned to the second floor of the Tianshi Tower to check the rewards he had received from the storyline. Congratulations, host, for participating in the grand narrative of the clan's massacre night. Reward, 5,000 points. Congratulations, host, for receiving the acknowledgement of the elderly Madara. Reward, 5,000 points. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the artifact, Qixing Sword. Congratulations, host, for intimidating the 5 great ninja villages, causing them to hesitate. Reward, 5,000 points. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a pair of Manjiki Sharingan, which can upgrade your own Manjiki Sharingan to Eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Retaining your inherent attributes, you will also gain 2 additional abilities. System detects that the host has altered a minor plot point. The character Uchiha Izumi remains alive. Deducting 10,000 points. Should you eliminate her, the points will be refunded. Let it be deducted. For my dear brother, it is all worth it. Host has opted to forego the elimination of the plot character. Total points gained from this major event, 5,000 points. Gazing at his total points, which amounted to 11,500, Qixing felt it wasn't a loss, for he had garnered useful intelligence. At that moment, he recalled Uchiha Izumi, swiftly releasing her from the Kamui dimension. Her face flushed crimson as she beheld Uchiha Qixing's true form and exclaimed, "Itachi, how is it you?" She lunged towards him. But Qixing was not one to be easily toppled. "Calm down, Miss Izumi, please. I am Uchiha Qixing. Itachi is my brother." Upon hearing this, Izumi finally composed herself. "Itachi sent you to rescue me, did he not?" "Indeed, he did. I knew he held me in his heart. Thank you, Brother Qixing." "Ah, it's nothing." Qixing then recounted to Izumi the events surrounding Itachi's obliteration of the Uchiha clan. Expecting her to be devastated by the news, he was surprised to find her remarkably composed, as though she had anticipated this outcome all along. "Izumi, what are your plans? Since Brother Qixing saved me, I believe you must have a way for me to see Itachi again, right? Well, for now, you can work at my Tiancha restaurant. Meals and lodging are provided. The second floor is a guest room. You may choose any room to stay in. Moreover, as long as you do not leave the Tiancha tower, no one can harm you." "Thank you, Brother Qixing." With many matters resolved, Qixing observed Izumi bouncing about in search of her room, a sense of relief blossoming within him. Regaining his composure, he turned his gaze back to the system space, where a pair of eyes and a mysterious ability-enhancing scroll lay. Chapter 21, Eternal Manjiki, Dual Kamui. Who reigns supreme on the power rankings? System, merge the Manjiki Sharingan. Ding. Does the host wish to spin 1,000 points to merge the Manjiki Sharingan? Yes. Ding. Merging of the dual eyes in progress. Ding. Merging successful. Congratulations, host. Your eye rank has been elevated to Eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Congratulations. The abilities of your eyes have been enhanced, with new abilities, Dual Kamui and Long-Range Observation. What is the nature of the system's Long-Range Observation ability? Ding. A passive ability, allowing the host to see any scene within a 10-kilometer radius even when the eyes are closed. Wow, this ability is formidable. It must be utilized in combat. That is its proper application indeed. Afterward, the gaze of the 7 stars turned towards the scroll, and its purpose revealed itself automatically. Ability Enhancement Scroll. It can elevate a certain ability acquired by oneself to a higher level. System, I wish to enhance my ocular abilities once more. Ding. A single scroll can only enhance one eye's powers. Upon hearing this, the 7 stars was immediately incensed. Are you trying to swindle me again? Do you think I'm blind in the other eye? Ding. Because, host, your 2 eyes possess different Sharingan abilities, thus only one can be upgraded. That does seem somewhat reasonable. Very well, let us enhance the ability of the right eye. Ding. Right eye ability enhancement in progress. Ding. Congratulations, host. The right eye has been upgraded to the Rinnegan. Unique ability of the Rinnegan. High Royal Spirit Sovereign. High Royal Spirit Sovereign. It amplifies the power of absorbed ninjutsu and reflects it back, with a potency far exceeding the original effect. The enhancement of the right eye has successfully transformed it into the eye of the Rinnegan deity, preserving the original ability of the deity of distance detection. The deity of distance detection is on cooldown for 2 years. Eye of the Rinnegan deity. It summons a colossal phantom god's eye that radiates violet light, capable of forcibly drawing any object that comes into contact with the purple glow into the black and white space created by the god's eye. It can only be used once per day. Each use consumes an excessive amount of chakra. The host is advised to exercise caution. Upon reading this, the 7 stars felt an immense tranquility wash over him. The combination of High Royal Spirit Sovereign and the Eye of the Rinnegan deity significantly augmented his combat prowess. However, curiosity soon struck him. He took out a mirror to examine his eyes. One was the Rinnegan while the other was an Eternal Manjiki Sharingan. The Manjiki Sharingan could be concealed. But how could he hide the Rinnegan? The item he had obtained from the last lottery seemed utterly useless at the time. But now it proved to be of great utility. He promptly retrieved a delicate square box from his spatial inventory. Upon opening it, a pair of exquisite contact lenses appeared within. After donning the lenses, his eyes were indeed thoroughly concealed, rendering the intricate patterns invisible. Yet, in the next moment, the insufferable system emitted a notification sound. Ding. Host, your Rinnegan is an upgrade of your own eye, and can be closed with the system's assistance. The 7 stars was momentarily stunned, then quickly comprehended the system's ulterior motive. Damn, don't tell me this means I have to spend points, right? Ding. Indeed. Host is astute. A mere 999 points will grant you the ability to permanently toggle the Rinnegan on and off. The host may consider this. I can't believe this. You keep demanding points. You're draining me dry. Nevertheless, the prospect of permanently acquiring such a technique intrigued the Seven Stars. After all, wearing contact lenses during battle could be quite inconvenient. Hence, he inquired, "System, are you certain there is no catch?" Ding. Please trust in the system's credibility. You have no credibility at all. Just get on with it. I'd be grateful for a swift resolution. Let me know the technique. I need to determine if this 1,000 points is worth it. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have spent 999 points to obtain the ability to freely toggle the Rinnegan. The host simply needs to silently command the Rinnegan to close in their mind, and the swirling patterns will vanish. Upon hearing this, the Seven Stars felt a twinge of disappointment. Indeed, the system had tricked him out of 1,000 points. Ding. Host, please refrain from unreasonable behavior. Ding. Host has insulted the system. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a level 1 penalty. Items can only be stored in system-designated body parts. Such a penalty is virtually meaningless for me, Uchiha 7 Stars. Upon uttering this, the 7 Stars shoved the box he had previously retrieved into his trousers. However, coincidentally, this scene was witnessed by Uchiha Izumi, who wore a beaming smile. With a shriek, the girl who had just stepped out of the room dashed back inside. The 7 Stars stood frozen in place, thinking, this is absurd. System, you must have orchestrated this. To alleviate the awkwardness, the 7 Stars proceeded to the first floor, where he was greeted by a bustling restaurant, surprisingly lively even late at night. He decided to withdraw his 3 shadow clones, intending to experience the joys of being a waiter. As he entered the restaurant, a tipsy patron immediately called him over. Hey, young man. Your establishment has had the first gorgeous list for years without an update, which I can accept. But why is the second combat power list still blank? I've been waiting for nearly 5 years. Do you plan to have my grandchildren burn it for me after I die? The 7 Stars was momentarily at a loss for words. The burly man continued, you need to urge your boss to collect the data. Well, sir, our boss has promised that the combat power list will be launched tomorrow. Upon hearing this, the man fell silent. That's good. By the way, young man, I'd like an order of authentic Beijing hand-pulled crispy noodles. It's a perfect dish to enjoy with drinks. After saying this, the 7 Stars turned and entered the kitchen, casually reaching into his trousers to retrieve several packets of hand-pulled crispy noodles, tearing them open and pouring in the seasoning. Here is your hand-pulled crispy noodles. However, all eyes at the table were fixed on the 7 Stars, causing him considerable embarrassment. One of them remarked, brother, I might be seeing things, but I think I just saw that kid pull something out of his trousers and dump it onto the noodles. Dear patrons, you might have indulged a bit too much. Our TNG Tower's strong liquor can lead to hallucinations. Really? Did we see it wrong? But these hand-pulled crispy noodles smell divine. Come on, let us eat before discussing. Hearing this, the 7 Stars wiped away the imaginary sweat from his brow. Thankfully, he had managed to divert their attention. Otherwise, he would have had to resort to illusions. After that, the 7 Stars quietly ascended to the second floor, preparing to activate the combat power list. At this moment, the 10 or so diners on the first floor, upon hearing that the strength ranking would commence the following day, began to speculate among themselves. Who do you think is the strongest in the ninja world? It goes without saying that it is the first Hokage. What nonsense! I believe it should be Uchiha Madara. I witnessed him as a child, effortlessly manipulating the Nine Tails. As the crowd engaged in animated discussions about the strongest individual on the strength ranking, Qixing had already arrived before the celestial mechanism, placing his hands upon it. Chapter 22. If you wish to learn, I shall teach you at this moment. He felt a pang of reluctance. This would cost him 10,000 points, and although it pained him, Qixing was eager to discover who the celestial mechanism deemed the strongest. He called out to the spirit of the celestial tower, Little Spirit, my master wishes to activate the strength ranking. Could you perhaps offer a discount? My master. While the strength ranking is exclusive to the celestial tower, the price is set by the system, and I cannot alter it, replied the spirit. Qixing furrowed his brow. Is there truly no benefit to activating the rankings within the celestial tower? Hearing this, the spirit, with its large, watery eyes, looked at Qixing with an adorably puzzled expression. As if to say, what are you talking about? I don't understand. However, the spirit thought to itself, oh dear master, please don't put me in a difficult position. The system's intelligence surpasses mine. It could play a deadly game with me if it knew. But the spirit dared not voice these thoughts and instead replied earnestly. The celestial mechanism is solely responsible for calculations. It does not concern itself with other matters. Very well, I shall spend 10,000 points to deduce the strength ranking. As he spoke, a silvery glow began to emanate from his hands placed upon the celestial mechanism. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have spent 10,000 points and successfully activated the strength ranking. For details, please proceed to the first floor of the celestial tower. Upon hearing this, Qixing's figure instantly traversed to the first floor. Yet, he arrived a moment too late. Though the hour was late, many patrons remained in the celestial tower, enjoying their drinks. A group of about a dozen had gathered around a wall, expressing astonishment. Is this real? The third Hokage isn't even in the top 10. That can't be. The third Hokage is renowned as the doctor of ninjutsu, the strongest in Konoha. My goodness. Look here, not only is the third Hokage absent, but all the Kage-level powerhouses from various villages are missing from the list. This is impossible. I refuse to believe it. If this ranking were to reach the Kage's hands, it would undoubtedly cause a tremendous uproar. Is this ranking credible? Is it? Brother, could you please omit the question mark? Do you have any idea how powerful the owner of the Celestial Tower is? They are a being of divine stature. Even the third Hokage wouldn't dare to provoke them. This Celestial Tower has stood here for years, and no one has dared to challenge it. That is the best proof. But why is the owner of the Celestial Tower not on the list? TCH, how do you know others are not on the list? Perhaps the number one in strength ranking is them. Come on, do you think I'm blind? The top ranked is clearly a woman. Look, there's even a description of her. Strength ranking, number 1. Otsutsuki Kagaya. Date of birth, August 15th. Age, unknown. Height, unknown. Weight, unknown. Personality, arrogant. Strength? Brother, have you noticed how familiar this woman looks? The first place in the strength ranking looks just like the first place in the beauty ranking. Not just similar, they are identical. Even their names are the same. And their appearances are alike. Who is this woman that she occupies the top of both lists? My heavens, I truly wish to see her true form. Just gazing at her portrait sends my heart racing. Enough of this. Old Black, with your cowardly demeanor and such dark skin, if you go out at night, I wouldn't even be able to find you. What are you all saying? You little brats understand nothing. In my day, I could charm countless young women in the ninja world, and it wasn't just because of my handsome face. Rather, it is my prowess and ample stature, coupled with my adeptness and various techniques, that sets me apart. You, mere pretty boys, shall never comprehend the true preferences of women. This meal today is on your tab. Why do you gaze at me so, longing to learn? Should the opportunity arise, I may impart my wisdom to you in due time. At this moment, a chorus of hisses resonated throughout the establishment. Another table of individuals engaged in lively discussion. Look at that leaderboard. How many of these names are familiar to you? Second place, Otsutsuki Kagaya. I seem to recall this name. Suddenly, one individual felt a jolt of realization. Isn't this the Sage of Six Paths? Are you intoxicated? The Sage of Six Paths ranks second. He has been deceased for many years. It is true. I possess a portrait of the Sage of Six Paths in my home. Look, there is an introduction beneath his name. Otsutsuki Kagaya, the first Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, the inaugural individual to unravel the true essence of chakra. Dedicated to maintaining peace and order. Ancestor of the Uchiha and Senju clans, the founding figure of the ninja sect. It is said that his chakra continues to drift through the world, quietly safeguarding the ninja realm, though the veracity of his demise remains uncertain. Upon reading this, a wave of astonishment swept over the group. Is this truly the case? Where did this information originate? Who exactly is the proprietor of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion? This revelation must be conveyed to Lord Third without delay. We must send word immediately. With that, several figures flickered and vanished from the Heavenly Secrets restaurant. The remaining guests exchanged glances, stifling their astonishment as they gazed at the lower section of the power rankings. Third place, Otsutsuki Yumura. The brief description on the leaderboard was succinct, merely stating that he was the brother of the Sage of Six Paths. The fourth place, Whitesnake Sage, and the fifth place, Great Toad Sage, though lacking introductions, undeniably possess extraordinary prowess merely by virtue of being sages. The sixth place, Azura, and the seventh place, Indra, while not widely recognized, undoubtedly rank among the formidable forces within the realm of ninjas. Upon witnessing the eighth place, the crowd was once again astounded. Eighth place, Reincarnation, Abido. Ninth place, Sage Arts, Hashirama. My goodness. The eighth and ninth positions belong to the familiar figures of the ninja world's demigods and deities. What has transpired in this world? Is our perspective truly so limited? Even the gods in our eyes find themselves relegated to the eighth and ninth spots. Look at the final entry. 10th place, Super Saiyan, 7 stars. What on earth is a Super Saiyan 7 stars? This is something I've genuinely never heard of. At this moment, the crowd exchanged bewildered glances. when suddenly one individual had a moment of clarity. That's right. The little fellow who just served the dishes was indeed named 7 Stars. At this, another person nearby nearly spat out in disbelief, exclaiming, "Come on, man, he is just a child." Chapter 23. It seems Danzo may be no more. As the crowd began to reflect, they collectively voiced their indignation. Nonsense. How young is that individual? One ought to choose their words with care. The little one is as delicate as a harmless egg. How could they possibly be compared to the likes of Lord Hashirama and Lord Madara? Let us cease our baseless speculations. Upon regaining his composure, this person realized he had been overthinking. A self-deprecating smile graced his lips as he glanced at the bottom of the list. Oh, look here, there is a line of fine print. This power ranking displays the 10 strongest individuals of Konoha from 55 years ago. Should any stronger contenders emerge, the list will update automatically. The crowd was once again taken aback. Could it be that this list is also a divine artifact? What I have witnessed today has utterly shattered my preconceived notions. This tower of heavenly secrets is indeed shrouded in mystery and possesses extraordinary power. The revelation of such a world-shaking artifact, along with its intelligence, without hesitation, suggests that the master of this tower is undoubtedly a formidable being, rivaling the gods themselves. As the discussions among the crowd continued, the night gradually faded away. The dawn swiftly illuminated this vast land. In the early morning, a piece of news rapidly spread from the Tenkai Tower throughout the entire Konoha village. And within less than half an hour, it reached the farthest corners of the shinobi world. At this moment, the Tenkai Tower was brimming with people, all eager to behold the 2 unparalleled rankings. Although many remained skeptical, the sight of the 3rd Hokage and Shimura Danzo, both with furrowed brows and contemplative expressions, instilled a sense of belief in the hearts of the onlookers. In the distant land of lightning, within the hidden cloud village, the 4 formidable leaders known as the Kage were engaged in a discussion concerning the fierce battle of yesterday. The atmosphere was thick with a sense of dread. Yet the meeting was abruptly interrupted by a reconnaissance ninja adorned with a cloud-patterned forehead protector. All 4 Kage turned their gaze upon this individual, and the overwhelming pressure compelled him to kneel before them. Trembling, he spoke. "Lord Raikage, today we received intelligence that within the Hidden Leaf Village, the Tenkai Tower has once again unveiled a new list, titled the Ninja World Power Rankings." The Raikage scoffed. Such trivial matters should not serve as an excuse to disrupt our gathering. Moreover, what is there to be astonished about? We, the 4 Shadows, will undoubtedly find ourselves atop the rankings. This individual hesitated, unable to articulate a response. It was then that Raikage interjected, expressing curiosity regarding our standings and inquiring who ranked first. "Lord Raikage," the reply came, "it appears that you are not listed on the rankings at all. Not only have you not made the cut, moreover, the formidable figures of the 5 great ninja villages did not make the list. Even the god of ninja, Shinja Hashirama, and the demonic figure of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara, could only secure the 8th and 9th positions, respectively. Astonishingly, even the Sage of 6 Paths was relegated to the 2nd place. Upon hearing this, all 4 Shadows rose in disbelief, exclaiming, "What did you say? How is this possible? The Sage of 6 Paths cannot be placed lower than first." "Who, then, holds the title of the first?" The reply came. "You are well acquainted with the individual who occupies the top position. She is none other than the illustrious figure atop the ranking, Kagaya Tsutsuki." "What? That woman is so formidable? Why have we never heard of her before? Does such a person truly exist in the ninja world?" Confusion clouded their minds as they pressed further. "And who, pray tell, is the one ranked 10th? The Raikage responded, "According to reports from our spies, the 10th position is likely held by the individual who battled the demon Madara yesterday. Through various inquiries, we have learned he possesses another title, the Shura Monkey. He is adept in space-time ninjutsu and is often seen wearing a monkey-faced mask, making it impossible for us to track him down. This is the only information we have gathered." At these words, the 4 fell into deep contemplation. Just how many powerful individuals are there in Konohagakure? It seems that following this meeting, any plans to assault the village must be postponed. Meanwhile, within a humble dwelling in Konohagakure, a remarkably poised young man perused the power rankings, a slight smile gracing his lips. Super Saiyan, 7 stars. Such a person does not exist in the ninja realm. Moreover, the strength has already reached such a level. It seems that this reincarnator must have arrived here long ago. Perhaps a predecessor. Ha ha ha, we are not alone in our journey. As he spoke, he glanced at the golden ring adorning his finger. In the next moment, a wisp of soul emerged from the ring. The young man called out, "Heavenly Elder, what is your perspective? I am not well versed in the world of your era. But since this individual has been recognized by the heavenly path of the ninja realm, he must be a native of this land. Once our powers are restored, we shall meet him. Agreed. I did not anticipate that you would encounter such calamity this time. Xuanji, you must exercise great caution. Do not trust anyone lightly again. Understood. Heavenly Elder, I did not expect that this time I would also involve you in my troubles. However, I have completely mastered the cultivation system of the ninja realm. This body is quite commendable. In 5 years, merely 5 years, I shall attain power surpassing that of the Kage level. Just wait and see how I shall overturn the heavens and the earth. Once I seize control of the ninja realm, I will return to the myriad realms. If the heavens do not give birth to me, Long Xuanji, I shall unilaterally dominate the ages as an emperor. To that contemptible woman, our next encounter shall be your demise. At this moment, Long Xuanji was filled with exuberance. Suddenly recalling something, he shifted the topic. Heavenly Elder, your identity as a transcendent will not be discovered by the Lord God, will it? Not for now. As long as the combat power of this world does not exceed divine level, he cannot enter. I understand. Meanwhile, within the Tianji Tower, although the hall was filled with patrons, silence prevailed. A young man wearing a monkey mask entered the Tianji Tower, prompting whispers among a few individuals. Isn't that the Shura monkey? Why has he come here as well? Of course, with the terrifying intelligence capabilities of the owner of Tianji Tower. Which ninja village wouldn't he desire such insights? At this moment, the third Hokage and Danzo were also present in the living room, nodding in acknowledgement upon seeing the Shura monkey. As the tension in the air thickened, Danzo narrowed his eyes slightly, and the three Tomo flickered momentarily before vanishing. Everyone awaited the appearance of the leader of the Tianji Tower, yet as dusk approached, he remained elusive. At that moment, the Azura monkey emerged from the tower, its form vanishing in an instant. Danzo, intent on tracking the Azura monkey, was suddenly enveloped by a violet light, drawing him into a peculiar realm. In this world, it seemed that everything conspired against him, as countless projectiles of anguish surged toward him from all directions. Terrifying explosions echoed around him, and a milky white sword shield, ablaze with fierce flames, lunged toward his lower body. Danzo opened his 3 Tomo, surveying his surroundings, only to find everything had abruptly vanished. It was all an illusion. Yet, in the next moment, an indescribable searing pain radiated from his lower half, spreading throughout his entire being. Chapter 24. Is that the forbidden technique scroll? Inside the Tianji Tower, the assembled crowd heard a heart-wrenching scream from outside. Ah, bastard! I will kill you. A frantic cry followed. Medical ninja, summon the medical ninja. Within moments, several elite medical ninjas from Konoha arrived. Upon realizing that it was Lord Danzo who was injured, they rushed forward to inquire about his condition. Danzo shouted, "Quick, look, check if it's still there." At his words, everyone, including the third Hokage, froze in shock, instinctively gazing at Danzo's lower half. They beheld a gruesome sight, already marked by charred remnants. 2 female medical ninjas covered their eyes as they approached, cautiously feeling their way to locate Danzo's lost member. However, before they could touch it, Danzo yelled again, "What are you afraid of? You've seen worse. Open your eyes and treat me." With determination, the 2 female medical ninjas opened their eyes and focused on the mangled flesh, as one pulled down his trousers. A slightly acrid smell of burnt flesh wafted through the vicinity, prompting the onlookers to cover their noses, unable to bear the sight. Danzo inquired, "What is the status? Is there still hope?" The medical ninjas examined the area thoroughly, revealing 2 charred, carbonized remnants. Upon touching them, Danzo cried out, "I can still feel something. Hurry, treat me." However, the 2 female medical ninjas responded, "Lord Danzo, this has been severed in 2 and burned to carbon by an unusual fire attribute chakra. It's already charred. Perhaps it's best to remove it." Danzo roared in anger, "No, that is impossible. I, Danzo, cannot become one of the rootless. If it's charred, so be it. Charred is better than nothing. Moreover, I possess a lingering sense of hope. I believe there is still a chance for revival. Hurry, administer the treatment." The speaker, Danzo, was in a state of hysteria, tears streaming down his cheeks. Observing this, the medical ninja swiftly channeled green chakra into his hands and extended them forward. The third Hokage sighed, "Danzo, focus on your recovery. I shall manage the affairs of the Umbu." Sarutobi, I am well aware of your intentions. I will handle the Umbu myself. My injuries are not severe. That wretched Ashura monkey must be punished. I swear, one day I will end his life. I cannot bear to encounter him again. A surge of rage welled up within me. Then, a terrifying wave of energy surged around Danzo. The recently treated splinter-like object within the medical ninja's care has once again split open. A piercing pain surged through Danzo, causing him to involuntarily gasp. Hiss. The onlookers instinctively touched their own lower bodies, wincing at the sight. Truly, it is no surprise that Danzo, a man seasoned by countless battles, could endure such unbearable agony. At this moment, his heart was heavy with distress, though he appeared unfazed on the surface. He was desperate to maintain the facade of a powerful leader in front of others. After the wound was tended to, Danzo departed without so much as a backward glance. Observing his retreating figure from the second floor of the heavenly machine tower, a robust silhouette materialized, letting out a cold snort. This is merely a small lesson. It is not my place to deliver your demise. My dear brother, soon you shall pay with your life. Danzo, do take care of yourself. At this moment, the third generation sighed, pondering how wonderful it would be if such a formidable being as the Azura monkey could become an ally of Konoha. Upon hearing these words, the aide beside him felt a twitch at the corners of his mouth, thinking to himself that if Lord Danzo were to hear this, it would surely infuriate him to the point of reopening his wounds. Time passed slowly amidst this farce. The annual sign-in for the 7 Stars has once again arrived. Ding. Congratulations, host. The yearly lottery has been refreshed, granting you a chance at a luxurious draw. Open the grand prize wheel. Ding. The luxurious wheel is now activated. However, this time, the luxurious wheel has left 7 Stars somewhat disheartened. Upon inspection, the 5 items displayed are as follows. 1. Divine Artifact, the Empress's Black Silk. 2. Devil Fruit, Rubber Fruit. 3. Sacred Sword Manual for Exorcism. 4. Fire Release, Heavenly Fire Rampant Dragon, Grade S. 5. Valkyrie's Personal Armor, exclusive to females. Although males may don it if their physique is alluring enough. Upon viewing these 5 items, 7 Stars internally recoils from participating in the lottery. Yet, this complimentary draw cannot be deferred, it will vanish come tomorrow. Do not inquire how this is known, 7 Stars has certainly experienced it firsthand. System lottery initiated. Ding. The luxurious wheel is spinning. This time, 7 Stars couldn't even muster the energy to observe. In the next moment, the system's notification resounded. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the divine artifact, the Empress's Black Silk. The Empress's Black Silk permanently maintains a flawless physique. Moreover, the defensive capabilities are astonishing. No matter how hard the object is, it cannot penetrate through it. Do you desire a pair of beautiful legs? Do not hesitate any longer, don them. And you shall become the brightest star in the ninja world. Upon reading this, Qixing spat a mouthful of old blood, exclaiming, System, are you intentionally messing with me? Such a thing could even be a prize in a lottery? Ding. The host has once again insulted the system. Congratulations, host, you have received a level 1 punishment. You. Damn it. I won't stoop to your level. However, this item is indeed a divine artifact. At this moment, Qixing held it in his hands. Feeling its texture and murmuring to himself, is this the adoration of countless men? To be honest, this divine artifact is quite soft to the touch, and feels rather pleasant. But to wear it? No way. How could I, Qixing, ever wear such a thing? Even with its formidable defense, even if my legs were severed, I would never don it. As Qixing was lost in thought, the door ahead swung open once more. Hearing the sound, Qixing instinctively prepared to conceal the divine artifact. But the next moment, he abandoned the idea of shoving it into his trousers. With a swift motion, he vanished into the second floor. Standing in the void, he tucked the item into his trousers and stored it in the system's space, then glanced at his points. Only a pitiful 500. In recent years, there had been no significant events, nor had he encountered any powerful beings from the Pure Land. Alas, it seems I must venture to other ninja villages to accumulate some points. As Qixing immersed himself in the pursuit of points, 5 years passed unnoticed. By this time, Konoha had entered its 60th year, marking the commencement of significant events. At this moment, Qixing perched atop a tree outside the forbidden area of Konoha. Gazing at the fleeting figure of Naruto and murmuring, is that the forbidden technique scroll? Chapter 25, The 4 Treasures of the Chicken Soaring. In the sky, Qixing observed this captivating chase. Below, after some idle chatter, Mizuki launched a large ninja shuriken towards the fallen Naruto. Just as Naruto attempted to rise and resist, Iruka leaped to tackle him. At this moment, Naruto's mind was flooded with 1,000 frustrations. Damn it, I could have dodged that. Why did you have to jump on me and block the shuriken? Iruka-sensei, who do you think you're looking down on? I can handle that guy all on my own. Yet, despite his continuous spitting of blood, Iruka began his impassioned speech, leaving Naruto stunned and motionless. Meanwhile, Qixing, listening from the sky, nearly toppled over. This is unbelievable. His verbal prowess is unmatched. So this is where Naruto learned his tongue techniques. In the next moment, it seemed Naruto made a decision and fled. Qixing, observing from above, chuckled at the unfolding drama. However, from the corner of his eye, he spotted four peculiar figures appearing several kilometers away, racing towards Naruto with unwavering determination, seemingly intent on pursuing him. Qixing sighed softly. Are these formidable beings from the Pure Land, or representatives of other factions? Are they after the sealing book? How intriguing. Just as Qixing redirected his gaze towards Naruto, an unsettling feeling of being watched enveloped him. He lifted his head to the sky. Oh, how audacious. Is it the third Hokage? You certainly have some nerve. With that, the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan instantly activated, and a blood-red glow vanished from his eyes. Far away, within the confines of the Hokage's office, a scream echoed. Sarutobi Hiruzen was engulfed by the vision of that crimson eye, clutching his head as his mind wrestled in turmoil. Ensnared by an unseen force. Outside, several Ambu ninjas revealed themselves, gazing at the third Hokage with bewilderment. What has happened, Lord Third? It was this call that roused the third Hokage from his stupor. Now, he sat upright, drenched in sweat. Impossible. How has he become so powerful? I truly wonder whether such a powerhouse in Konoha is a blessing or a curse. Meanwhile, Qixing once again turned his attention to Naruto. On the battlefield, Naruto had already unleashed his shadow clone technique, leaving Mizuki utterly astonished. In the blink of an eye, before Mizuki could react, Naruto overwhelmed him with a thunderous strike. Just as Naruto was filled with elation, eager to boast to Irika, the incapacitated Mizuki seemed to have found a savior. Lord Dragon, please save me. I've lured Naruto and the sealing book here. Upon uttering these words, a ripple in the air appeared, and four strange figures emerged from within the disturbance. Mizuki frowned, questioning. Who are these people? Not far away, four individuals emerged, bursting into hearty laughter. Haha, Aji, look over there. That is the Book of Seals, alongside the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Goodness. What a stroke of luck, exclaimed one. Xiang, this mission is surprisingly effortless. Haha. All the credit goes to AC. It was he who pinpointed this location, truly. He is a master of space. Consequently, he shall receive an extra share of the reward. Brothers, have you forgotten about me, Bao? I have been at the back, cheering you on all along. Upon hearing this, Aji exclaimed, you might as well not have said a word. You are truly embarrassing us, the Chicken Xiang Sibao. Every time we set out, you leave your brains behind, merely shouting, Aji is amazing, Xiang is formidable, AC is impressive, Bao is the best. Damn it. While the first three titles are justifiable, to claim that you are the best is utterly absurd. Have some self-respect. What have you accomplished? You seem incapable of doing anything right and leave nothing behind after eating. Were it not for your glib tongue, who would even want you around? At that moment, Bao narrowed his eyes and coldly replied, Brothers, it seems you hold me in low regard. Enough of this chatter. Let us first accomplish our task. We can discuss matters afterward. The three present were momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the absurdity of the situation. Chicken Xiang Sibao, what on earth is this? However, before Naruto could react, Chicken Xiang Si swiftly sprang into action. Their attacks were unlike anything Naruto and Irika had ever witnessed. Three colossal hands, resembling the sky itself, descended upon them. Celestial capture. Naruto positioned himself protectively in front of Irika. Shadow clone jutsu. Instantly, thousands of clones materialized within the forest. Naruto instructed a portion of his clones to carry Irika away while he sought an escape from another direction. Yet those three immense hands grew even larger, crashing down with tremendous force. With a thunderous boom, clouds of dust erupted as thousands of shadow clones vanished into thin air. Suddenly, within Naruto's body, a colossal claw composed of crimson chakra emerged, forcefully colliding with the large hand above. A thunderous explosion resonated. Following this, Aji exclaimed, Xiang, swiftly retrieve the Book of Seals. I'll handle the Nine Tails along with ACI. With that, the two of them instantaneously dashed towards Naruto, brandishing a peculiar talisman, poised to capture the Nine Tails. Xiang promptly replied, understood. Aji, leave it to me. As he spoke, his figure flickered, leaving a lingering shadow in his wake. He had already surged to Naruto's side, ready to pick up the fallen Book of Seals. Yet, in the next moment, a blazing sword of scarlet light, infused with immense fire attribute chakra, struck towards Xiang with unparalleled swiftness. Upon witnessing this, Shuemu cried out, Lord Long, save me. At that moment, the Nine Tails within Naruto sensed a grave danger. However, it found itself utterly unable to break free from its seal once more. In a fit of desperation, it cursed, damn you, fourth Hokage. You are no true father. Why is the seal so tight? Now your son is on the brink of death, and not even the gods can save him. At this moment, Long Xuanji had already arrived at the scene. With a resounding shout, he unleashed a fiery technique, creating a colossal sword of flames that cleaved the earth. carving out a trench several meters deep, effectively partitioning the two factions. Observing the dire situation, Asyong swiftly retreated to join his two brothers, exclaiming, "It's getting serious. About, quickly use your mouth technique to enhance our status." "Humph, just a moment ago, you claimed you didn't need me. Now the three of them conceded." "About, you are the most crucial one. Hurry." About recognized that this was not the time for quarrels and hastily proclaimed, "Ji Gu is formidable. Xiang Gu is valiant. Si Gu is imposing. About is exceptional." As soon as these words were uttered, a golden dragon-shaped phantom ascended from the four of them, instantly tripling their combined aura. Long Xuanji furrowed his brow and remarked, "Humph, mere tricks. I, Long Xuanji, am here. You all lack the qualifications to covet the Book of Seals." Chapter 26, The Art of Tongue Technique and Incantation. Upon hearing this, Aji scoffed. "You are just putting on a show. The Book of Seals is ours for the taking. What delusions you must have to think you can compete with us brothers." He then shifted his tone, speaking softly to the three behind him. "This fellow is formidable. His strength is at least on par with the mid-level of a shadow. Although our formation can share the burden of damage, we must not let our guard down. Asyong, take the opportunity to seize the Book of Seals, for now. Disregard the energy of the Nine Tails. I'll handle this arrogant fellow with a C." With that, the three of them ascended into the air, approaching Long Xuanji from three different directions. Long Xuanji bellowed, "Fire release, explosive technique." At that moment, flames engulfed him, and a 10-meter-high humanoid flame apparition mirrored his every movement. As he propelled himself off the ground, the flames left behind mere afterimages. In the next instant, he appeared beside Asyong. Long Xuanji understood that Asyong's speed was comparable to his own, and thus, he aimed to eliminate him first. The fiery apparition soared into the air, its fists ablaze with radiant flames, executing rapid-fire punches. Hundreds of fiery fists surged toward Asyong. Yet, Asyong remained unfazed, seemingly relying on some form of support as he pressed forward. The fiery fist struck Asyong, yet curiously passed through him. Long Xuanji turned his gaze to the other two individuals, noticing that the man known as Asi stood motionless, his hands continuously shifting through various seals, emanating a peculiar wave that spread outward from his palms. In that moment, Long Xuanji comprehended that this ability to manipulate space was indeed wielded by that individual. As Long Xuanji pondered his strategy, Aji had already ascended above him, and the crowd heard his thunderous shout, "Falling heaven, one chicken." At that instant, Aji's right leg radiated a golden light, his legs intertwining in a blur, resembling an afterimage. The golden luminescence coalesced instantaneously into a colossal golden chicken head, its half-meter-long sharp beak lunging toward Long Xuanji. Seeing this, Long Xuanji swiftly formed hand seals, invoking fire release, imperial flame kill. A torrent of flames erupted from his mouth, expanding with the wind and instantly manifesting as a crimson trident, which collided directly with Aji's descending attack. With a resounding bang, the trident vanished, and Aji was forced to retreat 100 meters. In the moment of his withdrawal, a kunai, laced with an explosive tag, followed closely behind, detonating with a loud blast. Astonishingly, Aji emerged from the explosion unscathed. It was then that Long Xuanji confirmed that this Asi was indeed an auxiliary-type spatial manipulator. In that moment, strategies crystallized within his mind, a cold snort escaping his lips. The earth began to crack, and Long Xuanji's fiery apparition swiftly formed hand seals. Earth release, stone giant, water release, mist shadow technique. Brother Chicken, be cautious. That fellow is about to obscure my line of sight. Retreat quickly. However, before Asi could finish his warning, two massive stone giants surged forth behind him, their fists wildly swinging in the thick fog. Deprived of visibility, Asi had no choice but to retreat. In the midst of the thick fog, Aji darted wildly, evading the attacks of the stone giant. At that moment, Asyong had acquired the Book of Seals and was preparing to retreat. Suddenly, the space behind him twisted violently, and a colossal hand struck him at the nape of his neck. The hand then seized the fallen Book of Seals, and turning to gaze at Long Xuanji, he murmured, "This fellow possesses some intriguing qualities. That peculiar fire technique is unlike anything I have encountered in the ninja realm. He surely does not belong to the ranks of the Hokage. He was undoubtedly shrouded in many secrets." He chuckled to himself. "I shall ensnare you within the Tower of Heavenly Secrets. After enjoying a meal prepared by my family, no matter how grand your secrets may be, you shall divulge them all." As he contemplated this with delight, a wicked grin crept upon the corners of Qi Xing's mouth. "Let me observe a little longer and see if I can secure my prey," he said, before vanishing into the mist. At this moment, Naruto and Irika had taken refuge in a tree 1,000 meters away, their astonished gazes fixed upon the battlefield. Irika-sensei, what level of battle is this? Upon hearing these words, Irika snapped back to reality, realizing that it was at least a battle of Hokage caliber. How could these individuals have suddenly appeared here? Could it be that they have all come for the Book of Seals? At this moment in the Hokage office of Konohagakure, the third Hokage finally emerged from the illusion of the Seven Stars, turning his gaze once more to the crystal ball on the desk. To his astonishment, he was taken aback by the sight of so many shadow-level warriors engaged in battle. The Umbu were utterly oblivious to the unfolding chaos. Quickly, mobilize personnel to locate Irika and Naruto. They are in peril. Exercise caution and avoid confrontation with the powerful adversaries. Simultaneously, in the depths of the forest on the battlefield, the dense fog had been dispelled by the mighty winds of the Chicken Seong Sambao. Aji and Asi cast their eyes upon the fallen A Seong, their hearts sinking. This is bad. In that fleeting moment, he must have employed some unknown technique to sever our formation and bring down A Seong. The Book of Seals is undoubtedly in his possession. Abao, enough of the games. It is time to get serious. Upon hearing this, Abao, who had lingered at the rear, instantly transformed his demeanor, standing tall like a Buddha, gazing intently at the battlefield. The trio, as if aided by divine intervention, shared their vision and distributed the burden of damage amongst themselves. At this moment, Abao's true words emerged once more. Chicken Brother exhibited extraordinary prowess, and Fourth Brother displayed formidable strength, rendering Abao invincible. The three of them were suddenly enveloped by a peculiar energy. One could observe countless souls swirling around Chicken Brother, whose body had become nearly translucent. Yet Asi's muscles swelled with intensity, seemingly poised to transcend his limits, as his body suddenly surged by a meter. As the muscles contracted once more, the individual resembled a mere stick, evoking the form of a withered tree. Upon witnessing this state, Long Xuanji called out to Tianlao, imploring, "Bestow upon me your strength." Without hesitation, Tianlao transferred half of the power he had regained over the years to Long Xuanji. Instantly, a surge of energy enveloped Long Xuanji, elevating his combat prowess to nearly the same level as the Seven Stars, surpassing 5,000. However, at the rear, Abao stood as the most formidable presence among them, cloaked in a golden Buddhist aura, reminiscent of an indestructible golden body. Although the aura towered only a few meters high, its essence conveyed that without surpassing the Shadow Realm, it would be futile to attempt to shatter it. The extraordinary abilities of these three individuals were truly astonishing. Chapter 27. This is no Pure Land. Yet, time was not on Long Xuanji's side, as two terrifying figures encircled him from either side. Dragon Xuanji no longer concealed his prowess. With a resounding shout, he unleashed the fire escape and donned the Imperial Fire Armor. Divine power manifested as the Imperial weapon, the Blazing Halberd. Flames surged around him, coalescing into a magnificent armor that enveloped his form. In the next moment, a halberd, exuding an even more terrifying heat and accompanied by torrents of molten lava, materialized beside him. Dragon Xuanji effortlessly drew it with one hand, the overwhelming temperature instantly melding with his being. At that moment, the assaults from Aji and Asi arrived. Aji's palm manifested a grinding disc, within which countless souls roared, their sonic waves invading and ensnaring all who encountered them. As the frail shadow of Asi's fist surged forth, a fiery crimson phantom of a Qilin roared in fury, charging towards Long Xuanji alongside the force of his strike. The most formidable opponent was Abao, who, with a single hand extended forward, unleashed a barrage of golden palm prints that erupted from his palm. At that moment, Long Xuanji was besieged by the corrupting sounds of demonic music. However, Tianlao was not to be underestimated. Seizing the brief moment of distraction, his divine power surged into Long Xuanji's forehead. Swiftly, he formed intricate hand seals, employing the technique of shadow escape and dustless obstruction. In synchrony with Long Xuanji's seals, his form abruptly vanished from the land. The attacks of both individuals missed their mark entirely. At this moment, standing in the void, Qixing opened his Rinnegan and finally discerned a faint specter stealthily advancing towards Aji's rear. As Aji and ACI continuously turned in their frantic search, they shouted, "Abao! Quickly find him, hurry!" Upon witnessing the urgency, Abao had already activated his perception, yet no matter how he sensed, the individual seemed to have vanished into thin air. It appeared that a significant loss of blood was imminent. After uttering this, Abao struck his chest with his left hand, spewing a mouthful of old blood several meters away, and exclaimed, "The Divine declares, you cannot escape." Subsequently, Long Xuanji flickered into visibility behind Aji for a brief moment before vanishing once more. "Abao, keep it up." Upon hearing these words, Abao painfully expelled another mouthful of old blood, proclaiming, "The Divine states, as the light illuminates the earth, your shadow will surely appear within it." With that, Abeo's complexion turned ashen. In a peculiar revelation, Long Xuanji discovered that although her form had vanished, her shadow indeed manifested upon the earth. Without a moment's hesitation, she swiftly formed hand seals, conjuring the dust escape, realm separation technique, which materialized into a cylindrical barrier that she hurled towards Aji. Simultaneously, her figure vanished once more. Observing this, Asi saw the ethereal projection envelop Aji as the realm separation technique penetrated through his body, unexpectedly striking the prone A Xiong nearby. This time, the Chicken Xiong 4 treasures had truly transformed into the Chicken Xiong 3 treasures. Yet, Long Xuanji had anticipated this collaboration the instant she unleashed the dust escape. She had already positioned herself before Asi. With a single hand grasping the blazing flame halberd, she appeared as a deity descending upon the world. Prepared to pierce through Asi, Abao, with a pallid complexion, cried out once more. Asi, invincible, observed as Abao's Buddhist visage abruptly vanished. Reappearing upon Asi's body, Long Xuanji appeared to have anticipated this moment. With a swift application of the technique of division, his body instantaneously split into two, one of which charged directly towards Abao. The subsequently struck the Buddha's shadow, leaving behind but a faint trace. Upon witnessing the individual S body splitting into two and advancing towards him, Abao uttered once more, "The divine proclaims, you cannot behold me." Despite these words being spoken, Abao's own form did not vanish. In the void stands the 7 stars, who breaks into a grin. So, the essence of the true words is indeed the divine power that beckons the Grim Reaper. Your deity is, after all, the harbinger of death in the Pure Land. How intriguing. At this moment, the 7 stars swiftly formed seals with both hands. Instantly, a colossal barrier of light envelopes an expanse of 10,000 meters. As the divine power summoned by Abao sought to penetrate through, Qixing, witnessing this, abruptly awakened his reincarnation eye, the High Emperor of Spirit. Directly absorbing that divine energy into his gaze, caused Abao's incantation to falter. Realizing that his sacred words had failed, Abao's heart filled with fury, he struck his chest repeatedly, producing 3 resounding thuds accompanied by the expulsion of blood, which sprayed several meters away. The divine voice proclaimed, "I am the light that illuminates the earth. You cannot harm me." Upon hearing this, Long Xuanji inwardly scoffed, "Fool." Without further ado, another incarnation swiftly formed hand seals, invoking earth escape, causing the very core of the earth to tremble. The ground split apart, and Abao, unable to utter a cry in time, plummeted into the abyss. Then, 3 colossal meteorite-like landslides descended from the heavens, burying Abao deep within the pit. In the end, the crowd only heard a feeble gasp of astonishment. Impossible. My incantation has never faltered. My deity shall not forsake me. The voice gradually faded into silence. Witnessing this scene, AG, filled with dread, cried out, "AC, run. Quickly, teleport. Hurry." At that moment, AG seemed to sense the ominous awakening of something terrifying, abruptly retreating in alarm. Asi's face was etched with panic as a rift in the void suddenly opened behind him, offering an escape. However, a peculiar sealing barrier ensnared everyone within, leaving no avenue of escape. AG and Asi exhausted all conceivable methods to break free, ultimately collapsing to their knees, prostrating themselves in desperation. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were engulfed in confusion, pondering what had transpired. Had these 2 individuals lost their sanity? Just moments ago, they had appeared perfectly fine. Suddenly, the ring in Long Xuanji's hand radiated a brilliant light, and the ancient spirit of Tianlao appeared in an instant. "Xuanji, flee," he warned urgently. "Moments ago, I inadvertently sensed the presence of that fiend." No sooner had he spoken than a towering black specter, 5 meters high, surged forth from the ground where Abao had been buried. At that moment, the specter's aura swelled with power, resembling a malevolent deity gazing down upon the world below. "You 2 fools," it sneered, "you cannot even protect my avatar. What use are you?" With a swift motion, the dark specter clenched its fist, and 2 ethereal hands erupted from the earth, ensnaring the 2 unfortunate souls. AG and Asi pleaded for mercy, but in the next heartbeat, 2 clouds of crimson mist erupted violently. The black specter turned its gaze toward the remnants of Tianlao's spirit and chuckled softly. "Ah, Tian Yuan, I never anticipated encountering you here." Tianlao responded with a cold smirk. "Tian Bao, I too am surprised that this sacred land has sent your specter to confront me. You truly hold me in high regard." The black specter, upon hearing this, retorted with derision, "You, a piece of trash, dare to claim such things? You cannot even tread the path of transcendence, and yet you speak so arrogantly. Surrender the key to transcendence, and I shall accept you as a warrior spirit, sparing your life. What do you say?" "At present, You exist merely as a specter. Do not presume you have the upper hand." As he spoke, the light emanating from the two spectral forms intensified, and the black specter bellowed, "Divine power. Divine light cannon." The ancient power of the heavens possesses a similar capability. A divine force that can extinguish worlds. The onlookers beheld two terrifying beams of light, poised to collide. From a distance of 1,000 meters, Irika's eyes widened in alarm. Should this overwhelming energy clash, it would likely obliterate everything within several kilometers, and we would perish here as well. Yet, in the next instant, a figure abruptly materialized between the two ominous energies. The figure donned a monkey-faced mask, exuding a robust presence, and vociferously cursed, "How dare you? You two old wretches. This is not a sanctuary. You cannot wreak havoc here." Chapter 28. The slaying of the thunder god who granted you the audacity to rampage on my territory? As he spoke, Qixing's aura surged dramatically, activating his Super Saiyan form. The terrifying waves of energy radiated outward from Qixing, extending 1,000 meters, while his jet-black hair transformed into a golden mane, soaring skyward. At that moment, Qixing's right eye snapped open, revealing a swirling vortex within. High Emperor Spirit Sovereign, absorb. The onlookers witnessed the fearsome flames and explosive light being drawn into Qixing's eye. Meanwhile, Naruto and Irika, still encased within the ceiling barrier, regained their composure from the initial panic. Phew, we are saved. Such terrifying power. Could this being be akin to the First Lord? Yet, who was the masked figure in the sky? Clenching his fists, Naruto vowed silently, "I, Naruto, shall become stronger and earn everyone's recognition." At this moment, two ethereal forms were taken aback as their most formidable attack was effortlessly absorbed, leaving them in a state of shock. How could this be possible? What kind of ability is this? Who exactly are you? Meanwhile, the figure known as 7 Stars, adorned with a monkey-faced mask, turned to gaze upon the towering black phantom. Upon seeing 7 Stars donning the monkey mask, the phantom was inexplicably elated. "You are the one who inflicted severe injuries upon the phantom of the owl. Azura monkey. Ha ha ha. After searching for the monkey amidst 1,000 paths, I find it without any effort at all. Youngster, will you surrender willingly? Or shall I summon the divine?" Upon hearing this, 7 Stars was momentarily taken aback. Summon the divine? Then, please commence your performance. The black phantom, enraged by such audacity, retorted, "You ignorant child, humph. I shall ensure you understand your fate." With that, it produced an ancient scroll, channeling an immense surge of spiritual energy into it, and bellowed, "Arise, my most powerful guardian spirit." As it spoke, the black phantom began to form intricate seals with its hands. In the next instant, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, and as the light faded, a figure materialized before the onlookers. The figure was bare-chested, with flowing red hair and a white skirt, adorned with gilded battle boots. Behind it hung a blood-red warhammer, larger than the figure itself, pulsating with vibrant crimson energy within, as if it were a living entity. The surrounding space seemed unable to withstand the immense energy, beginning to crack. In that moment, a voice emerged from the figure, proclaiming, "Dare you disturb my observation of the battle between gods and mortals? You shall perish. No, Lord Thor. You are my guardian spirit, and I am your ethereal essence. It is your duty to protect me." Before the dark ethereal spirit could finish speaking, the deity known as Thor brought down his colossal hammer, unleashing a fierce bolt of lightning that struck directly at the dark soul. In the next instant, the dark soul shattered, and fissures began to appear all over its form. A desperate cry echoed as it gasped, "Ah, I shall punish you. I shall punish you." At this moment, the remnants of the celestial elder, witnessing the situations, had already seized Long Xuanji and fled to the edge of the barrier. They had even begun to excavate a deep pit several meters down, leaping into it. Long Xuanji, perplexed yet resolute, followed suit without further inquiry. Meanwhile, Naruto and Irika exchanged a glance, and, without hesitation, they too plunged into the abyss. The three of them, locked in a silent stare, uttered not a word. After all, they were kindred spirits in adversity, aware that they might all perish in the next heartbeat. Beyond the 5-ceiling barrier, the third-generation Elder Ape had arrived alongside the elite ninjas of Konoha, only to discover a formidable barrier that was exceedingly difficult to breach from the outside. Summoning the ceiling team to assess how to dismantle this 5-ceiling barrier, it was certain that Naruto and Irika were among them. Meanwhile, in the skies above, Thor gazed upon the Uchiha 7 Stars, declaring, having slain that wretched soul, "I must provide an explanation. Thus, your demise is inevitable." Upon hearing this, the 7 Stars' gaze sharpened, retorting, "To kill me? Do you think you are worthy?" With this proclamation, the momentum between the two surged as they clashed in the heavens. In an instant, the Seven Stars unsheathed the Seven Stars sword, leaving only an afterimage in his wake as he engaged in a cataclysmic confrontation with the God of Thunder. The resounding clashes echoed as their forms intertwined in the firmament, causing the very void to tremble under their might. After a ferocious exchange, the Seven Stars activated a combat power detector, revealing that Thor's strength was merely at the late stage of the super shadow level, suggesting that the heavenly path suppression of foreign entities was extraordinarily formidable. However, this guardian spirit was by no means a true divine entity. It might merely be a projection. If it were merely a projection and held strength comparable to my Super Saiyan form, then the true body's power must be. Though it was a rare encounter with a worthy adversary, an inexplicable disdain for him brewed within me. Therefore, you must perish. Susanoo, Great Buddha form, activate. Energy surged from the Uchiha Seven Stars, and a golden Buddhist figure adorned in Susanoo armor emerged, with golden hair cascading towards the heavens. Upon witnessing this, Thor's expression grew grave. The next moment, the God of Thunder descended, enveloped in crackling lightning, as a colossal 100-meter lightning giant materialized. In that instant, both titanic figures unleashed their ultimate attacks. The lightning giant raised its immense hammer, calling forth divine thunder to annihilate the world. Countless terrifying bolts of lightning rained down from the sky, forming a lightning vortex that struck the Seven Stars directly. In response, the Seven Stars bellowed, Great Buddha. Cosmic Starquake. Simultaneously, two colossal meteors, each exceeding a kilometer in size, plummeted from the heavens towards Thor. Upon colliding with the five-ceiling barrier, it was instantly shattered. In the very next moment after witnessing the terrifying meteorite, the third generation of Sarutobi Hiruzen swiftly withdrew from the scene. Naruto, Iruka, and Long Xuanji, upon seeing the barrier shatter, instantly vanished from the battlefield. At this juncture, Thor furrowed his brow as the colossal lightning giant surged towards the heavens. Raising his mighty hammer, he struck with a resounding crash, shattering the first meteorite. The overwhelming recoil from the impact rendered his hands numb. A second, even more colossal meteorite arrived almost simultaneously. Thor swung his hammer once more, but this time he encountered a force far more terrifying. His form faltered, and the 100-meter-tall giant of lightning was struck down to the ground, creating a resounding crash as a vast crater several thousand meters deep instantly formed. At this moment, on the side of Qixing, upon encountering the furious thunder, the High Emperor's Spirit Sovereign was activated. A violet vortex, spanning 100 meters, emerged from the reincarnation eye, voraciously absorbing the divine thunder's power. Within the span of 3 breaths, the divine thunder was entirely consumed. However, at this juncture, blood began to seep from Qixing's right eye, clearly indicating that the energy within had reached saturation. Should it remain unrelieved, there was a grave risk of the eye bursting. In the next instant, the High Emperor's Spirit Sovereign unleashed all accumulated energy towards the vast pit below. Observers several dozen kilometers away could only witness a colossal white orb, measuring 1,000 meters, manifesting in the battlefield. In but a breath's time, the white light expanded to 10,000 meters, culminating in a thunderous explosion. The nearest village, Konoha, experienced a phenomenon akin to a magnitude 7 earthquake, with countless structures collapsing. The third generation and the members of the Sealing class stood in astonishment, their eyes wide as they beheld the radiant white light, unable to regain their senses for an extended moment. The instant the white light dissipated, ripples emerged from the void at the center of the battlefield. Qixing, adorned with a monkey-faced mask, stepped forth from the ether, casting a gaze downward at Soul. At this moment, Soul was a mere shadow of his former self, his body battered and broken, barely able to recognize the imposing figure he had encountered earlier. To his astonishment, this being had endured such a formidable assault and still drew breath. Chapter 29. You have no secrets before me. Observing Soul's shattered form, though stripped of combat prowess, the pride of a god remained intact. Soul smiled at Qixing, marveling at the fact that in this insignificant realm, someone could slay a deity. This journey had indeed proven worthwhile. A god, he mused. You claim to be divine, yet are all gods as fragile as you? Hearing this, the thunder god erupted into maniacal laughter. How naive you are. A true god is an existence beyond your feeble comprehension. At the mention of feeble, Qixing's fury ignited. Feeble? In my presence, you are even less than that. Regardless of your current state, you, the exalted god, shall perish. With that, Qixing's right foot crashed against the ground, unleashing a shockwave that sent Soul's broken form soaring. In the next heartbeat, Qixing vanished, his colossal hand seizing Soul's head and forcefully driving it toward the earth. This strike lacked grandeur and was devoid of anguished cries. Instead, a deep chasm spanning 100 meters materialized upon impact. While the thunder god's shattered body began to dissolve into white motes of light, Qixing activated his Rinnegan, enveloping the white motes in a purple glow. Yet, the white light seemed almost sentient, most of it retreating into the void, while a small portion was drawn into the space of the Eye of the Divine, subtly expanding that realm. Could this be the essence of divine power? The mighty MJ lunar of the earth has long since vanished without a trace. Qixing cast a glance at the vast pit spanning 10,000 meters, his form gradually becoming indistinct. On a hillside 10 kilometers away, Long Xuanji was confronting the third generation of Sarutobi, Hiruzen. Although Long Xuanji possessed the strength of a shadow-level ninja, he found himself surrounded by hundreds of elite genin. Before him stood an elderly ape, whose prowess was undoubtedly on par with his own. The ancient deity's powers had been completely depleted, and he now lay in a deep slumber. Although Long Xuanji endeavored to explain, no one believed that the Book of Seals was not in his possession. Just as Sarutobi Azashi issued the order to attack, a rift in space opened beside Long Xuanji, from which emerged a figure donning a monkey-faced mask. Upon seeing this masked visage, the crowd instinctively retreated 100 meters. You are Lord Azura Monkey. How did you come to be here? Ah, old monkey. It's nothing, everyone disperse, he replied casually, tossing the Book of Seals to Naruto. Train diligently, your future holds limitless potential. Upon receiving encouragement from such a godlike figure, Naruto felt a surge of fervor. Rest assured, Lord Azura Monkey, I, Naruto, shall become a man who surpasses even the Hokage. Just watch. At this moment, Qixing chuckled lightly. Good, I trust you will not disappoint me. Without regard for Long Xuanji's protests, he effortlessly lifted him and vanished from sight. The crowd, still in a daze, heard Naruto inquire, Old Man Third, just how powerful was that figure? The third Hokage, pulled back to reality, replied, in time, you will know. You, always causing trouble everywhere. Nearly met your demise this time. From now on, tone it down. Now, let us head back. Meanwhile, Qixing had already arrived at the second floor of the Tiangong Tower, where he unceremoniously tossed Long Xuanji aside. This is the Tiangong Tower. The first floor is the dining area, and the second floor consists of guest rooms. Feel free to choose any room to reside in. Follow the rules and learn gradually from Quan. Long Xuanji, momentarily taken aback, asked, Great One, I still do not know your name. Uchiha Qixing, in the ninja world, they call me Azura Monkey. But, esteemed Qixing, you've brought me here. Do you not wish to uncover my secrets? Not particularly. Everyone harbors secrets they cannot divulge. If you choose not to share, I shall not pry. However, Qixing mused internally, why the urgency? Once you grow hungry and behold the delectable offerings on the first floor, you will find it hard to resist. Once you taste the dishes crafted by Shao Kai, what secrets could possibly remain in your presence? With this thought, a wicked smile crept upon Qixing's lips. Upon encountering that lewd smile, Long Xuanji felt a tightening in her core, pondering to herself, surely, this esteemed figure cannot possibly have an inclination for such things. Alas! How I, Long Xuanji, once stood as a paragon of imperial might. Now, bereft of the heavenly elder, I find myself in a pitiful state, reduced to the indignity of bartering my dignity for protection. Sigh, for now, I shall feign compliance. After all, one must endure under the eaves. Should Qixing become aware of this man's current intentions, he would likely not hesitate to eliminate him on the way back. At this moment, Qixing entered his room. Engaging in a profound dialogue with the system, he pondered the reasons behind the sluggish accumulation of points. Ding! The host has slain 2 shadow-level formidable beings, earning 6,000 points, defeated 1 super shadow-level phantom, gaining 10,000 points, and vanquished a 6-path-level phantom projection, receiving 50,000 points. In total, the host has acquired 66,000 points. Ah, you crafty merchant, you haven't deducted any of my points this time. Ding! Does the host harbor any misconceptions regarding the system? The system is committed to nurturing and enhancing the esteemed host strength as a primary principle. How could it possibly engage in point deduction? Seriously. When have I ever misinterpreted you? You've done that plenty of times already. Ding! Please, host, accurately comprehend the system. Enough with those trivialities. If you don't have anything else to say today, I wouldn't believe you even if you killed me. Ding! The host's understanding of the system is indeed profound. Ding! Considering the host's strength is approaching the mid-shadow level, with combat power nearing 5,000, an upgrade is necessary for the system to better serve the esteemed host. Would the host be willing to spend 30,000 points for this upgrade? Upon hearing this news, Qixing was momentarily taken aback, then quickly reacted with a curse. I'm baffled. Why are you so courteous today, you scheming merchant? Is it because I'm here? Isn't the system functioning perfectly well? Why the need for an upgrade? Ding. Has the host not noticed that the system's response has been somewhat sluggish lately? Indeed, it has been rather slow. Ding. After the system upgrade, not only will it initiate a light-speed response mode, but it will also become more intelligent and personable, serving as the host's devoted companion. Moreover, the host will receive an upgrade gift package, which contains unexpected treasures. Upon hearing this, Qixing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chapter 30. 8 Extraordinary Techniques, God's Craftsmanship. Is there such a delightful surprise? An upgrade is essential. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Having consumed 30,000 points, the system's various functions have successfully been upgraded, resulting in a more stable and faster system. Upon hearing this, Qixing was momentarily stunned, and then quickly reacted, what the hell? How can the system upgrade so swiftly? Ding. Of course. This makes the system more user-friendly. Have you noticed the system's increased speed? I feel like I've been robbed of my points, yet I lack evidence. Ding. In accordance with the principle of prioritizing the host, the system would never engage in such despicable acts. But let us not dwell on that. Where is my gift package? Ding. The package has been delivered to the system space. Please check it, host. Qixing then directed his gaze towards the system space, where the gift package was opened. I'm eager to see what unexpected items await. Ding. The host has opened the package. Congratulations. You have obtained a doll single-use item and the Valkyrie's intimate garment, one piece. Description. The doll can instantly transform into an exact replica of the host when imminent death approaches, allowing for a seamless exchange of bodies that cannot be interfered with by any abilities. After the exchange, it takes the place of the host's true death. The Valkyrie's garment, crafted from a millennium-old golden silk by the Valkyrie herself, not only withstands the full force of a deity's strike but also provides warmth in winter and coolness in summer, imbued with the Valkyrie's lingering fragrance, making it a coveted item among the gods. Upon reading this, Qixing felt a mix of amusement and irritation. The items were undeniably valuable, no doubt about it. But why? Dear system, do you seem to have a grudge against the Valkyrie, pilfering her undergarments as my reward? I am utterly appalled. Moreover, how could I dare wear such attire? Yet the temptation of being able to withstand a deity's full strike is quite overwhelming. Perhaps I shall keep it, even though the doll seems more suited for preserving my life in dire circumstances. This garment appears to be reusable, though. This undergarment, it certainly has a distinct aroma. What on earth am I doing? I hope I never have to use it. But system, I must say, your peculiar tastes are rather unique. Initially, you pilfered a maiden's panties, and I turned a blind eye. Then you took the empress's stockings, and I begrudgingly accepted them. Now, you've outdone yourself by stealing the Valkyrie's intimate wear. Good heavens, this could form a complete set. Please, do refrain from such antics. Otherwise, those who read this might think I, Qixing, orchestrated this. I am at a loss for words. Next time, provide something practical that directly enhances my strength, rather than these extravagant trinkets. Ding. Please trust in the system's integrity. All endeavors are aimed at enhancing the host's strength. In due time, these items will prove useful. Is that so? I sincerely hope I never find myself in need of them. Well, enough of this. After all, it is a support for my growth. Sigh this system. Speaking too much only brings tears. At this moment, he glanced at his remaining points, 35,900. Let us spend them wisely and see if this luxurious roulette can yield some valuable items. System, hurry up and launch the luxurious draw. Ding. The quick system is at your service. The luxurious roulette has been initiated. As the roulette opened, Qixing's eyes lit up with excitement. Displayed were 5 items, including the coveted 8 extraordinary techniques. At the top was the frequently appearing 8 extraordinary techniques. Below it was the dragon fist, and astonishingly, a modified version of the whole wave. To the left lay a massive ceiling scroll named the Zero-Tail Contract Scroll, while to the right was a dark energy matrix. System, I want to draw 3 times. Ding. Initiating the luxurious roulette draw. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the dark energy matrix, which allows for the collection of various dark energies, the Zero-Tail Contract Scroll, and the 8 extraordinary techniques. Upon seeing the last item, Qixing smiled, feeling that this expenditure of points was worthwhile. System, I wish to learn the 8 extraordinary techniques. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have mastered the 8 extraordinary techniques, unlocking the first ability, God's Craftsmanship. The next ability will unlock once the proficiency of the current ability reaches 10. Current proficiency is at 0. At this, Qixing took out the automatic cultivation editor, planning to edit the training for the third ability. Ding! The level 1 editor can only cultivate 2 abilities simultaneously. If the host wishes to cultivate the 8 extraordinary techniques, the editor must be upgraded to level 2. Qixing declared with confidence, "Upgrade." Ding! Congratulations, host. The automatic cultivation editor has been successfully upgraded to level 2. 5,000 points have been deducted. The next upgrade will require 10,000 points. You can now add abilities for cultivation. The system added the 8 extraordinary techniques, God's craftsmanship. As soon as the words fell, a small figure appeared within the automatic cultivation editor, feverishly refining various materials. In the next moment, images of refining techniques flooded Qixing's mind, and within mere minutes, he had transformed into a qualified master craftsman, with this growth continuing unabated. Seeing this, Qixing narrowed his eyes slightly. Refining? It seems the spiritual tools of the myriad realms shall flourish under my guidance. Afterward, he turned his gaze to the other 2 items, the Dark Matrix and Zero Tail. The Land of the Void? I hope you will resist fiercely. That would be quite entertaining. After reviewing his recent gains, Qixing decided to inspect his attributes panel. Host, Uchiha Qixing, age, 18, realm, shadow level, combat power, late shadow level, mid 6 paths talent, transform into super form, bloodline development 19. Super form level 1 and 2. Skills, proficient in various DA level ninjutsu, sky dance technique level 5. Special ability, complete body Susanoo. Left eye ability, Kamui. Right eye, Kodo Amatsukami. Rinnegan, unique ability, High Emperor's Spirit. Rinnegan's divine eye can only be used once daily. Items, various strange artifacts from the myriad realms. Points, 900. Weapon, Qixing sword. At that moment, the shadows of the major ninja villages convened once more. Everyone, another battle of such magnitude has erupted in the Konoha forest. The cause stems from the appearance of the Book of Seals, and our spies have reported that a massive crater spanning 10,000 meters has formed on the ground. The people of Konoha are currently attempting to restore the battlefield. What are your thoughts on this matter? AI. The strength of Konoha's ninja village has likely surpassed that of our 4 major ninja villages. I believe we must unite, as the Chunin exams are about to commence. The Hidden Leaf village has extended an invitation solely to your Sand village, yet this presents an excellent opportunity. You need only execute the plan, and we shall provide support from the rear. At this moment, the Water Shadow, Earth Shadow, and Thunder Shadow all harbored a singular thought. Let the 2 of you exhaust each other while we reap the benefits. However, the Sand Shadow was not foolish. How could he remain oblivious to the intentions of the other shadows? A sinister smile crept across the corners of the Sand Shadow's mouth, and his pupils instantly transformed into yellow slits. Casting a glance at the 3 old men, he remarked, "Then it is settled." Chapter 31. The technique bestowed by heaven. The scene shifted to the village of Konoha. Atop the Tenkai Tower, a figure stood, adorned with a monkey-faced mask, his eyes gleaming with intensity as he surveyed the entire village. Suddenly, a shadow materialized behind him. Boss, numerous significant events have transpired recently. The fresh blood of Konoha has, at long last, completed 8 missions within the past month, meeting the requirements for the Chunin exam registration. In the border town of Kaiki, the infamous TS was slain by Gaara, while the Moonlight Gale fell victim to Maki. The Sound Village and Sand Village have conspired, and Orochimaru has initiated the plan to annihilate Konoha. Furthermore, the individuals you have been monitoring have made considerable progress. However, today, Orochimaru, now the Sand Shadow, has infiltrated Konoha, and the ensuing events may prove quite troublesome. Oh, has the narrative reached this juncture? Time indeed flies swiftly. Sue, New Jersey, are you still unwilling to accept this? Do you yearn to return for vengeance? This, my lord, I understood. Nevertheless, this significant event will undoubtedly attract a number of intriguing participants. I leave Shikaku to your care. Ensure that those tedious individuals do not cause excessive disruption. Yes, boss, I comprehend. And how have you fared with that weapon? Thank you for your generous gift. That sword is comparable to the imperial weapon from my previous life. Very well, proceed. Is the first Hokage, the second Hokage, within the third coffin, Madara? I truly look forward to it. As they spoke, the 2 figures vanished from the rooftop. Meanwhile, outside Konoha, the summoning technique of the Sand Ninjas had been completed, and a colossal 3-headed serpent emerged. At this moment, the serpent began its invasion of Konoha, capturing the attention of the majority of ninjas, and chaos descended upon the village. At this moment, the 3rd generation's guards met a tragic fate. Witnessing this, Feng sprang into action, seizing the 3rd generation and taking them to the rooftop. Moments ago, The sand ninja, who had been cleaved into 4 pieces, astonishingly revived. They were, in fact, disguised sound ninjas. Upon witnessing this unexpected turn of events, the 4 swiftly enacted a barrier, the 4 purple flames formation, and fortified the barrier from within. Consequently, both the Hokage and the Kazekage found themselves ensnared within the confines of the formation. At this juncture, Sarutobi Hiruzen still sought to persuade the Kazekage to prioritize peace over conflict. Orochimaru no longer concealed his true intentions. "Oh, my foolish teacher," he remarked. "Does age dull the mind in the embrace of peace? Curse be you, Orochimaru. What is your true aim?" At that moment, Orochimaru coldly declared, "You shall perish here today. That is my objective." In an instant, he swiftly slashed the throat of the 3rd Hokage, who, in the next heartbeat, transformed into a mere earth clone. While his true self appeared several dozen meters away, the 3rd Hokage realized that there was no escape now, only a battle remained. Yet, how could Orochimaru engage directly? With hands moving rapidly in intricate seals, he performed the summoning technique, followed by the reanimation jutsu. In the next moment, 2 coffins emerged at his command. Just as the 3rd coffin was about to surface, the 3rd Hokage sensed impending doom and rushed forward to intervene. However, a delicate, pale hand effortlessly intercepted all of his attacks. The 3rd coffin slowly broke through the soil, and as the lids of the 3 coffins opened simultaneously, out stepped the 1st Hokage, Hashirama Senju, the 2nd Hokage, Tobirama Senju, and the infamous warrior of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara. The instant they appeared, the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi, felt his pupils constrict in shock. Before Sarutobi stood a figure who spoke, "Obito, it has been a long time." At that moment, the resurrected Madara furrowed his brow and remarked, "The time has not yet come. Why am I summoned at this moment?" Hashirama curiously inquired, "Do you know that fellow wearing the monkey mask?" At that moment, Madara chose to ignore Hashirama's question. Instead, he turned to face Tobirama, an overwhelming aura of malevolence emanating from him. At that moment, the most befuddled was none other than Orochimaru. "What is the meaning of this? I summoned you not to boast. The Azura monkey? I have heard much about you. Regardless of who you are, I, Orochimaru, will not allow you to thwart my plans. Now, eliminate him." With that, 3 cursed kunai flew directly towards the 1st Hokage, the 2nd Hokage, and Madara, intent on extinguishing their very souls and wills. The 3 cursed kunai swiftly embedded themselves within their bodies. Then, gazing ahead at the 7 stars, he remarked, "The Azura monkey, is it the legendary guardian of Konoha? Humph. Let's see how you protect Konoha this time. First, I shall slay the Azura monkey." In an instant, the 1st and 2nd Hokage, along with Madara, vanished from sight, directly charging toward the 7 stars. The 3 of them unleashed their attacks simultaneously upon Uchiha 7 Stars. Hashirama swiftly formed hand seals, invoking the wood release, with dragon technique. This technique, originating from his very being, manifested as a spiked wooden dragon that surged violently toward the 7 stars. Uchiha Madara, without engaging in excessive probing, directly unleashed an immensely powerful fire release technique, Great Fire Annihilation. Countless fiery spears surged forth towards the 7 stars. At that moment, Tobirama swiftly unleashed 100 shurikens, followed by a thunderous shout of water release, Great Water Dragon Bullet. 3 water dragons entwined and surged forward, just as Tobirama prepared to execute the Flying Thunder God Slash. He noticed Uchiha Nanes, surrounded by a formidable assault, smirking as he remarked, "This is hardly an ideal battleground." With a sudden stomp of his right foot, he invoked Earth Release, Stone Dragon, summoning 3 colossal earthen dragons from the rooftop that charged fiercely toward the trio. Then, the 7 stars swiftly formed hand seals. And in an instant, 4 clones materialized, soaring towards the 4 corners of the 4 purple flames formation. Remarkably, all 4 clones were tangible. Upon witnessing this, Orochimaru's snake-like eyes narrowed sharply. This fellow is remarkably powerful. The 3rd Hokage was equally astonished, as the power of the Shura monkey had seemingly grown stronger once again. While the onlookers marveled at this spectacle, Qixing hurled a Fang Tian Huaji with a single hand, and with a resounding crash, the 4 purple flames formation shattered into pieces. The 4 sound ninjas, witnessing this scene, exclaimed in terror, "Impossible." It was merely a casual strike that broke the 4 purple flames formation. What kind of ninja tool is this? At that moment, Sarutobi and Orochimaru were once again amazed. Realizing that such an unprecedented ninja tool had emerged, the Shura monkey was indeed shrouded in mystery. In the next instant, Qixing's 4 shadow clones continuously altered their hand seals. And then, with a powerful strike, slammed their hands onto the ground, invoking the heavenly delivery technique. With a thunderous boom, a colossal barrier materialized, encasing everyone along with the numerous formidable attacks. In an instant, the rooftop became barren, and all those who had been present vanished entirely. Upon their timely arrival, Kakashi and Guy, who sought to aid the third Hokage, witnessed the astonishing spectacle. Kakashi pondered aloud, what ninjutsu was that? It caused an entire swath of individuals to vanish. His brow furrowed as he considered the resemblance to the Cloud Village's Heaven's Delivery technique, yet he had never encountered such an extensive teleportation. How formidable must one be to achieve such a feat? Apologies, dear friends, for the delay. I struggled to present this in a more captivating manner. I hope the time invested has not disappointed you. The author wishes to express, I have revised this multiple times, feeling an inexplicable void. Nonetheless, I am deeply grateful to those lovely readers who have shown their support. Your encouragement is my greatest motivation. Chapter 32, Fire Style, Raging Fire Dragon. Meanwhile, the vanished individuals found themselves more than 10 kilometers away from Konoha. Upon their sudden appearance, 3 earthen dragons were instantly shattered by the trio's assault, causing the ground to crumble. As the residual force of the trio's assault approached Qixing, he once again formed hand seals. Utilizing the Earth Release, Massive Earth Form technique, a colossal earthen giant rose from the ground. The giant's left hand defended against the wooden dragon, while its right hand, resembling a large fan, swept towards the blazing flames, extinguishing them. However, the water dragon unleashed by Tobirama was already perilously close. At that moment, Qixing forcefully stomped his right foot onto the ground. Invoking the Earth Release, Earth and Stone Dragon technique, 3 earthen dragons collided with 3 water dragons, instantly transforming into a deluge of muddy water that splashed upwards into the sky. Meanwhile, Qixing commanded the earth giant to relentlessly pound the ground, causing the earth to tremble violently and countless stone spikes to erupt from the ground. The individuals present swiftly retreated, and as Hashirama and Tobirama exchanged glances, they recognized the mutual apprehension reflected in each other's eyes. At this moment, Sarutobi faced Orochimaru, who had retreated several thousand meters away. Orochimaru gazed in terror at the colossal figure of earth and stone towering 100 meters high, astonished that such a formidable being would guard Konoha. However, lost in thought, Orochimaru failed to notice that Sarutobi would not let this opportunity slip away. Orochimaru, I shall not allow you to disrupt the peace of Konoha any longer. You shall perish. Orochimaru, quick to respond, retorted, You old fool, do you think my Edo Tensei only involves those 3? How naive. With that, he initiated the summoning in Edo Tensei once more. Before the third Hokage stood the 4 sound ninjas, and before Orochimaru, 2 coffins reappeared once more. The emergence of those from the coffin left the 3 generations astounded. It was none other than the 4th Kazekage, Rasha, and the 2nd Mizukage, Hozuki Mangetsu. The moment these 2 formidable figures appeared, they charged towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Simultaneously, in the heart of the battlefield, Hashirama, Tobirama, and Madara were incessantly shifting their positions. Expressing their astonishment, the masked figure with a monkey face had just unleashed Earth Release, Earthstone Dragon, without forming any hand seals. Moreover, the stone giant's thrust was increasingly monstrous. No, he was simultaneously performing hand seals with both hands, executing 2 ninjutsu techniques, a level of control over ninjutsu that had reached its zenith. Have we truly witnessed the emergence of such a prodigious individual merely a few years after our demise? At this moment, Madara scoffed, remarking that the true extent of his power had yet to be revealed, hoping they would not be frightened when it did. Hearing this, Tobirama frowned, acknowledging that, although he lacked a bloodline limit, his strength was formidable. Just as the 3 were conversing, the onslaught of the 7 Stars resumed. With his left hand wielding the Fong Tian Huaji, 7 Stars dashed towards the trio at an alarming speed, while the colossal stone giant charged alongside him. Suddenly, 7 Stars bellowed, Heavenly Devourer, and a terrifying spear radiance erupted from his weapon, causing the figures of Madara and Tobirama to vanish in an instant. In that moment, a wooden doppelganger was left behind in its place, split in 2, while the true self had already appeared 100 meters away. The 3 individuals instinctively turned their gaze backward, only to witness the force of a single strike cleaving a towering mountain, thousands of meters high, in twain. At this moment, several kilometers away, Sarutobi and Orochimaru were engaged in combat when they suddenly inhaled sharply, overwhelmed by a chilling sense of dread. What terrifying power was this? As astonishment washed over them, a lingering fear compelled them to distance themselves from the battlefield. It was far too perilous here. With that, they retreated several thousand meters once more. Upon witnessing the formidable power of this spear, the 2 of them, Hashirama and Tobirama, finally took the matter seriously. Tobirama executed the water release, mist shadow technique, enveloping the ground in a thick fog, while countless shurikens flew towards the Seven Stars, severely limiting visibility. Suddenly, Hashirama shouted with conviction, "Would release, birth of the trees." At that moment, the colossal earthen giant of the Seven Stars found itself ensnared by countless tendrils, rendering it immobile. Even the Seven Stars, at this juncture, were beset by the flying kunai of the Thunder God. One could observe several kunai, intricately engraved with the insignia of the Thunder God, slicing through the air, grazing the cheek of the Seven Stars. In an instant, Tobirama's figure vanished. Executing the Flying Thunder God technique, he reappeared amidst the mist, a long blade piercing through the body of Qixing. The sensation of it entering flesh was undeniably real. However, someone as formidable as he should not be so easily vanquished. You are correct. At that moment, a large hand descended from above Tobirama, crashing down with a resounding thud. His form swiftly transformed into a puddle of water clone, demonstrating remarkable reflexes. Yet, at that juncture, the earth and stone giant broke free from its restraints, charging towards them. In response, Hashirama once again formed hand seals, executing the wood release technique. The twisted trees on the ground began to grow wildly, and a colossal wooden figure emerged to obstruct the earth and stone giant. The two massive entities collided with ferocity. Meanwhile, Qixing cast his gaze towards Madara, who had been continuously forming seals. What kind of terrifying ninjutsu required such an extended period for preparation? However, when Qixing met Madara's gaze, he realized that Madara had been restoring the power of his eyes, utilizing his summoning weapon. "I shall not grant you such an opportunity lightly." With that declaration, Qixing swiftly formed intricate hand seals once more, invoking the fire release, tailed beast fire dragon. Upon hearing this thunderous command, 3 enormous fire dragons, each 1,000 meters long, emerged from the dense mist, swirling around Qixing incessantly. The thick fog evaporated instantly upon encountering the flames, revealing a clear battlefield. Meanwhile, Tobirama had stealthily positioned himself behind Qixing, poised to launch an assault. However, to their dismay, the temperature emanating from the fire dragon was excessively high. The trio had initially believed that the fire dragon would merely circle around Qixing, only to witness 3 colossal flame dragons charging towards them. In response, Tobirama swiftly employed the technique of water release, great water burst, unleashing an immense torrent of water from his mouth, which instantaneously coalesced into a vast elliptical water prison enveloping him. Subsequently, a seal was formed once more upon the water, invoking the water release, water dragon bite explosion. Utilizing chakra, a colossal whirlpool was conjured, with torrents of water surging upward to assault the fiery dragon. The ascending currents ultimately coalesced into a magnificent water dragon, colliding fiercely with the fire dragon. The sound of hissing filled the air incessantly. On the side of the pillar, the situation is even more straightforward, as one can observe a ring of dark bags beneath its eyes. Then, with both hands forming seals, he invoked the celestial technique, the divine gate, summoning hundreds of red torii gates that descended from the heavens, pinning the fire dragon to the ground. The flames surrounding the dragon gradually diminished, scorching the divine gate. Ultimately, both the fire dragon and the red torii gates dissipated simultaneously. At that moment, Hashirama wiped his forehead, reflecting on how this fellow's ninjutsu was even more troublesome than that of the tailed beasts. As Uchiha Madara's eyes instantaneously opened, the power of the renegade surged back to a considerable extent. The colossal fire dragon approached, and with a sudden, forceful sweep of his fan, Madara sent it careening towards the battlefield of the earth giant and the wooden figure. A resounding explosion reverberated, causing both giants to disintegrate in an instant. Witnessing this spectacle, Qixing's lips curled into a smirk. "You are quite impressive. Allow me to introduce you to my newly developed technique." Chapter 33, Forbidden Technique, Bloodline Fusion. Having uttered these words, Qixing swiftly formed hand seals, exclaiming, "Forbidden Technique, Bloodline Fusion." At that moment, thousands of Qixing silhouettes emerged from all directions, each clone executing an array of diverse elemental ninjutsu: fire, wind, lightning, earth, and water. Groups of individuals combined their various techniques, intertwining them through a dazzling display of black and white light. The battlefield transformed into a kaleidoscope of colors, piercing the heavens. The brilliance obscured the sun, prompting the 3 figures of Hashirama to shield their eyes and retreat hastily. Moments later, as the radiance dissipated, at this moment, the thousands of avatars of the 7 stars dwindled to merely 3. Each of these remaining avatars held a distinct bloodline ninjutsu sphere, and the energy within each sphere was on the verge of overflowing. The surrounding space could scarcely endure such terrifying fluctuations of energy, leading to the onset of collapse. At this moment, the clones were in a state of collapse. 3 clones, on the verge of shattering, released their energy orbs and subsequently dissipated into a wisp of white smoke. At this moment, Hashirama, Tobirama, and Madara simultaneously exclaimed, "How is it possible? This individual has mastered all forms of ninjutsu. Moreover, he can amalgamate these ninjutsu into a bloodline ability." At this moment, Tobirama's expression grew grave, as if he had encountered such techniques before. Suddenly, in a state of alarm, he exclaimed, "Could it be that this is the theory proposed by our ancestors in the Book of Seals? Utilizing yin-yang chakra as a foundation to merge all elemental energies into an energy black hole? Wasn't that merely a theoretical concept? No one has ever been able to actualize it, yet this individual has succeeded. What is even more terrifying is that all of his shadow clones are physical entities. With such a multitude of tangible clones engaged in the fusion of this fearsome ninjutsu, the sheer volume of chakra he possesses, could he be a Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails?" The 3 individuals, now utterly astonished, dared not be reckless. They each executed their signature techniques. Tobirama, with hands in constant motion, unleashed the water-style, triple water tornado. Before him, 3 colossal water tornadoes emerged, momentarily blocking the assault of the bloodline ninjutsu sphere. Yet, this defense lasted barely a second before the water tornadoes were utterly depleted. Left with no choice, he resorted to the Flying Thunder God technique to evade the incoming attack. However, it seemed that this energy sphere had already locked onto Tobirama. Regardless of how he attempted to escape, it would inevitably pursue him in the next instant. Furrowing his brow, Tobirama realized that this entity could indeed lock onto its target. Its relentless pursuit would not cease until it detonated. At this juncture, Tobirama continued to traverse through time and space, as if formulating a plan to divert the energy sphere toward the 7 stars. As for Senja Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, their ferocity escalated considerably. At this moment, Hashirama, whose eye bags were profoundly pronounced, formed hand seals and forcefully struck the ground. Sage Art, Summoning Technique, Fivefold Gate of Hell. Suddenly, 5 colossal iron gates adorned with ghastly faces materialized before the ominous sphere of bloodline ninjutsu. Following 5 resounding explosions, the iron gate shattered, causing Hashirama's pupils to constrict. He altered his hand seals once more, invoking would release, the technique of the Great Barrier. A formidable wooden shield, resembling a toothy demon's visage, emerged to protect him. However, in the next instant, Tobirama, who was continuously performing space leaps, appeared before Hashirama, whisking him away in an instant. Only a wooden clone remained in place, sustaining the Great Barrier technique. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara extended his hand, conjuring a massive vortex. The sealing technique absorbed the terrifying sphere of bloodline ninjutsu directly into his palm. In the following moment, Madara staggered, the fissures on his body becoming more pronounced. Clearly, this formidable energy was too much for his fragmented form to endure. Just as Madara prepared to retaliate, an overwhelming sense of dread surged upon him. The 2 menacing energy spheres that had assaulted Hashirama and Tobirama collided with Hashirama's clone, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Instantly, within a radius of several thousand meters, everyone was left bloodied from the shockwave. As the crowd looked up, they beheld a blinding beam of white light, which tore a massive chasm in the battleground space, expanding rapidly. The forest, stretching thousands of meters, vanished entirely from sight. Upon witnessing the radiant white light, Orochimaru and the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, breathed a long sigh of relief, grateful for their earlier decision to distance themselves. Otherwise, they would have been utterly unable to escape such formidable power. At this moment in Konoha village, the battle had ceased, and the onlookers gazed in astonishment at the terrifying white light. What kind of technique could possess such formidable power? The ninjas of Konoha had witnessed an explosion of such magnitude merely months ago. Several nin from Konoha exclaimed with excitement, "That must be the technique of Lord Azura Monkey." Upon hearing the name of the Shura Monkey, both the Sound Ninja and the Sand Ninja felt their pupils constrict in an instant. They glanced back at the radiant white light, and without a moment's hesitation, they swiftly retreated, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Following the white light, a terrifying shockwave of energy radiated outward, and the earth was momentarily swept by a fierce gale of level 7. On the battlefield, Qixing floated gracefully 1 meter above the ground, casting a glance at the 3 individuals before him who appeared disheveled. A smile graced his lips. Suddenly, Tobirama activated the Flying Thunder God technique, his form vanishing only to reappear behind Qixing. With the second stage of the Flying Thunder God, he added a sealing tag. However, Qixing had long anticipated the presence behind him, having been marked by Tobirama's tag. As Tobirama materialized beside him, Qixing swiftly altered his hand seals, invoking the space-time ninjutsu, creating a chaotic distortion in time and space. At that moment, Tobirama realized he had been deceived. He attempted to employ the Flying Thunder God technique once more, vanishing from sight. However, just as he had disappeared, a colossal hand emerged from the void, pulling him back. Bewildered, Tobirama surveyed his surroundings, questioning why he was still in the same place when he should have soared away. In the next instant, terror gripped him as he exclaimed, "You possess the space-time ninjutsu as well." Moreover, it was a technique far superior to the Flying Thunder God. There was no time for contemplation as the second stage of the Flying Thunder God was about to be executed once more. However, at that moment, the space itself seemed to be ensnared by an unseen force, rendering traversal impossible. In the next instant, the panicked Tobirama was forcefully pressed to the ground by a colossal hand resembling the Big Dipper, skidding for hundreds of meters before finally coming to a halt. At that point, Tobirama's body was gravely damaged, half of it in ruins. Just as the Big Dipper was preparing to eliminate Tobirama, not far away, Hashirama Senju was in the midst of a series of intricate hand signs, employing would release the art of the bag of tricks. In an astounding display, Hashirama directed his chakra towards the ground, summoning countless wooden hands that fiercely grasped the Big Dipper, immobilizing it completely. Observing this, Tobirama swiftly plunged his right hand into his chest, hurling several explosive tags towards the Big Dipper, subsequently with one hand forming seals. Numerous explosive tags began to swirl in the air. With a powerful shout, he activated the explosive tags, resulting in an overwhelming explosion. After this proclamation, countless explosive tags began to self-replicate around the Seven Stars. Then a violent explosion occurred. Boom, 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 boom. Countless resounding blasts echoed in succession. The force of the explosions intensified with each passing moment. As the corners of my lips curl upwards, I tear off my shirt, baring my skin, resolutely enduring the relentless barrage of explosions. I find myself pondering whether my body can indeed grow stronger with each battle. The explosion lasted a full 2 minutes. The wooden giant's hand beneath had long since vanished, and the earth was shattered in its wake. As the reverberations of the blast subsided and the dust settled, a fierce wind arose. In the midst of the battlefield stood the bare form of Qixing, his monkey-faced mask still clinging to his visage. At this moment, Qixing's body glowed with a faint crimson hue, and his left eye emitted a sanguine radiance. His upright figure displayed perfect lines, resembling a masterfully carved sculpture. The colossal dragon swayed alone in the wind, and at that moment, Qixing held half of the head of Fei Jin in his right hand, beginning to slowly morph into the likeness of another person. Upon witnessing this scene, Hashirama and Madara comprehended that the impure reincarnation of Fei Jin had indeed perished. In the next instant, Qixing activated his divine might, his figure vanishing in an instant. When he reappeared, he was adorned in a fitted long robe, having positioned himself above Hashirama and Madara. However, it seemed that Hashirama and Madara had anticipated this move, as they simultaneously launched their assaults towards Qixing. At that moment, following the spatial transfer, Qixing experienced a brief moment of rigidity lasting less than half a second, providing the two an opportunity to strike. Have they rapidly discerned the flaws in my time-space ninjutsu? I can only remark, they truly deserve their titles as the god of shinobi and the Azura of the shinobi world. Although my consciousness had waned significantly, their battle instincts remained terrifyingly acute. The two positioned themselves, one to the left and one to the right. Hashirama swiftly formed hand seals, invoking the wood clone technique, causing the trees of the earth to grow rapidly, resulting in the emergence of a colossal wooden figure that surged forth with a palm directed at Qixing. Suddenly, before Uchiha Madara, a figure identical to him emerged, surrounded by a rapidly expanding blue chakra. It was a clone of Susanoo, and a massive blue hand struck toward Qixing. The two colossal hands simultaneously captured the newly appeared Qixing, producing a resounding thud. As one gazed upon Qixing, they would see him struggling to hold up with both hands a gigantic white chakra hand that had manifested. In that moment, Qixing resembled an ant trying to shake a tree, propping up two enormous palms. In the next instant, a surge of milky white energy erupted from Qixing, and a colossal white Susanoo appeared, lifting the two giant hands before him, confronting Madara and Hashirama. The white Susanoo raised its arms, forcefully slamming the two giants into the ground. At this moment, both Hashirama and Madara felt their consciousness beginning to fade. They exchanged a knowing glance, their minds in sync. In the following moment, Hashirama shouted, "Senjutsu, would release, true thousand hands," as he brought his hands together in prayer. Instantly, a massive statue with countless gigantic arms emerged from the earth. Subsequently, a blue chakra enveloped Madara's form as he unleashed his Susanoo. Just when the Seven Stars believed that the two were about to engage in a fierce assault, Madara's Susanoo instantaneously dispersed, transforming into thousands of armored pieces that violently adorned the colossal statue. In unison, Madara and Hashirama bellowed, "Imperial armor, Susanoo, true thousand hands." This spectacle left the Seven Stars utterly astounded, causing him, who rarely resorted to vulgarities, to exclaim in disbelief, "Is there such a form of power within the Hokage? Unbelievable!" At that moment, the Seven Stars had no time for further contemplation as the Imperial armor, Susanoo, true thousand hands surged toward him. In response, the Seven Stars unleashed a surge of energy, invoking the Imperial armor, Susanoo, and the Great Buddha. Suddenly, a golden silhouette of the Buddha manifested within him, and the white Susanoo enveloping the Seven Stars swiftly transformed into countless pieces of armor, adorning the entire golden figure. The towering Buddha, several hundred meters tall, let out a mighty roar as it charged directly at the Imperial armor, Susanoo, true thousand hands. In that instant, the two colossal figures collided with a thunderous impact. The colossal figures on the battlefield were discernible even from several kilometers away. At this moment, Orochimaru gazed up at the towering silhouettes of the giants, and his already despondent mood plunged further into despair. With his arms hanging limply by his sides, he cast an indignant glare at the nearly lifeless Sarutobi Hiruzen. "You wretched old man, return my hands to me. Have you become foolish, Orochimaru? It is regrettable that I cannot perish alongside you, but one day, we shall meet again on the road to the afterlife." Meanwhile, Sarutobi's eyes were fixed on the distant giants as he staggered backward. Orochimaru, consumed by fury, roared in anguish. The loss of his hands rendered him akin to a mere shell of his former self. Yet, this ordeal transcended the mere loss of his hands. Rather, a fragment of his very soul has been lost, marking a definitive conclusion to Orochimaru's myriad schemes. At this juncture, Orochimaru, with his yellow serpent-like eyes, gazes once more towards the two colossal figures 10 kilometers away, murmuring to himself, "Uchiha Sasuke, with his bloodline limit. I, Orochimaru, shall not relinquish my ambitions." Simultaneously, on the battlefield of giants, after a fierce clash, the two immense Buddha statues separate by 1,000 meters. At this moment, Hashirama and Madara, standing atop the statues, lock eyes and nod in acknowledgement before both formulating hand seals anew. Hashirama then bellows, "Transform into the Buddha." Instantly, the myriad colossal arms of the true thousand-handed Buddha surge forth, advancing towards the seven-starred Great Buddha. At this moment, in the sky, two colossal meteors, each several kilometers in size, hurtled towards the Seven Stars. These were none other than the celestial obstruction stars of Ban. As these two assaults were unleashed, the bodies of Ban and Pillar began to fracture, white debris soaring from above their heads. The two exchanged smiles as they gazed at the Seven Stars, seemingly inquiring how it would receive this formidable strike. The Great Buddha's Seven Stars did not disappoint the two individuals. As the Seven Stars of Reincarnation opened their eyes, a thunderous voice resounded, the gaze of the celestial god of reincarnation. In the next moment, the colossal meteorites, each measuring several thousand meters, vanished without a trace upon encountering the violet radiance. After the fierce confrontation with the powerful transformation of the Buddha at the pinnacle, the Susanoo of the Seven Stars shattered dramatically. Gasping for breath, Uchiha Seven Stars cast a smirk towards the remaining head of Hashirama and Madara, both of whom anticipated their next encounter. The fading head gazed intently at the individual before him, seemingly wishing to etch the image into memory. After a brief moment, they exchanged glances once more, sighing in unison, acknowledging the formidable nature of their adversary. One could scarcely imagine the extent of his power upon their next meeting. With that, the final remnants of their heads dissipated into the ether. Chapter 35, The Ceiling. Once again after concluding the battle, Seven Stars took a moment to recuperate before surveying the battlefield. The ground had sunk several meters deep, transforming the once lush forest into a valley. Standing tall in the void, Seven Stars sighed, reflecting on the unexpected consequence of the Eye of the Reincarnation deity. The internal space had suffered severe damage, siphoning away a significant portion of his energy for self-repair. In that moment, Seven Stars grasped the truth. Every ability in this world harbors its own shortcomings. It appears that my power can only be wielded as a last resort. With these thoughts, Seven Stars gradually faded from sight, vanishing into the depths of the forest. Far away, on another battlefield over 100 kilometers distant, the clash between Naruto and Gaara was nearing its conclusion. At this moment, both colossal figures, having expended immense energy, began to dissipate. Naruto and Gaara lay on the ground, utterly immobilized. Just as Naruto contemplated approaching Gaara, a chilling, sinister laughter echoed, hee hee. Both Naruto and Gaara were struck with alarm. It was unexpected that anyone else would be present at this juncture. However, contrary to their expectations, two figures emerged from behind a tree of considerable girth. One of them was rotund, with a plump visage, exposing his chest. Yet what captured the eye most was his chest hair, which billowed in the gentle breeze. On the other hand, in stark contrast, stood a slender individual, with armpit hair cascading down to his waist. Standing at a height of 5 feet, his blue vest accentuated the ethereal nature of his dark armpit hair. Upon encountering Naruto and Gaara, the pair erupted into uproarious laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, fat tiger, can you believe our luck today? It's as if we're waiting for a rabbit to stumble into our grasp, and here we are, reaping rewards. Enough of the merriment, Luigi. Do not celebrate prematurely. Let us swiftly extract and seal the contents of these two fellows' bodies," one urged. "Very well, ha ha ha. It appears today is indeed a fortunate day for me. Let's see." With that, the two rushed towards Naruto and Gaara, each brandishing a peculiar talisman, which they promptly affixed to the midsections of their targets. The talisman seamlessly penetrated their bodies, and in the next moment, two distinct colors of chakra surged upwards into the sky. At this moment, soaring through the skies, the Uchiha Seven Stars instantly detected the two formidable chakra energies, their forms flickering and vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, Naruto and Gaara were trembling, as if something within them was on the verge of breaking free. In just a few breaths, the Nine Tails and Shikaki materialized beside them. Both tailed beasts appeared utterly bewildered, questioning how they had suddenly manifested in the external world. Amidst this confusion, Fat Tiger proclaimed, "Luigi, quickly, seal the heavens and earth, package these two." With that, Sure Luigi produced a device resembling a bagua plate and hurled it between the two-tailed beasts. A commanding shout echoed, "The energy of heaven and earth. Return to the myriad forms, seal the heavens, and gather." In the next instant, various energies surged wildly into the bagua plate. The two-tailed beasts sensed something amiss, however. No matter how fiercely they struggled, they could not breach the spatial confines of the bagua plate. Panic ensued among the beasts as they unleashed tailed beast balls in a desperate attempt to escape, but to no avail. Fat Tiger interjected, "Don't waste your energy. We exchanged a great price to obtain this from other powerful beings." Yet, before they could bask in their triumph, a massive golden hand, resembling a fan, emerged from the space. It descended with great force, and with a resounding crack, the sealed space of the bagua plate shattered instantly. The two-tailed beasts were finally liberated, exulting as flames and sands erupted around them. However, a mere cold snort followed, and two immense pressures bore down upon the beasts, pinning them to the ground. The colossal creatures thrashed desperately, attempting to rise, but each time they neared their feet, the oppressive force intensified. At that moment, a towering figure emerged within the space. Adorned with a monkey-faced mask, his elongated form boasted golden hair that soared towards the heavens, dazzling under the sunlight. On the ground, the two individuals, Fat Tiger and Stone Luigi, gasped in astonishment. "Damn, that resembles a member of the battle race from the city of 10,000 realms in the Pure Land. A Super Scion. What the hell, Fat Tiger, have you lost your bearings? Who cares if I'm right or wrong? Just shut up and retreat." While those two-tailed beasts can still hold him back. As they spoke, the two prepared to flee hastily, lacking even the courage to fight back. What was the point of continuing the battle? That was a golden-haired Super Scion, who not long ago in the Pure Land space had obliterated someone with a single punch for provoking him. Unfathomable. The two figures surged forward, casting a portal of light ahead of them. Gateway, open. In the next instant, the portal activated. Just as they were about to step through, two enormous hands seized them as if they were mere chicks and flung them before the tailed beasts. The radiant portal was abruptly seized by a colossal hand and drawn into the void. Observing the two-tailed beasts, their expressions contorted in fury. It was evident that they were pushed to the brink of rage. Yet, before they could unleash their wrath, a towering statue, several hundred meters high, erupted from behind Qixing. Two golden hands firmly grasped the heads of the tailed beasts, the sheer force of which was palpable, as indicated by the ominous cracking sounds emanating from their bodies. At that moment, Qixing addressed the tailed beasts, stating, "You may either enter the host body or perish here. The choice is yours." The Nine Tails and Shikaka tilted their heads, appearing as helpless as two frightened kittens, gazing in terror at the looming statue. Recognizing the futility of resistance, they swiftly entered the bodies of Naruto and Gaara. In the next instant, Qixing's hands moved with incredible speed, forming seals for the 8 trigrams and 4 symbols. "Go," he commanded, as 2 seals adhered to the abdomens of the 2 hosts, vanishing without a trace. This scene left Shletzi and Pong Hu in a state of shock, hastily dropping to their knees, pleading, "Great One, spare us. We are merely executing orders." Upon hearing this, Qixing inquired, "You are not from the Pure Land. To whom do you belong?" The two exchanged astonished glances before gritting their teeth and replying, "We are also part of the Pure Land space. But we do not fall under the jurisdiction of the Grim Reaper. We are affiliated with the Transcendents." "Ah, the Transcendents? Those unbound by the Grim Reaper?" Qixing mused. "Indeed. Great one. Then what was that portal?" "It is something possessed by every Transcendent, usable only with their approval. We utilize it to traverse to other worlds, gathering resources in exchange for rewards." "How many Transcendents exist within the Pure Land?" "We are aware of 13 individuals recorded on the Transcendent list. However, we cannot ascertain their authenticity, whereabouts, or whether they are alive." "Understood. You may now perish." With that, a fire dragon erupted from Qixing's eyes. And before the two could utter a scream, they were instantaneously reduced to ashes. Amidst the ashes, two luminous souls transformed into ethereal flames, descending into the earth. The 7 stars struck the ground with great force, causing the earth to fissure instantaneously, yet the radiant points had already vanished. This must be the method of the transcendent beings. Humph. Should we encounter each other again, it shall not be so effortless. Just before Naruto and Gaara awakened, the figure of the 7 stars had already vanished. The two young boys touched their bellies and looked at each other, with Naruto exclaiming, "I just had a dream where Shikaka broke free from its seal." Gaara, equally surprised, replied, "Me too. Our dreams were remarkably similar." While they were still sharing their experiences, in a valley 10,000 meters away, the formidable leaders of the 3 great ninja villages surrounded Long Xuanji. Chapter 36, The Marvelous Ninja Tool. At that moment, Long Xuanji stood in the midst of the 3, wielding a dark red longsword, showing no fear of the 3 shadows' might. The Raikage inquired, "What is that ninja tool in his hand?" "It managed to slice through my lightning armor. It is truly astonishing. In all these years, I have never encountered such a sharp ninja tool. Boy, tell me the origin of your weapon, and we 3 shall spare your life." Long Xuanji, disdainfully curling his lip, retorted, "You think you can kill me? Come and fight." In the next instant, various ninja techniques clashed, but the 3 shadows grew increasingly alarmed. Regardless of the technique he employed, whether in power or area, it was amplified several times by that sword. Such a ninja tool was unprecedented in our experience. "Let us capture this kid and study that weapon together," suggested the Tsuchikage and Sueton. "Agreed," they responded in unison. The 3 shadows coordinated seamlessly, each unleashing their ultimate techniques. The Sueton user, Hiragane, performed hand seals and unleashed water release, water mirror technique, creating an exact clone of Long Xuanji, which mirrored his movements and techniques with remarkable precision. Raikage A, known for his fiery temperament, acted with unrestrained vigor. Following a powerful display of ninjutsu, he unleashed the mighty lightning release, Thunderclap Axe. However, Long Xuanji's agility proved formidable. With several swift movements, he deftly evaded Raikage's onslaught. Meanwhile, he formed hand seals with his large hands, executing fire release, great fire destruction. In an instant, 3 flame swords, each several meters long, surged toward the 3 shadows. Observing this, Raikage swiftly positioned himself before Tsuchikage to shield him from the lethal onslaught. At this moment, the earth shadow formed hand seals, invoking the technique of the super light and heavy rock. The ground beneath Long Xuanji suddenly fissured, and 2 large square sections of earth were lifted, crashing violently toward him. Although Long Xuanji narrowly evaded the assault, the relentless barrage from the trio left him little room for counterattack, forcing him into a desperate struggle. In his heart, Long Xuanji cursed, lamenting the cumbersome nature of such abilities, which required intricate hand seals to unleash a mere skill. How vexing it was. In his past life, a single roar would have unleashed thousands of attacks, unlike the current state of frustration he found himself in. Just as he finished his lament, the trio's onslaught surged forth once more. While their coordination pressed Long Xuanji to his limits, capturing him swiftly without a decisive strike proved to be a formidable challenge. Exchanging glances, the 3 shadows nodded in unison. With a commanding shout, Yuki invoked the earth release, heavy rock technique. Before Long Xuanji's eyes, a colossal rock creature emerged from the earth, its massive hand descending with ferocity toward him. The water shadow began to shape a favorable terrain, employing the water release, great waterfall technique. In that moment, Long Xuanji could only leap into the air to evade. However, in the next instant, a flash of electricity surged from the hands of the lightning shadow, who unleashed lightning release, lightning plow heat blade, hurtling towards Long Xuanji at an alarming speed. Long Xuanji understood that if he dodged the lightning shadow's assault, he would inevitably fall victim to a devastating blow from the rock giant, plunging underwater, a situation from which he would surely not escape alive. With clarity of thought, Long Xuanji let out a resounding roar, activating fire release, fire explosion technique. Flames erupted around him, soaring 30 meters high. He then shouted once more, invoking fire release, fire goddess might, causing the flames enveloping him to contract violently, forming a suit of armor that encased him entirely. At that moment, having evaded the colossal hand of the rock giant, the attack from the lightning shadow arrived. A thunderous bang resonated as the lightning shadow's lightning release. Lightning plow heat blade struck Long Xuanji squarely in the chest, causing him to kneel and slide across the water's surface for several hundred meters before finally coming to a halt. The armor on his body bore cracks, and he spat a mouthful of blood. Yet, before he could fully regain his composure after the slide, he was struck by two massive water dragons. At this point, his fiery armor began to disintegrate, indicating that he would have to fight with all his might. At this moment, the onslaught of the three shadows surged forth once more, leaving Long Xuanji no respite. Standing resolute, Long Xuanji swiftly formed hand seals with his large hands, the blood from his wounds converging upon his palms like a torrential downpour. Then, with a vigorous motion, he struck the ground. Forbidden technique, fire release, god of fire descends. In the blink of an eye, a colossal figure clad in flames, towering dozens of meters high, materialized before Long Xuanji, shielding him from the assault of the three shadows. The three shadows furrowed their brows. Dimu commanded the earthen giant to charge at the flaming titan. The two massive forms collided, yet the earthen giant crumbled to dust within mere breaths. Dimu, momentarily taken aback, bellowed, dust release, boundary separation technique. Upon hearing this, the Reikage and Mizukage exclaimed in astonishment, Dimu, have you lost your mind? This could destroy that ninja tool. Dimu replied, Mizukage, use your mirror clones to ensnare that fellow, while Reikage, buy us some time. Rest assured, that ninja tool is undoubtedly a divine relic, not so fragile. As they spoke, the trio commenced their actions. In Dimu's hand, a square transparent block emitted a radiant glow. In the next instant, the block materialized beside the flaming giant. As the Reikage and Mizukage utilized water clones to escape, Long Xuanji observed the scene. The colossal fire god, poised to defend, began to gradually dissipate, transforming into mere molecules. At this moment, Long Xuanji found himself in a perilous situation. The range of the dust escape, boundary separation technique was exceedingly vast, and the two mirror images beside him relentlessly harassed him, denying him any chance of escape. In the next instant, it seemed that Long Xuanji had surrendered to his fate, sighing internally, I truly am a failure. With the heavens no longer present, I have sunk so low that I cannot even defeat a few shadows. I have yet to fully comprehend the rules of this world. The formidable imperial techniques from my previous life were utterly unusable. I had foolishly prided myself on being a genius, yet I am even inferior to a mere waste. It appears today I shall perish here. Surely, if the esteemed one were to learn of my demise, they would seek vengeance for me. Alas, I wonder if I shall remember anything from my past lives in the next. With that thought, he resolutely closed his eyes. However, after a prolonged wait, the expected sensation of relief from pain did not arrive. Upon opening his eyes, a towering figure appeared before him. To his astonishment, the terrifying dust escape, boundary separation technique surged violently into that figure's right eye. Witnessing this scene nearly brought tears to Long Xuanji's eyes, and he immediately clung to the leg of Qixing. Esteemed one, you have finally arrived. If you had delayed any longer, I would have met my end. Let go of me, Qixing retorted. No, I shall not release you, esteemed one. Upon hearing this, Qixing delivered a sharp slap to the top of his head, exclaiming, those three old shadows have fled. If you keep holding on, you'll be the only one left here. At this moment, Long Xuanji, with tears streaming down her face, gazed at Qixing, exclaiming, you still think of avenging me? How touching. With that, she embraced him even tighter, while incessantly rubbing her tears and mucus onto his clothing. I've expressed my emotions, now hurry and pursue. However, Qixing stood there, hands outstretched, his face a portrait of shock as he beheld the remnants on his attire. For he had never encountered such a situation in his life. In the next instant, he delivered a swift kick, sending Long Xuanji flying. Damn it! Can we not maintain a modicum of hygiene? Chapter 37, The Divine Artifacts of the Ninja Realm. With those words, Qixing's figure vanished from sight. The Dragon Su Nujazi was kicked into a tree by the mighty foot of the Seven Stars, at which moment he regained consciousness. He conjured two clones to extricate himself from within the tree. Indeed, the strength of such a formidable being is truly remarkable. If I possess such power, perhaps I could finally exact my revenge. With renewed hope ignited within him, he resolved to grow stronger. Meanwhile, the recently escaped three shadows were engulfed in anxiety. Shuaying remarked, That fellow seemed to be the Azura monkey, rumored to have surpassed the shadow level in strength. Lang interjected, "What do you mean seemed?" That was undoubtedly him. The sheer, terrifying aura he exuded instilled a sense of danger even in stillness. Tuing suggested, "We should separate and flee. His space-time ninjutsu is far too potent. He will likely pursue us swiftly. This time, let us see whose luck prevails in escaping his grasp." As the three shadows dispersed, the Seven Stars made no attempt to pursue them. Instead, he appeared within the Tianji Tower, hastily changing his attire and removing his mask, finally recovering from his shock. He then turned to the system and cautiously inquired, "System, what is the tally of points earned from this significant event?" "Ding, congratulations, host." 1. Adjusted plot, slain the reanimated beings, Hashirama, Tobarama, and Madara. Reward, 9,000 points. 2. Adjusted plot, resealed the tailed beasts and eliminated 2 time-space disruptors. Reward, 12,000 points. 3. Intimidated the 3 shadows, causing them to flee without combat. Reward, 2,000 points. Total points earned, 23,000. To his astonishment, he realized that despite minimal effort in this major event, the rewards were quite substantial. The Seven Stars then prepared to engage the lottery wheel, yet no matter how he called out, this insufferable merchant system remained unresponsive. "Damn it. Looks like I must have points in again. Come forth, system. I offer 100 points." However, his words fell into silence. The system remained utterly mute. "Merchant, I bid 500. That is my limit." After several minutes of waiting, the obstinate system continued to ignore him. "Fine, 1,000 points, my bottom line. If you keep playing dead, you shall receive none of these points." Ding, quick system, dedicated to serving the host. Congratulations, system. Due to the diligent service provided to the host has spent 1,000 points to reward the system, enhancing all functionalities. How shameless can you be? That was not a reward. I was merely being taken advantage of by you, you scoundrel. Ding, the luxury lottery has been activated. Would the host like to draw? Once again, the topic was evaded. Filled with resentment, the Seven Stars gazed at the luxurious wheel. The items displayed within extinguished his desire to continue drawing. Prominently placed were 3 spiritual artifacts, which he was now capable of forging himself. During this period of automatic cultivation, the proficiency of the divine mechanism has reached level 8. It is estimated that in just a few days, the next extraordinary skill will be unlocked. Alas, before even beginning the lottery, I have already squandered 1,000 points. Sigh. I endure, for this is a means of growth. Calming my emotions, I glanced at my points and, in an effort to deter the system's unscrupulous merchants, decided to spend my points to unveil the divine weapon rankings. Spirit of the weapon. I wish to unlock the new list, the rankings of divine artifacts in the ninja realm. As I spoke, I placed my hand upon the celestial mechanism, and within seconds, a new list materialized within the celestial tower. The once blank rankings suddenly illuminated with images and text. This spectacle left the onlookers utterly astonished. Though still immersed in the morning of the 3rd Hokage, the allure of the new information was irresistible. The patrons on the first floor erupted in excitement, exclaiming, "Look! It's the new rankings of divine artifacts. What is the top item? Let me see." "Oh, don't push." Amidst the commotion, one exclaimed in frustration. "Who is touching me? Seriously, this is outrageous. Give me some space." Thankfully, at that moment, someone announced the name of the top-ranked divine weapon, redirecting the crowd's attention. The first-ranked item is a spear, the weapon of the Sage of Six Paths, known as the Heavenly Marsh Spear. It appears quite formidable. And the second? The second is a sword called the Tin-Fist Sword, which possesses an immense sealing power. Anyone struck by it will be sealed away, facing eternal darkness. The third is a banana fan, capable of disregarding its own chakra nature and releasing all 5 elemental transformations in one go. Upon witnessing this, the crowd gulped in excitement, feeling more exhilarated than when encountering a beautiful maiden. With such divine artifacts, could conquering the ninja realm still be merely a dream? Who wouldn't desire such wondrous items? Just as the crowd was lost in their fantasies, a group of passing young girls noticed a small sign beside the celestial tower that read Custom Ninja Tools. The leading girl, accompanied by her companions, strode confidently into the celestial tower. If I had descended the stairs, I would have recognized them as Tintin and her friends. Tintin pushed through the throng, rushing to the divine artifact rankings, where she gazed intently at the list. The 4th was the banana fan, the 5th was the flatfish. The 6th was the Yada mirror, the 7th was the amber purifying bottle, the 8th was the flame fan, the 9th was the shark skin, and the 10th was the 8-span mirror. Upon seeing this, the little girl, who had always cherished collecting various ninja tools, sparkled with excitement. One of her companions asked, 1010. Where did this information come from? Many of these divine artifacts I've heard of but never seen. Yet, there are even detailed illustrations. At that moment, 1010 was too preoccupied to heed her friend's inquiry. All she desired was to discover the source of this information and inquire about the whereabouts of these divine artifacts. With determination, she declared, "From now on, my goal is to collect all divine artifacts in the ninja realm and open the largest ninja tool store in Konoha." Just then, as I descended the stairs, I glanced at the combat power rankings and the beauty rankings, noting little change. However, I mused that in 2 years, once those youngsters matured, they would be quite a sight to behold. Just as I was about to enter the kitchen, 1010 called out to me from in front of the rankings. "Hey, handsome, are you the one managing this shop?" Upon hearing this, I turned to the girl, astonished. "You are 1010?" At merely 13 years of age, she had blossomed into such beauty. That single glance evoked a song from my past, and I found myself humming it unconsciously. Chapter 38. 1010. Only because I gazed at you in the crowd, I can never forget your visage. Just as I was lost in thought, 1010 asked, "Do you know me?" I've been keeping an eye on you for quite some time." No. I mean, I've been following your journey for a while now. You have dined here several times." "Indeed," the innocent girl replied. "The dishes at the Celestial Tower are quite famous in the village. I've enjoyed them numerous times. Moreover, the price is exceptionally reasonable." "Ahem, is that so?" Upon hearing this, Qixing promptly communicated with Zayakabe. "Hey, Zayakabe, is the connection to this young girl's thoughts still intact?" "Master, you have finally remembered me. That little girl, alas, is no longer here. It has been over half a month. If you wish to eavesdrop on the thoughts of that young lady, simply treat someone else to a meal, and all will be revealed." "Come on, you understand nothing. I do not wish to eavesdrop on anyone's thoughts. I merely want to invite him for a meal. It is as simple as that. Do not overthink it." Yet, in the next moment, Qixing forgot to sever the mental link with Zayakabe, resulting in Zayakabe overhearing his thoughts. Zayakabe exclaimed, "I never expected you to be such a master. You harbor such beastly intentions. That girl is merely 13 years old, and upon seeing another girl, you've even decided on a name for the child. Master, you are truly worse than a beast." After clearing his throat twice, Qixing swiftly cut off the mental transmission with Zayakabe. "Zayakabe, henceforth, without my permission, you are not to eavesdrop on the thoughts of others. Do you understand? Otherwise, you shall be remade." "Understood, master." At that moment, Tian scrutinized the 7 stars and inquired, "I noticed a sign for custom-made ninja tools at the entrance. May I have an introduction to the blacksmith?" "Oh, there's no need for an introduction. I am the blacksmith," came the reply. Tian, astonished, exclaimed, "Impossible. You are so young. How could you possibly forge legendary-grade ninja tools? Why is that impossible? Everyone has their own area of expertise. Take you, for instance, despite your youth. You are on the verge of becoming a mid-level ninja. I am already 18. Becoming a legendary blacksmith is not beyond the realm of possibility." The innocent young girl nodded in agreement. "Then may I request your assistance in crafting a set of ninja tools? Money is not an issue. Of course. It is no trouble at all." Upon hearing these words, everyone turned their gaze towards Qixing, a legendary master craftsman. "I too wish to commission some ninja tools." The crowd clamored, plunging into chaos. Qixing replied, "Those interested may queue to register." In the next moment, the uproar intensified. "Damn it. I spoke first. No cutting in line. Queue up, will you? Who the hell started this? Touching is one thing, but squeezing is excessive." Witnessing the unfolding disorder, Qixing wore a look of resignation, raising his hands in exasperation. "All right, come back tomorrow for your ninja tools. It seems there is no time today." Tungting, observing the fervent enthusiasm of the patrons, decided to exit the Tianji Tower. "Very well, I shall return tomorrow," she declared, before departing with her companions. At this moment, Qixing dashed into the kitchen, leaving behind 2 clones while the real one ascended to the 2nd floor. These fellows are indeed quite enthusiastic. Haha, the tools of the ninja world, the divine artifacts ranking. It seems it won't be long before it requires an update. With that said, he commenced the forging of ninja tools. The technique of divine machine refinement is truly extraordinary. The essence lies in the manipulation of objects and transformation. Although his current realm is insufficient, it is highly likely to become his strongest ally in the future. Furthermore, the cultivation furnace is an exceptional auxiliary artifact for developing one's influence. Time passed in the monotonous crafting by Qixing, and by the next afternoon, he had spent the night without sleep. However, it was not due to the forging of tools, which could indeed be completed in mere minutes. At this moment, Qixing was engrossed in researching how to forge the cultivation furnace, but after an entire night, he found himself making no progress whatsoever. Thus, he had no choice but to descend to the first floor. Outside the heavenly machine tower, a young girl clad in hanfu was seen wandering. At that moment, the heavenly machine tower was already filled to capacity. Upon her entrance, the girl remarked, "I still need to wait." Hearing this, Qixing welcomed her with open arms and a warm smile, saying, "No need to worry. Come. I shall arrange another table for you. Just a moment, please." The diners waiting outside grew discontented. Why is he allowed to set up another table while we cannot? One of them complained. Upon noticing this, Qixing chuckled lightly and remarked, "This is my personal dining space. She is my dear friend, and of course, she is welcome to join me, right, Tian?" Upon hearing the term dear friend, the lovely young girl was immediately touched and nodded earnestly in agreement. In merely a few minutes, 3 exquisite dishes, crafted from the finest ingredients, were elegantly presented at the table. For Tian, this was the first occasion to savor such culinary delights, typically reserved for the divine. As the flavors graced her palate, the young lady narrowed her eyes in bliss and exclaimed, "This must be a delicacy only the immortals can enjoy." With that, she wholeheartedly indulged in the delectable fare. Half an hour later, both were satiated. Tian retrieved her wallet, brimming with golden notes, a clear indication of her affluence. However, Qixing graciously declined her offer to pay. After all, it would be preposterous to allow a lady to foot the bill. It is a cherished tradition in the great nation of Dehua to never let a woman bear the expense of a meal. As the 7 stars presented the ninja tools, Tian's eyes sparkled with delight. 3 legendary-grade ninja tools, cradled in her hands, captivated her utterly, even prompting a change in her address. 7 stars brother, are these truly a gift for me? She inquired. Indeed. At that moment, Tian shook her head. Her expression earnest as she remarked, "You bestow upon me such exquisite ninja tools and treat me to such delectable dishes. Surely, you must have some ulterior motives." "Oh, of course not. What could I possibly desire?" 7 stars replied, slightly awkward yet maintaining his politeness, clearing his throat gently. "Do not overthink it. It's time for you to return." "Very well, 7 stars brother. I shall come back when I need more ninja tools." As the two conversed, Qixing shamelessly eavesdropped on Tian's heartfelt musings. The young girl was indeed rather naïve. Is it true that kindness begets kindness? Yet, astonishingly, her dream was to establish the largest tool shop for ninjas in Konoha. How intriguing. With that thought, Qixing ascended to the 2nd floor. As soon as he arrived, a figure clad in white suddenly appeared beside him. "Boss, we have received intelligence that 2 formidable members of Akatsuki have arrived in Konoha. The hierarchy of ninja tools is well known: lower grade, mid-grade, upper grade, legendary grade, spiritual grade, and 6th-path grade. There are even higher tiers yet to be discussed." Chapter 39. Kakashi's Kidney. Upon hearing Long Xuanji's report, Qixing responded with a soft exclamation, "It must be Itachi and Kisame. Time indeed flies. My dear younger brother is about to come of age." Long Xuanji, bewildered, inquired, "Boss, are you referring to the genius ninja of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Itachi, as your brother? What else could it be?" Qixing replied, "No wonder you bear such a striking resemblance to Uchiha Itachi. It is true that like brother. Enough of that. Since Akatsuki has made its appearance, it is time for us to establish our own faction. I entrust this task to you. You may determine the composition of the personnel, preferably starting with the younger ones. I do not require exceptional talent. Even those lacking in innate ability may be welcomed, provided they possess sufficient perseverance. After all, talent holds little value in my eyes. I seek those who are obedient. Go forth. I must pay a visit to my dear brother." "Yes, boss." With that, Long Xuanji vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, Itachi and Kisame had also arrived in the village of Konoha. As they walked down the street, Itachi's gaze suddenly fell upon a familiar building, and he stood momentarily transfixed. The Tianji building, this structure had stood here for nearly a decade, yet he had never set foot inside. It seemed that this edifice was connected to that man. Upon witnessing Itachi's expression, Kisame felt a surge of curiosity. Consequently, the two entered the Tower of Heaven. At that moment, the establishment was nearly at full capacity with guests. 2 busy figures entered Itachi's line of sight. At that moment, his pupils constricted, and he was filled with astonishment. It was impossible. How could she still be alive? Was this merely an illusion? As he spoke, his Sharingan activated, and he realized that everything before him was indeed real. In that instant, Itachi found himself with yet another reason to live. However, he remained tormented within. The person he had longed for day and night stood right before him. yet he lacked the courage to step forward and acknowledge her. A deep, piercing pain surged within his heart. Beside Izumi stood her own brother, Uchiha Katsumi, an ordinary person. Why was he merely an ordinary person? Just last time, he had confidently activated the Manjiki Sharingan. In the blink of an eye, Itachi's eyes widened in surprise. And he murmured to himself, a shadow clone? It was merely a shadow clone. Moreover, it is a tangible entity that can exist indefinitely. What kind of ninjutsu is this? At this moment, Itachi was utterly astonished. Upon noticing Itachi's peculiar demeanor, Kisame inquired, "What is the matter with you?" Itachi, finally grasping the situation, responded nonchalantly, "It's nothing." As the two individuals cast their gazes upon the surrounding walls, they discovered 8 lists affixed to the surface, 3 of which had already been unveiled: the beauty list, the combat power list, and the artifact list. In that moment, their minds momentarily froze. While the beauty list was somewhat expected, the source of the intelligence regarding the combat power list left them bewildered. Upon focusing on the artifact list, Itachi was once again taken aback. The Tinfist sword. The artifact intrinsically linked to his very soul, astonishingly ranked second. Moreover, this weapon had never been wielded. Where, then, did the information on this list originate? Who possessed such formidable intelligence-gathering capabilities? The question swirling in his mind grew increasingly profound. He then touched his right eye and remarked to Kisame, "The credibility of this list is remarkably high. Your shark skin ranks 9th. At this juncture, Kisame too was struck by the surprising revelations within this modest tavern. He pondered the identity of the author behind these lists, noting that there were a total of 8, suggesting the possibility of further intelligence yet to be discovered. However, they could not afford to reveal themselves, given the tasks at hand. Just as they were about to depart, a sweet-faced waitress named Izumi approached upon noticing their presence. Cheerfully inquiring, "Good day, gentlemen. What would you like to order?" As Itachi and Kisame lowered their hoods further over their heads, Itachi remarked, "Thank you. But we have urgent matters to attend to. We shall return another time." Izumi, upon hearing this, did not dwell on the words, for such visitors were not uncommon. Yet, the voice seemed hauntingly familiar, prompting her to pursue them. However, as she stepped outside, the two had already vanished into the street. The peculiar attire of Itachi and Kisame caught the attention of the love-struck Kurenai and Asuma, who swiftly followed, arriving at the riverbank at the village's edge, where they obstructed Itachi and Kisame's path. Asuma demanded, "Who are you, and why have you come to Konohagakure?" When Itachi removed his hood, Kurenai and Asuma gasped in shock, stumbling back a few paces. Despite their astonishment, duty compelled them to continue pressing Itachi for his intentions. At that moment, Kisame observed the unfolding scene and inquired, "Mr. Itachi, do you intend to eliminate them?" Realizing the impossibility of a quiet departure, Itachi instructed Kisame to keep his movements subtle to avoid drawing undue attention. Tension mounted as the confrontation loomed, and Kisame took the initiative to strike, while Asuma drew his shuriken to defend himself. Seizing the opportunity, Hong unleashed her illusionary arts. Despite their harmonious collaboration, within just a single exchange, Asuma was struck directly by the blade of J-Mei. At that moment, Hong's illusion ensnared both J-Mei and Itachi simultaneously. Just as Hong aimed to thrust a kunai towards Itachi, he merely tilted his head to glance at her. And the illusion was instantly countered, binding Hong in turn. "Such a level of illusion is futile against me," he declared, before delivering a powerful kick that sent Hong hurtling into the river. In an instant, he shifted his position, appearing behind her. On the other side, the fierce battle between Kisame and Asuma was interrupted by Kakashi, who had rushed over upon hearing the commotion. At that moment, Kakashi activated his Sharingan, directing his gaze towards Itachi. With his eyes swirling with the Tomo, Itachi spoke little and immediately engaged in combat. Without even moving his hands, Itachi unleashed several ninjutsu in an instant. Kakashi swiftly formed hand seals and executed the water barrier technique, successfully blocking Itachi's rapid-fire jutsu. In the next moment, Itachi vanished from sight, reappearing behind Kakashi, where he thrust a black shuriken directly into Kakashi's side. Fortunately, it was merely a water clone. Yet, the battlefield was ever-changing. Red emerged from the water with a shuriken in hand, aiming to stab Itachi. However, at that instant, Kakashi sprang up from the water, tackling Red. Witnessing this, Asuma rushed forward in fury, exclaiming, "Damn it, Kakashi, you beast. Let Red go. If you have the guts, come at me." Just as Kakashi pinned Red down, Itachi detonated the water clone, sending Kakashi and the others reeling back. When the three regained their focus on Itachi, he activated his Manjiki Sharingan. Kakashi shouted, "You too. Close your eyes. His eyes can only be perceived by me. Hurry." Yet, Kakashi, in his overthinking, failed to recognize the disparity in their levels. Itachi unleashed Tsukuyami, and Kakashi was instantly pulled into an illusion, finding himself in a monochrome world, bound to a cross, enduring relentless stabbings to his side by Itachi. Just moments ago, he had been evading attacks. Now, he found himself unable to escape. Kakashi experienced excruciating pain in his side, subjected to 3 days and nights of torment in the illusion. Any normal person would have been rendered incapacitated, leading to Kakashi's subsequent inability to enjoy a fulfilling life. Furthermore, on rainy days, he would be plagued by lingering pain in his lower back. After Tsukuyami ended, Kakashi's consciousness returned to reality. He clutched his side, which throbbed with pain as if something vital had been drained from him, resulting in a significant drop in his combat effectiveness. At that moment, only one thought echoed in Kakashi's mind. Damn you, Itachi. Must you persist in tormenting my side? What harm does my well-being cause you? Resolutely, he glared at Itachi, vowing, just wait. When we meet again, I shall exact my revenge. With that declaration, he swayed and collapsed into the water. Seeing this, Kisame noted the trio's diminished fighting spirit and decided they were ripe for elimination. Brandishing his sword, he prepared to finish them off. However, as Kisame charged forward, he was unexpectedly struck by a flying kick from above. At that moment, the formidable Might Guy made his grand entrance, and the battle was on the verge of escalating. Suddenly, the space before them rippled violently, and a man with a monkey-faced mask emerged from the disturbance. At that moment, the Jiaoji in the hands of the ghost shark encountered the most terrifying figure of its existence, and in the next instant, it trembled uncontrollably within the grip of the ghost shark. What is happening, old friend? And the consciousness conveyed to Kisame by the Samahata. It merely expressed that the individual was exceedingly dangerous, harboring a type of energy that could effortlessly assimilate it upon contact. It urged for concealment, expressing fear. Hurry. This scene left Kisame utterly astonished. He had never witnessed his formidable Samahata exhibit such terror. Could it be that the legendary Azure Monkey was truly that fearsome? After all, his Samahata was ranked 9th on that so-called divine artifact list, yet it was reduced to such a state by a mere human. With that thought, he retreated to Itachi's side, seemingly finding solace only in proximity to him. At this moment, the corners of Qixing's mouth curled upwards as he murmured to himself, interesting. Truly deserving of the title of divine artifact, for it can perceive my meticulously honed abilities. Meanwhile, Hong and Ashima felt an overwhelming joy upon encountering the monkey-faced masked man. Having heard tales of the Shura Monkey Lord, although they had never seen him in person, they knew that few within the ninja realm would dare to imitate this mask. Moreover, the mask exudes a unique aura that is beyond imitation. However, Qixing paid no heed to the few individuals behind him. He merely cast a glance at Itachi and remarked, "You have indeed grown considerably. Your strength has reached the level of a Kage. Yet, the progress of the 3 pillars has been rather sluggish. It is imperative that you encourage him more diligently." Upon hearing these words, Itachi was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. "Yes, I understand." He continued, "By the way, your target has already departed from Konoha. I believe you will receive news shortly. Proceed to the..." At that moment, Itachi was astonished. This enigmatic brother of his was aware of his current objective. Though taken aback, Itachi chose to depart. Behind them, Kai was about to intervene, but Qixing extended his right hand forcefully downward, unleashing an astonishing pressure directed at Kai. Beside him, Hong and Asuma, witnessing this, promptly retreated with Kakashi. Kai's body was forcefully suppressed to the riverbed, causing the water to part instantaneously, ceasing its flow. At that moment, standing on the riverbed, Kai struggled with all his might, letting out a deafening roar. 8th gate of Duinjia, Injury Gate, open. Yet, it proved futile. The door of Du was opened. At this juncture, Kai's body could finally move slightly, and it was only upon unlocking the surprise gate that he broke free from this immobilizing state. However, in the next instant, the 7 stars withdrew their momentum. Beside Kai, the river once again surged, engulfing him. At that moment, Kai leaped with all his might. Gasping for breath, his face a mask of disbelief as he gazed at the figure suspended in midair. Upon witnessing this scene, both Hong and Asuma were struck with astonishment, yet simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that the overwhelming aura did not manifest upon them. Otherwise, their demise would have been certain. Amidst the atmosphere of shock, Qixing softly uttered, "Do not dare to act recklessly in my presence. Should you do so again, you shall meet your end." With that, she swiftly darted towards the direction of Kisame and Itachi. At this moment, Kai's chest heaved violently, cold sweat cascading down like a torrential waterfall, as if he had just traversed the gates of the underworld. Yet, within him, there was no fear, only astonishment. an overwhelming sense of strength, so formidable that it defied belief. With merely a single hand, he could subdue me. This, indeed, is the power that I, Might Guy, have aspired to throughout my life. Meanwhile, the Seven Stars, trailing behind Itachi and his companion, lay concealed within the void. At this moment, the ghostly Kaiba once again perceived an unusual tremor emanating from the skin of the beast behind him. The Kaiba sensed through the creature's consciousness that he had arrived, that he was nearby, and that he was coming to devour him. Hurry, quickly conceal me. At this moment, Kasame was visibly distressed. You are a blade, my brother. Could you not exhibit some backbone? Yet, regardless of Kasame's pleas, Jago's body continued to tremble incessantly. Itachi, what shall we do? Fear not, Kasame, he will not strike. If he intended to kill you, even the leader could not save you. Upon hearing this, Kasame was taken aback. What? Itachi, are you suggesting that the power of the Azure Monkey has surpassed that of the leader? There are many formidable beings in this world. Did you not just witness that ranking? Did you see the leader's name amongst them? Well, do you truly place your faith in that list? You do not understand. You have not witnessed the extent of that individual's strength. Perhaps in the future, you shall have the opportunity to see it. However, I hope you never have to witness such a scene. Enough of him. The leader has just sent word that Jiraiya and Naruto have arrived at the inn town. With that, the two hastened onward. Meanwhile, in the inn town, Naruto and Jiraiya were deliberating which inn to stay at when a captivating woman approached them, casting a flirtatious glance. At that moment, both Naruto and Jiraiya's eyes sparkled as they admired her figure with unabashed excitement. Unbeknownst to them, the woman subtly nodded towards a concealed location. At this moment, Naruto and Jiraiya had already settled on their lodging. Jiraiya, captivated by the alluring beauty before him, momentarily cast aside his duty to protect Naruto, handing the key directly to him while he sought to engage in a more profound interaction with the enchanting woman. Unbeknownst to them, Itachi and Kisame were nearby, observing the unfolding scene. Chapter 41. The Three Pillars. At this juncture, Itachi, seizing the opportunity presented by Jiraiya's distraction, knocked on Naruto's door. Naruto, who was in the midst of gathering chakra, wore a puzzled expression. I didn't call for any special services, so why is someone knocking? He wondered. However, the moment Naruto opened the door, he appeared dazed, yet remarkably composed. Yet internally, there was a flurry of anxiety. The individual before me possessed eyes strikingly similar to my beloved, well, my dear friend, Sasuke. Could he be a member of Sasuke's clan? Why had Sasuke never introduced us? As Naruto's mind spiraled with these thoughts, Kasame interjected, suggesting that they might need to remove the boy's legs first, lest he escaped. Upon hearing this, Naruto inwardly cursed, exclaiming in frustration that this fellow resembled a piece of pickled fish and exhibited such crude behavior, clearly not a person of good character. Suddenly, a melodious voice resonated in their ears, remarking that it was rather unkind to frighten a child in such a manner. Kasame. The trio turned in astonishment toward the source of the voice, realizing that, unbeknownst to them, a new figure had appeared beside them. If this individual had intentions to harm, they would scarcely have time to react. With this thought, Kasame was drenched in cold sweat. My lord, the figure, however, waved a hand and smiled, saying, no worries. I merely came to check on my family. Consider me invisible. Hearing this, Kasame hastily wiped the cold sweat from his brow, exhaling in relief. Thank goodness he wasn't here for us. Yet, what was I truly relieved about? Even if he bore no ill intent toward me or the shark skin. Having this esteemed individual beside me made my entire being tense. The primary reason for this unease was that Kasame could sense the same aura emanating from him as from the shark skin. At this moment, the once formidable blade of the shark skin, which measured 2 meters in length, had now been reduced to a mere handheld sphere. The ghost shark's body exhibited a similar reaction. One could observe the tightness in his backside, with his trousers being pinched to the point of forming a seam. Fortunately, the crimson cloud and black robe concealed him, for otherwise, would it not be a matter of shame for the ghost shark to be seen in such a state? In the throes of despair, the ghost shark cursed silently, lamenting the lack of dignity displayed by this pitiful creature. After all, you are a legendary weapon. Could you not possess a modicum of pride? As the ghost shark wallowed in grievances, the voice of Itachi pierced the air, reaching the ears of the onlookers. It has been a long time, Sasuke. Upon hearing these words, Sasuke's attention was immediately diverted. After all, anyone capable of eliciting such a greeting from Itachi piqued his interest. The ghost shark curiously inquired, Itachi, who is that little brat? Itachi replied softly, I am weary, Odoto. The ghost shark, perplexed, responded, I heard that the Uchiha clan was annihilated by you. Itachi chuckled lightly and replied, annihilated? Do you truly believe that anyone in the shinobi world possesses the strength to eliminate every member of the Uchiha clan? After uttering these words, Itachi turned his head to glance at the masked man with the monkey face beside him, calmly stating, "Isn't that so, esteemed elder?" At this moment, the Seven Stars merely nodded in acknowledgement, offering no further reply. However, when Naruto heard Itachi refer to Sasuke as his brother, his expression hardened as the realization dawned upon him. It became clear that the man Sasuke had longed to exact vengeance upon was none other than the individual standing before him, his own elder brother. At that moment, standing not far away, Sasuke's eyes burned crimson as he gathered lightning in his hand, charging towards Itachi. With a graceful motion, Itachi extended his right hand and seized Sasuke's wrist, which was poised to unleash Chidori. Yet, Sasuke continued to resist. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed as Itachi effortlessly snapped Sasuke's wrist. Witnessing the injury of his beloved, Naruto instantaneously summoned the power of the Nine Tails. As the formidable Kisame swung the condensed sphere of his sword, the recently gathered chakra of the Nine Tails within Naruto was swiftly devoured, consumed entirely by the blade. It appeared that Kisame understood the lack of intent from the man beside him, otherwise, he would have been devoured long ago. With newfound audacity, Kisame reverted to his 2-meter stature. Observing this, he recognized that the sword had absorbed the chakra of the tailed beast, instilling him with confidence. He prepared to compel Naruto to release the Nine Tails chakra once more. Just as Kisame aimed his blade at Naruto, a wisp of smoke enveloped him, and a heavily armored toad appeared, blocking the strike meant for Naruto. The illustrious Jiraiya, accompanied by a captivating woman he had recently come to know, made his entrance. "Humph. I saw through your ruse long ago. I can't believe you two scoundrels would use such an enchanting beauty to ensnare me. I nearly fell for it," he remarked, casually placing the exhausted woman, who had been overwhelmed by Jiraiya's incessant comings and goings, on the ground. As Jiraiya prepared to take down Kisame and Itachi with utmost seriousness, a third figure boldly rose, commanding, "Hold it right there. That man is mine to kill." With that declaration, he surged forward once more towards Itachi. As Itachi cast a glance at the masked man beside him, he swiftly executed a technique, employing his leg agility and delivering a powerful kick that sent the 3 pillars soaring. Upon witnessing his beloved companion once again injured, Naruto could no longer restrain himself and was about to rush in to assist, only to be coldly halted by the 3 pillars, who asserted, "I require no assistance. I can manage on my own." With that, he charged once more towards Itachi. Despite being repeatedly knocked down by Itachi, he resolutely rose again, determined to retaliate. Observing such tenacity in Sasuke, the 7-star brow furrowed in concern. Was he truly this feeble? It seemed evident that his path to growth did not lie within Konoha. Jiraiya, initially oblivious to the peculiar masked figure beside him, turned towards the source of the voice upon hearing those words, incredulity washing over him as he realized. How could this esteemed individual be here? Upon witnessing Jiraiya's demeanor, Naruto inquired with curiosity, "Master Jiraiya, who is this individual?" At that moment, Jiraiya felt a surge of inner turmoil, precluding him from paying heed to Naruto's incessant chatter. He contemplated that as long as this esteemed personage refrained from taking action, it would be prudent for him to avoid unnecessary movements, provided Naruto remained unscathed. At this moment, Sasuke is engulfed in existential doubt, questioning why Itachi possesses such overwhelming strength. Itachi lifted Sasuke and activated Tsukuyomi, transporting Sasuke to the day when he murdered their parents. Sasuke witnessed Itachi personally slaying their mother and father. Beside him stood a man who bore an uncanny resemblance to Itachi. Observing the unfolding events was undoubtedly the elder brother, seldom mentioned by their mother. At this moment, he was consumed by a profound hatred, a searing loathing. They're all gone, all deceased. What could possibly be the reason? At this juncture, Sasuke felt an icy emptiness within, resenting his own frailty and Itachi's heartlessness. At that moment, Naruto, witnessing his beloved Sasuke enduring such torment, could no longer contain himself. He immediately rushed towards Itachi alone. However, how could Kisame tolerate this impudent interruption to Itachi? With a swift motion, he swung his massive blade directly at Naruto. Observing this, Jiraiya promptly employed his summoning technique. Invoking the toad mouth binding technique, the entire wall transformed into the crimson esophagus of a toad. Realizing that further delay could result in both himself and Kisame being ensnared, Itachi urgently called for Kisame to retreat. At this moment, the 7 stars directed their gaze towards the current objective, the 3 pillars. Chapter 42, Lightning Release, Heavenly Thunder Chilin. Upon observing the body of the 3 pillars, which had already been engulfed by the crimson esophagus, the 7 stars swiftly appeared before them. With a flick of the wrist, They extracted the three pillars directly from the wall of the esophagus. At that moment, Jiraiya, witnessing Itachi and Kisame beginning their retreat, shouted, "You two, cease your futile resistance. No one can breach this toad's esophagus, nor can anyone escape from here. Stand your ground, you rascals." Yet, how could Itachi and Kisame possibly surrender? The pair sprinted ahead, with the flesh wall relentlessly pursuing them from behind. In desperation, Itachi reached a corner and unleashed Amaterasu. A resounding explosion echoed, startling Jiraiya. This is bad, he thought. By the time he and Naruto arrived at the explosion site, they beheld a large hole burned into the toad's esophagus by a jet of black flames. Naruto, upon seeing this, exclaimed, "Perverted sage, is this what you meant when you said no one can breach this esophageal wall?" At this moment, Jiraiya awkwardly patted Naruto's head and remarked, "This incident was unexpected. The flames were quite unique and indomitable." He then produced a sealing technique to contain the situation. "Trust me. Aside from extraordinary abilities, an ordinary person could never accomplish this." Before he could finish his sentence, a tearing sound emanated from Sasuke's location. Naruto exclaimed in alarm, "Oh no. Sasuke is in danger," and swiftly made his way toward the source of the noise. Upon their arrival, they beheld the entire crimson esophageal wall brutally torn asunder. Stunned by the sight, they stood speechless. Naruto, bewildered, questioned, "Perverted sage, did you not just say that an ordinary person could never break this wall? What do you see before us?" Jiraiya stammered, "Do you truly believe this is something an ordinary person could achieve? This cannot possibly be the work of a human." "Yes, it is undoubtedly the work of a tailed beast." "Are you joking, perverted sage? Are you trying to deceive a child? Tell me, where is this tailed beast?" As they scanned their surroundings, they suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure around the corner. Jiraiya immediately sensed that matters were more complex than they appeared and hurried forward. "Excuse me, senior, was this your doing?" Upon hearing this, Chishin turned to Jiraiya and inquired, "Do you require compensation?" And no, senior, please don't jest." Jiraiya awkwardly shifted the conversation. "I wonder if you have seen Sasuke." Meanwhile, Naruto searched frantically but found no sign of Sasuke. "He will emerge soon. Just wait." With that, Chishin sat cross-legged in midair. Observing this, Naruto exclaimed, "Teacher Jiraiya, what kind of ninjutsu is this? I wish to learn it." At this moment, Jiraiya pursed his lips. Inwardly pondering, "I too am curious about this ninjutsu that enables one to float in midair. Such an impressive technique. I wish to learn it as well." However, maintaining an appearance of a responsible mentor, he reassured, "Do not worry, little Naruto. Once this mission is complete, I shall endeavor to impart this wondrous ninjutsu to you." Indeed, the lecherous sage was quite remarkable. Upon hearing Naruto's compliment, Jiraiya felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, unable to meet Naruto's gaze. Simultaneously, Sasuke found himself enveloped in a swirl of purple smoke, his body transported to a peculiar realm. Nearby, a figure donned with a monkey-faced mask presented him with a dung-colored pill, insisting, "Consume this, and your body will heal instantly. Though the wounds of the spirit may only mend with time." Skeptical yet intrigued by the egg-sized pill, Sasuke cautiously accepted it, inhaling its surprisingly fragrant aroma before swallowing it whole. However, he was unprepared for the overwhelming stench that followed. Miraculously, his body began to mend almost immediately. And despite the foul odor, he forced down the remaining portion. Sasuke stared in bewilderment at the strange world around him, where everything appeared to be the antithesis of reality. As if viewed through a distorted mirror, the right eye of the masked man before me is quite peculiar. One can observe a swirling violet vortex, its depths perpetually in motion. The surrounding space began to take on a more tangible form. Sasuke, filled with curiosity, inquired, "What is this place, senior?" "Do not be alarmed. This is the world within my eyes," replied the enigmatic figure. "Listen well, Sasuke. I shall impart to you a ninjutsu that transcends the S rank. I will demonstrate it only once. How much you can learn depends on your own understanding." As he spoke, the figure known as Chishin formed hand seals, simultaneously unleashing two forms of ninjutsu into the sky: fire release and lightning release, culminating in the formidable technique of dragon fire lightning. Suddenly, the heavens darkened with ominous clouds, drawn together as countless storm clouds amassed. The longer the display continued, the more thunderous clouds converged. With a commanding shout, Chishin raised his right hand and invoked lightning release, Chidori. At that moment, the lightning in the sky surged toward his hand. Sasuke, witnessing this spectacle, was taken aback. "Senior, are you out of your mind? Such terrifying natural energy cannot be wielded carelessly." Before he could finish his protest, the masked man bellowed once more, "Lightning release, heavenly thunder Kirin." In an instant, A fearsome lightning beast took form in the man's hands, racing forward with ferocious speed. After traversing thousands of meters, it erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, leaving a gigantic crater in the earth, accompanied by arcs of electricity dancing wildly. Sasuke, awestruck by this immense power, found himself momentarily paralyzed. His Sharingan had captured the intricate hand seals and movements, yet he realized that attempting to wield such might with his current strength would likely deplete him entirely. Just as Sasuke was lost in thought, the opposing world vanished, and his figure reappeared in the external realm. Naruto, noticing his sudden arrival, exclaimed, "Sasuke, how did you just appear?" However, Sasuke paid him no mind, choosing instead to gaze deeply at the towering figure meditating in the air before turning away without a backward glance. Suddenly, a voice resonated in Sasuke's ear. "Sasuke, this lightning release, Heavenly Thunder Kirin, is comparable to the complete Susanoo. Remember, use it with caution." "Why are you being so kind to me, senior?" Sasuke inquired. "You will understand in time. Go forth and strive to grow stronger. The ninja world is far more complex than you imagine." With those words, Chishin vanished before their eyes. At that moment, Jiraiya and Naruto, witnessing this ability to traverse space with ease, were filled with excitement. "If I could master such time-space ninjutsu, I wouldn't have to flee in panic the next time I spy on a girl bathing." Sasuke, hearing their candid exchange, chose to disregard them entirely. At this moment, Chishin had already returned to the Celestial Mechanism Tower. Glancing at the long-stored Zero Tails contract scroll in his backpack, he silently retrieved it. The Zero Tails, huh? A flicker of anticipation stirred within him. Chapter 43. The Dinosaur Whip. Such a rare treasure. After examining the contract scroll, Chishin prepared to set off for the land of the sky. However, before departing, he needed to gather intelligence on the hidden nation. "Little Chi, come forth. I wish to utilize the Celestial Mechanism Disc." "Understood, Master." With that, he placed both hands upon the disc. Ding. 2,000 points deducted. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained general intelligence on the land of the sky." The intel revealed the headquarters of the Sky Ninja Village was, in truth, located beneath the ruins of the former Sky Hidden Village, a colossal, airborne fortress. Moreover, the master of this fortress possesses formidable strength and harbors a colossal secret. I advise the host to proceed with caution. Should the host falter, the system will seek a new master. Upon hearing this, the once placid Chishin was once again consumed by rage. "System, what have I done to offend you? You incessantly plot ways to exploit me and ultimately dispose of me, all to replace me with a more malleable successor. Am I correct?" Ding. The host appears to lack a sense of humor. How dreary. The system is solely dedicated to empowering the host, enduring countless trials to enhance your strength. What is the meaning of your current stance? Is it not permissible to jest? Or do you harbor doubts regarding the system's integrity? Let me assure you, even if the system were to malfunction, become corrupted, or self-destruct, it would never engage in actions harmful to the host. Have you not sensed the affection emanating from the system? Upon hearing this, Chishin felt an unsettling premonition stir within. What the hell? Is this system truly so articulate? In the past, it lacked such intellect. What has changed this time? Could it be an upgrade? Does the system genuinely gain wisdom with each enhancement? Good grief, this cannot continue. The implications are too dire to contemplate. At this moment, Chishin was chilled to the bone by his own thoughts. A sense of impending danger from the future caused his hair to stand on end. He then forced a smile, addressing the system. "Dear brother, I have misjudged you. I never expected you to be such a supportive figure. I hope to rely on your guidance from now on." Yet, deep down, Chishin resolved to observe for a while. His recent progress in strength had been sluggish, and he needed to intensify his efforts. With robust power, he believed he could overcome any challenges that lay ahead. Seeing Chishin relent, the system immediately fell silent. Upon learning of the complexities surrounding the current situation, Chishin was uncertain about how many days he would be away. Nevertheless, he decided to pay a visit to the young girl, Quan, to bid her farewell. With a swift motion, he descended to the first floor, where he found Quan diligently occupied. Approaching her, Chishin remarked, "Quan, I shall be away for several days. I leave everything in your capable hands. Should any insurmountable issues arise, do not hesitate to seek assistance from Sue, New Jersey, as he will offer his utmost support." "Understood," Quan replied. With that acknowledgement, Chishin vanished from her sight. Quan gazed at the spot where he had just been, pondering the enigmatic nature of the man. Although he bore a resemblance to Itachi, their personalities were entirely dissimilar. Itachi is truly the better one, she mused. I have grown up, yet you remain absent. As Quan pondered, several patrons shouted, startling her back to reality. Miss Quan, I placed an order a week ago for that exquisite clear braised dinosaur tail. Can it be served today? Indeed, it can, she responded, and the patron could not resist boasting to his table companions. Hee, I'm telling you. After experiencing its formidable power, I felt invigorated. Just the other day, I devoured that dinosaur tail and was engulfed in a wave of heat. Upon returning home, I felt as strong as an ox. You all know my friend, Banpo. He used to mock my lack of strength. Yet, just a week ago, I completely dominated him. On the very night I savored that dinosaur tail, I overwhelmed Banpo, leaving him in utter disarray, surrendering in defeat. As he recounted his triumph, he rose from his seat. Laughing heartily, one of the diners at the table exclaimed in delight, Is there truly such a remarkable dish? Humph, I feared you might not believe me, which is why I placed another order a week ago. Such delicacies are not available every day. I waited several days for this opportunity. I've also discovered that many of the ingredients here, once they reach a certain level, possess special effects. This secret has not been shared with anyone else. Only you know it. Next time, you must treat me. The prices for dishes at this establishment, once they attain a higher level, are certainly not to be trifled with. The dinosaur whip had astonishingly reached level 3. It is truly perplexing where the original poster acquired such information. At that moment, Quan approached the dining table, holding a tray. Her face flushed as she gazed at the peculiar shape of the dishes before her. Upon discovering the nature of the contents within her tray, her complexion deepened to a crimson hue, extending all the way to her neck. She hastily set down the tray and fled with remarkable speed. The individuals at the guest table exchanged lewd smiles before embarking on yet another round of boastful chatter. Meanwhile, Qixing swiftly traversed the space in a singular direction. Despite possessing the intelligence from the heavenly mechanism disk, Qixing, unfamiliar with the geography, took half a day to finally arrive at the forest where the Kingdom of the Void was located. Upon reaching this forest, Qixing paused, gazing into the distance. Is this the forest? A sense of ominous darkness seemed to pervade the air. System, please detect this dark aura. Ding. Would the host like to expend 1,000 points to analyze this dark energy? Qixing frowned, noting that the merchant's insatiable appetite had grown increasingly burdensome. Yes. Ding, congratulations, host. You have unexpectedly traced the existence of dark chakra. System is analyzing. Dark chakra. It emanates from the darkness within living beings, generating immense dark energy. Every living being possesses a shadowy side, thus darkness shall never vanish. Upon hearing the system's assertion, Qixing suddenly recalled the intelligence from her previous life in the shinobi world. Back then, it seemed that the demise of Zero Tail was a result of being explosively overwhelmed by Naruto's Nine Tails energy. Was there some hidden truth within this? If darkness cannot dissipate, how could Zero Tail have perished so effortlessly? With a face full of curiosity, Qixing descended into the forest below, embarking on a quest to locate the remnants of the. After releasing a multitude of shadow clones for half an hour, she finally received news. There were signs of human activity directly ahead. At this moment, Qixing's figure flickered as she traversed the void, arriving several dozen kilometers away. Not far off, an elderly man and a young boy were seen searching for something beside an abandoned site. Qixing halted her movement and commanded the system to analyze the information about the individuals before her. Beep. Would the host like to spend 500 points to acquire detailed information on this individual? Yes. Beep. System is conducting analysis. Beep. Target identified. Shinong. An old man dedicated to the study of biological tissue regeneration techniques and dark powers, who has devoted his life to reclaiming his youth through relentless research. Ultimately, he succeeded in uncovering the secret art of youthful restoration. Dark Rebirth Secret Art, Chapter 44. Let me show you my 8 gates of Duanjia. Upon reading this, Qixing's eyes narrowed. This individual bore an uncanny resemblance to Orochimaru, both indulging in extravagant and elaborate research. As Qixing scrutinized Shinong, Shinong too was assessing Qixing. The latter donned a monkey-faced mask, exuding a calm aura brimming with vitality. Soon, Shinong arrived at a conclusion. This individual was formidable and youthful. Indeed, a splendid specimen for experimentation. A faint smile graced his aged visage as he greeted Qixing with a benevolent demeanor. Young friend, what brings you to this desolate forest all alone? Upon hearing this, Qixing had no intention of engaging in pleasantries with this old man. He retorted directly, Shinong, the shadow of Kongren village, I am quite familiar with you. There is no need for such disingenuous rhetoric. You have long concealed yourself in this remote locale for your research. Regardless of the remarkable discoveries you may have made, hand over the zero tail, and I shall spare your life. Upon hearing the audacious remarks of Qixing, Shinong was momentarily taken aback, before exclaiming in astonishment, what an arrogant young man. In the days when I, Shinong, roamed the realms of the ninja world, your father was still playing in the mud. How dare you utter such presumptuous words? At that moment, Shinong's anger surged within him. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he propelled himself forward like a bolt from the blue, arriving before Qixing in an instant. The force of his impending kick was so immense that it caused a sonic boom to resonate through the air. Amaru, who was hiding not far away, was slightly astonished to witness such a formidable strike from Shinong. He had not anticipated that this old fellow, despite being over 100 years old, still retained such remarkable strength. One could only say he truly lives up to the legendary Shinong. A wicked smile then crept across his lips as he cast a disdainful glance at the battle between the two figures in the distance. At that moment on the battlefield, Seven Stars observed the rapidly approaching Shinong. With a graceful extension of his right hand, a resounding thud echoed as the scene froze in time. The man wearing the monkey-faced mask effortlessly intercepted Shinong's full-force strike. This sight caused Amaru's expression to darken. Oh, how effortlessly he managed to catch it. How intriguing. It was becoming increasingly fascinating. At this moment, the Seven Stars, gripping the calf of Shinong, exerted force with his right hand, intending to sever Shinong's thigh. However, in the next instant, the battle-hardened Shinong's aura surged dramatically. With a mighty roar, he activated the 8 gates of Duanjia, specifically opening the injury gate. In a swift motion, he forcefully kicked towards the Seven Stars while simultaneously withdrawing his leg. The fingers of Seven Stars merely left 5 distinct imprints on his calf. At this moment, the retreating figure of Shinong expelled a dense cloud of black mist from his mouth, shrouded in shadow and dark force. The mist swiftly coalesced into concentric circles of black ripples, expansive and inescapable. Observing this, the left eye of Qixing widened in astonishment as he summoned his divine might. In the next instant, those intangible black ripples were drawn into the spatial realm of his left eye, yet this act caused blood to seep from it. Qixing was taken aback, pondering whether his divine might was incapable of completely absorbing the dark energy. Upon witnessing this scene, Shinong burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Foolish child! How dare you employ the spatial abilities of your eyes to absorb dark energy? My dark energy can inflict both mental and physical harm without your awareness. Any part of your body that attempts to absorb this energy will inevitably suffer from its detrimental effects." As he spoke, the old man launched another assault, executing various martial arts techniques with overwhelming force. However, Qixing was no ordinary individual, effortlessly countering each move. Yet, the old man's martial prowess was merely a ruse. His true aim was to find an opportunity to unleash his dark escape technique. With a breath, Shinong expelled a wave of murky energy that swiftly transformed into 2 daggers, slicing through the void to strike Qixing's arms. At that moment, Qixing's muscles swelled, enveloped in a white aura that successfully mitigated the attack, though the deep azure gashes on his arms indicated that the assault was far from trivial. In the next instant, Shinong's aura surged, his form wrapped in green energy. The 8 gates of Duanjia were activated, and as Qixing turned his gaze towards him, the old man's combat power soared to 5,000. Shinong bellowed once more, "Dark escape." Shadow leap. A green figure materialized not far away, transforming into a colossal green foot that transcended the barriers of space, vanishing before Qixing's eyes, only to reappear in less than a second. Observing this, Qixing's eyes brightened slightly. It was impressive, yet merely adequate. With a swift motion, he enveloped his right fist in white energy, morphing it into a massive fiery punch. With a resounding shout, he declared, "Fire escape, meteor fire fist." The 2 titanic fists clashed, unleashing a tempest of green energy and vibrant orange flames that intertwined in a dazzling display. Yet, before Qixing could react, Shinong's transformed green foot began to spin wildly, releasing an overwhelming wave of pungent green gas that surged forth, mingled with electric arcs pulsating through the thick vapors, rushing towards Qixing. In that moment, Qixing had no time to feel repulsed. He immediately unleashed 2 wind techniques: wind escape, gale force, and wind escape, great vacuum sphere. A whirlwind descended from above, dispersing the noxious gas. The great vacuum orb surged rapidly towards Shinong. One could observe Shinnong's form swaying as his right fist transformed chakra into a ferocious tiger, lunging towards the vacuum orb. The collision of energies resulted in the vacuum orb being devoured by the tiger, followed by a violent explosion. Shinnong was propelled several meters by the force of the blast. Soon regaining his composure, his brows furrowed in disbelief at the strength of his adversary. Humph, let me demonstrate the might of the opening gate. With that, he activated the 8th gate, the opening gate. At that moment, Shinnong was enveloped in a blue-white chakra, which materialized into a tangible tiger that vanished into the void as it charged toward Qixing. When it reappeared, Qixing heard a thunderous roar, "Daytime Tiger." Qixing gazed at Shinnong, whose power had escalated to the pinnacle of shadow-level strength in the Daytime Tiger state. Yet, his frail body began to show signs of dehydration, growing increasingly gaunt. Qixing was taken aback. After opening the 7th gate, he had not anticipated such a remarkable enhancement in his opponent's abilities. This taijutsu technique's potency was indeed greater than he had previously underestimated. With that thought, Qixing felt his own aura surge dramatically, blue-white energy swirling around him as he shouted. 8th gate, opening gate. A similar white tiger materialized around Qixing and charged fiercely towards Shinnong. The two titanic forces collided, resulting in a resounding explosion. Shinnong's aging body was sent flying for 1,000 meters, crashing through numerous trees before finally coming to a halt. However, Qixing did not revel in his apparent victory, for the power boost from opening the opening gate was not as substantial as he had envisioned. However, the enhancement was barely under 1,000, and the overall battle power just managed to reach the early stages of Super Shadow. Chapter 45, Zero Tail, What Does It Matter? This seemingly insignificant improvement left Qixing perplexed. Why was it that others experienced such pronounced enhancements, while his own was so feeble? Could it be due to the overwhelming strength of the Super Saiyan physique? Nevertheless, he decided not to dwell on it. After all, the 8th gate of 8 gates of Duanjia was one of his trump cards. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to the elder 1,000 meters away. At that moment, Shinnong emerged from the haze, his face etched with astonishment as he stared at Qixing in the distance. Young man, how did you acquire my ultimate technique, the 8 gates of Duanjia? Tell me, and in the ensuing battle, I shall do my utmost to preserve your entire corpse. Upon hearing this, Qixing inadvertently uttered 2 words, foolish idiot. However, Shinnong was not angered. Emerging from the haze, his eyes, wide with curiosity, incessantly scrutinized Qixing, as if attempting to discern some hidden secrets within him. At that moment, as Shinnong continued to advance, he spoke, the 8 gates of Duanjia, this extraordinary martial art, I have imparted to but one individual in my century of existence. Moreover, it is impossible for anyone outside of his bloodline to be bestowed with this divine technique. The power of the blood oath is such that I believe no one can escape its grasp. Furthermore, you will find it exceedingly unlikely to encounter a third individual in this ninja realm who possesses the 8 gates of Duanjia. Upon hearing this, Qixing, filled with curiosity, inquired, why are you so certain? Because that thing does not belong to this world at all. Moreover, no one can master this extraordinary skill without guidance. Even in other realms, one requires a mentor to initiate them. Otherwise, no matter how gifted you may be, you shall remain unable to learn. Upon hearing these words, Qixing felt a tumultuous wave within. Other worlds? This Shinnong must have either traversed other realms or, perhaps, he is inherently a being of the Pure Land. To think that this old rascal does not belong to this world. Yet in the next moment, Qixing pondered, why are you divulging this information to me? Have you not already deduced it? Oh, so you are among the upper echelons of the Pure Land space, a servant of the Grim Reaper. Upon hearing this, Amaru, hiding 1,000 meters away, was utterly astonished. This individual actually possesses knowledge of the Pure Land, a secret we have never disclosed to anyone and cannot even utter those 2 words. How does he know of the influence of the Pure Land? Upon hearing this, Shinnong halted, ensnared in contemplation. The name of the Grim Reaper resonated with familiarity. However, he could not concern himself with such matters. Qixing, perplexed, inquired, could it be that you are a transcendent being? At this moment, Shinnong's countenance shifted slightly. You even know of the transcendent? It seems you are indeed remarkable. A century had passed. Had it not been for the emergence of Amalu, he might have nearly forgotten the purpose of his arrival in this realm. Surely, the Dragon King awaited news from him. He had essentially mastered the arts of bodily regeneration and the rebirth of the impure soil. To his astonishment, this new world unveiled an array of wondrous abilities. It was a true eye-opener. Immortality and infinite reincarnation, How delightful. So this was the purpose of my journey to this world. Young one, I must express my gratitude to you for rekindling my sense of mission. Therefore, in return, I shall take your life. Upon hearing these words, Qixing could not help but smile. Shenong, even if you were to open the 8th gate, with such a frail and aged body, do you truly believe you stand a chance of survival? You wish to kill me? On what grounds? I shall grant you one final opportunity. Hand over Zero Tail, and I shall leave your corpse intact. At this moment, Shenong erupted into hearty laughter. Zero Tail? What use does that hold for you? You too do not belong to this world. Upon hearing this, Qixing remained silent, while Amalu, concealed in the distance, was once again astonished. He had never anticipated that not only did this old man Shenong possess such formidable combat prowess, moreover, they are outsiders just like him. Had he known earlier, he would have refrained from accepting that task. However, it is now too late. He can only hope that these two will mutually annihilate each other, allowing him to reap the benefits as a bystander. At this moment, Shenong continued. Initially, I found myself questioning why, despite exerting my utmost effort, this heavenly path did not suppress my full strength but merely confined me to a patch of forest. It is now evident that you do not belong to the ninja realm either. Do you truly believe you have seamlessly integrated into this world? The heavenly path is devoid of emotion. A single misstep could lead to irretrievable ruin. You must be the reincarnation of a pure land spirit. A rather fortunate little being indeed. Upon hearing this, Qixing appeared composed, yet curiosity gripped his heart. Was this reincarnation of a spirit from another world manifesting in the ninja realm? What price could one possibly pay for such an occurrence? Furthermore, this scenario diverged entirely from the narrative of Naruto. If Shenong is indeed this formidable, how did the inept Naruto and Sasuke manage to vanquish the rejuvenated Shenong in the original tale? It seemed utterly absurd. Before Qixing could delve deeper into his thoughts, Shenong spoke again. You know too much, young one. I have no qualms about showing you a bit of benevolence and imparting further knowledge. Allow me to unveil the fruits of my century-long research, ensuring your demise is devoid of regret. As he finished speaking, Shenong's form was enveloped in a thick cloak of black smoke. The darkness coalesced and intensified, and in the next instant, it violently contracted, all entering Shenong's body. The figure that now stood before Qixing was transformed, muscles taut and youthful, with a head of black hair, a stark contrast to the frail Shenong from moments prior. Warning: host should exercise caution. At this juncture, Shenong is not under the constraint of the heavenly path. Moreover, he has regained the strength of a century ago. Even with all 8 gates of the Uchiha technique fully opened, he remains impervious to any harm. Astonished, Qixing immediately deployed a combat power detector. At this moment, the youthful Shenong's combat strength had surged to 14,000. What on earth? Merely regaining his youth has resulted in a direct doubling of his power. And if he were to unlock the 8th gate, before Qixing could finish his thought, his ominous words indeed came to fruition. In the next instant, Shenong activated the 8th gate of the Uchiha technique, the Death Gate. A terrifying deep crimson chakra erupted around him, enveloping an area of 100 meters in radius, centered on Shenong. Subsequently, the seal upon its abdomen was effortlessly torn asunder. From within emerged a shadow of a dark, serpentine figure with a human visage, entwined with deep crimson chakra energy. After a few moments, a terrifying black and red serpent silhouette materialized behind Shenong. At that moment, the void appeared to be engulfed in flames, continuously rippling with folds. Observing this, the 7 Stars feigned a semblance of terror and remarked, "You are merely at Zero Tail." Upon hearing this, Shenong erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "Zero Tail? What significance does that hold?" Chapter 46, The 8 Gates of Uchiha, Death Gate, Open. Whom do you truly look down upon? Since you are so profoundly ignorant, allow me to unveil the allure of mortality. With that, Shenong unleashed his full aura. A formidable wave of energy surged forth, lifting trees within a 1,000-meter radius into the air. He then proclaimed with pride, "Young one, this is the culmination of my century-long research. Do you see it now? This is true power, a force potent enough to slay gods." Ha 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 ha. At this moment, Amaru, who was hiding at a distance, observed Shenong as if aided by divine forces. He finally confirmed that this old immortal indeed had some hidden skills. The techniques of the Undying Death Gate and the Black Death Demon Serpent represented a flawless amalgamation of death energy and dark energy. After following you for several years, serving you like a beast of burden, I was utterly unaware of your extensive research. Curse it, you old immortal, how deeply you have concealed your capabilities. To have advanced those studies to this level, damn it all. Meanwhile, the 7 Stars had already retracted their combat power detection device. Before him, Shenong's combat prowess had astonishingly surpassed 40,000. Upon witnessing this, the Seven Stars couldn't help but feel a surge of indignation, accompanied by an impulse to retaliate. It turned out that everything portrayed in the theatrical version had been a deceit. Seeing the Seven Stars fall into silence, Shenong ceased to engage in further conversation. With his colossal form, he prepared to charge towards the Seven Stars. At this moment, the Seven Stars remained unperturbed. A sudden transformation enveloped them. As golden and white auras coalesced around their being, the Susanoo donned the Great Buddha, exuding an overwhelming divine majesty. Meanwhile, Amaru, concealed at a distance, was rendered speechless. The audacity of it all, Susanoo had indeed donned the Great Buddha. Such a flawless manifestation was truly a display of grandeur. I, Amaru, sincerely yearned for it. Alas, it is regrettable that young man is destined to perish here. What a pity. At this moment, Shenong observed the form of the Seven Stars and mockingly remarked, "Indeed. You possess the merit of pride. Your combat power in this form is nearly 30,000. Yet, you are still no match for me. Prepare to meet your demise." Suddenly, the black serpent's head lunged towards the forehead of the Great Buddha. The Susanoo Great Buddha formed hand seals and leaped into the sky, unleashing fire release, Great Flame Flower. The Susanoo Great Buddha opened its massive mouth, expelling 3 fire meteorites, each the size of a grain of rice. Upon release, the meteorites grew in size against the wind, expanding to 10 meters before colliding with the demon serpent, resulting in a thunderous explosion as all 3 meteorites detonated in succession. At that moment, Shenong formed peculiar hand seals with both hands, and a strange imprint materialized before him. The demon serpent, having been ravaged by the explosions, was on the verge of disintegration. Yet its energy had coalesced into a tangible form. It developed true skin, revealing grotesque human faces emerging upon its dark red hide. These faces roared and howled, sending terrifying sound waves that enveloped the Susanoo Great Buddha. The Seven Stars were instantly besieged by a cacophony of disorienting sounds. Just as the Seven Stars prepared to defend, a white tiger-shaped figure rushed towards him, letting out a fierce roar. At that moment, the Susanoo Great Buddha was sent flying 100 meters by a single kick, followed by a voice that echoed, "Have you forgotten my existence?" With that, Shenong wasted no time, leaping into the air and employing body technique, sky soaring. And the falling strike. Shenong soared upwards, enveloped in a shroud of black light, with the demon serpent coiling around him. In an instant, he descended like a meteor, crashing into the Susanoo Great Buddha. The impact produced a resounding crack, followed by a thunderous boom, with immense dust clouds billowing forth. Through the haze, the Seven Stars could be heard coughing several times. When the dust settled, the Seven Stars emerged, only to find the Susanoo Great Buddha's chest riddled with cracks. That single blow had left the Susanoo Great Buddha severely damaged, yet Shenong merely frowned lightly, sensing something amiss but unable to pinpoint it. He continued his assault, his irritation boiling over as he shouted, "1,000 souls demand retribution." The black, faceless demon serpent surrounding Shenong expanded once more, releasing countless vengeful souls that surged forth towards the Seven Stars. This sight stunned the Seven Stars. These were the very souls consumed by the demon serpent, trapped in darkness and unable to escape the cycles of reincarnation, compelled by Shenong's will. This old fiend is indeed ruthless, he thought. As the vengeful souls approached the Seven Stars, no matter the ninjutsu employed, they were impervious to harm. The Seven Stars found themselves encircled by the souls, their Susanoo Great Buddha in tatters from the relentless gnawing. Muttering to himself, the Seven Stars lamented, "Damn it, this clone is perfect in every way, except for the inability to utilize eye techniques, which is quite bothersome." In the next instant, the Seven Stars, stripped of their Susanoo Great Buddha, dissipated into a cloud of smoke once more. Witnessing this, Shenong finally comprehended that he had been outmaneuvered by this cunning youth. "Damn it, show yourself, boy. If you are a man, confront me head-on. Do not cower in the shadows." Behind a towering tree, Qixing clapped his hands and approached Shenong, his steps light and measured. "Bravo, Shenong. I must admit, your abilities are quite impressive, indeed deserving of pride. Your prowess must have reached an S level, even within the cycle of reincarnation. Alas, I must return your own words to you. Today, you are destined to perish here." Upon hearing this, Shenong furrowed his brow, the initial disdain evaporating. This lad, even as a mere doppelganger, proved to be a formidable challenge. I can only imagine how powerful his true form must be, likely rivaling my prime. Young man, do not let arrogance cloud your judgment. Do you believe I am merely one individual? Look behind you. Curious, Qixing turned to glance back, yet found nothing amiss. Just as he turned back, a tremendous force struck him squarely in the chest. With a violent gasp, he spewed forth a surge of crimson energy. which quickly dissipated into nothingness. Witnessing this spectacle, Shinnong erupted in laughter. Indeed, you lack courage. I once held hopes that you were a noteworthy adversary. Yet it appears you are nothing more than a pathetic fool. At this moment, the voice of the Seven Stars resonated from all directions. As the barrier and the four-sided formation were completed, only then did the true Seven Stars finally manifest before Shinnong. Old fellow, there's no escape for you now. It's time for us to engage in a proper game, but I do hope you won't be overwhelmed by my playfulness. As he spoke, a towering golden Buddha statue enveloped the Seven Stars. At this moment, the statue of Buddha was enveloped in a continuous emergence of milky white armor, which was indeed the armor transformed by Susanoo. Yet, this was not the end. Suddenly, the Seven Stars bellowed once more, 8 gates of Duinjia, Death Gate, open. A surge of crimson chakra enveloped the Susanoo Buddha of the Seven Stars. In the next instant, the formidable Susanoo Buddha took on the form of the Death Gate, catapulting the combat power of the Seven Stars from 9,000 to a staggering 40,000. Chapter 47, Terrifying Regeneration. At this sight, Shinnong's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. You dare to utilize such chakra-consuming ninjutsu while opening the Death Gate? My flawless Death Gate is a technique I spent a century perfecting. How can you recklessly open the Death Gate? Aren't you afraid of being drained dry? Drained dry? Your ramblings are excessive, old man. Stop stalling and face your demise. With that, the Seven Stars unsheathed the enormous sword, 80 meters in length, from his waist and swung it toward Shinnong. Realizing he could not evade the impending attack from the terrifying giant before him, Shinnong was resolute, for he was not one to be trifled with. Thus, he reached into his pocket and retrieved a vial of black potion, swiftly consuming it in one gulp. At this moment, the Black Death Demon Dragon emitted a series of piercing shrieks, only to be consumed whole by Shinnong. Countless vengeful souls melted into Shinnong's very being. In the next instant, he was enveloped in a swirling darkness, his form rapidly expanding 3 meters, 5 meters, 8 meters, until he finally ceased at a colossal 10 meters. Shinnong's body was now a tapestry of bulging muscles, radiating with bolts of black lightning. These terrifying arcs of electricity spread outward instantaneously, some even vanishing into the void. The colossal red Susanoo Buddha, wielding an imposing 80-meter-long sword, brought it down with tremendous force, striking the electric light Shinnong. In a remarkable display, Shinnong clapped his hands together with a resounding crack, effortlessly intercepting the blade with his bare hands, directly blocking the fierce strike. Then, murmuring incantations. Just a second before the Seven Stars unleashed their deadly strike, his body transformed into a dark bolt of lightning, vanishing beneath the blade and reappearing 1,000 meters away. In that moment, Shinnong resembled a tailed beast, his massive maw fiercely compressing orbs of black lightning. However, the Seven Stars would not grant him any opportunity. Before long, the colossal Susanoo, towering at 100 meters, swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed a technique. Fire release, great fire extinguishing. Following this, with a wind release, dragon tornado. A massive fireball exceeding 200 meters surged towards the electric light Shinnong. In an instant, a peculiar wind, entwined with flames, spiraled forth, creating an enormous fire dragon drill. At that moment, Shinnong's gaze sharpened, yet he did not cease in condensing the black electric spheres. Just as the fire dragon drill was about to make contact with Shinnong's body, 7 black electric spheres were expelled from him, racing toward the Seven Stars. At that moment, the colossal fire dragon drill struck the electric light deity, causing the 10-meter-tall figure of the deity to stagger backward. Suddenly, a legendary long spear, forged from 7 stars, pierced through the center of the fire dragon drill, impaling the deity's shoulder. In the next instant, the 10-meter frame of the deity deflated like a punctured balloon, shrinking abruptly to its normal size, as a mouthful of old blood spewed forth several meters. As the body continued to retreat, it knocked down several large trees before finally regaining its balance. As we turn our attention to the 7 stars, the majestic Susanoo is currently encircled by 7 peculiar black orbs of electric light. Even the space of divine authority cannot evade the relentless pursuit of these arcs. In the next moment, the 7 black orbs seize their opportunity, swiftly converging to ensnare the 7 vital points of the Susanoo. We observe the colossal figure of the Susanoo, towering at 100 meters, rapidly diminishing in size. In mere moments, it is drawn down to a mere 10 meters. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the 7 stars hastily dispel the Susanoo form and, in an instant, opens his right eye, revealing the Rinnegan. A violet radiance envelopes the 7 electric orbs, drawing them into the monochrome realm of the Rinnegan. When the 7 stars then gazes at Shinnong, he finds Shinnong standing resolute, his breath restored, exuding an even greater aura than before. At this revelation, the Seven Stars understands the truth. Those black electric orbs are not offensive instruments at all. Rather, they are, in fact, orbs designed for the infinite absorption of chakra, ultimately converting the absorbed chakra back to the caster's body. Enraged, he exclaims, "Damn it, old concealment Shinnong, perish." With that, the crimson light of the dead gate coalesces, and he dashes forward, sending earth and timber flying in his wake, as a blood-red dragon head manifests around him. He bellows, "Ultimate secret technique, Night Kai." Shinnong, recognizing this familiar scene, immediately comprehends the origin of the technique. In response, the red chakra of the dead gate surges forth, his blue veins surging with energy as he too accelerates, forming a black-red dragon head. He shouts, "Night Dragon God." As their figures draw closer, a thunderous explosion erupts, accompanied by the sickening sound of bone snapping. Both figures are hurled backward for 100 meters, revealing that the right leg of the Seven Stars has twisted grotesquely, its bones shattered beyond recognition. At this moment, Shinnong's right leg bore injuries as severe as those of Qixing. Though not twisted, it was evident that the internal bones were grievously misaligned. With both hands, Shinnong transformed his dark chakra into a blade, slicing through his skin and delving inside to realign the bones. The agony he endured would have incapacitated any ordinary person, yet Shinnong, in that fleeting moment of bone adjustment, witnessed his skin begin to writhe, the severed flesh healing completely in less than a minute, while the bones would not mend so swiftly. Such a terrifying regenerative ability elicited a sense of despair. As Shinnong cast a contemptuous glance at Qixing, he was struck with shock at the horrific scene before him. Qixing appeared wholly recovered, as if the earlier injury had merely been a superficial wound. However, Shinnong was acutely aware of the impossibility of such a recovery. At this moment, Qixing experienced for the first time the extraordinary nature of the Super Saiyan bloodline. This terrifying regenerative ability suggested that as long as one was not slain, they could swiftly recover to their former state. Shinnong gazed at Qixing with incredulity, exclaiming, "Impossible. How could you possibly recover faster than I can?" However, Qixing had no desire to engage in further banter. His form vanished, only to reappear before Shinnong, delivering a swift kick to his groin, sending him airborne. In the next instant, Qixing bellowed, "Earth-exploding star." His palm released a swirling energy sphere, which he hurled beside Shinnong. A terrifying force of suction drew all the soil, stones, and trees into the vortex, forming a colossal sphere of immense density, suspended in midair. Without delay, Qixing unleashed a powerful fire technique, Fire Release, Great Fire Annihilation. A wall of flames surged skyward, incinerating the gathered sphere into molten magma that dripped slowly to the ground. Finally, Qixing exhaled in relief, thinking, surely he must be dead now. Yet, before he could revel in his victory, the magma sphere above erupted violently, showering the sky with red-hot lava, and a naked figure descended from the heavens. Who else could it be but Shinnong? At this moment, his skin appeared dark red, but his lower body was clearly marred by severe injury, twisted and deformed. Upon noticing Qixing's gaze, Shinnong formed hand seals, and a plume of black smoke coalesced into a dragon, surging towards Qixing. With a thunderous voice, Shinnong proclaimed, "Mystical arts, flowing regime strike." Seeing this spectacle, Qixing braced himself, believing the old man had unleashed his ultimate technique, preparing to execute his strongest defense. However, to his astonishment, the black smoke dissipated before it could even touch him. On the opposite side, the figure of Shinnong was nowhere to be seen. Chapter 48. How about I keep this fart for you? This scene left Qixing dumbfounded. He never anticipated that this was the kind of boss he was dealing with. Soon, Qixing regained his composure. Am I not the one who set up the ceiling barrier here? This old fellow shouldn't have been able to escape. Furthermore, there were no spatial fluctuations nearby. How could he have vanished? Damn it, you old sneak. Dying, and yet somehow still alive. I can tolerate that. But how does he manage to flee without a trace? What the hell is going on? If those two novices, Sanjuzi and Naruto, could slay such a Shinnong, I would streak naked for 3 days in the village of Konoha. The plot of this theatrical version is utterly deceiving. It appears I must spend some points to consult the unscrupulous merchant system once again. System, can the whereabouts of that old man be traced? Ding. Spending 300 points allows for a general location search. Spending 600 points enables a specific coordinate search, and spending 1,000 points grants access to the world map, allowing one to approach the character directly. Qixing, momentarily stunned, felt his mind come to a halt. Ever since this merchant system's intelligence had increased, Everything was treated like a commodity for sale, providing me with 3 options, each more costly than the last. Why not just rob my points directly? Ding. Please make a choice. The current Qixing gritted his teeth, the sound of grinding teeth echoing. After deep contemplation, considering the nature of this merchant system, if I select the first or second option, I will be utterly finished. I choose the third option. Ding, congratulations. The host has spent 1,000 points to acquire the automatic tracking feature. Please follow the system's guidance to proceed. At that moment, his legs moved forward uncontrollably. Damn system. You call this guidance? But we humans would refer to this as control. What the hell? Forced to move forward, Qixing realized the futility of attempting to organize systematic control. Curiously, he inquired, System, if I choose option 2, what will I gain? The response came, you will receive a highly accurate coordinate. And then, he pressed. That's all. Then the host may proceed to the designated coordinate. How am I to know what that value signifies? Do you think this is a gain? The system replied. Please explore on your own, or you may spend 1,000 points to view the map. Hearing this, Qixing breathed a sigh of relief, grateful he had opted for the most expensive choice. Indeed, the system's mercenary nature was as he had anticipated. Yet, before Qixing could traverse even a few meters, the ground a kilometer away began to tremble. In an instant, there was no need to move. Those 1,000 points had been squandered, for Qixing understood where that ancient being had gone. The earth split open, and swathes of soil and rock parted, revealing a colossal fortress rising from the ground. Qixing hastily retreated, an overwhelming sense of danger causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. This was no fortress, it was clearly an aircraft carrier. With swift movements, Qixing formed hand seals, determined to destroy the fortress. Earth release, double earth giant. In an instant, 2 towering earthen giants, each nearly 100 meters tall, emerged, relentlessly pounding the ground. From the earth, countless spikes shot upward, aimed at the slowly ascending fortress. Yet, no matter their efforts, they could not breach the fortress's formidable defenses. At this moment, the fortress accelerated into the sky, attempting to flee from the forest. However, with a resounding thud, it collided with an invisible barrier. Humph, naive, my barrier is not merely for show. Just as these words left Qixing's lips, a menacing cannon atop the fortress aimed directly at him. A beam of dark energy struck before Qixing could evade. Far too swift for him to even summon his divine might. In an instant, the cannon had pivoted towards him, and before he could even gather his energy, it unleashed its devastating force. Qixing shouted in disbelief, "This is utterly unscientific. At least grant me a moment to charge." But before he could finish his exclamation, a thunderous roar echoed as he was propelled 100 meters deep into the earth, where a cataclysmic explosion of dark energy ensued. A massive crater, spanning 1,000 meters, marred the forest floor. Meanwhile, in the sky, Shinnong stood proudly atop the fortress's artillery platform, disdainfully gazing down at Qixing. No matter how formidable you are, you could never rival the zero-tail cannon. In bygone days, this cannon had severely injured a 6-path-level powerhouse during a surprise attack. Ha! As the smoke began to dissipate, Shinnong's laughter faltered, his gaze sharpening. There, within the depths of the crater, stood a golden phantom. No, it cannot be. Shinnong's face contorted with disbelief. You are unscathed. Amaru, hidden at a distance, was utterly astonished. Behold, a golden figure, muscles rippling, with hair that soared towards the heavens. Could this truly be a Super Saiyan? How could such a being possibly manifest here? This formidable opponent grows stronger with each blow. Old Shinnong, I retract my previous words and pray for your survival. May your demise not be too gruesome. This time, Amaru dared not linger, although escape from this barrier was impossible. Merging his body with the earth should ensure he remained undetected. On the ramparts of Angkor, Shinnong wore a grimace akin to one who had just ingested something foul. Gazing at the 7 stars, Scion. At this moment, the inner turmoil of Shinnong reached a breaking point, and a curse escaped his lips. Though fear gripped his heart, he managed to utter, "You pervert. Do you truly think I cannot handle you?" With a face twisted in discomfort, Shinnong shouted, swiftly forming hand seals and striking the ground. Exclaiming, "Arise, Lingwei!" A loud bang echoed as a plume of azure smoke dissipated, revealing a serpentine creature adorned with a mask inscribed with the character for 0. 7 stars furrowed his brow as the system began to scan this being. Ding. Deducting 300 points. System scanning in progress. Ding. Target, Lingwei Void. It is the manifestation of an ancient dark creature's head, having absorbed excessive dark energy to gain sentience. It has been guarding the space of its origin, wherever Lingwei appears. Its true form must be nearby. Upon comprehending this, Seven Stars concocted a plan and turned to Shenong, saying, "Old man, is this the trash you intend to use as your trump card? I must have overestimated you." At that moment, Shenong erupted into maniacal laughter, declaring, "Lingwei is but a mere trifle in my eyes." "Wait, old man. If Lingwei is merely a trifle to you, then why not hand it over to me? I, Seven Stars, shall keep it safe for you." Chapter 49. The Pseudo-Immortal, the Unparalleled Immortal Serpent, Uchiha. Upon hearing this, Shenong was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure and laughed heartily. "Foolish child. Although I regard Lingwei as insignificant in combat, it is the key to everything. You, with your petty tricks, stand no chance against me. Accept your fate of demise with grace." With that, he directed his gaze at Lingwei, commanding, "Zero, summon your true form. Do not hesitate any longer. Let this ignorant child experience the dread you bring." As he spoke, a torrent of immense dark energy surged into Lingwei's body. It began to tremble violently, its massive form contracting until it transformed into a grotesque, enormous head, from which dark mist erupted, enveloping the entire fortress in an instant. Inside the fortress, cries, curses, and prayers filled the air as the rocks and soil began to peel away under the shroud of black fog, revealing dark scales that shimmered under the sunlight. The owner of these scales, 8 colossal heads, opened their mouths wide, inhaling deeply. In an instant, 8 whirlwinds formed around them, swallowing all humans who clung to them. The next moment, silence fell over the area. Yet this was not the end. The head that Lingwei had transformed into grew larger, seamlessly fitting atop one of the giant beast's severed necks. Its massive eyes, like grinding wheels, fixated on Shenong, and with a foul breath, it spoke. "That bastard Susanoo has severed one of my heads. Damn it. Should I encounter him again, I shall slay him. Old man, you have retrieved Lingwei for me. Speak your wish, and then depart from my body." At this moment, Shenong furrowed his brow, fully aware that he lacked any bargaining power against such a formidable being. He replied, "I merely request you to eliminate this child and acquire all his secrets for me." "Very well. I shall fulfill your wish. Now, be gone." With a foul gust of wind, Shenong was hurled thousands of meters away. At this moment, all 8 heads turned to scrutinize the golden-haired, monkey-faced masked figure before them. "Child, unfortunately for you, you have encountered me. Thus, I bestow upon you the gift of death." However, Seven Stars was preoccupied, haggling with the system, having no time to heed the monstrous serpent's words. "Merchant system, 2,000 points? Why don't you just go and rob someone? I merely asked you to look up some information. Yet you demand an exorbitant price. Ding. The creature before the host is of a significantly higher tier than the host. To avoid detection, a considerable expenditure of points is necessary for a discreet investigation. Fine, you have a point. Here are your points, now expedite the process. Ding. Deducting 2,000 points. Ding. Target. Pseudo-Immortal, Unparalleled Immortal Serpent, Uchiha. Once fought against Susanoo but was ultimately defeated, using one of its heads as a price. It deceived everyone into believing it had been slain by Susanoo. After Susanoo's disappearance, it re-emerged as a formidable serpent of disaster, known as the 8-headed serpent. Due to prolonged self-sealing, its energy reserves have dwindled to less than 30%. However, with the retrieval of the 9th head, its strength will increase dramatically in a short time. System, are you truly not deceiving me? Is this the origin of the 8-headed serpent? I have never heard of such a narrative. Ding. The host's ignorance is apparent. Please refrain from questioning the system's expertise. If the host does not believe, do not contemplate fleeing when you are defeated. System, do you underestimate me? Damn it. Host, please maintain some dignity, lest you find yourself regretting your words when the time comes. Yet how could the great serpent possibly wait for the 7 stars? It muttered to itself. Suddenly, one of its heads unleashed a fireball from its maw. The moment the fireball erupted, it swelled in size as it soared through the air, with molten lava churning upon its surface. The speed of the fireball was astonishingly slow. Even a tortoise could likely evade it with ease. Just as the 7 stars wore a puzzled expression, questioning how such a feeble fireball could be considered a weapon, the next moment revealed the extent of their grave misjudgment. After a few seconds of flight, the fireball crashed into the very ground where the 7 stars had stood moments before, followed by a resounding explosion. At the epicenter of this lethargic fireball, a vast expanse of land, extending 1,000 meters, vanished in an instant. In its wake, a lake of molten lava had formed, surpassing a kilometer in size. The 7 stars stood in stunned disbelief, exclaiming, Goodness, a mere fireball possesses such destructive power. Is this not akin to a miniature nuclear bomb? What would 9 heads unleash? Just as this thought crossed their mind, another head of the serpent spewed forth a bolt of blue lightning. The crackling arcs of electricity enveloped the air in a terrifying display of thunderous light. Initially, one might presume this attack would also be slow and easy to evade. However, in the blink of an eye, the lightning that had resided in the serpent's mouth a moment prior now loomed merely a meter away from the 7 stars. Crap! Was barely uttered when the lightning detonated with a deafening roar, causing the earth to tremble for several seconds. Upon surveying the battlefield, a vast thunderous pool, stretching a kilometer across, manifested upon the ground. At this moment, the 7 stars soared through the sky, their form charred black, golden locks singed to a crisp. Just a moment prior, they had evaded danger using their divine might, yet it proved futile. The lightning surged directly into their ethereal realm. Fortunately, upon entering this sacred space, the intensity of the lightning diminished by half, allowing the 7 stars to endure its wrath, hence the charred visage. However, before they could catch their breath, a relentless barrage of energy spheres, each a different hue, hurtled toward them. Simultaneously, blue water-based orbs and earthy projectiles struck the ground, initially perceived as a miss. The ensuing explosion birthed countless spikes, soaring 100 meters high, adorned with glimmering ice shards. As the 7 stars ascended beyond 100 meters, they believed the ordeal was over. Yet, to their dismay, the ice shards detached from the earth spikes and charged toward them. What absurd ability was this? In a moment of urgency, the 7 stars conjured 3 clones, each weaving intricate seals. They combined their bloodline techniques, fire release, water release, yin release, and yang release, commanding them to merge. Witnessing the fusion of these opposing powers through the 7 stars and their clones, a new and extraordinary bloodline technique was born, a colossal magma dragon enveloped in steam, which devoured the hundreds of ice shards in one fell swoop. Instantly, a torrent of steam erupted from the dragon-S form, yet its formidable presence remained undiminished as it charged toward the Hydra, the 9-headed serpent, with its 18 eyes. Fixated on the steam-laden magma dragon, exuding disdain as it emitted a series of derisive snorts that sent shockwaves through the air. From its 9 heads, 2 simultaneously unleashed energy spheres, a translucent wind orb and a dark energy sphere, which coalesced in midair. Within the swirling wind-dark orb, black tendrils entwined, and as it neared the magma dragon, it was consumed whole. The 7 stars sensed the gravity of the situation, true to their instincts. The energy sphere detonated within the dragon's belly, cleaving the creature in 2 with a catastrophic explosion. At the epicenter of the explosion, countless blades of dark wind emerged, launching indiscriminate assaults in all directions. Subsequently, the severed dragon continued to surge forward, though its body had been ravaged by the black wind blades. Just as the 2 segments of the dragon approached the Hydra, an explosion ensued. Utilizing the explosive brilliance of the flames, Qixing swiftly formed intricate hand seals, invoking the true celestial barrier of the trembling stars. As the flames lingered in the sky, 2 colossal meteors, each exceeding a kilometer in size, plummeted towards the 9-headed serpent. It was anticipated that such a formidable assault would inflict some damage, or at least create a semblance of chaos for the serpent. However, to the astonishment of Qixing, 2 of the serpent's heads simultaneously unleashed spheres of energy, one black and one white. Upon their instantaneous contact with the meteors, the spheres intertwined and began to rotate, expanding in size until they coalesced into a massive Tai Chi symbol, effectively absorbing the 2 meteors into its form before vanishing entirely. In that moment, Qixing comprehended the true nature of this being. Aptly dubbed a pseudo-deity, it had not even unleashed its full potential. Merely emitting 8 energy spheres had rendered Qixing utterly beleaguered. Even his divine might was rendered ineffective in the face of such power. The bravado he had exhibited earlier to the system now felt like a distant folly. As retreat was no longer an option, he was compelled to forge ahead, yet he surmised that the serpent's ultimate ability must pertain to spatial manipulation, for it had effortlessly devoured even divine abilities like his own. At this moment, the great serpent, observing that a single ordinary attack had failed to vanquish the 7 stars, exhibited a perplexing dance of its 9 serpentine heads as if engaged in a form of communication. One of its heads, named Zero, spoke, "Brave one, you are indeed impressive. With your level of prowess, evading my initial assault and even launching a counterattack is a rarity in this realm of ninjas. I had contemplated cherishing such talent and bringing you under my wing. However, having made a promise to that old coot to fulfill his desires, I cannot go back on my word." As it spoke, the serpent began to chant incantations, invoking the art of dissolution, divine, cataclysmic flames of the heavens. At that moment, 4 of its heads faced each other, sequentially releasing spheres of fire, earth, space, and wind. Under the protection of the four serpent heads, the four orbs instantaneously merged. One of the heads propelled the fused orb forward, devoid of any trajectory or spatial fluctuations, enveloped by the fabric of space. The orb materialized on the ground beneath the seven stars. As the seven stars pondered why this attack was directed at the earth rather than themselves, the orb detonated upon contact with the ground. Yet, contrary to expectations of a catastrophic explosion akin to a nuclear blast, it merely emitted a wisp of smoke before transforming into a transparent sphere that burrowed into the earth. At this, I was on the brink of fleeing. Trousers hastily pulled up, only to witness this spectacle. No sooner had I uttered those words than the hairs on the seven stars stood on end. A terrifying aura of danger surged from all directions, an intangible pressure pinning the seven stars in the sky, rendering them immobile, even their eyelids refusing to flutter. Despite numerous attempts to exert divine might, the very fabric of the sky seemed to be constricted by an unseen hand, making escape utterly impossible. In the next moment, the ground began to manifest countless fissures, as robust trees succumbed to the depths below, while streams of deep crimson lava flowed across the terrain. At that moment, Amaru, who was blissfully slumbering 100 meters underground, found himself ensnared by an onslaught of molten lava. What have I done to deserve this? I can't even enjoy a nap without being unearthed and scorched by lava, he exclaimed, bewildered. Is it possible to be caught in crossfire while merely lying down? Indeed. This place was perilous. In the blink of an eye, he materialized on the surface, only to behold a colossal mass of writhing worms. Upon closer inspection, he exhaled in relief. Fortunately, it was merely a serpent with 9 heads, swaying in the air. Had it been worms, that would have been revolting. However, a sudden realization struck Amaru, and he exclaimed, "What on earth am I relieved about? This serpent is far more terrifying than worms." Encountering such a fearsome creature, the question of whether he could escape loomed large. What am I even thankful for? He cursed under his breath. What in the world is this abomination? An 8-headed serpent? No, it doesn't resemble any 8-headed serpent I know. With that, he vanished again, retreating to a distance of 10,000 meters, taking refuge behind a barrier, which finally afforded him some solace. He then turned his gaze toward the right front, where he beheld the ground, now encircled by molten lava over vast expanses. Amidst the heavens, a more ferocious surge of magma ascended violently, a colossal column of molten rock nearly a kilometer in diameter, hurtling directly toward the unmoving silhouette in the sky. Just as Amaru believed the figure was doomed, he witnessed an extraordinary surge of energy enveloping the individuals, as a radiant golden Buddha statue surrounded them. Then, countless white armors surrounded the golden Buddha statue. Yet, this was not the end. At that moment, an abundance of flowing green hair sprouted from the crown of the statue, which danced momentarily before soaring into the heavens. Could this signify the second stage of Super Saiyan? That abomination had grown to such unfathomable strength. How could such power manifest in the world of ninjas? I must return. At this moment, Amaru gazed upwards at a 45-degree angle, his tears cascading down his cheeks. Mother, I miss you. I want to go home. This ninja world is utterly terrifying. A realm unfit for ordinary beings. Yet, it seemed as if a response resonated from the void. The pillar of magma surged upward, continuing its ascent after enveloping the figure in the sky, and in the next instant, the barrier above shattered in response. At this moment, Shenong stood at the edge of the barrier, observing the scene before him. This young man possesses such formidable strength. No wonder the Dragon King seeks to obtain a sample of his blood. However, does this mean I am to walk into my own demise? A blood sample? Even a mere saliva sample would be beyond my reach. I should not have contacted that old wretch. Now, I find myself in a predicament. It seems I must resort to a contingency plan, employing the art of seduction. If I cannot acquire blood, then obtaining saliva will suffice. The thought of such lascivious imagery caused Shenong to chuckle softly to himself. As we observe the battlefield at this moment, a terrifying energy projectile directly shatters the column of magma. Countless sparks dance across the sky, while a towering green figure, 100 meters in height, strides through the heavens. The vibrant green hue, which the seven stars despises most, envelopes their entire being, even their hair radiating with such verdant brilliance. Yet, confronted by a formidable adversary resembling a deity, there remains no choice but to unleash this power. Otherwise, as the system has forewarned, one's very life may be forfeited. Chapter 51. Temporarily Resolving Systemic Hazards. At this moment, the Hydra beheld the seven stars, whose formidable aura instilled a sense of dread. Its 18 eyes whirled with excitement as it let out a booming laugh. Good, very good. Such power barely qualifies one to stand as a rival to the divine. At this moment, Qi Xingyun to unlock the 8 gates to further enhance his prowess. Yet, despite channeling immense energy into the barrier, it remained obstinately sealed. He inquired of the system, seeking to understand the anomaly, why the 8 gates had failed him. Ding! Notification to the host. Failure to activate the 8 gates. And what now? System, are you there? I am fully aware of the failure. I demand to know the reason behind it. Must you forsake me at such a critical juncture? I, Qixing, am not devoid of temper. I have endured your shortcomings far too long. Do not presume I am oblivious to the fact that should I perish, you too would cease to exist. My previous patience was merely a courtesy extended to you. Do not assume that I remain unaware. If you possess the capability to depart, you would have sought another host long ago, rather than linger upon me. I shall count to 3. If you do not reveal yourself, I will resort to self-detonation. Do not think you can continually exploit my points without consequence. 1, 2, 3. In that instant, regardless of the circumstances, Qixing's energy surged around him, enveloped in a crimson glow that overshadowed his verdant aura, a sign of imminent self-destruction. This spectacle left the Hydra across from him utterly bewildered. The Hydra mused. I have yet to make a move, yet you presume you cannot contend with me? If you cannot overcome me, why resort to self-detonation? Might I be afforded a moment to prepare? My gathering of darkness formation will be ready to conclude in less than an hour. This is pushing the envelope too far. As the crimson light intensified, the tension in the air became palpable. At that moment, the Hydra was genuinely startled, its movements abruptly halted. If it lingered any longer, it would face an untimely demise alongside that individual. The Hydra, in its immense form, had not even had the chance to take its colossal formation with it before vanishing from its original location. It understood that the self-detonation of such a formidable being would unleash a force potent enough to cause a seismic upheaval across the entire ninja realm. Just as the moment of self-destruction was about to unfold, a system notification resonated. Please remain calm, dear host. Youngster, why such fervor? Come. Have a glass of ice water to cool down. Suddenly, a cup of chilled green water appeared above the head of the 7 stars, cascading down upon him. The fiery red glow of the impending explosion was instantly extinguished by the icy liquid. In an instant, the rising green hair radiated brilliance once more, while wisps of white smoke emanated from his body, accompanied by incessant hissing sounds. Your system, you lowly merchant. Today I shall ensure our mutual destruction. The system responded, Dear host, I deeply regret the previous lapse in judgment. As your guiding entity, how could I engage in actions detrimental to your points? At that moment, the system vowed to serve the host diligently henceforth, relinquishing any aspirations for point rewards. Naturally, given the host's magnanimous nature, there was no doubt of his generosity. The system felt ashamed, unworthy of the host's earnest intentions. Upon hearing this, 7 Stars was momentarily taken aback, feeling an unexpected sense of emotion. This is absurd. You are more startled than a rabbit. Today, we either face obliteration together or forge a pact. After careful deliberation, the system concluded that signing a contract was the most suitable course of action. The terms of the contract are as follows. 1. The system shall unconditionally support the host in all decisions. 2. The system shall no longer deceive the host regarding points. There were many more stipulations, but 7 Stars chose not to delve further, opting instead to seal the soul contract, as the battle still raged on around them. The first 2 points are more than sufficient. As Qixing, filled with joy, resolved the issue of this unscrupulous merchant, his gaze wandered around, searching for any trace of the Hydra. This left Qixing somewhat bewildered. How could that fellow have escaped? Was he perhaps intimidated by my overwhelming presence? As Qixing advanced, he noticed not far ahead a vast array shimmering with brilliance. Upon system inspection, a notification chimed. This array is the Gathering Darkness Matrix, capable of absorbing all dark attribute chakra, typically used as a charging device. Another notification. This inquiry will deduct 100 points. Please confirm, host. Such a swift transformation. Quite impressive. Confirmed. In the future, no need to inform me of deductions under 100 points. Ding, system acknowledged. By the way, why was I unable to activate my 8 gates just now? Ding. Failure to activate the 8 gates was due to your Super Saiyan physique being excessively formidable. At this moment, the host has unlocked a martial technique 100 times more formidable than the 8 gates of Duanjia. While the 8 gates were indeed opened, they failed to augment the host, having been overshadowed by the Ultra Saiyan physique. Initially, you claimed that the Ultra Saiyan could amplify all skills. However, it appears that any enhancement to physical attributes will be subsumed by the most potent ability. If one were to master all enhancements to the body before transitioning to Ultra Saiyan, could your body truly endure such a transformation? It seems that even in the current Ultra Saiyan 2 form, Not even the Susanoo Buddha can augment combat prowess, serving only as a defensive measure. With that thought, I moved to retrieve the Gathering Darkness Matrix, but in the very next moment, it was confiscated by the system. As the Matrix vanished, a thunderous explosion echoed across the sky. You wretched little brat, how dare you deceive this deity and take away my Matrix? You shall die. I will ensure your demise. Yet, Qixing remained unfazed, retrieving a combat power detector to assess the distant figure's true level. Beep, beep, beep. The readings surged wildly. 1,000, 5,000, 10,000, 50,000. 100,000, 150,000, finally stabilizing at 200,000. However, Qixing keenly observed that the figure's power continued to grow slowly. Coupled with the system's earlier statement, it became evident that the creature had recovered its ninth head, and with the matrix it had acquired. Qixing understood the reason for the Hydra's apparent stillness. It was silently regaining strength. Damn it, this is reminiscent of that old schemer Shino. Without further hesitation, Qixing launched an attack. With hands forming seals, he executed the water release, mist shadow technique. Instantly, the entire forest was enveloped in thick fog. The Hydra, aware of the opponent's power nearing its own, dared not underestimate the situation. Two of its heads unleashed torrents of flame and wind, swirling violently around its massive form. As the mist surrounding the serpent was evaporated by the searing flames and fierce winds, a towering green figure emerged, wielding a colossal blade measuring 80 meters. With a thunderous roar, it declared, "Heaven and earth, blade slash." In that instant, the 80-meter blade extended to 800 meters, descending with incredible speed towards the nine-headed Hydra. As the blade sliced downwards, the Hydra leaned forward, three heads snapping at the blade simultaneously. Yet, this strike was far from easy to withstand. As the three heads clamped down, their silver fangs shattered, blood gushing forth. The force of the strike was overwhelming, rendering the three heads incapable of enduring it. Their bodies contorted in agony. Observing this, Qixing chuckled. With such poor dental care, it's evident you've never brushed your teeth. To the Hydra's ears, this was nothing short of blatant mockery. The remaining three heads roared in fury, lunging at the blade. Six heads combined their strength, anchoring the blade firmly in place, preventing any further advance. The three remaining heads of the Hydra unleashed bolts of lightning, darkness, and light towards the green-haired golden Buddha. In response, Qixing formed a hand seal. Invoking the fire release, dragon flame singing technique, three robust dragon heads surged towards the three spheres of light, resulting in a thunderous explosion that illuminated the sky. Following this initial strike, the three heads began to employ ninjutsu. Strangely, they executed these techniques without hands, yet the Hydra accomplished this feat. The heads chanted incantations in unison, simultaneously releasing yin and yang along with lightning, manifesting techniques like lightning release, electric shock, and sky-splitting thunder serpent. At this moment, Qixing vaguely heard a creaking sound approaching from afar. He looked down to see numerous tiny arcs of electricity dancing across the ground, which rapidly grew into thousands of thunder serpents, akin to a cascading meteor shower, charging skyward towards him. Qixing, with his kaleidoscope eyes, discerned the true nature of the thunder serpents and realized that if struck, he would be paralyzed in an instant. He lamented, "Indeed, it is difficult to contend with a nine-headed foe." Realizing he could only rely on the power of his eyes, he activated his Rinnegan. Before the thunder serpents could reach him, they were entirely absorbed by the High Emperor's spirit. In that moment of absorption, the serpents were enhanced. And Qixing released the amplified thunder serpents once more, sending tens of thousands hurtling towards the Hydra. As they surged forward, the serpents continued to merge and grow stronger. Witnessing this spectacle, the Hydra, though astonished by the boy's remarkable abilities, did not falter in its actions. Once again, it expelled a black and white Taiji diagram capable of absorbing energy, consuming the multitude of thunder serpents. Observing this, Qixing furrowed his brow. This battle could drag on indefinitely. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a mysterious will surged within him, whispering that the Scion body required no external aid. Without hesitation, he relinquished his Susanoo form, reverting to his primal green-haired Scion state. The Hydra scoffed. "Are you giving up? Ha! It's too late. I will not let you escape easily. You must perish to quell my wrath." But Qixing paid no heed. Without employing any spatial abilities, he vanished from his location, moving with grace and ease, aligning himself with the natural flow. His spirit soared. Akin to a fish returning to the sea, he realized he had misunderstood the Scion essence. All previous aids were shackles. The Scion's most formidable weapon was its very own body. Understanding this pivotal truth, he embraced the freedom of movement in the void, adapting swiftly to the state. In the sky, countless Qixings flickered, residual shadows left in the wake of his incredible speed. The Hydra could not even catch a glimpse of him. In frustration, all 9 heads howled towards the heavens, distorting the space around them. With a furious roar, the Hydra unleashed its fiery breath, engulfing the void in flames. Yet, even amid this inferno, Qixing's speed remained unimpeded, with only a long trail of flame following him, circling around the colossal serpent. As the Hydra prepared to counterattack, a multitude of fist shadows descended upon it. The Hydra was forced to retreat under the relentless barrage of Qixing's strikes, revealing its vulnerability in close combat. Recognizing this weakness, Qixing intensified his assault, his green aura radiating even more brightly. In the sky, 9 Qixings launched simultaneous attacks on the 9 heads, effortlessly evading any energy blasts they emitted. This was the essence of true combat, exhilarating and relentless, and Qixing was swept away in the thrill of battle, unable to halt. In a moment of rapture, he gathered a massive green energy wave in his hand. The Hydra, witnessing the density of this energy compressing, felt a flicker of panic. However, the energy wave was soon hurled towards the Hydra, crashing into the space between its 9 heads with a resounding boom. The sky erupted in green brilliance, engulfing the Hydra in an overwhelming glow, subjecting its body to extreme heat and corrosive energy. The 9 heads screeched in frenzied agony, yet Qixing would not squander this opportunity. He conjured a small orb resembling a black hole and threw it towards the Hydra. The Earth explosion star erupted, sending a torrent of soil, rock, and trees hurtling towards the Hydra. In that critical moment, the Hydra could not afford to remain passive. Just before being encircled by the Earth explosion star, 5 of its heads simultaneously unleashed 5 elemental energy spheres towards the ground. The first to strike was the Earth sphere, which penetrated the ground and instantaneously fractured it, followed by a fire sphere that ignited the subterranean magma. Then came the wind, a fierce gale sweeping across the land. Countless streams of magma swirling into towering tornadoes, drawing the molten rock directly into the skies. Subsequently, the space became engulfed by countless magma tornadoes that swiftly converged. The magma vortexes contracted at an alarming pace, even ensnaring the Hydra within their fiery grasp. The 7 stars retreated hastily. Yet the myriad of magma tornadoes on the ground seemed to possess an uncanny intelligence, relentlessly pursuing them. In that moment, within a 10,000-meter radius, the landscape transformed into a sea of magma tornadoes. The 7 stars found themselves with no avenue of escape, not even daring to invoke divine might. They could only dart through the narrow gaps, their speed reaching an extraordinary peak. However, the magma tornadoes, each spanning several dozen meters, began to devour and merge with one another, their diameters swelling from dozens to hundreds of meters, growing ever larger. Recognizing the perilous situation and the futility of retreat, the 7 stars understood that the sole recourse lay in vanquishing the serpent, perhaps halting this frenzy. Resolute in this thought, they plunged directly into the colossal vortex enveloping the Hydra, the intense heat relentlessly searing their protective energy shield. A surge of black corrosive energy fervently sought to penetrate the protective shield of the 7 stars. At this moment, the 7 stars understood that time was of the essence. Drawing upon the resonance of the Earth-exploding star, he surged forward, and as he neared the colossal serpent, a fierce energy coalesced in his hands. Energy escape, Kamehameha wave. Chapter 53. The cowardly Hydra. At this juncture, the radiance of the Kamehameha wave surpassed the surrounding magma whirlwinds. The 7 stars forcefully directed the Kamehameha toward the Hydra. Encased in a stone sphere, countless streams of magma were vaporized upon contact with the energy wave. The wave surged forward rapidly, colliding with the Earth-exploding star. With a resounding bang, a colossal firework erupted in the sky, its brilliance visible even from 100 miles away. At this moment, Shenong and Amaru stood atop a mountain thousands of meters high, gazing solemnly at the battlefield above. Have you ever witnessed such beautiful fireworks, teacher? Shenong pondered. Never, Amaru replied. Perhaps I shall never have the opportunity again. Those 2 rascals will not let us off easily. If only I had foreseen this outcome. Just as Shenong finished speaking, a figure suddenly appeared beside him, unnoticed by either of them. When they turned to face one another, they discovered a person clad in chef's attire, wielding a spatula, seemingly preparing a pot in thin air. The aroma wafting from the pot was intoxicating, causing both men to recoil in astonishment. Who is this? Capable of appearing silently at our side? Realizing this, Shenong and Amaru were drenched in cold sweat. The stranger turned to address them. Oh, little ones, do not be alarmed. As he turned, they were once again taken aback by the sight of a benevolent old face. In unison, they exclaimed, "Damn it. I knew the depths of the Yao ramen shop were unfathomable. Thank goodness I didn't cause trouble in Konoha. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know how I met my demise." Fear gripped them, and they attempted to flee, but despite numerous efforts, it felt as though they were ensnared in an invisible wall, unable to escape the vicinity of this individual. Realizing that this formidable being likely did not intend to harm them, otherwise, they would have met their end moments ago, Shinon cautiously inquired. "Esteemed sir, what brings you to seek us?" "Oh, it is nothing of great consequence. In due time, a few conscious little rascals will come to trouble you. And I hope you can cooperate in putting on a performance, pretending to be outmatched, if you please. But our treasures are gone, and even the fortress has vanished." No sooner had he spoken than a creature resembling the zero-tail hydra appeared, swaying in the void. Following this, a 1,000-meter fortress materialized before them. "I entrust these 2 items to your care. Remember, you are only permitted to lose." "Understood." After receiving their affirmation, the individual turned his gaze toward the battlefield where the 7 stars were engaged, a smile gracing his lips. "Fortunately, your arrival has revealed that these 2 have concealed such formidable prowess. An impressive little fellow indeed, growing at an astonishing pace. It is for the best. Someone will soon become restless." With that, the figure vanished into thin air. Upon hearing these words, the 2 individuals, Shinon and his companion, were left utterly bewildered. However, upon witnessing the formidable figure depart, they finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, within the crimson battlefield, the thousands of meters of magma whirlwinds had entirely dissipated. At this moment, the great serpent in the earth-shattering star revealed its true form. From head to tail, its body was entirely charred, a consequence of scorching flames, suffocating pressure, and violent explosions. The 7 stars looked on in disbelief, suspecting that this creature was already well cooked. The serpent, struggling to stand in the void, incessantly cursed the 7 stars in its heart, lamenting its unfortunate fate of awakening only to encounter such a monstrosity. Its massive frame, nearly 1,000 meters in length, had dwindled to less than 100 meters, and the energy it had expended would take decades to replenish. One of its heads shouted, "Zero, we must flee. This creature poses a significant threat." Another head retorted, "Flee? Are you out of your mind? You know how fast that thing is. You've experienced its speed firsthand. Trying to escape would only invite more suffering." A different head suggested, "Why not concede? Perhaps surrendering could save our lives." The other heads nodded in agreement, yet Zero, being the primary consciousness, had just returned and was poised to assert its dominance. How could a proud disposition ever yield? "I shall declare, Zero, unyielding in death, I." The 9-headed deity, am the closest to divinity among the tailed beasts. How could I ever concede? At this moment, Qixing had approached the 9-headed serpent and declared, "I shall offer you 2 choices, death or submission to me. You have 7 seconds to contemplate. 1, 3, 6. It seems you are miscounting. Do you think I cannot count? 3 has clearly passed, and it should be 5. Hearing this, Ling was infuriated, exclaiming, "Fool. 2 has only just passed, making it 5. Instantly, the 9 heads began to bicker over this matter. Seeing this, Qixing was taken aback, an inexplicable fury surging within him. "Damn it, do you think I, Qixing, am inconsequential? I can count as 7, you know," he shouted. Despite his cries, the bickering continued unabated. In the next moment, Qixing emanated a powerful aura, conjuring a massive orb of light in his hand. The 9-headed serpent halted their quarrel, hurriedly exclaiming, "You haven't even counted as 7 yet. Why are you attacking?" "Exactly. This is utterly against the rules. Even Susa doesn't behave so recklessly," they added. Upon hearing this, Qixing spat out a mouthful of blood in exasperation. "Are you all seeking death?" he retorted, as the orb of light loomed above his head, ready to be hurled at the 9-headed serpent. In a panic, the serpent pleaded, "All right, I submit. I will be the first to submit." Qixing noticed a dark head among them. "Very well. What about the other 8 heads?" The head replied, "No worries. I am in charge here. Even if the other 8 refuse to submit, with me, old Hay, around, I will persuade them gradually." Upon hearing this, the 8 heads turned to old Hay, drowning him in a torrent of disdain. "You are no leader. I, Ling, am the true leader." "Nonsense. After disappearing for nearly a century, you think you can lead us? Do not listen to him. I am the leader." The bickering resumed among the 9 heads. Igniting Qixing's fury, he hurled the light orb into their midst. With a resounding explosion, white smoke billowed from the 9 heads as they staggered and plummeted from hundreds of meters in the air, landing with a thud and creating a large crater in the ground. As Qixing approached the pit, a savory aroma wafted through the air. They were truly cooked now. The 9 heads, barely conscious, pleaded, "Big brother, we concede. Ling just claimed superiority, declaring himself noble, but we 8 acknowledge your authority. Please spare us." Ling, upon hearing this, was consumed by rage. "Damn traitors. While I was absent for a century, you 8 have turned into worthless beings. You have brought shame upon the nine-headed god. Chapter 54. The Contract with the Serpent, Departing from the Kingdom of the Void. At this juncture, Qixing had no desire to heed Ling's outcries. He advanced and began to rain blows upon Ling's head. I made you a stubborn one. I allowed you to be a lone wolf. I'll let you defy me. Each utterance was punctuated by a punch, and Ling was left howling in pain. I am the nine-headed god. How can I submit to a mere human? The dignity of a god is not to be trifled with. Hey, be gentle. Don't knock out my teeth, he cried, as the other 8 gazed upon this scene. Their faces were filled with relief, affirming the correctness of their earlier decision. Seeing that this individual remained defiant, Qixing raised his hand and delivered several resounding slaps, sending him spinning in circles. How dare you strike the face of a deity? Such insolence cannot be tolerated. Brothers, it is time to transform. We must retaliate. Upon hearing these words, the 8 exchanged glances, all directing their attention towards Qixing. My lord, as we mentioned, this fellow is nothing but a traitor. Let us dispose of him. I would much prefer to revert to my form as the great Yamada no Orochi. Upon hearing this, Qixing was intrigued. You can actually transform? Come, let me see what you can become. My lord, please, we lack that capability, came the response. Qixing furrowed his brow. What, are you unwilling? No, my lord. There is no transformation involved. It merely allows us to take human form for easier escape. Ah, I see. Yet, this fellow Ling still refuses to submit. It seems a stronger incentive is necessary. With that, he retrieved a yellow pill from his spatial pocket, about the size of a fist, glowing with a luminescence and exuding a rich fragrance. As the aroma wafted through the air, all 8 heads instantly perked up. Even the seemingly lifeless Ling stared in rapture at the yellow pill in Qixing's hand. Wasn't he just on the brink of death? How is it that all 18 eyes are now fixated on the pill, and he's even drooling? In unison, the heads exclaimed, It smells divine. I yearn to taste that. Ling, you must submit quickly. What is it about this pill that is so alluring? At this moment, under the influence of the other 8 heads, devoid of any beastly instincts, Ling finally relented. My lord, I submit. Quickly, give me that item. I was the first to submit, so it rightfully belongs to me. Stop. You 9 heads are one entity. It makes no difference who receives it. Indeed. How did we not think of that? Truly, you are wise, my lord. Please, bestow that item upon us. Seeing that Ling had finally submitted, Qixing let out a sigh of relief. Recovering one-tailed beast feels like reclaiming 9. Though this creature seemed unreliable, it would still serve as an ally. He then produced a contract scroll for Ling, tossing it forward. Uncertain if this scroll could bind the 9-headed serpent. Sign this contract, and you shall henceforth be my beasts, Qixing declared. The 8 heads exchanged glances, and upon witnessing this, Ling spat fire in frustration. What are you staring at? I have good fortune to share. Let me bear this burden alone. The other 8 heads chimed in. All right, Ling. You are the leader. You should bear a little for us. A little? This is far more than a little. As they spoke, the oppressive aura around Qixing intensified, prompting the 8 heads to urge, Ling, sign it quickly. Yes, sign it, and you shall receive that pill. It truly is delightful. At this moment, the 8 heads began to discuss how to distribute the spoils. The beleaguered Zero has signed the contract. Unexpectedly, this scroll can indeed be utilized. However, it is likely that, although the 9 heads are unified, 8 of them have already developed their own consciousness. It was still Zero's awareness that signed the contract. Never mind. I do not comprehend these matters for now. I shall leave them to the merchant system to fret over. With that thought, Zero tossed a pill into the air. At that moment, the heads observed a pill, the size of a fist, soaring towards them. Zero was the first to lick the pill, but in the next instant, 8 tongues descended upon it, pushing Zero aside. Having merely licked it once, Zero found himself isolated once more. Damn it, I only licked it once. You scoundrels. What happened to sharing? Several heads mumbled. 1 lick is sufficient. We have hardly licked it ourselves. When Zero looked again at the pill, the fist-sized yellow orb had already diminished by half. Watching the heads lick with earnestness, Zero smacked his lips and inquired, What is this pill, my lord? This is the unparalleled dragon saliva pill of the ninja realm, crafted from the saliva of a true dragon. A true dragon? No wonder it smells so delightful. Upon learning the origin of the elixir, Zero, in despair, watched as the 8 heads eagerly licked away, unable to insert himself among them. Before long, the pill vanished, and the giant serpent began to radiate a luminous glow, evidently having restored much of its strength. At this moment, the 9 heads seemed to have reached a consensus. Their combined will dispersed, and in an instant, the 9 heads transformed into human form. Qixing beheld a figure before him, standing 7 feet tall. With flowing white hair and a long blade strapped to his back, his body exuding a blue muscular aura and a mouth full of sharp teeth. This being was none other than the human form of the nine-headed serpent, Yuanji. Seeing this form, Qixing appeared perplexed. In this form, your combat power is significantly suppressed. How can you claim to escape? Yet, in the next second, the humanoid serpent sank into the ground, and soon Qixing could no longer sense his presence. It turned out to be Earth Release, an underground escape. Well, the matters here have reached a conclusion. It is time to meet that old hermit, Shenong. With a flash, he reappeared at the mountaintop where Shenong resided. Shenong and his companion had long anticipated this. Regardless of which of the two combatants prevailed, they would inevitably become sacrifices. Thus, they chose to stand by and wait, eager to ascertain whether the owner of that ramen shop truly possessed strength equal to that of these two. At this moment, Qixing emerged from the spatial realm, gazing at Shenong. He directly asked, "How did the Transcendent incorporate you into this world? Reveal this secret, and I shall spare your lives." Shenong looked at Amaru and then replied, "Extraordinary arts, soul techniques, turn around." "Understood. You may disappear now." With that, a green light shot from Qixing's finger towards Shenong and Amaru. Without even glancing back at the outcome, he turned to depart, embodying confidence. Yet, just as he turned, a sound akin to a chime echoed. It seemed that energy had collided with some barrier. Turning back, he beheld Shenong and Amaru surrounded by an invisible force. "System, what energy is that? It can actually obstruct my super science dimensional wave. Ding. This is unique to this realm's heavenly Tao, an energy of vitality and time. These two are currently under the protection of the heavenly Tao. Even if you were to slay them, they would eventually be resurrected." "Oh, the heavenly Tao protects you. It must be for the unfolding narrative. How intriguing." Sighing, he decided to show them some courtesy. "Since our objective has been achieved, Serpent, we shall take our leave." With that, the two figures vanished. Witnessing this, Shenong and Amaru exhaled in relief. "Thank goodness, we do not have to die. We have survived." Chapter 55. You call this a lowly ninja? Little did these two know, a more splendid conclusion awaited them. As the Seven Stars traversed the void, they and the Hydra had been hastily journeying for several hours. Suddenly, the Hydra inquired, "My lord, where exactly is Konoha? It has been several hours, and we have yet to arrive. Surely, you are not lost? How could that be? Do not fret, we shall arrive shortly." As they spoke, both increased their speed, weaving through the sky. Upon passing a forest, they abruptly halted. "Ah, there are some adorable little ones engaged in battle. Who could they be?" They turned their gaze towards the battlefield, where several lower-ranked ninjas from Konoha and a few nin from the Sound Village seemed to be vying for something. "My lord, are you genuinely interested in this trivial skirmish among the lower ninjas? You do not understand. The lower ninjas of Konoha can be more formidable than the upper ones. After all, those little fellows possess various enhancements. Come, let us witness this spectacle, and you shall comprehend the situation. My lord, you cannot truly have forgotten the way home. Do you recognize these little rascals and wish to return with them? Nonsense. I am not directionally challenged. Let us proceed." With that, they ascended above the fray, only to witness the F4 of the Aoi family from the Sound Village unleashing an earth-shattering technique, burying the 5 from Konoha and their canine companion in an instant. At this juncture, Jirbi declared, "You 3 should leave first. I will handle things here. Do not worry, I can easily contain these worthless foes." As he spoke, he channeled his chakra, solidifying the earthen mound, while the other 3 hoisted a wooden barrel and turned to depart. However, shortly after their exit, a resounding explosion erupted as the tomb Jirbi had created was shattered from within. Merely a few lower ninjas. Who would have thought they possessed such strength? Yet, this is all they are capable of. Trash is merely trash, and this will only hasten your demise. Yet, Naruto and Kiba, hearing this, were indignant and rushed forward, only to be swiftly vanquished by Jirbi. The disparity in power was simply too vast. At that moment, the lower ninjas of Konoha began to rally. "You all go ahead," declared CHG. "I shall employ my secret weapon against this fellow. Hurry along." But Jirbi was not one to let them escape easily. He charged forward, prompting CHG to shout as he produced a box of pills, selecting the greenest one to consume. Instantly, his strength surged, allowing him to stand toe-to-toe with Jirbi. The latter, taken aback, remarked, "You are a lower ninja. Had you claimed to be an upper ninja, I would have believed you." At this moment, the 4 from Konoha and their canine companion, witnessing Dingxi creating opportunities for them, promptly turned to pursue the 3 members of the Zongai family, leaving Dingxi to engage in battle with Jirbi. In the next instant, Jirbi activated his cursed seal, while Dingxi consumed his second yellow pill, and the two once again clashed. At this juncture, Dinxie's physique amplified, forcing Jirbi to retreat step by step. However, being a Ch-Nin, Jirbi unleashed the second stage of his cursed seal, his entire body turning a vivid red, and his hairstyle became increasingly extravagant. As the massive form of Dinxie descended from the sky, Jirbi struck him away, depleting Dinxie's chakra almost entirely with that blow. Now exhausted, Dinxie was left with only a final red pill. Observing his opponent approach slowly, he silently consumed the pill, and countless butterflies began to dance around him, forming a magnificent pair of butterfly wings. Yet, Jirbi, now empowered with the strength of Ch-Nin, paid him no heed, proclaiming his might. He landed a punch on Dinxie, which Dinxie remarkably caught with one hand. At that moment, Jirbi was overwhelmed with disbelief. How could a mere Genin withstand the full force of Ch-Nin's strike? Before he could ponder further, Dinxie retaliated with a punch, instantly defeating Jirbi. This spectacle left the Hydra in the sky utterly astonished. Is this what you refer to as a Konoha Genin? My heavens! You call this a Genin? The Hydra's companion replied, Do not be surprised. There is more excitement to come. Let us proceed to observe. As they hastened to the scene, they arrived just in time to witness the spectacle of Gaitamaru spitting a mouthful of phlegm at Shikamaru, ensnaring him against a tree. The three from Konoha attempted to ambush Gaitamaru from behind, yet he dodged their advances with the agility of Spider-Man, ultimately countering their efforts. The Hydra chuckled at the sight, remarking, My lord, it seems these young ones are doomed. The Seven Stars joined in the mirth. Continue watching. This place is the domain of the heavenly path. Even the weakest can rise like a phoenix. At this moment, Niji stepped forth to rescue the three and their dog, declaring, You all go ahead. I'll handle this fellow. With that, the trio and the canine surged forward, but Gaitamaru was not one to let them escape easily. He puffed up his cheeks, preparing to unleash a thick strand of phlegm to obstruct them, only to have Niji sever it with ease. Humph, little one. You seem to be the strongest among them. I'll finish you in 3 minutes. With that, Gaitamaru unleashed a barrage of phlegm, while Niji, undeterred, gracefully dodged and retaliated. This scene could only be likened to a contest between a master fisherman and a skilled fruit ninja. However, amidst the flurry, a momentary lapse allowed Gaitamaru's phlegm barrage to gain the upper hand, ensnaring Niji in a net formed of thick mucus. Sensing an opportunity, Gaitamaru expelled a long yellow spear from his mouth, aiming to strike Niji just as he unleashed his own net, rushing towards Gaitamaru. At this moment, Kidomaru stood as if in a stupor, and Niji seized the opportunity, unleashing the 8 trigrams 64 palms, sending Kidomaru plummeting from the tree. Yet, astonishingly, Kidomaru emerged unscathed, enveloped in a layer of yellow armor. With a hearty laugh, he proclaimed, Do you see? This is my armor, which I call the armor of flight. Your strength is commendable, little one, but do not think you can harm me. With that, he vanished from sight. Niji, bewildered, pondered the situation. Did you not claim to be invulnerable? Then why flee? But Kidomaru was unconcerned, having resolved that engaging Niji from a distance was the safest strategy. He unleashed a barrage of kunai, which miraculously were thwarted by Niji's heavenly spin. Kidomaru was astonished. How could this mere genin possess such power? He immediately activated his cursed seal, biting his finger to summon a colossal spider. Upon its arrival, the giant spider swiftly produced an enormous cocoon, which, when torn open, released countless smaller spiders that surged towards Niji. Niji's instinctive response was to retaliate with the heavenly spin, but the webbing proved too constricting, rendering him powerless to counter. However, as he envisioned a peculiar scene, his combat prowess surged once more, allowing him to obliterate the swarm of spiders. Observing this, Kidomaru resolved to outlast his opponent, completely forgetting his earlier claim of a 3-minute limit. At that moment, Kidomaru commanded the giant spider to morph into a pig of a production team, while the smaller spiders descended like a torrential rain, relentlessly cascading downwards. At this moment, the great spider's heart was filled with curses for the entire family of Kiyotaka. This is utterly absurd. At this rate, if that rascal isn't exhausted to death, I, the great spider, shall be the one to perish first. Even the pigs on the production team wouldn't dare to reproduce in such a manner. Chapter 56. The inquisitive baby Hydra. However, Kiyotaka remained oblivious to the spider's inner turmoil. Yet after this frenzied trial, he finally discerned the key to vanquishing Niji. With a sinister chuckle, Kiyotaka activated his cursed seal's second transformation, unleashing a golden serpentine arrow that curved mid-flight toward Niji, striking true and pinning him against a tree. Yet, Niji, undeterred, retaliated with an equal force, directing a punch along the spider silk toward Kiyotaka, leaving the Hydra in a state of bewilderment. Master, that fellow shot 100 arrows earlier without using spider silk. Why does he suddenly incorporate it now? Qixing, equally perplexed, could only respond, how should I know? Perhaps he has some peculiar inclination. Seemingly enlightened, the Hydra nodded slightly, prompting Qixing to blink in surprise. You understand? Yes, I do. At that moment, Qixing yearned to inquire what exactly the Hydra had comprehended, but hesitated to voice his curiosity. Instead, refocusing on the battlefield. As Kiyotaka fell from the tree, Niji appeared, unleashing his taijutsu, the hanging beatdown technique. Kiyotaka was reduced to a mere ball and plummeted to the ground, leaving Niji with nothing but a striking silhouette. Kiyotaka, having failed his mission, disdainfully glared at Niji. You cannot prevent this, for Lord Sasuke has willingly allied himself with Lord Orochimaru. Upon hearing this, Niji chuckled. There is one who will surely find Sasuke in the depths of darkness and rescue him. The Hydra, curious as ever, glanced at Qixing. What are they discussing? Qixing experienced a headache, pondering how to explain to a tailed beast the existence of human affection. How troublesome. Lost in thought, Qixing was at a loss for words. Suddenly, a ray of light appeared on the horizon. Looking up, Qixing mused, it seems dawn has arrived. That man should be making his entrance. Just in time for my divination techniques to come into play. With that, he vanished, heading to the next battlefield, and the Hydra followed suit, scratching its head in confusion. In the heart of a forest clearing, thousands of Narutos surrounded a striking man with 2 red dots on his forehead, beside whom stood the wooden barrel containing Sasuke. Countless Narutos surged forward, determined to reclaim the barrel, yet the disparity in strength was insurmountable. This was no longer a battle. It was merely Kimura playing a game of Naruto elimination and outright massacre. Fortunately, Naruto was a master of clones. No matter how many Kimura dispatched, Naruto's duplicates seemed endless. The two exchanged blows, but as hundreds of shadow shurikens flew toward Kimura, he effortlessly deflected them. Observing this scene, the Hydra inquired once more, Master, I am quite curious. They are all attempting to seize that barrel. Why does the boy with so many clones surround that individual yet not take the barrel? It seems to be emitting smoke. Upon hearing this, Qixing was momentarily speechless. I truly wish to know why as well. Don't ask, just keep watching. Very well, Master. At the battle between Naruto and Kimura, Naruto's clones were finally cleared away, and Kimura ceased his assault, turning towards the wooden barrel, which was now emitting thick smoke. The barrel shattered, and yet another new member joined the mourning family. Sasuke emerged. Seeing Sasuke in this state, Naruto's eyes widened in surprise. A smile creeping onto his face as he raised his hands, seemingly inviting himself to join. Yet, Sasuke paid him no heed, swiftly distancing himself from the battlefield. As Junmaru observed Naruto lost in thought, he could not possibly relinquish such an opportunity. He leapt forward, intent on slaying the so-called King of Konoha. However, being dubbed the King of Konoha, Naruto was not one to be easily vanquished. In the split second when the bone blade was a mere 0.01 millimeters from Naruto, the Azure Beast of Konoha, Rock Lee, made a dazzling entrance. Although Naruto felt concern for Lee's well-being, Lee's affection for his beloved was of far greater importance. He uttered a few words of concern before turning away, pursuing his cherished Sasuke. The battle that ensued transformed into a contest between Lee and Junmaru. Aware that he was no match for Junmaru despite multiple attempts, Lee resorted to a potent 72-degree liquor, taking several hearty swigs. The intoxicating aroma of the spirit wafted before the Hydra, prompting a curious inquiry, My lord, what manner of exquisite liquor is this, to possess such a delightful fragrance? Upon hearing this, Qixing felt a bit bewildered. You also partake in alcohol? Of course, came the reply, I am renowned as the king of the wine realm, with an unyielding constitution against a myriad of casks. Upon hearing these words, Qixing would never reveal that the wine originated from his own Tianji Tower. Instead, he merely offered a perfunctory response, Yes, the wine is quite good. I shall procure some for you next time. The Hydra, moved by the sentiment, expressed, Thank you. Esteemed sir, thank you. On the battlefield, Shali began to indulge in drunken revelry, his steps unsteady. His legs swaying as if he had engaged in a fierce duel with someone the previous night, his figure oscillating from side to side. Junmaru, witnessing this scene, furrowed his brow, wary of potential treachery. At this moment, Shali lunged toward Junmaru with arms wide open, seemingly attempting to embrace him. Yet, how could Junmaru indulge in such a flaw of Shali's? The two engaged in combat once more, however, this time. Junmaru noticed that Shali's skills had improved significantly since their earlier encounter. Curiosity piqued, Junmaru pondered what kind of forbidden liquor this fellow had consumed. For even Lord Orochimaru could not concoct a beverage capable of enhancing one's abilities to such an extent. As he spoke, he launched another aggressive assault. But Xiaoli appeared to have succumbed to inebriation, collapsing to the ground. Junma Lu, aware of Xiaoli's cunning nature, exercised caution and refrained from advancing. Suddenly, Xiaoli rose to his feet and began to execute drunken boxing. In a fit of excitement, he charged toward Junma Lu, recognizing Xiaoli's formidable prowess. Junma Lu prepared to assume a defensive stance. Yet, in the next instant, Xiaoli fell to the ground, leaving Junma Lu in an awkward predicament. With 1,000 alpacas racing through his mind. At this juncture, Junma Lu was genuinely enraged and no longer wished to entangle himself with Xiaoli. He activated his cursed seal, unleashing his bloodline ability in an attempt to slay Xiaoli. Just as the bony spike was a mere 0.01 millimeters from Xiaoli's forehead, a surge of fine sand propelled Junma Lu away, rescuing Xiaoli in a moment of peril. In that instant, Gaara of the Sand Village from the Leaf Alliance made a dazzling entrance. Witnessing such a turn of events, the Hydra began to inquire, "My lord, is it truly possible for such coincidences to exist in this world? Were it not for my own eyes, I would scarcely believe it." Time and again, in moments of life and death, assistance arrives. Is this mere coincidence? Perhaps. Speaking these words, the Seven Stars gazed up at the sky. Chapter 57. I finally understand what love is. The Hydra, upon witnessing this, cast a curious glance. "My lord, why does the sky lack even a single cloud?" Inquired the Seven Stars with a smile. Perhaps it is to shield the eyes of certain individuals. At this moment on the battlefield, Gaara was engaged in a fierce confrontation with Kimimaro. Kimimaro unleashed his Shikatsu Miyaka technique, yet Gaara effortlessly deflected the attack. Not only could Gaara utilize sand for defense, but he also wielded it as a weapon. Unbeknownst to him, he had completely encircled Kimimaro in a myriad of grains of sand. As the sky darkened with a torrential rain of sand, Kimimaro attempted to evade, but the sand ensnared his feet, and more grains continued to bind him. Gaara extended his right hand and clenched it tightly, summoning the funeral of the sand waterfall. However, Kimimaro, the last hope of the Kagaya clan, was not one to be vanquished easily. At that moment, he had fully activated his cursed seal, creating a thin membrane beneath his skin using his own bones, thereby shielding himself from the assault of the sand. Kimimaro declared, "Next time, I shall not be ensnared by sand again." Yet Gaara, being a man of few words and fierce resolve, swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed his ultimate technique, the quicksand explosion flow. A deluge of yellow sand surged forth, engulfing the entire forest, leaving Kimimaro no refuge. Just as he had proclaimed he would not be trapped again, he was met with a swift and undeniable rebuttal. But the onslaught did not cease there. Gaara pressed his hands down upon the shifting sands and bellowed, "Sandstorm funeral." Witnessing this spectacle, Rock Lee was taken aback, grappling with existential doubts as he pondered why, despite not yet advancing to the rank of CH Nin, Gaara was so vastly superior. Meanwhile, Gaara furrowed his brow, sensing that Kimimaro had yet to be defeated. As the cursed seal of Kimimaro continued to evolve underground, a skeletal figure adorned with sharp, protruding bones emerged. Upon witnessing this, Gaara swiftly unleashed his sand-binding coffin in an attempt to ensnare the skeletal warrior. However, at that moment, the skeletal figure had achieved its ultimate evolution, breaking free from the constraints with an unstoppable force, charging towards Gaara. Their battle raged on, and the skeletal warrior soon realized the sand was a formidable opponent. It drew forth its spinal bones from its back, performing the dance of the iron wire flower, which ensnared Gaara. Simultaneously, its left hand transformed into a bone spear. In response, Gaara immediately summoned his strongest absolute defense, the shield of the crane in his calabash form. The clash between the two intensified, as the skeletal warrior, now resolute, struck with its spear against Gaara's shield. At the moment of impact, the bone spear cracked and shattered, marking a victory for Gaara. Yet, it was evident that Gaara was running low on chakra. He quickly formed hand seals, causing the ground beneath Kimimaro to transform into quicksand, dragging him underground. Nearby, Lee observed the scene with excitement, exclaiming that they had finally succeeded. However, Lee's optimism was misplaced. Just then, a resounding voice echoed from the swirling sands. "Dance, grass quagmire." Suddenly, towering bone spikes erupted from the depths, but fortunately, Gaara reacted swiftly, manipulating the sand to save both himself and Lee. As they soared through the air, Gaara believed the battle had concluded and prepared to depart. Yet, from within a colossal bone spike, Kimimaro reemerged, once again conjuring a bone spear to strike at Gaara. In an unexpected twist, the space before Kimimaro warped, revealing a young man donning a monkey-faced mask, who reached out with his right hand to grasp Kimimaro's spear. "Enough. Little Kimimaro," he said. "You've done enough for Orochimaru. Let it go." With that, the masked figure activated his Rinnegan and unleashed the Deva Path's heavenly decree. Kimamaro's eyes widened in disbelief as a fleeting, strange memory flickered in his mind, subtly influencing him. Tinsho Gate, I am. In the next instant, Kimamaro collapsed, and the masked figure swiftly apprehended him, vanishing from sight. In that moment, Junmaru's strike aimed at Gaara and Lee, leaving them to shut their eyes and await their demise. However, after a prolonged wait, they felt no piercing bone spear, and upon opening their eyes, they discovered Junmaru had vanished. Perhaps the scene they witnessed was merely an illusion. They could only find solace in this thought. Meanwhile, the Seven Stars returned to the skies, directly casting the skeletal figure to the Hydra. It's in your hands now. Heal him swiftly. But, my lord, his condition involves necrosis of the bones, a bloodline disease. I am powerless to assist. Hearing this, the Seven Stars turned to the Hydra. Isn't the blood of your serpent clan the most effective remedy for such afflictions? The Hydra's heart raced in astonishment. What? How did you uncover this secret? Oh. I merely spoke it casually. So, if you possess a solution, it is entrusted to you. The Hydra was on the brink of madness. My lord, this is quite the burden. It will cost me a portion of my divine essence. To expend a century of cultivation for such a minor character, do you truly find this worthwhile? Well, I believe it to be acceptable. As for that liquor, I have ample supply. Whatever quantity you require, I shall provide. The Hydra's eyes darted. Are you speaking earnestly, my lord? Have I ever deceived you? Not at this moment. No. Very well, let me take one last glance at my adorable little brother. It is time for us to depart. With that, the three figures vanished, arriving above the Valley of the End, where they beheld Naruto, transformed by the tailed beast, pressing Sasuke to the ground. Yet, Sasuke was not one to yield easily. He activated his morning love form, transforming with the cursed seal. Upon witnessing this, Naruto pondered, is this tattooed, flamboyantly styled, and lipstick-wearing Sasuke truly the beloved I once knew? Who has altered him to such an extent? In his fury, Naruto unleashed a powerful blow, sending Sasuke flying. However, as the dust settled, he realized that his own tailed beast attack had been effortlessly countered. To his astonishment, he beheld Sasuke, who had sprouted a pair of exquisite duck-like wings. The nine-headed serpent, poised in the heavens, truly licked its lips, as if to convey a desire to savor such delectable fare. Upon witnessing such a sight of Sasuke, Naruto felt an overwhelming sorrow within his heart. He conjured a violet Rasengan with his right hand, while Sasuke summoned a black Chidori with his left. The two propelled themselves forward, and their immense energies collided. However, instead of the anticipated explosion, the two attacks coalesced into a spherical form. Within this sphere, Sasuke and Naruto gazed deeply into each other's eyes, seemingly reaching a moment of reconciliation, for each harbored their own paths of pursuit. Time became an abstraction. After the radiance faded, Naruto collapsed, and Sasuke stood quietly beside him, his forehead protector having fallen, revealing a scar inflicted by Naruto. At that moment, a gentle rain began to fall from the sky, and Sasuke's own energy began to recoil, causing him to kneel before Naruto. At this instant, Sasuke's lips hovered merely 0.01 millimeters from Naruto's forehead. In a soft voice, Sasuke confessed, I once contemplated becoming Hokage as well. As the Hydra in the sky beheld this scene, it trembled with excitement, realizing that this must be the fervor shared between men. At last, I comprehend the essence of love, my lord. At that moment, the Seven Stars, feeling the intense gaze of the Hydra upon him, shuddered and vanished in an instant. Chapter 58, The Genesis of the Heavenly Shogate. As the Hydra once again scratched his head, he pondered, what have I done wrong? Am I to be cast aside? He murmured a few words before hastily following the steps of the Seven Stars. Below, the battlefield had grown eerily silent. There stood Sasuke, rising to his feet, casting a reluctant glance at Naruto before resolutely stepping into the darkness, alone. Shortly after Sasuke's departure, Kakashi and Pakken arrived, bearing Naruto back to Konoha. Meanwhile, the Seven Stars and Hydra returned to the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, carrying the gravely injured and unconscious Junmaro. Upon entering the pavilion, the Hydra exclaimed loudly, I can already smell the fragrance. What place is this, filled with such tantalizing aromas? With that, he prepared to follow the scent down to the lower floor. However, the Seven Stars blocked his path, saying, the person in your arms is on the brink of death. Are you not going to take action? It was then that the Hydra finally noticed Junmaro in his embrace, jolting awake and promptly dropping him to the ground. Damn it, this is not my preference, he muttered. The Seven Stars' gaze turned cold, and the Hydra, now wary of authority, conceded, all right, I understand. With that, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, which he caught in his palm as it slowly swirled, the mixed blood evaporating until only a single drop, the size of a thumb, remained, a golden droplet. He gazed at this droplet with a pained expression, repeatedly lamenting, "This represents a century of my cultivation, gone just like that. Do not think me oblivious to your intentions." "Take this," he said, tossing a dragon saliva pill to the Hydra. Upon seeing it, the Hydra's eyes lit up and exclaimed, "Oh my, what are you doing, my lord?" Little Nine is not a greedy serpent. Yet, despite his grandiloquent words, he promptly swallowed the elixir whole. Then, with a smile, he remarked, "My lord, you are truly gracious." "Thank you, my lord." Immediately, he cast the divine blood in his hand into Junmalu's mouth. At that moment, Junmalu, emaciated and frail, began to swell rapidly, a terrifying aura erupting from his body. "Oh, this lad has absorbed your divine blood and has remarkably transcended his previous limits. His chakra now reaching the level of an elite Jonin. Quite impressive," observed the Hydra, a look of disdain etched on his face. "My lord, this is hardly a feat worthy of note. You must understand that the energy of divine blood is formidable. At my current state, I can barely extract 3 drops without jeopardizing the essence of my divine beast. That fortunate lad, I could safeguard him for over a decade without him succumbing to illness. It would be nearly impossible for him to perish. However, if after 15 years he fails to transcend the level of my divine blood, his bodily functions will deteriorate severely, leading to the same fate of illness and death." "I see. It should not take that long. If you follow me and after 10 years you have not ascended to your current level, I would deem you no better than useless, and of no value by my side. Wouldn't you agree, Xuanji?" Upon hearing this, the Hydra narrowed his eyes, realizing he had overlooked the presence of others in the vicinity. Not far around the corner, a door swung open, and a figure emerged. "Boss, it's been a while." "Yes. How have your affairs progressed?" "According to your instructions, everything is in order. I have identified dozens of promising candidates and am currently nurturing their potential, awaiting the emergence of your cultivation furnace. During this time, 2 young individuals have caught my attention. One is composed and steady, while the other is clever and quick-witted. However, their innate talents are quite lacking, with chakra extraction being exceedingly slow. Yet, from a young age, they have undergone rigorous training in martial arts. Now, at the age of 11, they possess the strength of a lower ninja. I have named them Li Tianxiu and Li Xiutian. These brothers are also orphans of war, and their relentless drive to seize opportunities deeply resonates with me. Indeed, I have complete confidence in your efforts. I will resolve the matter of the cultivation furnace expeditiously. Young Junjun, now that you are awake, please rise. Your physical ailments are temporarily alleviated. However, should you fail to break through and meet my expectations within the next decade, your continued association with me will be unnecessary. Master, Jummer will not disappoint your high hopes." Upon saying this, he glanced around, astonished by the formidable presence of the esteemed individuals surrounding him, and stood quietly at the side. It was then that Qixing remarked, "Currently, we 4 are the principal figures of the Tianxiu sect. The rising talents will require time to mature, yet I firmly believe that in the future, the name Tianxiu sect will undoubtedly command respect throughout the ninja world, perhaps even reigning above all." Though the listeners were taken aback, the weight of these words from their master imbued them with an added sense of credibility. "Xuanji, I have long suggested that you temporarily assume the position of leader of the Tianxiu sect. When those 2 young ones are ready to stand on their own, you may pass the mantle to them." As Qixing spoke, he handed over a mask resembling a monkey's face, which bore a striking similarity to the one adorning Qixing's features. Etched upon it was an intricate character for Xiao, accompanied by the number 1, likely signifying the leader's mask. The cool sensation of the mask, combined with its soft embrace, instantly captivated Long Xuanji. Then, Qixing spoke again. "What you hold in your hand is a replica of the great sage's visage that adorns my face. Though it is but a counterfeit, it has consumed a considerable amount of precious materials, comparable to a spiritual artifact. The most remarkable feature of this mask is its ability to absorb a single energy attack that exceeds its own capacity, subsequently returning it to the assailant. However, after a single use, the mask will sustain damage. Remember to use it with caution. Dashi, as the Grand Protector of Tianxiu sect, this mask now belongs to you." Jiotulu accepted the mask, noticing the number 2 prominently engraved beside the character for excellence on the monkey-faced mask, which fitted perfectly upon his face. "Xiao Junjun, your prowess has now reached the level of an elite Jonin. The divine blood within you surely still lingers. Adapt and absorb it swiftly. Before you attain the rank of Shadow, do not leave the Tianji Tower. In the meantime, you may assist Quan in managing the business on the 1st floor. And take this mask with you." "Yes, my lord." Junmalu shall not disappoint your expectations. The mask bore an unmistakable engraving of the number 7. With the conclusion of the meeting, Xuanji was instructed to escort them to their quarters as the esteemed leader. As they conversed, the three individuals rounded a corner and vanished from sight. At that moment, the 7 stars finally found a moment of respite and summoned the system. Regarding the beauty ranking, the combat power ranking, and the divine artifact ranking, what would be the cost in points for an immediate update? Ding. The rankings are automatically refreshed once every 3 years. Should the host wish to expedite the update, an additional cost of 3,000 points per ranking will be incurred. Quite expensive, the host mused. How many points did we accrue from our recent endeavors? Ding. System is calculating. 1. Subjugation of the Great Serpent yielded 30,000 points. 2. Gaining knowledge of the secrets of Shinong, along with additional intel, awarded 10,000 points. 3. Disruption of the plot and the rescue of June Muller resulted in a deduction of 10,000 points. In total, you have earned 30,000 points, bringing your total to 39,800 points. Ah, that seems reasonable. June Muller should indeed be worth this price. System, how many times have I stored my premium check-ins? Ding. The host has stored ordinary check-ins, maximum of 10 times, allowing for 6 lottery draws. The host has also stored premium check-ins, maximum of 5 times, permitting 2 draws. Lastly, the host has stored luxurious check-ins, maximum of 2 times, granting 1 draw. Very well, it is time to utilize these. Chapter 59, The Face of the Great Sage. At this juncture, a thought struck him regarding the rankings. By the way, system, the beauty ranking has been active for several years. Why has there been no update? Ding. An update has occurred. However, there are currently no eligible candidates. The next update will take place in 6 months, at which point numerous newcomers will ascend the ranks. I see. System. How's the research on the portal from that rotund figure, the fat tiger, progressing? Ding. The activation of the portal requires 2 conditions. 1. The host must transcend to a divine level of power, and 2. The host must gain the recognition of any transcendent being to open it. It seems we have a transcendent being in our midst, but they appear to be ensnared in slumber, their essence fragmented. Indeed, host. That individual is currently in a state of great weakness. Without external intervention, they will not awaken for 3 years. Understood. I shall seek an opportunity to converse with Xuanji. The system is now initiating the lottery, purchasing 14 ordinary lottery draws and 8 premium draws. Ding. A total of 9,400 points have been deducted. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 3 tubes of genuine toothpaste, 5 boxes of Zhou by Duck, 2 Girl S toys, 3 powerful stain removers, 1 vial of the potion Indecent Cannot Be Moved, 3 Valkyrie armpit hairs, 1 special skill Fragrant Feet, 1 ninja technique Shadow Snake Hand, and a replica of the Great Sage's face. Wait a moment, system. The replica of the Great Sage's face was crafted by me, was it not? To receive my own creation as a reward seems rather excessive. Ding. The system has previously clarified that ordinary and premium lottery draws lack a dedicated interface. They are chosen randomly. Embodying the essence of chance, anything from the myriad worlds may be drawn. While I understand most of this, do enlighten me, how can the Valkyrie's armpit hair cost me 3 premium lottery chances? Is that not excessive? Ding. Host. You are unaware of the fortune you have stumbled upon. The Valkyrie is a deity, and even her armpit hair possesses divine power. The host yearns to transcend that realm, yet finds themselves in dire need of such divinely imbued artifacts. Very well, I comprehend your intentions, but could you not procure something more conventional? Ding. Such items are inconsequential for Valkyries and effortlessly obtainable for the system. Goodness, you have truly spoken your mind. Allow me to inquire once more. What is the efficacy of this potent stain remover? Ding. Please explore this on your own. Should you desire information, a consumption of 1,000 points is required. Indeed, the essence of a profiteer is not easily altered. Very well, at the very least, I can surmise the purpose of these items. Just as Qixing prepared to initiate the extravagant lottery, a melodious voice echoed from the first floor. A vibrant young maiden entered the Tianji building. Sister Quan. Is Qixing brother here? It is that little girl Tian Tian. He is in the kitchen. I shall call for him. Quan, no need for that. You carry on with your tasks. I shall handle things here. Very well. So, is little Tian Tian here to visit her brother Qixing? Upon hearing this, Tian Tian's cheeks flushed with color. It's not that. I merely came to express my gratitude for the legendary weapons you bestowed upon me last time. They are truly remarkable. I'm glad you like them. By the way, here is your second batch of ninja tools. And I have recently refined some new ones that are quite impressive. Let me take you to see them. With that, he led Tian to the second-floor arsenal. Upon entering, the little girl was ecstatic, touching this and examining that, until she finally spotted a monkey-faced mask at the center. Curiously, she inquired, Brother Qixing, I heard from my family elders that Lord Shura Monkey also possesses a mask like this. Indeed, this one is crafted as a replica of his mask. However, only Qixing understood that this was the true divine artifact, the face of the great sage. The potency of this artifact is extraordinarily formidable. It not only alters one's aura and voice, but can also transform into the likeness of anyone one has encountered. Moreover, none of these transformations consume chakra. In comparison to these remarkable abilities, the sealed attributes at the bottom of the mask invite further exploration, yet alas, one's strength remains insufficient. At that moment, the little girl was mesmerized and couldn't help but reach out to touch it. 7 Stars, startled, warned her that the mask had a counterattack feature. However, it was too late. She had already made contact. Contrary to 7 Stars' warnings, no danger manifested. Curiosity piqued, 7 Stars wondered why this was happening. Hadn't Tiapin said that no one was allowed to touch it? And the last time Quan encountered the mask, nothing happened either. How strange. As 7 Stars pondered these thoughts, Tian finished examining the ninja tools in the area. Brother 7 Stars, I'm about to head out with my team to carry out a mission. It's a great opportunity for training. All right, then. Wait, Tian, I have 2 gifts for you. 7 Stars produced 2 exquisite boxes and handed them to her. The first is a powerful ninjutsu, Earth Release, Petrification Technique. That can't be right. Brother 7 Stars, this says Fragrant Feet. Ahem, don't mind the details. You just need to hold it. And you'll be able to learn it. Really? How marvelous. As she touched the book, it transformed into countless specks of light, entering Tian's mind. Ding. The host has activated the transmission function, imparting the special ability of petrification to Tian, deducting 5,000 points. In the next moment, Tian exclaimed excitedly, Brother 7 Stars. I really learned Fragrant Feet. She lifted her foot, intending to kick him. Stop. You don't need to test it on me. Aren't you supposed to be on a mission? Save it for then. Right. The other box contains a divine artifact. Though it appears incredibly soft, it can withstand formidable attacks. Little girl, be cautious when you're out. We'll examine the artifact when you return home. Understood? Got it. Brother 7 Stars. I'm off now. Niji, Lee, and Naruto are waiting for me. Go ahead. As he watched her receding figure, 7 Stars retracted his gaze. Time had indeed flown by. These youngsters were growing up. It seemed his plans were ready to commence. He then summoned the 3 members of Tian's showmen. It's only been a day since the adults left. Why are we being called again? Recently, we are short on personnel. And I think it's time to plan for some assistance. Shinji, you're in charge of Kisame. His talent is considerable. Do not let him perish or hinder his growth. Orochimaru, you're responsible for Konan. I don't care what means you employ. But bring her back before the Akatsuki's downfall. Xiaojun, you're in charge of Honglian. I trust you know her. Am I right? Depart once you reach the level of a Kage. The 3 responded in unison. Yes, master. Now go. As for my dear brother, I shall handle that personally. Chapter 60. The divine disruption of cause and effect. Upon finishing his statement, the others prepared to leave, but the Hydra remained. Beginning to remove his armor and sheathing his scythe, the trio, intrigued by this display, watched intently. Moments later, a ghostly light flashed, revealing a striking figure before them, a man with waist-length white hair, standing 6 feet tall, his physique sculpted to perfection. Master, how do I look? Do you think I could charm that girl Conan's soul? The 3 stared at Orochimaru in disbelief, then turned away with disdain as they exited the Tianji building. In this atmosphere, the expansion plan of Tian's showmen officially commenced. At this moment, Qixing discovered that he had one more chance in the luxurious lottery. And he still possessed 30,000 points. The thought of not utilizing them left him feeling restless. Without hesitation, he decided to proceed. System, initiate the luxurious lottery. A chime resonated, announcing, the luxurious roulette has been activated. As Qixing directed his gaze toward the spinning wheel, he contemplated abandoning today's draw. However, as his eyes swept across the options, a remarkable little sword caught his attention, named Divine Severance of Causality. Although he had yet to claim it and could not discern its attributes, any reasonable person could surmise it was undoubtedly related to the severance of causality. This realization rendered the other 4 items utterly insignificant in his eyes. At that moment, Qixing pondered deeply. If he were to obtain this divine artifact, Reclaiming those formidable beings would no longer require concern for the control of the main deity. Furthermore, he had the reincarnation of the celestial god on his side. A form of subtle manipulation that could influence others, a technique that could rightly be termed divine art. Upon awakening, the cooldown period for Mai has diminished tenfold, perfectly aligning with that. At this thought, erupted into maniacal laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, there will come a day when I shall ascend to greatness." System. I demand a threefold draw. Ding. Does the host wish to expend one storage opportunity along with 20,000 points? Affirmative. Ding. The luxurious threefold lottery draw commences. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a complete. It can transform ordinary individuals into ninjas, and with sufficient energy, it can elevate the ninja's rank. Upon seeing this, frowned. System. I have prepared all the materials for and yet you present me with this? Ding. Do not presume that your mastery of allows you to forge the most crucial core, which is eternally beyond your comprehension, is intrinsically linked to the divine. I care not. I simply desire. Continue the draws. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a black classic gift box. What the hell? That exquisitely packaged box contains mere black? System. Whom do you underestimate? Do you believe I am Kakashi? Ding. This is a tremendous tonic. Consuming it can not only strengthen the body and nourish the yin and yang, but also swiftly elevate one's cultivation. Upon hearing of the myriad benefits of reluctantly accepted it, though not due to its ability to nourish the yin and yang, certainly not. System. Proceed with the draw. At this moment, S eyes widened in anticipation. Fixated on the spinning wheel, fervently whispering, "Come to me." Suddenly, the slowly rotating wheel came to a halt. The pointer landing precisely on the edge of a small sword. At this sight, erupted into another fit of laughter. Ha ha ha. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the forged by a solitary master craftsman, grows stronger the more isolated its wielder becomes. The most forlorn once wielded this sword to slay demigods as a mere mortal. Upon hearing this, the previously joyous was struck silent. What? A lonely person? Just how lonely do you think I am? I could hardly unleash even a fraction of its power. I demand. I still have 10,000 points, system. I wish to continue drawing. Ding. I advise the host to engage in rational expenditure. Should you encounter a narrative twist next time without any points, items valued over 10,000 points will be reclaimed to offset your balance. It is possible that even your trousers may be reclaimed. Upon hearing this, S mind snapped back to clarity. What has come over me? It seems I have been influenced by that item, obsessively wishing to obtain it. At this realization, a shiver ran through him. Even the system had failed to detect the anomaly. Indeed, such was the power of merely gazing upon it once had such an effect. Very well, if I did not draw it, then so be it. With a darkened expression, muttered to himself, I never expected to end up with nothing in the end. What I desired eludes me, while the unwanted comes in droves. To alleviate his despondency, retrieved a crystal ball from his spatial inventory, placing his hair upon it. At that moment, the crystal ball illuminated, revealing an image of, and who had arrived at a fog-shrouded mind. At this juncture, the exclaimed, "Master, you were spying on the young lady." As the 7 stars surveyed their surroundings, a finger pressed to her lips, she whispered, "Hush, do not speak. This is not voyeurism. You simply do not comprehend." At that moment, the scene revealed Niji activating his Byakugan, yet something obscured his vision, preventing him from detecting the enemy's presence. Upon a mountain peak, Raiga had resolutely decided to eliminate the 4 members of Team 10, invoking the lightning blade technique. A deafening roar echoed through the heavens as a powerful bolt of lightning descended. Realizing the impending danger, Tintin retrieved a small square shield from her ninja tool pouch, adorned with 7 interconnected 6-pointed stars. As she infused the shield with chakra, it rapidly expanded, its celestial stars radiating brilliance, shielding them from the raging storm above. The 4 swiftly retreated, seeking refuge, while the others stared in astonishment, exclaiming, "Tintin, where did you acquire such remarkable ninja tools?" She remained silent, her gaze fixed upon the distant sky, where yet another formidable bolt of lightning manifested, Raijin's funeral, the Feast of Lightning. This strike directly impacted the trio, leaving only Tintin sheltered beneath the 7-star shield, unharmed. At that moment, Raiga approached the 4, poised to deliver a lethal blow, only to be taken aback as Lee, in the midst of slumber, activated the dreaming Arhanquan, a sleeping Jin, and managed to force back a seasoned Jonin, a feat that would astound any onlooker. Yet, unbeknownst to all, Tintin was maneuvering a peculiar puppet, whose movements mirrored Lee's perfectly in that very instant. After several rounds of confrontation, Leia evidently found himself at a disadvantage as the cunning Shaoli, under Tian Tian's adept control, seized the initiative and directly propelled Lan Wan towards Ning Xi. Just as Leia prepared to rescue Lan Wan, he was thwarted by Naruto. Meanwhile, the dense fog began to dissipate, prompting Leia to flee upwards in a bid to secure the high ground, unaware that Naruto lay in ambush at the summit. As Leia finally reached the peak and steadied himself, a spiraling sphere struck him squarely in the back. In that critical moment, the valley reverberated with a young girl's cry, "You may die?" Chapter 61. The Battle of Tian Tian, the Divine Descendant Technique. At this juncture, Qi Xing, observing the scene, contemplated retracting the crystal ball. However, the spirit beside him expressed discontent. "Why does the master wish to stop watching? Just now, I seem to hear something about you may die. It must be a divine beast or something of the sort, yet it has yet to make its appearance. Wait, just a moment longer. I yearn to behold the true visage of the divine beast." Upon hearing this, Qi Xing scratched his head in confusion. What on earth is this divine beast? It's simply, I cannot possibly explain. I can only divert attention. Look, there is yet another development. At this moment, the scene within the crystal ball shifted, revealing that Lanmaru, the young girl, was being carried by Kezi in search of Leia, a sight that did not escape the keen eyes of Tian Tian. Following the trail left by Kezi, Tian Tian arrived at Leia's location. Upon seeing Leia, Lanmaru felt a sharp pang in her heart. She immediately dismounted from Kezi's back and struggled to crawl to Leia's lifeless body. With her eyes glowing crimson, Lanmaru poured all her strength into Leia before losing consciousness. Suddenly, a flash of lightning split the sky, and Leia revived. Witnessing this miraculous event, Tian Tian resolved to intervene. Launching several shurikens towards Leia, her figure swiftly following suit. With deft hands, she formed seals to summon a chain hammer, ensnaring Leia while an onslaught of hidden weapons rained down upon him. Leia summoned a storm of thunder, and Tiantian's projectiles were struck down, even sending her flying from the force of the electricity. In that moment, Tian Tian recalled the dashing figure of Qi Xing, pondering how he would react if he were present. What was she thinking? He was merely an ordinary person. Even if he were a master craftsman, how could he participate in such a battle? Shaking off her errant thoughts, she swiftly summoned a long staff. Just as Leia was about to make a move, Tian Tian struck his foot with the staff, leaving Leia momentarily stunned. Seizing the opportunity, Tian Tian unleashed a relentless series of strikes aimed at Leia's lower body. Leia, clutching his groin with his right hand, discarded his thunderblade. As Tian Tian pressed her attack, fury ignited within Leia. With a thunderous roar, he invoked the power of lightning, his left hand wielding the thunderblade pointing forward, unleashing a violent surge of electricity towards Tian Tian. Caught off guard, she could only raise a small square shield to defend herself, but was hurled back by the thunder's might. Collapsing to the ground, in a fit of rage, Leia prepared to advance and eliminate Tian Tian. Far away in the hidden leaf village, the Seven Stars witnessed this scene, and a terrifying voice resonated. "How dare you touch her? You seek death." As he spoke, his hands swiftly formed seals, and a true spirit soared into the heavens. At that moment, an ordinary legendary ninja tool unexpectedly fell from Tiantian's ninja tool pouch, radiating a brilliant light. Upon seeing this, Leia retreated in haste. The radiant ninja tool seemed to be drawing in something. At that moment, Leia beheld a shooting star streaking across the distant sky, descending beside Tian Tian, where it converged with a peculiar ninja tool, subsequently merging into her body. The sky was shrouded in thick clouds, and the natural forces of thunder and lightning emanated ominously, as if attempting to thwart this unfolding event. Nevertheless, Tian Tian had already risen, smiling at Leia and declaring, "You dare harbor intentions to kill her? You shall perish." With that, Tian Tian swiftly advanced, her hands flying through hand seals. "Manipulation technique, heavenly lock catastrophe," she proclaimed, launching a large scroll into the air from which a multitude of weapons erupted, unleashing a widespread assault on Leia. Drawing upon the power of nature, Leia brandished the radiant thunder blade, executing lightning release, thunder dragon tornado. She summoned bolts of lightning, rapidly spinning to form a dragon-shaped manifestation that intercepted the incoming barrage of weapons. The cacophony of clashing echoed as hundreds of weapons failed to breach her defenses. Tian Tian swiftly formed new hand seals and unleashed exploding dragon's fury, from which a colossal flame in the form of a dragon surged forth, colliding with the thunder dragon in a tremendous explosion that reverberated through the sky, dissipating both attacks into nothingness. Observing this, Leia crossed her blades and unleashed a barrage of lightning orbs towards Tian Tian. With a cold smile, Tian Tian retorted, "Ignorance." She then cast forth a massive scroll, Manipulation technique. Super heavenly blade chaos, from which various gigantic weapons clashed with the lightning orbs, shattering them as they surged towards Leia with unrelenting force. Startled, Leia realized the girl's strength had seemingly multiplied in an instant. How could this be? Though astonished, she did not falter in her actions. Ninja technique, armor of lightning, she invoked, merging her twin blades and summoning the natural lightning from the sky to envelop her, effectively negating the onslaught of the massive ninja tools. Indeed, the power of nature was formidable. Once more, Leia bellowed, lightning blade technique, continuous thunderfall. At that moment, she fused with the thunder blade, transforming into a figure of pure lightning, and swung her weapon to unleash 4 large bolts of lightning encircling Tian. In response, Tian's small shield rapidly expanded to 3 meters, hoisted above her head to withstand the lightning strikes. She then employed a summoning technique, invoking 7 legendary weapons to orbit around her. With a commanding shout, she unleashed manipulation technique, whirlwind blade dance, as the 7 legendary weapons spun wildly, creating an impenetrable barrier around her. Utilizing her instant movement technique, Tian swiftly appeared before Leia. With a powerful shout, she executed a fragrant kick, striking Leia squarely at her lower back. Due to the armor of lightning, Leia was unable to fully brace herself, and in the next moment, her waist began to petrify. The 7 legendary ninja tools relentlessly sliced around her, causing the sturdy armor of lightning to fracture. Leia raised her thunder blade in a futile attempt to defend, but it was in vain. Minutes later, one could observe Leia's body, now half petrified, in a state of disarray. At this moment, Tian's true consciousness awakened, and the essence of the 7 stars dissipated into ethereal light. As she gazed at the legendary ninja tools that had fallen around her, Tian appeared adorably bewildered, seemingly seeking someone to inquire about the events that had just transpired. Meanwhile, Jiazi, nearby, had already fainted in fear, leaving no one to provide answers. As the distant figure of Qixing in Konoha regained his senses, he exhaled deeply, reflecting on the exhausting distance he had traveled. I must not be so reckless next time, he mused. Despite possessing the strength of a Nin, Leia had failed to demonstrate even the prowess of a Nin against the members of Konoha's team. Yet, when confronted with my true spirit, he astonishingly exhibited combat capabilities that surpassed those of a Nin. Such a phenomenon is truly remarkable. Alas, Tian, the girl, lacks physical strength. It seems I shall need to guide him through the refinement furnace upon his return. Master, what ability did you just use? It felt incredibly powerful. Powerful? Hardly. It was merely a divine descent technique, with rather stringent conditions for use. It can only be enacted when the opponent is in an unconscious state, rather impractical, to say the least. Furthermore, it necessitates sealing one's chakra within a ninja tool for the opponent to carry. When the time comes, the chakra can be unleashed through hand seals, drawing forth the true spirit. However, the greater the distance, the weaker the spirit upon arrival. This ability is somewhat lackluster, to be honest. Of course, my own strength plays a significant role in this. With a reluctant gaze, he retracted the crystal ball. I should also assess the progress of the Tianxiu Gate's construction. After all, that is my foundation. With that, he donned the visage of the great sage, transforming his aura into that of a stranger as he murmured, Xuanji, do not disappoint me. Chapter 62. Testing the waters. After uttering these words, Qixing vanished from the Tianshu Tower, only to reappear above a hidden valley. Peering down, he observed a dense jungle, with thickets sprawling in every direction, seemingly devoid of any anomalies. Yet, nestled within several concealed groves, several youths stood tall like pines, their eyes hawkishly scanning their surroundings for any signs of disturbance. A smile crept across Qixing's lips at this sight, and as he activated his kaleidoscope, he perceived the chakra energy from the vast forest gradually converging towards this valley, piquing his interest. At that moment, Qixing's form materialized in the air. Within mere moments, he was detected by the youths below. After a few startled cries of birds and beasts, the youths vanished from sight. Just as Qixing scanned his surroundings, a massive net suddenly appeared before him, moving at an astonishing speed. He attempted to retreat, only to find another net had emerged behind him. As the two nets converged, they ensnared Qixing. However, before the youths could rejoice, Qixing transformed into a wisp of green smoke and vanished without a trace. Suddenly, 10 youths appeared below, their expressions resolute, evidently trained under rigorous conditions. One of them declared, Xiao Tian, report to the sect master that an unidentified individual has invaded our territory, possessing strength far beyond our own. Understood. Upon this, the remaining 9 split into 3 groups, dispersing in search of the unknown intruder. Qixing observed this display, nodding in approval. Impressive. Within less than half a year, they've trained these youngsters to this level. Truly, a testament to their past as formidable warriors. Extending his hand, Qixing touched the barrier before him, recognizing it as a sophisticated formation. System alert. This is the 4 Directions Gathering Spirit formation. Although its energy accumulation is slow, it operates with minimal cost. Ah, I see. With swift hand seals, he unleashed a fire technique, fire release, Great Dragon Fire. A colossal dragon-shaped flame collided with the formation, causing it to tremble momentarily before settling back into tranquility. Quite impressive, he remarked, just as Qixing prepared to unleash another fire technique upon the barrier. The 9 youths had already surrounded him. Coordinating seamlessly, they launched an array of elemental ninjutsu towards him. Yet, with a mere flick of his hand, he sent all incoming techniques hurtling back. With 9 explosive sounds, the youths dissipated into smoke. Qixing's eyes gleamed with excitement at their rapid reflexes. Yet, as he contemplated, the youths renewed their assault, executing a combination of ninjutsu. At that moment, the ground beneath Qixing cracked open, and countless wooden hands erupted from the earth, seizing his ankles. The terrain beside him swiftly transformed into mud, dragging him into the depths below. As he struggled, several kunai affixed with explosive tags flew toward him. Boom, 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 boom. The successive sounds of explosions echoed as the 9 youths retreated to a concealed position, exchanging gestures. Have we succeeded? One inquired. Not yet, another replied. I can't perceive his chakra at all. It's peculiar. I sense an even more enigmatic energy coursing through him, though I cannot fathom his true strength. He is certainly on par with the sect master. Proceed with caution. Just restrain him until the master arrives. Understood. With that, they hurled 8 small swords into the smoke, which landed in 4 directions. The 8 youths swiftly formed hand seals, conjuring a barrier that enveloped a 100-meter radius. As the dust settled, only Qixing's head remained above ground. Suddenly, he emitted a surge of energy, causing the earth to rupture as he effortlessly emerged from the depths. The 9 exchanged gestures once more. This individual is formidable. Do not engage recklessly. Just maintain the barrier, one advised. With that, the 8 intensified their chakra output, fortifying the barrier. Qixing glanced up at the overhead formation, bemused. This barrier is unfamiliar to me. Could it be a creation of Xuanji? Such a mysterious figure. With hands forming seals, he struck the ground forcefully, invoking Earth Release, Stone Giant. In the astonished gaze of the 9, a giant of nearly 100 meters in height materialized, effortlessly tearing apart the overhead barrier. In that moment, despair washed over the youths. This level of power was beyond their capacity to confront. Yet, with their sect at stake, retreat was not an option. Just as the 9 revealed themselves, preparing to engage the stone giant in a desperate struggle, a thunderous shout echoed. Who dares to disturb the Tianchu Gate base? Do you seek death? As the words fell, a fissure opened in the barrier, and a tall, handsome young man stepped forth. The 9 youths beamed with joy upon seeing him. The sect master has arrived. That individual is doomed. At this moment, the figure referred to as the master is none other than Long Xuanji. Surrounding him, 3 distinct chakra energies swirl gracefully, and without uttering a single superfluous word, he unleashes a formidable display of power. Fire Release, Fire Explosive Technique, Fire Release, Fire Dragon King, Wind Release, True Vacuum Fire Dragon, Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bite Explosion. A colossal fire dragon materializes in the sky, relentlessly exhaling fiery vacuum blasts that strike the earthen giant, producing a cacophony of explosive sounds that force the giant to stagger backward repeatedly. Following this, the fire dragon ascends further, charging toward the earthbound behemoth. In the vast expanse of the earth, a soil dragon glided through the terrain, its speed intensifying as it suddenly lunged at the colossal earthen giant, ensnaring it and rendering its movements utterly immobilized. With a swift gesture, Long Xuanji altered her hand seals, culminating in a resounding explosion. As the fire dragon collided with the earthen giant, a tremendous blast reverberated through the valley, shaking it violently, while the 7 stars dissipated into a wisp of azure smoke amidst the chaos. Observing this spectacle, Long Xuanji furrowed her brow and declared, "Come forth. I know you are not dead. However, dare to intrude upon the territory of my heavenly show sect, and you shall not return alive." With that, she formed her hand seals once more, invoking the summoning technique, Fire Release, Fire God Kai. Yet, in an instant, Long Xuanji halted her summoning. As a figure emerged from behind a towering tree, the individual's visage rapidly transformed, revealing a pure monkey-faced mask that appeared before Long Xuanji, who was then lightly applauded. Bravo, splendid. Xuanji, you have grown to such heights, it brings me great joy. Your chakra has reached the late stage of the shadow level, and your combat prowess rivals that of the super shadow. Quite impressive. Upon hearing these words, Long Xuanji trembled, realizing only a formidable figure would speak to her thus. The mask and the aura were unmistakable. It was indeed a powerful presence. Ecstatic, Long Xuanji exclaimed, Master, what brings you here? The Seven Stars chuckled. I have come to present you with a remarkable gift. Master, are you referring to that item? Has it been completed? Indeed, indeed. You never fail to impress. Long Xuanji continued with unrestrained admiration. My reverence for you is as boundless as the flowing river. Enough with the flattery. Let us enter, and you shall show me your accomplishments over the past year. Yes, master. Young ones, follow me. Today, there is no need for sentry duty. With the master here, we are safer than anywhere else. With that, she led the way into the grand array, leaving behind a group of awestruck youths who had never witnessed such deference from their sect leader. Filled with curiosity yet hesitant to speak, they obediently followed. Upon entering the array, they were greeted by an entirely different realm. The contrast between the interior and exterior of the array was stark. Within, a vast paradise spanning 10 kilometers had taken shape. Noticing the inquisitive gaze of the Seven Stars, Long Xuanji proudly explained, Master, I developed this inner paradise array based on the formations from my own world. Impressed, the Seven Stars replied, Well done. You have trained these young ones admirably. They must have been prepared well before my arrival. Ha ha ha, it seems I cannot escape the Master's keen perception. Indeed, it is true. Otherwise, it would not have been possible to create such an expansive inner realm in such a short time. This formation has existed for a decade. As they conversed, they continued forward, soon encountering a quaint settlement. The village was filled with numerous houses, yet it lay desolate, devoid of any inhabitants. A group of youthful boys and girls engaged in a spirited clash atop the rooftop. Ahead lay a vast square, where pairs of young men and women practiced their skills. Occasional bursts of flame and flashes of lightning erupted, albeit with relatively modest force. What drew the eye most were several young practitioners honing their mastery of techniques such as the fireball and water barrier, indicating they had made notable progress. At that moment, Long Xuanji observed the scene and remarked, These youngsters are somewhat lacking in strength. It appears that the Tianxiu sect will require more time before they can emerge into the world. Upon hearing this, Qixing immediately understood the underlying intention behind his words. Thinking to himself, You believe I am unaware of your cunning schemes? The items have been procured. Now it hinges on your preparation. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Long Xuanji bellowed for all disciples to assemble, clearly indicating that this individual had been well prepared all along. Within less than 30 seconds, the square was teeming with people. Regardless of what they were engaged in at that moment, all disciples had gathered in the square. Some emerged from their baths, partially covered by modesty cloths, while others, drenched in sweat and panting heavily, rushed in from unknown endeavors. There were those who dashed in with greasy mouths, clutching chicken legs. The most peculiar among them was a little fellow who ran in with his trousers in hand, a bizarre odor trailing behind him that made those nearby retch. Yet none dared to abandon their positions. The youth devouring the chicken legs shouted in exasperation, Li Zuexiu, how many times is this today? For heaven's sake! Upon witnessing this, several young ladies furrowed their brows, exclaiming, Li Zuexiu, you scoundrel, do you have no shame? With that, they invoked the technique of water release, water gun jutsu, which forcefully washed away all of Li Zuexiu's garments, sending the unsightly remnants soaring into the air. Soon after, a fireball appeared and evaporated them into nothingness. Only then did the onlookers, who had gathered around the square, finally exhale in relief, erupting into peals of laughter. At the rear of this crowd stood a solitary figure, Li Duxiu, observing the farce unfolding before him. His eyes sparkled with intelligence as he murmured to himself, Li Zuexiu, you arrogant wretch. Relying on your unparalleled talent for chakra refinement, you consistently provoke me. Today, consider this a minor reprimand. I shall only administer half a liang of laxative. Next time, I will not hesitate to unleash half a G. How could such words escape the keen ears of the Seven Stars? With a twitch of his lips, it was evident that managing these rascals was no simple task. At this moment, Long Xuanji pressed his hands down, and an immediate hush fell over the crowd. I reiterate, when I call your names, those who are absent shall face collective punishment. Today is an excellent day for discipline. Remember well my words. Now, let us commence the roll call. Li Tianxiu, present. Li Xinxiu, present. Li Duxiu, present. Li Zhixiu, present. Li Zuixiu, present. Li Juanxiu, present. Li Zuaishio, present. Excellent. All 36 are accounted for. Today, a mysterious esteemed guest has arrived at our Tianxio sect. I suspect some of you have already encountered him, or perhaps heard his esteemed name. He is the formidable being known in the ninja world as the Shura Monkey, a man who stands shoulder to shoulder with the deities of the ninja realm. Today, he brings with him a mysterious gift. Have you not often lamented your lack of talent, despite relentless training yielding little growth? Well, today, your innate abilities shall be rewritten. Now, let us invite our esteemed Shura Monkey to unveil the mysteries of this extraordinary gift. At this moment, all eyes turn toward the 7 stars, who placed a colossal object in the center of the square. A uniquely shaped furnace appeared before the audience. The 7 stars spoke slowly. You little ones are quite fortunate. This furnace is known as the cultivation furnace. The longer you endure within, the more your talents will be fully developed, and your power shall increase significantly. The first entry is crucial. Subsequent attempts will yield diminished effects. So, who will step forward first? Upon hearing this, the previously silent crowd began to murmur amongst themselves. Is it truly possible that such a divine artifact exists in the ninja world? Doubts lingered in the minds of many, yet Li Duxia was resolute, scoffing softly. How could such a powerful being deceive you mere children? Foolishness. With that, Li Duxia stood up, declaring, Esteemed one, I wish to be the first to try. The 7 stars turned his gaze toward him. Your name is Li Duxia? Yes, esteemed one. Very well. Enter. Li Duxia stepped into the cultivation furnace, and the door closed tightly behind him. Within mere minutes, wisps of blue smoke began to billow from the furnace. In less than a quarter of an hour, Li Duxia emerged, and at that instant, 3 streams of energy erupted from his body, white, red, and green, evidently a transformation of his physical constitution, awakening 3 types of chakra attributes. Overcome with excitement, Li Duxia shouted, I have succeeded. Power. I can feel the surge of power. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd erupted in exhilaration, forming small groups to prepare for their turn in the cultivation furnace. Some emerged with their strength elevated by an entire realm. In a single day, all 36 individuals underwent transformation through the cultivation furnace, with the most remarkable improvements evident in the 7 whose names were called, elevating them from the latter stages of Jinin to the mid-level of Chunin. Consequently, these 7 became the focal point of the Tianxio sect. Chapter 64. The competition for the Tianxio ranking begins. A chorus of excited chatter erupted among the crowd, each person envisioning their return in a few days to enhance their own talents. However, the words of Long Xuanji abruptly silenced the assembly of 36. He remarked, You little ones do not genuinely believe that this cultivation furnace is an unlimited resource for you, do you? How naive of you to dream so beautifully. Unfortunately, it is time for you to awaken from this fantasy. From this moment forth, anyone wishing to re-enter the cultivation furnace must contribute significantly to the sect to earn their chance. Upon hearing this, the 36 individuals were struck with shock. Their illusions shattered in an instant. Conversely, the ordinary attendants observing from the sidelines were filled with elation, for they perceived a newfound opportunity to grow stronger. In their hearts, they echoed a singular thought: the cultivation furnace could transform an ordinary person into a ninja. The atmosphere within the cave resonated with astonishment as hundreds of individuals reacted passionately to this prospect. They were prepared to risk their lives to seize such an opportunity. Yet, Long Xuanji was not finished. He continued, Your reactions are quite commendable, as anticipated. However, the opportunities do not end here. There exists another avenue allowing entry into the cultivation furnace once a month. At this revelation, all ears perked up in earnest attentiveness. This pathway hinged upon the upcoming sect competition, where participants could strive to enter the Tianxio ranking. Many were curious about the nature of the Tianxio ranking. Simply put, it represents the strongest list of newcomers within our sect, from which 7 superstars will be chosen to represent the Tianxio sect in the ninja world. Those who secure a place on the Tianxio ranking will not only gain monthly access to the cultivation furnace, but will also receive a custom-made, spirit-grade ninja tool crafted by the revered Shura Monkey. Most importantly, the individual who claims the first position shall receive a legacy from the Shura Monkey himself. The atmosphere ignited with fervor as the crowd buzzed with conversation. The mention of the Shura Monkey, a figure comparable to the gods of the ninja realm, stirred excitement among the younger audience. With his legacy, could one not aspire to ascend to divine heights? The excitement amongst the listeners surged to unprecedented levels. At this moment, Long Xuanji pressed her hands down, signaling for silence. She then spoke, Are you not thrilled? The opportunity to become a powerful being lies right before you. However, as you have heard, the Tianxio list has only 7 slots. Those who aspire to be on the list must undoubtedly be the most formidable young stars of our Tianxio sect. capable of overshadowing their peers. After you enter the cultivation furnace to refine your bodies today, I will grant you 3 days to acclimate to your newfound strength. 3 days hence, we shall commence the competition for the Tianshu list slots. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in excitement, their attention fixated on the spiritual artifacts and legacies. My heavens! A customized spiritual artifact that is merely one tier below divine tools. How extraordinarily powerful! If only I could obtain that. As for the legacy, that is beyond my wildest dreams. Who wouldn't desire such things? Quickly, they rushed to adapt to their surging powers, determined to secure a place on the Tianshu list and acquire the customized spiritual artifact. Foolishness. Only I, Li Duxiu, possess the qualifications to enter that most prestigious list and receive the legacy of Lord Shuramonkey, he declared, casting a sweeping glance around. This time, no one could impede my progress. In this fervent atmosphere, everyone embarked on their new path of cultivation. At this moment, Long Xuanji observed the diligent efforts of these young individuals and smiled with satisfaction. He then approached Qixing and inquired, "Are you content, esteemed leader?" Qixing returned a reassuring smile, responding, "Indeed, their determination is commendable. They are all hard-working prodigies. Their talents have significantly improved, and I believe that soon the name of Tianxiu sect will resonate throughout the entire shinobi world. Following this competition, I will allow the 7 talents to descend from the mountain and begin to establish the reputation of Tianxiu sect. As for the matter of founding a nation, there is no rush. The current ranking will pit them against each other, leaving 9 individuals. One will be nurtured as a lord, while another will be groomed as the new sect leader. The top 7 will be recognized on the Tianshu list, and these 7 will become the face of Tianshu sect. After your time with them, do you have suitable candidates in mind? After a moment of contemplation, Long Xuanji replied, "Esteemed leader, Li Xiutian is an exceptional choice. I have watched him grow. He is composed, intelligent, and possesses the demeanor of a great leader, making him suitable for the role of sect leader. Although he is somewhat young, he already exhibits a leader's awareness. Regarding the Lord's candidate, there is no urgency at this moment. Did you not mention that 2 years hence, the shinobi world would face the 4th Great Ninja War? After this war, we will establish our nation, and by then, we will be adequately prepared. With your involvement, Tianshu sect will undoubtedly make a striking debut in the war, ensuring that the entire shinobi world recognizes our existence." "Xuanji, you are becoming increasingly astute," Qixing remarked. "You flatter me, esteemed leader," Long Xuanji replied. "Very well, Xuanji, I have a task for you." At this, Qixing's expression turned serious. Noticing the gravity in his leader's demeanor, Long Xuanji felt a sudden pang of anxiety. "Esteemed leader, please do not frighten me. Ha ha ha, do not be tense. I merely need you to gather information on a few individuals and bring them back with you. Here, this is the address. These 3 should be comparable to you. Esteemed leader, are you not worried that I might conspire with them?" Long Xuanji asked, half-jokingly. "Ha ha, conspire? With you? You overthink it. Even if 10 more like you came, they would not be enough to pose a threat. Ahem, esteemed leader, might you consider a more tactful manner of speaking? All right, enough jesting. Those individuals are not to be taken lightly. If they are unwilling to join us, they must be eliminated. After all, too many anomalies could hinder our development. Indeed, if they cannot become our allies, they must be treated as adversaries," Long Xuanji concurred. Through this exchange, the two solidified many aspects of the future development of Tianshu sect. The construction of the arena and the square is progressing fervently. Time swiftly passes, and soon 3 days have elapsed. At this moment, in Tianshu Square, 9 grand arenas tower majestically. The first official disciples of Tianshu Gate, 36 in number, eagerly gaze at the competition stage before them, brimming with excitement and anticipation. All poised to seize one of the 7 coveted spots on the Tianshu rankings. The contest commenced without any ostentatious ceremony, heralded solely by a resounding shout from Long Xuanji. 18 figures stood upon the arena, eschewing idle chatter and formalities, their movements akin to phantoms as they surged towards their adversaries. Countless stones and earth shattered the ground. Flames soared through the air, torrents of water cascaded like rain, and bolts of lightning danced wildly, accompanied by the anguished cries emanating from the edges of the platform. Chapter 65. Surprised, those unsuspecting ordinary disciples and attendants who had gathered before the arena were rendered paralyzed, only to ignite in flames, ultimately extinguished by a deluge of water. Fortunately, the senior ninjas maintaining order shielded them from the brunt of the assault. Otherwise, they would have been incinerated. Nearby the arena, hundreds of bald men stood naked, their expressions bewildered as they observed the battle unfolding. hastily shielding their modesty with their hands and retreating in haste. Yet, their feeble attempts to conceal themselves were futile against the fervent gazes of the seasoned onlookers. At that moment, whispers escaped their lips, exclaiming phrases like "so grand, so dark. It's all exposed," and similar sentiments. Those who were a moment too slow once again encountered flames, their screams echoing incessantly. The 9 elite shinobi tasked with maintaining order were left in a state of utter disarray. The primary issue lay in the intensity of several battle stages, which proved excessively formidable, eliciting a chorus of grievances from the shinobi. "We are nearly 30, yet still merely shinobi. How is it that you youngsters, barely 15, can unleash jutsu that threatens our very existence? Is there no respite for us?" However, the most disheartened were the warriors enduring a second wave of torment. Bewildered and loudly questioning, "We are clearly stationed in the safest position. How could we possibly be affected? Are those tasked with maintaining order utterly incompetent?" Upon hearing this, the 9 elite shinobi were displeased. Just 3 days prior, I could have effortlessly extinguished that inferno of flames, torrents of water, and bolts of lightning with a mere wave of my hand. Yet these youngsters, in their unreasonable assent, had dramatically increased their power merely by rolling about in that furnace. Their strength surged severalfold beyond what it was 3 days ago. What can I do? I am equally despondent. Despite the commotion, witnessing the miraculous nature of the refinement furnace only solidified their resolve to exchange contributions to their clan for the opportunity to enter that furnace. After all, for an ordinary person, the honor of transforming from a mere mortal into a shinobi is akin to being touched by an immortal. The 30-year-old jonin yearned for a greater challenge, a truth known only to himself. After the farce, he cast his gaze upon the 9 battle platforms, where the skirmishes of the 18 participants were nearing their conclusion. Most had emerged victorious or defeated, yet the duel between Li Jinxiu and Li Duxiu remained particularly captivating. Atop the highest observation platform, 2 pairs of eyes incessantly scanned the battles taking place across the 9 contest arenas. At this moment, Long Xuanji spoke, "Esteemed one. Both of these individuals possess strength that lies within the mid-Shunin tier, yet their combat prowess has astonishingly ascended to the late Shunin level. It is truly remarkable that a mere enhancement of the cultivation furnace has led to such significant growth in their abilities." Qixing, with a subtle smile at the corner of his lips, remarked, "This was entirely within my expectations." At this moment on the arena, Li Jinxiu and Li Duxiu were engaged in a fierce contest, the outcome of which remained uncertain. However, Li Jinxiu was acutely aware that his stamina paled in comparison to that of the male Li Duxiu. If he did not resort to his ultimate technique soon, defeat seemed imminent. Suddenly, Li Jinxiu swiftly formed hand seals, and with a resounding shout, invoked his bloodline limit, focusing on the scorching release of molten fire. At that moment, he expelled an extremely high-temperature magma from his mouth, which rapidly transformed in midair into 5 blazing arrows, hurtling towards Li Duxiu with great speed. Li Duxiu had long since detected his movements. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed a simultaneous torrent of 3 chakra streams from his entire being. With swift hand seals, he bellowed, "Kekkei Jinkai, formation of fire and thunder binding field, activate." Surrounding Li Duxiu, the 3 chakra streams rapidly expanded to a 10-meter radius. Within this area, the ground blazed a fiery red, while arcs of lightning crackled in the air, as 5 high-temperature arrows swiftly approached Li Duxiu. Upon entering the realm of the binding fire and thunder field, they became ensnared by countless electric arcs. Meanwhile, fiery vines on the ground tightly enveloped the arrows. Although the arrows continued their forward trajectory, they ultimately faltered just 1 meter before Li Duxiu, vanishing without a trace. Upon witnessing this scene, Li Jinxiu felt a profound shock. Realizing that he had already lost, he then nodded to Li Duxiu and gracefully leaped off the competition stage. At that moment, Li Duxiu was drenched in sweat, clearly burdened by the strain of employing such a bloodline elimination technique, which was excessively taxing for him at present. His chakra had been entirely depleted, and this ability had only been utilized for less than 10 seconds. The next instant, upon seeing Li Jinxiu fly off the stage, he finally let out a long sigh of relief, feeling a temporary reprieve. Fortunately, the next battle was scheduled for the afternoon, granting him ample time to recuperate his chakra. The 2 figures seated in the observation deck had risen to their feet, utterly transfixed by the concluded battle below, their minds lingering in stunned silence. It was Qixing who first regained composure, remarking, "Indeed, neither of these youngsters is ordinary." The moment I witnessed Li Jinxiu employing the storm release, I sensed complications ahead. Yet I hadn't anticipated Li Duxiu's Kekkei Jinkai to be equally remarkable. As for Li Duxiu, that boy is the very embodiment of genius. to grasp the intricacies of elemental fusion to such an extent within 3 days. His future accomplishments may well rival yours, Xuanji. Upon hearing this, Long Xuanji, finally emerging from his daze, erupted into laughter. A genius, truly a goddamn genius, to manifest a domain at this age. In my world, those capable of such feats could be counted on one hand. Haha, we've stumbled upon a treasure. To comprehend a tri-elemental fusion domain within 3 days, albeit rudimentary, yet entirely self-taught, this speaks volumes. Li Duxiu, when I bestowed upon you the name Duxiu Peerless, I knew you'd one day stand unrivaled, towering above the shinobi world. Ha 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 ha. The resounding laughter attracted countless curious gazes, all wondering what had come over the master today, as he had been laughing for an entire morning. Those who uttered such words could not fathom the feelings of Long Xuanji at that moment, nor did they comprehend the formidable prowess of the bloodline limit and bloodline elimination. 3 have already emerged. Among these 36 little ones, I am eager to see how many will astonish me within these 3 days. After this proclamation, the arena welcomed a new batch of 18 contestants. Each of these individuals wore a solemn expression, fully aware that none of the modified participants were to be underestimated. They were completely focused, preparing to give their utmost, unwilling to forfeit their position on the heavenly show rankings. With a resounding shout from Long Xuanji, the battle commenced. Contrary to expectations, a fierce confrontation did not ensue. Instead, the young contestants were meticulously assessing their opponents. A peculiar scene unfolded across the 9 battle platforms. As all the little ones circled the arena, seemingly searching for weaknesses in their adversaries, the onlookers nearby were sweating profusely, yet they fervently cheered for their favored little champion. Chapter 66, The Super Genius. Suddenly, someone shouted surprise attack, and instantly battles erupted simultaneously across the 9 competition platforms, unleashing a flurry of ninjutsu amidst bursts of fire and lightning. At this moment, the 7 stars sat watching from the observation platform and asked, Xuanji, who do you think will be the first to defeat their opponent? Long Xuanji glanced down and replied, it is likely to be either Shun Xiu or Zui Xiu. These 2 little ones have previously been the leaders among this group of children, possessing the finest talents and insights. Oh, that may not be the case. I believe it will be the chubby little one on the 9th platform. His talent may not be the strongest, but his combat prowess is undoubtedly among the most formidable of the 36 participants. Oh, it seems the esteemed one holds a high opinion of Li Chaoxiu. It turns out that the chubby boy is named Li Chaoxiu. You are aware of his bloodline power, right? Yes, I am aware. When I found him, he had already gone berserk, having slain half of the people in his village, his body covered in strange patterns. Ultimately, I had to intervene to subdue him. Since then, he has insisted on becoming my disciple, claiming his dream is to surpass me. After bringing him back, I sealed his physique and promised him that if he could someday control that power, he could unseal it himself. He is the strongest in terms of physique among my current students if he were to activate that state now. His physical techniques would surely surpass those of an average Jainin. I can't believe this fellow has been here for 5 years. Time truly flies. Looking down at the competition platform again, Li Chaoxiu's battle was nearing its conclusion. His opponent was a little girl with her hair styled into a towering braid. Each of her strikes aimed directly at Li Chaoxiu's vital points, yet he had not evaded even once, allowing her attacks to land while he continued to jest. Huaxiu, hurry and concede. If you keep this up, others will think we are flirting. You scoundrel, Li Chaoxiu. You forced me to use my ultimate technique, so don't blame me. As she spoke, the girl was enveloped by 2 types of chakra, the surrounding environment rapidly cooling. She swiftly formed hand seals and shouted, Ice release. 1,000 killing ice clubs. In the next moment, dozens of ice club projectiles formed from ice chakra descended like rain upon Li Chaoxiu. Seeing this, he exclaimed, You little ice queen, are you serious? With that, he swiftly peeled back a corner of the seal on his abdomen, and from the broken seal, countless black patterns surged forth. Li Chaoxiu's body swelled, and the black patterns were directed to his arms. In the next instant, his arm transformed into a formidable duck's foot, successfully blocking the onslaught of dozens of ice clubs. At that moment, the once pristine duck's foot lay in a state of disarray, riddled with countless wounds. One could only imagine the ferocity of those wolf-fang ice pops. Gazing at the battered duck's foot, Li Chaoxiu roared, Shao Liangpi, if you wish to engage in a serious contest, then I shall not hold back. With that declaration, he swiftly formed hand seals, invoking the fire release, small fire dragon king. Just as Li Chaoxiu completed his seals, Li Huaxiu, the young girl, leaped off the contest stage. Turning back, she scolded, You scoundrel, Li Chaoxiu. You foolish, wooden-headed fool. Just you wait. With those words, she departed from Tianxiu Square without a backward glance. This scene left Li Chaoxiu in a state of bewilderment. However, at that moment, the hand seals for the Fire Dragon King technique were complete, and he unleashed it forward with determination. The spectators by the arena, however, were drenched in cold sweat. Fortunately, the vigilant Jonin maintained order by shielding the Fire Dragon King, struggling to contain the diminutive creature, which was sent hurtling back several hundred meters. As it flew, it muttered incessantly, "What a bastard. This is hardly a Chunin match. Where does one find such a monstrous Chunin? Good grief." As Long Xuanji discerned the significance of the Seven Stars words, he promptly offered a flattering remark, acknowledging the prowess of the esteemed figure before him. Indeed, that individual was my sole formal disciple. At the time of his acceptance, I had initially declined. Yet it now appears that he has learned to harness his own physique, which is commendable. It seems he is adept at playing coy despite his advantages. That young man likely possesses a celestial constitution. The markings adorning his body should represent the nascent form of celestial transformation. However, I'm quite curious about how you managed to seal such a phenomenon. You truly are remarkable, Xuanji. Ahem, there is nothing particularly remarkable about it. It is merely a simplified version of the 9 palaces sealing heaven technique. Each palace, once filled, requires the release of natural energy. Should all 9 palaces reach their capacity, the seal would burst under the pressure. Do you think I am ignorant of this? Utilizing it to seal natural energy demonstrates your commendable understanding of the 9 palaces. At that moment, Long Xuanji was visibly astonished. Esteemed one, this is knowledge from our realm. How could you possibly be aware of it? Humph. Do you think you can deceive me? What do you take my heavenly secrets tower for? My apologies, esteemed one. I did not mean to enough. I harbor no intentions of blaming you. I have long stated that I have no desire to uncover your secrets, as each individual possesses their own mysteries, do they not? Thank you, esteemed one. At this juncture, the 7 Stars ceased to regard Long Xuanji, for the young man's trivial schemes could not escape the keen perception of Shao Kai. The 7 Stars had already been privy to this matter. He simply found it unworthy of mention. Any cunning plots pale in comparison to the reliability of one's formidable strength. He then turned his gaze toward the arena below. At this moment, among the 9 battle platforms, 8 had concluded their contests, leaving only one remaining, where 2 individuals, both favored even by the 7 Stars, were engaged in combat. Long Xuanji murmured softly, questioning how these 2 formidable opponents had come to face each other, as both possessed the strength to be ranked. However, no one responded to her remark. Gazing again at the battle platform, one could see Li Xiutian's expression was grave. His recent encounters revealed that his opponent's progress over the past 3 days had been astonishing. As he spoke, he immediately unleashed his ultimate technique. With hands pressed together, he invoked the wood release. The technique of the wooden man, countless vines converged on the ground, forming a towering wooden figure several meters high. Li Xiutian then leapt atop its head, bellowing a battle cry. Witnessing this scene, Li Xinxiu appeared at ease, his hands clasped behind his back as he shouted, "Fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bomb." Even before completing the hand seals, 3 fire dragons erupted from his mouth, launching towards the wooden figure from the left, center, and right. The massive wooden hands opened and closed, raising a giant shield to intercept the 3 fire dragons. With 3 resounding explosions, the wooden shield shattered. A smirk graced Li Xinxiu's lips as he slammed his hands onto the ground, executing the Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet, followed by Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. Meanwhile, Li Xiutian's colossal wooden figure was struck by the Earth Dragon Bullet, staggering backward until it collided with the Earth Flow Wall behind it. In that instant, 3 sudden Earth Flow Walls appeared, trapping the wooden figure and immobilizing it. Realizing the dire situation, Li Xiutian decisively abandoned the wooden man and leapt down. Li Xinxiu, observing this, smiled knowingly. "You've fallen for it." Chapter 67. Victory lies in the roar. Li Xiutian, perplexed by these words, found himself suddenly ensnared by numerous vines that shot skyward. Dismissing the threat with a scoff, he formed hand seals for the wood clone technique, his figure materializing at the edge of the battle platform. He believed he had landed safely, but upon touching the ground, he realized he had been deceived. The entire battle platform had been transformed by Li Xinxiu into a quagmire, and his body began to sink slowly. Astonishment flooded his mind. When had this occurred? Why had his wooden figure not been ensnared? And how had he failed to witness his opponent perform any hand seals? Overwhelmed by confusion and shock, Li Xiutian struggled momentarily before ultimately conceding defeat. At that moment, the audience watching the match stood in astonishment, their mouths agape as they gazed at Li Shinxiu. One person exclaimed, "What did I just witness? That kid is merely a chunin, yet he unleashed a B-rank fire release without forming hand seals. And as if that were not enough, he also effortlessly executed a B-rank earth release. No, he did not even use his hands. He merely shouted, and something flew by. I was utterly bewildered. What on earth did I just see? This must be an illusion, surely due to my lack of sleep last night. All thanks to that reckless fool." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in disdain, while many speculated about the abilities of the boy named Li Shinxiu. Despite the murmurs from the masses below, the 7 stars on the observation platform smiled. It was only after activating his Mangeki Sharingan that he finally comprehended the boy's abilities. With a mixture of surprise and unexpected delight, he remarked, "This little fellow utilizes the frequency of vocal cord vibrations to perform hand seals. The louder he shouts, the stronger the vibration frequency, and consequently, the more potent the ninjutsu." Long Xuanji, taken aback, responded, "So, this boy's output relies entirely on his voice?" "Not exactly. Observe his hands. He is capable of forming different hand seals simultaneously. Thus, under sufficient chakra, he can execute more than 2 ninjutsu at once. Even more intriguingly, when he shouts, you cannot ascertain whether he is actually using the jutsu he verbalizes. Encountering such a genius is indeed remarkable. Incredible. Are you suggesting that he could finish his seals with a single utterance, yet unleash 2 types of ninjutsu? Goodness, I truly had no idea. He was not like this before. Could it be that furnace? Perhaps he had a fortuitous encounter within it." Upon hearing this, the 7 stars fell silent. For that furnace was obtained through a system lottery, and it had appeared alongside that fateful weapon on the same spinning wheel. The emergence of such bizarre abilities was not beyond possibility. Moreover, my understanding of the refinement furnace itself is limited. It seems I must take the time to investigate the secrets of that furnace's core. As time quietly slips away amid such contemplation, the afternoon at Tianxiu Square becomes increasingly vibrant. The 18 individuals who remained from the morning have all showcased their unique abilities, much to the exhilaration of the onlookers. At this moment, the dueling platform is fully occupied by the 18 participants, with the opponents determined by a draw, ensuring absolute fairness. As the battle commenced once more under the commanding shout of Long Xuanji, the excitement in the arena reached a fever pitch. While the 9 dueling platforms were all quite remarkable, the crowd's attention was predominantly captured by the extraordinary talent of Li Shinxiu, whose prowess was largely attributed to his commanding voice. At this moment, the Tianxiu sect, consisting of nearly 1,000 disciples and auxiliary members, had more than half of its ranks gathered to witness the clash between Li Shinxiu and Han Yaoxiu. Voices rose from the audience, urging, "Shinxiu, remember, Yaoxiu is a girl. You must show her some restraint." However, Li Shinxiu's gaze was sharp and unwavering as he regarded the charming figure before him, devoid of any intent to show mercy. Without further ado, he launched into the fray, the outcome of this confrontation seemingly predetermined. Though the spectators were wholly captivated by Li Shinxiu, Qixing's attention was fixated on another duel. On the 7th platform, the contest between Li Zuexiu and Wang Erxiu, while not the most spectacular, was one of the few that showcased a continuous exchange of ninjutsu. It was astonishing how such young individuals had mastered so many techniques. As the dust settled, both combatants stood their ground, their chakra reserves dwindling. Wang Erxiu remarked, "I did not expect you to improve so significantly over the past 3 days. Humph. Do you think you are the only one who has grown stronger?" She retorted, forming a hand seal and unleashing a frost technique. Suddenly, a flurry of snowflakes filled the air, cascading upon Li Zuexiu's shoulders, encasing him in a frigid grip. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the ice shattered, revealing Li Zuexiu engulfed in roaring flames. Shaking off his numbed hands, he gazed at the falling snow and nodded, "Your strength is commendable. Given that, you are worthy of witnessing my grand display of ninjutsu." No sooner had he spoken than 2 robust fiery vines surged from beneath Wang Erxiu's feet, binding her tightly. However, in the next moment, the ensnared Wang Erxiu transformed into smoke. Just as it seemed she might escape, an invisible barrier of lightning enveloped her, paralyzing her body, and she collapsed to the ground as the earth beneath her erupted, burying her completely. While the crowd lamented Wang Erxiu's fate, her true form appeared beside Li Zuexiu. With a sneer, she declared, "I have long seen through your abilities for elemental chakras, but your physical techniques must be your weakness." Upon finishing her statement, she unleashed a powerful technique, the earth-shattering palm, manifesting a colossal hand in the void, descending upon Li Zuexiu. Yet, Li Zuexiu maintained a serene smile, gazing at the impending strike, softly stating, "You are correct. but you will still be defeated. Just as Wang Erxiu's massive hand was a mere inch from Li Zueixio's head, an unseen force immobilized her in midair, halting the impending blow. Observing this spectacle, Qixing murmured in surprise, "Has it come to an end?" Upon witnessing this, Long Xuanji inquired, "Is this a spatial ability, a steamed one?" "No, it must be his unique bloodline power." At this moment, the air within a 2-meter radius around him was entirely under his control. This was yet another ability never before encountered. Could it truly be related to the cultivation furnace? As Li Zueixio was poised to conclude the battle on the arena, Wang Erxiu's form once again transformed into wisps of azure smoke, dissipating into the air. In that moment, a frown creased Li Zueixio's brow. It was unmistakably his true self, yet how had it suddenly morphed into an illusion? At the very moment when Li Zueixio was deep in thought, resounding shouts erupted from all directions in the air, accompanied by the technique of water release, water break wave. From the mouths of 3 Wang Erxiu, powerful jets of high-pressure water shot forth in a linear fashion, transforming into sharp blades of water that continuously struck at Li Zueixio's bloodline ability. Meanwhile, his physical form expelled 3 slender ice spikes. The onlookers heard a series of muffled thuds followed by crisp clangs, and it was at that moment that Li Zueixio's bloodline ability was unexpectedly breached, leaving a trail of crimson upon his shoulder. Chapter 68. The Disciples of Tianxiu Gate. Ever prepared upon realizing his injury, Li Zueixio furrowed his brow in concern. His bloodline ability, the Qi Shield, had been compromised. As he glanced at his shoulder, he noticed 3 ice needle-like objects embedded within it. Although the injury was not severe, the fact that his Qi Shield had been breached was utterly unforeseen. Meanwhile, Wang Erxiu frowned, questioning whether his most formidable single-target ninjutsu had failed to deliver a significant blow. As he spoke, his hands moved swiftly to form seals, invoking the technique of shadow release, no self technique. In an instant, Wang Erxiu's figure vanished from sight before everyone present, rendering the perceptive efforts of the bystanders utterly futile. The experienced jonin overseeing the tournament, upon witnessing such a technique, wore a grave expression. Even he could not detect a trace of Wang Erxiu. However, upon seeing this state once more, Li Zueixio would not allow her the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. She leaped gracefully into the air, suspending herself in mid-flight. The spectators, already astonished, were now rendered even more awestruck by this spectacle, which also captivated the attention of onlookers from other arenas. Goodness, that young man can fly. How astonishingly powerful he is. As the crowd's gaze fixated on Li Zueixio, he swiftly formed hand seals, summoning a protective barrier and unleashing a barrage of invisible air projectiles. The onlookers could only hear the resounding explosions echoing across the arena, as if countless imperceptible orbs filled the combat stage. Wang Erxiu emerged at a corner of the arena, realizing there was no escape from the escalating chaos. To avoid injury, he had no choice but to leap down from the stage, conceding defeat. Pausing to glance back at the figure suspended in the air, a hint of gravity lingered in his expression before he turned and departed. Following this clash, the 9 contenders for the day were finally revealed: Li Xinxiu, Li Tianxiu, Li Duxiu, Li Zueixio, Li Chaxiu, Wang Daxiu, Sun Xiaxiu, Pai Caxiu, and Han Xiangxiu. Some among the spectators expressed regret, others felt relief. But the overwhelming sentiment was one of exhilaration for those who had secured a place on the list. At that moment, Long Xuanji gracefully descended from the observation platform, proclaiming, "I am aware that some of you harbor discontent, believing luck played a role in certain battles. However, do not dismiss this notion. Luck is, indeed, a form of strength. After all, one cannot remain fortunate indefinitely, yet a single stroke of luck can alter fate. There is no need for concern among those who did not make the list. For the positions on the Tianxiu ranking are not immutable. Each ranking can be contested, and every month, all have an opportunity to challenge. If victorious, one can claim the position of the person they have defeated." The crowd erupted in fervent discussion upon hearing this news. At that moment, a bald man inquired, "Master, does this mean we can also challenge?" "Indeed, as long as you possess sufficient strength, even the most humble disciples may contest those on the list, though individuals over the age of 20 are exempt from this privilege." Upon hearing this, many hung their heads in disappointment, yet a handful of junior disciples clenched their fists, whispering to themselves, I shall make my name known." At this moment, Long Xuanji shifted the topic, directing his gaze towards Tianxiu Square, where 36 individuals stood in neat formation. "You have performed admirably, and you have not disappointed me after all these years of cultivation." The list of the 7 luminaries of the Tianxiu rankings has been released. Some may wonder why only 7 are recognized among the final 9 victors. This is an astute question. One individual will be nurtured as the successor to the sect leader, while another will be groomed for leadership in the Kingdom of Luminaries 2 years hence. You heard me correctly. Our Tianqiu sect will establish the Kingdom of Luminaries in 2 years, which will be our foundation. We shall no longer drift aimlessly like rootless duckweeds. Upon hearing this proclamation, the crowd erupted in uproar, cheering fervently, "Long live the Tianqiu sect. The sect leader is invincible." Yet, a few murmured quietly, "Nation building requires an elite presence to oversee it." This remark was overheard by a burly man nearby, his excitement palpable. "Who are you looking down upon? The sect leader is a man who surpasses even elite ranks." "Enough with the nonsense. Pay attention." The others glanced at the robust figure beside them, daunted into silence. Long Xuanji continued, "I am pleased to witness your growth. Yet one must endure blood and fire to become a true ninja. Therefore, I have decided that the 27 of you will be divided into 9 teams, each led by one of the 9 elite shinobi. You will descend the mountain to undertake missions, elevating the reputation of our Tianqiu sect in preparation for the upcoming nation building. The remaining 9 will be personally led by me and the 2 great protectors of the Tianqiu sect. Are you prepared?" In unison, the 36 shouted, "We are ready." However, Long Xuanji remained unsatisfied, bellowing, "I cannot hear you." "I will ask again. Are you prepared?" Once more, the 36 roared, "Disciples of the Tianqiu sect, always ready." "Excellent. Now, the 9 elite shinobi shall commence selecting your teams. Those who wish to follow the elite shinobi may step forward." Consequently, the 27 began to move, forming teams of 3 behind the 9 elite shinobi. Meanwhile, the victorious 9 exchanged curious glances, pondering, "Didn't they say the protectors would lead us? Where are they?" As their words faded, dark clouds gathered above, and a colossal figure descended from the sky, landing with a resounding thud in the center of Tianqiu Square. The crowd beheld a tall, muscular youth with waist-length white hair, radiating an overwhelming presence that swept away the surrounding dust. When his keen gaze fell upon the gathered crowd, his imposing stature seemed to grow even larger, instilling an instinctive desire to venerate him. The legs of the onlookers trembled uncontrollably, and an eerie silence enveloped Tianqiu Square, with even the sound of breathing reduced to a whisper. At that moment, a more terrifying aura surged towards the 9 young individuals, leaving them utterly astonished. They had no time to ponder why the sect leader did not intervene. They merely exerted every ounce of chakra within to withstand the onslaught of this overwhelming presence. In less than a minute, 5 of them succumbed to exhaustion and collapsed. 2 minutes later, only 3 remained, and after 5 minutes, only Li Xinxiu was left, half kneeling on the ground, in a disheveled state. At that very instant, on the other side of the sky, a tall young man, standing 6 feet and possessing a strikingly handsome visage with hair cascading like a dark waterfall, gracefully descended from the heavens. With a mere wave of his hand, the potent aura emanating from the robust youth dissipated into nothingness. It was only then that the onlookers regained their composure, their hearts racing as they gazed upon the 2 figures before them. A few disciples, overwhelmed with emotion, felt a profound shock. Could this be the guardian of the Tianqiu sect? Such strength must surely surpass that of the sect leader. Good heavens! This was the first time they realized the depth of their sect's heritage. Chapter 69, Team G, Team Long. Team Bo. As the crowd marveled at the might of their sect, Long Xuanji spoke up, "We welcome the distant guardian and the stellar guardian." For the first time, Qixing revealed his true visage before others, a countenance bearing a striking resemblance to Uchiha Itachi, sharing 7 parts of his features. The 3 exchanged glances and nodded subtly in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, the 9 young disciples, who had been pinned to the ground by the overwhelming pressure, struggled to their feet. Bewildered gazes fixed upon their sect master as if silently pleading, "What transgression have we committed to warrant such punishment?" Their eyes flickered intermittently toward the muscular youth, simmering with faint resentment. Yet, Long Xuanji offered no explanation, merely regarding them with an unsettling grin. A chill ran down their spines. This look bodes no good. In the next moment, Long Xuanji's voice rang out. The Celestial Excellence Sect, the ranking of the 7 excellences: first, Li Xinxiu; second, Li Chaxiu; third, Li Duxiu; fourth, Li Zuaxiu; fifth, Li Tianxiu; sixth, Wang Daxiu; seventh, Sun Xiaoxiu. Just as the assembly assumed the proclamation concluded, Long Xuanji extended a hand, plucking from the air a palm-sized steel. With a flick of his wrist, the steel soared forward, expanding mid-flight before settling at the heart of Celestial Excellence Plaza. Upon its surface shimmered 7 radiant names, their brilliance so dazzling that nearly 1,000 onlookers winced, their eyes stinging from the relentless glow. Upon witnessing this, the 29 little creatures were filled with discontent. How could such an excellent opportunity for ostentation be seized by those 7 individuals? The morning's contest should have been a showcase of their unique abilities. Alas, what a pity. Nevertheless, they resolved that upon their next return, they would undoubtedly challenge for a place on the leaderboard. Upon witnessing this, everyone comprehended the reason behind the Guardian's earlier suppression of the 9 young ones. Realizing that this was indeed the ultimate test for those who made it onto the leaderboard. In the face of such a terrifying aura, the true strength of Li Shenxiu, who managed to stand firm without collapsing, remained a mystery to all. The matter concerning the Tianxiu ranking had finally reached its conclusion, just as the crowd exhaled in relief. They heard their master's booming voice once again. "You 9 rascals, who among you wishes to follow the esteemed guardian, step forward quickly." Upon hearing these words, the 9 individuals instantly regained their composure. Li Shenxiu, a particularly vivacious character, cast a glance at his mentor before his gaze fervently turned towards the 2 formidable figures. Without hesitation, he sprinted towards them, prompting the other 8 to follow suit, rushing to stand behind these powerful beings. Witnessing this, Long Xuanji was left in a state of bewilderment. How pitiful must I be that none of you little rascals wish to accompany me? He gritted his teeth and voiced his thoughts, yet the 9 were too engrossed in their competition for the coveted positions behind the 2 strong men, nearly resorting to blows. Completely oblivious to Long Xuanji's lament. At this moment, Long Xuanji, with a hand to his forehead, muttered in frustration, "You wretched little brats. Do you not care for my dignity?" A surge of anger welled within him, while he could tolerate the others, seeing his most esteemed disciple behaving just like the rest. Vying for a spot behind the powerful ignited his ire. He bellowed, "Li Shenxiu, you little scoundrel. When have I ever wronged you? You traitorous wretch." Upon hearing this, Li Shenxiu turned back to his teacher and replied, "Master, I recall when you invited me to follow you, you said that to cling to a benefactor, one must grasp the thickest leg." He gestured towards the elegantly poised and smiling Qixing. "I seized your leg without hesitation, and I have always cherished your words, aspiring to embody them. Look, is not this leg rather substantial?" Long Xuanji's fury intensified at this retort. "You insolent brat, you cannot even grasp my leg properly. Yet you wish to cling to the elders." He wasted no time in flashing before Li Shenxiu, twisting his ear and lifting him off the ground. "You rascal, hurry and stand aside." Seeing Long Xuanji grasping his ear, Li Shenxiu wilted, reluctantly releasing his hold on Qixing. "Master, be gentle, I understand my error." "You think you're mistaken? You've merely not been adequately disciplined," Long Xuanji retorted, having been under his mentor's tutelage for nearly a decade. Li Shenxiu knew his teacher's temperament well, quickly bowing and apologizing, adding a touch of endearment to his demeanor. This sight left Long Xuanji both exasperated and amused. Then, Long Xuanji inquired, "Is there anyone else willing to follow me?" The atmosphere fell silent. A pin could be heard dropping. Amidst this awkwardness, Li Shenxiu, ever the instigator, scampered to Sun Xiaoxiu's side, tugging at his arm. "Xiu, come with me. There's always something delightful in store. Embrace my sturdy leg, and I shall elevate you." With a charismatic spiel, the adorable Sun Xiaoxiu found himself willingly aboard Li Xiaoxiu's escapade. In the distance, Li Huixiu witnessed this scene, her teeth chattering. Yet she could not move from her position at will. However, she had already begun to formulate her plans in her mind. The final member of the Dragon Xuanji chose Li Duxiu, for his mastery over the array was unparalleled in their research. At this moment, Dragon Xuanji proclaimed, "From this day forth, our team shall be known as the Muscle Squad." The remaining 6 individuals each selected their respective teams. Notably, behind the formidable Orochimaru stood 2 men and 1 woman, Li Shenxiu, Li Tianxiu, and Wang Daxiu. Henceforth, our team shall be named the Dragon Squad. Following the 7 stars were Li Zuixiu, Pai Kaxiu, and Han Xiangxiu. At this moment, 7 stars spoke, "Then our team shall be named the Wave Squad." Upon witnessing the formation of all the teams, Long Xuanji wore a serious expression as he addressed the 36 individuals. "From this day forward, the team shall embark on their journey. Your rewards lie in the hands of your team leaders, who shall distribute them along the way. The shinobi world is fraught with peril, my young ones. I hope to see each of you return unharmed. Remember to survive," he declared, addressing the dorm master. With that, Long Xuanji turned his gaze towards the hundreds behind him. Among them were many ordinary individuals, as well as some with considerable strength, though all bore injuries. These were the people saved by Long Xuanji during the Third Shinobi World War. His eyes swept across the crowd as he declared, "The Tianxiu sect is entrusted to you. Your hard work over the years has not gone unnoticed." In that moment, nearly 1,000 people were moved by the atmosphere. Shouting in unison, Master, you have worked hard. Take care, Master. Upon my return, I shall ensure that each person receives their due reward. Not a single portion shall be withheld, he affirmed. With these words, the three teams took the lead and departed from the Tianxiu sect's base. As the remaining members of the ninth squad gradually departed, Tianxiu Square once again fell into a profound silence. Only the massive golden monument stood, recounting the events that had just transpired. Chapter 70, The 8 Extraordinary Techniques, Summoning Spirits and Dispatching Generals. At this moment, Qixing was traversing through the forest accompanied by 3 little companions. For 3 days, the 4 had refrained from employing any physical techniques or chakra, walking through the woods without pause, except for a mere 5 hours of sleep each day. This constituted Qixing's inaugural lesson. The 3 little ones have finally completed their first training session under Master Qixing. At this moment, they are filled with immense excitement, completely oblivious to any fatigue. For Master Qixing had mentioned 3 days prior that upon the completion of their initial training, rewards from the Tianxiu list would be bestowed upon them. Moreover, he possesses exclusive personal rewards, and the 3 individuals gazed intently at Qixing, their eyes brimming with anticipation. At this moment, Qixing stood still, closing his eyes and sitting cross-legged, seemingly immersed in a form of cultivation. The 3 individuals were puzzled. Could Teacher Qixing be shirking his responsibilities? What about the promised rewards? How could he fall asleep at such a crucial time? Shoo, keep your voice down. A formidable figure like our teacher would not stoop to such ignoble behavior, would he? Just look at the solemn and righteous demeanor of Teacher Qixing. Moreover, the strong often possess certain peculiar habits, and so forth. No sooner had these words been uttered than the 3 individuals appeared to be startled, retreating a step back. Hey, Hanzue Shou, weren't you just extolling our teacher's integrity and solemnity? Just look at this lewd visage. Where lies the solemnity? At this moment, Qixing was exhilarated by the mastery of his skill, the divine craftsmanship, which had reached a proficiency level of 10, his joy evident on his face. However, to the few young ones nearby, his expression appeared exceedingly lecherous. The formidable image he had established over the past 3 days crumbled at that instant. Unbeknownst to Qixing, he was now engrossed in the newfound abilities he had acquired. The second of the 8 miraculous techniques, spirit binding and summoning, surged a vast ocean of knowledge into his mind. Fortunately, Qixing's formidable strength rendered him both mentally and physically robust within mere breaths. He fully comprehended the exquisite utility of this ability. The 8 miraculous techniques, spirit binding and summoning, in its complete form, allowed for the binding of spirits, summoning of spirits, and consumption of spirits. Level 1 spirit binding enabled him to disregard a spirit's will, compelling it to obey and serve him, though he could not bind spirits exceeding 2 major realms above his own. Level 1 spirit summoning allowed him to summon multiple spirits simultaneously, with their origin confined to this world again. He could not summon spirits exceeding 2 major realms above his own. Level 1 spirit consumption permitted him to devour spirits, thereby permanently enhancing his attributes, albeit at a minimal increase, but he could not consume spirits exceeding 3 major realms above his own. Never did he anticipate that his second ability would be spirit binding and summoning, which only intensified the radiance of his smile. Having clarified his abilities, Qixing turned his attention to the long-neglected attribute panel. Host, Uchiha Qixing, age, 18, realm, shadow level, combat power, 9200. Talent, transformation into Super Saiyan 1 enhances all attributes by 10-fold. Super Saiyan 2 enhances all attributes by 20-fold. Bloodline development level, 19, 5. Skills, proficient in various DA rank ninjutsu, air dance technique level 4, S rank ninjutsu, heavenly fire frenzy dragon, etc. 8 miraculous techniques, divine craftsmanship, spirit binding and summoning. Special ability, complete body Susanoo. Left eye, eternal Mangeki Sharingan, dual Kemui. Right eye, Rinnegan, Deva Path, high sovereign spirit master, Rinnegan Deva Eye. High sovereign spirit master, can amplify the power of absorbed ninjutsu and retaliate, exceeding the original effect. Rinnegan Deva Eye summons a colossal phantom eye, radiating purple brilliance, capable of forcibly pulling enemies or objects that come into contact with the purple light into a black and white space created by the eye. If the space suffers severe damage, it will siphon the host's energy for repair. This ability can only be used once daily. Items, an assortment of peculiar objects from various realms. There is nothing you cannot conceive of that is absent from the backpack. Points, 10, 900 commonly used ninja tools, Qixing sword. Upon reading this, Qixing furrowed his brow. He realized that his combat power had been increasing at a sluggish pace recently, a situation exacerbated by the presence of an automatic training editor. Otherwise, his progress would have likely stagnated. System, why do I feel that my strength has encountered a bottleneck lately? He inquired. Ding. During this period, relying solely on automatic training has saturated your physical power. The primary reason for the slow advancement is that you are of Scion blood. Scions are a formidable warrior race, and they only achieve significant enhancement through combat. Battles disperse the saturated energy throughout the body, yet you have recently encountered few evenly matched opponents, resulting in diminished growth compared to before. System, is this what you call diminished? Since my battle with Orochimaru, nearly half a year has passed, and my combat power has only increased by 200 points. Is the automatic training editor truly this ineffective? Ding. Host, your automatic training editor is only level 1, while your body and various skills have all surpassed level 2. Are you suggesting that I need to upgrade the automatic training editor? Ding. An upgrade is indeed necessary, but it is recommended that the host prioritize combat with automatic training as a supplement. Combat, you say? I yearn for a worthy opponent, someone capable of inflicting severe injuries upon me or even leaving me bloodied. Yet, solitude reigns at the pinnacle. Where can one find such an adversary in this period? Alas, this seems exceedingly difficult. In the external world, the three young beings observed their master, Qixing, sighing in perplexity, just as they continued to scrutinize his behavior. Qixing abruptly opened his eyes, finding their faces less than a centimeter away from his own. Instinctively, his energy surged forth, propelling the three little ones 100 meters away. Damn, I thought someone was attempting to ambush me. What on earth are you three up to? Master, just moments ago you were laughing heartily, then frowning in contemplation. We were concerned for your well-being, so we inched closer to investigate, only to be met with such a fierce response. I think my leg is broken. My back is shattered. My eyes have been blinded by the shock. At this, Qixing, rendered speechless, commanded, You rascals, come here at once. It is time for your rewards. Upon hearing this, the three instantly felt their legs intact, their backs free of pain, and their vision restored. They scampered eagerly to Qixing's side. Master, please reveal what kind of ninja tools you've brought. Without pretense, Qixing retrieved 3 extraordinary ninja tools from his spatial realm. A fan imbued with 3 unique ninjutsu, named Rising Wind, a large blade with a sharp attribute, known as Dragon Slayer, and a broadsword possessing 2 remarkable techniques, called Edge of Silence. Chapter 71. Is this not the Water Tiger transformation? These 3 ninja tools emanated a faint luminescence, immediately revealing their exceptional nature. The trio, brimming with excitement, grasped their respective tools. At that moment, Li Zuexiu wielded the Dragon Slayer, its icy gleam slicing through the air as he effortlessly cleaved through a tree the thickness of a rice stalk, causing it to crash thunderously to the ground. As Han Xiangxiu grasped the broadsword, its shadow danced in synchrony with his movements. With a single thrust, it felt as though a myriad of swords converged into one. Pikachu, on the other hand, wielded a fan. With a gentle flick, a tempest arose, sending sand and stones whirling, trees uprooted in chaos. And the scene spiraled out of control. It was only through the intervention of Qixing that tranquility was restored. At that moment, Qixing spoke. You 3 little ones must become more familiar with your ninja tools. Within 3 days, I expect you to fully master this spiritual weapon. Yes, Qixing-sensei, they replied. Sensei, we are curious about the private rewards you mentioned earlier. Upon reaching the artisan village, you shall learn for yourselves. I assure you, you will not be disappointed. Hooray! Long live Qixing-sensei. With that, they continued their journey. However, not far ahead, 2 formidable whirlwinds collided. Pikachu remarked, Sensei, it seems someone is engaged in battle over there. I'm not blind. Let us go take a look, replied Qixing as the 4 hastened towards the commotion. They concealed themselves behind a tree, observing the skirmish. Sensei, that young lady is rather attractive, one of them noted. What, are you smitten? That girl is named Shoju. If you are indeed enamored, go lend your support. Perhaps you might earn a glimmer of favor, Qixing replied. Hee, isn't that a bit too forward, Sensei? Qixing thought to himself, humph, too direct. When her suitor arrives, you may find yourself without a chance. Let us wait. A little patience is wise, he added, his gaze fixed on the battlefield. At that moment, Shoju unleashed her scythe, but unexpectedly, it was countered by her opponent's wind slash, the residual force of which injured her iron fan. Observing this, Li Zuexiu inquired, Sensei, That woman's dual swords appear to manipulate the wind element. Indeed, those swords are commendable, mid-tier spiritual weapons known as the Flying Twin Swords. They can freely control the wind without consuming any chakra. However, compared to Pikachu's fan, they are not even in the same league, Qixing responded. Upon hearing this, Pikachu protested. How many times must I remind you? I am not Pikachu. My name is Pikachu, bestowed upon me by the sect leader. Well, Pikachu, why don't you ask them if there is any difference between these two names? Qixing suggested. The others immediately shook their heads. No difference. All right. You can be Pikachu if you prefer, though I know not what that is. It does sound rather appealing. While they were engaged in conversation, Shoju's battle began to turn against her. In desperation, she resorted to her ultimate technique, wind release, tornado typhoon. Yet, nothing materialized on the battlefield. The peacock taunted her. Have you been forsaken by the wind? Poor child. Behind the tree, Qixing merely gazed up at the sky and inquired, What is there in the sky, teacher? No sooner had the question escaped his lips than the heavens transformed dramatically. A colossal tornado abruptly materialized, enveloping the peacock. Unfazed, the peacock executed a ninjutsu, reversing the winds and cleaving the tornado in two, directing the remnants towards Shohu. At that moment, Shohu was struck by the tempest and was sent hurtling backward. Qixing, sensing the urgency, urged, Go now, Pikachu, it is your time to shine. Delay any longer, and the opportunity will slip away. Pikachu, gritting his teeth, resolved to act. With a swift application of the instant body technique, he appeared behind Shohu, raising his hand to manifest a gust of spiritual energy, which he gently fanned forward, unleashing another massive tornado towards the peacock. Meanwhile, Pikachu, firmly perched on a branch, maintained his stance. Regaining her composure, Shohu exclaimed, Who are you? Release me at once. In response, Pikachu loosened his grip and declared, I am Pikachu, the first disciple of the hidden sect, Tianxiumen. Shohu, taken aback, pondered, A hidden sect? Tianxiumen? I have never heard of it. Pikachu continued, Indeed, our sect has only emerged in this generation. Soon, you will hear countless legends regarding Tianxiumen. As the two conversed, the peacock, incensed, unleashed a flurry of winds directed at them. Shohu attempted to evade, but Pikachu held her back, reassuringly stating, Fear not, for I am here. With that, he intensified his gusts, unleashing a wind technique that sent 3 formidable wind blades slicing towards the peacock. The peacock, taken aback, thought, How can there exist a ninja tool surpassing that of my artisan village? I refuse to believe it. Drawing its twin swords in an X formation, the peacock unleashed the wind release, thousand-faced wind. However, Pikachu wielded a top-tier spiritual weapon, far superior to any mid-tier artifact. Releasing Shohu, he swiftly formed hand seals, then launched a fierce wave of wind with the technique wind release, net of winds. In an instant, swirling gusts from all directions were ensnared within a grand net woven from wind. The next moment, the net surged towards the phoenix, which gasped in horror. Wind release, Peacock's great whirlwind. 3 massive whirlwinds collided with the net. With a resounding crash, trees in all directions were severed by the violent winds. As Shoju lost her balance and fell beneath the tree, Pikachu, with remarkable swiftness, swiftly caught her in his embrace. At that moment, the scene was unexpectedly witnessed by the newly arrived Shikamaru and Ino, who stood there, utterly stunned. In their minds, the strong-willed Temari was being held in the embrace of a man, and she showed no signs of resistance. Good heavens! The two rubbed their eyes, ensuring they were not ensnared by an illusion, and then rushed forward to inquire, Sir, who are you, and what brings you to rescue Miss Temari? I am a disciple of the Heavenly Show sect. My master is leading our team down the mountain for training, came the response. But where is your master? At that moment, Shikamaru's gaze shifted towards the concealed location of the other 3, only to discover that there was not a single trace of them. What the hell? They left me behind, he thought, feeling betrayed. Shikamaru furrowed his brow at the sight. He had never heard of this hidden sect, yet the disciple possessed remarkable strength. This information needed to be promptly reported to Lord Hokage. However, he remarked, now is not the time for such discussions. We must swiftly deal with that woman. On the other side, Qixing, accompanied by the most talented Xiao and the aspiring Xian, arrived at Gar's battlefield. The trio concealed themselves behind a tree, engaging in discourse. That fellow, the teacher, possesses a tiger head that seems to be a formidable piece of ninja equipment, one remarked. Indeed, it is the infinite whole armor, capable of absorbing chakra, classified as a rudimentary spiritual artifact. However, the flail he just hurled is rather unimpressive, merely a legendary-grade ninja tool. As they conversed, the battle on the field took another turn. The individual known as Water Tiger hurled the flail once more, but Gaara seized it with his sand manipulation. Seizing the opportunity, Water Tiger began to voraciously absorb chakra. Gaara remained unperturbed, as a vast quantity of sand erupted from his gourd, forming a rapidly ascending sand column beneath him. With Water Tiger in tow, Gaara soared towards the heavens. At this juncture, their altitude had reached nearly 100 meters. Gaara tightened his grip on Water Tiger's flail once more, initiating a frenzied rotation. Witnessing this spectacle, Qixing could not help but exclaim, "By heavens, isn't this akin to the Water Tiger's great windmill?" Chapter 72, The Four Great Spiritual Artifacts. As Qixing uttered these words, Gaara launched Water Tiger with tremendous force, causing a powerful impact as he struck the ground, creating a deep crater. Yet, due to the protection of Water Tiger's armor, his body emerged unscathed. In another battlefield, Shikamaru, Temari, and Ino prepared to launch an assault on Peacock, only to be intercepted by Pikachu. How could such a minor character trouble a lady of beauty? "Leave that woman. Temari, to me," he declared, taking the lead. With a swift application of the body flicker technique, he appeared near Peacock in an instant, promptly forming hand seals with remarkable speed. Wind release, Gale Palm. Temari and her companions watched as an immense amount of chakra coalesced in Pikachu's hands, which he wielded with fervor, unleashing a relentless barrage of powerful gusts that transformed into colossal wind palms, hurtling toward Peacock. The Peacock was no meek creature. With its twin blades crossed over its chest, it let out a powerful roar, wind escape, wind reversal. At that moment, a multitude of wind palms surged backward, hurtling towards Shoju and her companions. Pikachu swiftly darted to Shoju's side, brandishing a fan. The wind blades collided fiercely with the wind palms, resulting in a thunderous explosion that sent dirt and debris flying in all directions. At that moment, a beam of emerald light pierced the vast expanse of the sky, striking Gaara's face. Upon witnessing this, Gaara promptly turned and retreated. Upon reaching his intended destination, he plunged his twin swords into the ground. At this instant, the plan of the four heavenly symbol men targeting Gaara officially commenced. From four directions, four individuals simultaneously formed hand seals, activating the ninja tool barrier, and the reverse scale formation was unleashed. If one were to gaze skyward, they would undoubtedly see three streams of water swiftly converge, coalescing into a water dragon that surged toward Gaara. Gaara was instantly struck, plummeting from the sand pillar. Fortunately, the gourd on his back mitigated the impact. Otherwise, he would have sustained fatal injuries. At this juncture, the Water Tiger approached Gaara, who lay on the ground, still attempting to launch a sand attack. However, the sand had absorbed water, rendering it exceedingly heavy and utterly unmanageable. Just as the Water Tiger was about to deliver the final blow to Gaara, Lee and Naruto from the Leaf Squad finally seized the opportunity to repay the favor from their previous encounter. After exchanging brief greetings, the two dashed toward the Water Tiger. Gaara offered a friendly warning that their opponent could absorb chakra, but the hot-blooded duo of Naruto and Lee were far from intimidated. Regardless of the adversary's strength, they, as ninjas of the Leaf, would not retreat. "Let's go, Lee. We must showcase our spirit," Naruto declared, to which Lee surprisingly agreed. Observing these two reckless individuals, Gaara could not help but cover his face, exclaiming, "They truly are brash." The duo then launched their assault, yet perhaps due to a lack of awareness, they exerted all their strength without even grazing the Water Tiger's fur. Instead, they found themselves being pressed down into the ground by the Water Tiger. At that moment, hiding behind a tree, Lee's friend, Hyuga, along with Han, could no longer bear to watch. "Those two fools, knowing they cannot win, why do they still charge forward?" exclaimed Hyuga with a sigh. These are the individuals shaped by the ideals of love and peace instilled by the Leaf Village. So different from our own teachings in the Heavenly Genius sect. He could only softly remark, "It is something called youth, a fervent spirit. You must possess it, but not squander it. Do you understand?" The two exchanged glances, seemingly enlightened. In another battlefield, Pikachu and the four members of Shoju finally caught up with the Peacock. No longer exchanging pleasantries, they simultaneously launched an assault on the Peacock. However, Jingyi, like an inexperienced novice, was swiftly overwhelmed in a single encounter, relegated to the sidelines to absorb experience. As Pikachu formed hand seals and unleashed a gale, a colossal whirlwind enveloped the Peacock. The moment the peacock broke through the wind, Shikamaru's formidable shadow imitation technique ensnared it within its grasp. As the peacock attempted to rise and retaliate, it found itself unable to move. Observing this, Temari invoked her summoning technique, bringing forth the weasel, which struck the peacock with precision, sending it tumbling over the waterfall. At that moment, Pikachu approached Temari, smiling as he declared, "Miss Temari, my mission is accomplished. Until next time." Dazed and at a loss for words, Temari could only respond, "See you next time, Pikachu." Indeed, her name often led to misunderstandings. Yet, Pikachu offered no further explanation, swiftly disappearing into the forest. Meanwhile, Shikamaru was deep in thought, maintaining a facade of cool detachment while harboring numerous clever schemes. In another scene, the Seven Stars and their two disciples stood in stunned silence, witnessing the fierce battle before them. The water tiger was undoubtedly valiant, empowered by its formidable equipment, rendering it nearly invincible against even the most ordinary J-Nin. However, for reasons unknown, Gaara suddenly advanced directly towards the water tiger, producing a long spear of sand that pierced its neck with sudden ferocity. Li and Han were left bewildered, grappling with confusion as they questioned the tiger's apparent folly, possessing such strength yet choosing not to retaliate, allowing a mere child to deliver the fatal blow. Their frustration only grew with each passing moment. At that instant, the Seven Stars seemed to sense something amiss. Activating his Rinnegan, he observed a mysterious force enveloping the area within a radius of 10,000 meters. Glancing skyward, he beheld a massive, indistinct apparition drifting through the void, its true nature eluding even the Rinnegan's gaze. Suddenly, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Host, while you gaze upon the heavenly path, it too gazes back at you. This vicinity has been interfered with. Please exercise caution. Acknowledging the warning, he felt relieved that this entity lacked consciousness. Otherwise, it would have cost him dearly in points. With that thought, the Seven Stars immediately reined in his energy and turned his attention back to the battlefield, where the conflict had drawn to a close. Gaara appeared resolved to pursue the fleeing tortoise, mindful that his disciple remained in the hands of others. As the Seven Stars and the two foremost disciples set forth, they hastened towards Gaara's direction. At that moment, Gaara, in pursuit of the tortoise, arrived at the edge of a valley, exclaiming, "Hand over the jasmine at once, or I shall not spare you." The tortoise retorted, "Do you believe I am cornered? The one truly driven to desperation is you, foolish as a swine." At this juncture, the tortoise ceased his idle chatter, raising his sword to summon his ninja tools, the infinite whole armor, the dragon eye fangs, the shadow blade, and the twin flying swords, four formidable artifacts now in his grasp. The tortoise swiftly unleashed a tempest, compelling Gaara to take refuge within the sands below. As he emerged, the shadow blade struck with precision, severing Gaara's right shoulder at the very moment he attempted to rise. By the time Naruto arrived at the valley, Gaara had transformed from the Sand Emperor into a blade and shield warrior, desperately wielding kunai to defend against the tortoise's relentless onslaught. Chapter 73, Kakashi's Fury. How could Naruto bear to witness Gaara's injury? After all, they were beings that recognized each other as existence. With this thought in mind, he rushed forward, intent on rescuing Gaara. However, at that moment, the tortoise, wielding the four great ninja tools, unleashed a tempest that sent Naruto flying. Upon seeing Naruto's forehead protector, the tortoise seethed with rage, proclaiming that the ninjas of Konoha were meddling in affairs that did not concern them. When our ultimate weapon is complete, Konoha will be the first to face its wrath. Naruto, feeling helpless, resorted to verbal jutsu, employing his signature technique. The tortoise fell victim to Naruto's words, and Naruto inquired, "Why do you harbor such animosity towards us of Konoha?" At this moment, the tortoise commenced a lesson. In the past, the craft village has always supplied the five great nations with ninja tools fairly. Yet, whenever conflicts arise among these nations, it is invariably the craft village that suffers. We have endured this ingratitude for far too long. I shall create a world solely for craftsmen. After delivering this statement, Naruto prepared to unleash another verbal assault, but was a fraction too slow, allowing the tortoise to strike first. In that moment, Naruto, lacking sufficient strength, could only evade. Just as he was on the brink of defeat, a layer of sand enveloped him, providing protection. Seeing this, Lee exclaimed in frustration, "Teacher, I fail to understand. That guy clearly has no chakra left. Why didn't his last shield protect himself instead of attempting to save others?" Qixing responded, "That is called the spirit of self-sacrifice, placing others before oneself. You must learn this as fellow disciples." Oh, I understand now, teacher. With that, the three once more turned their gaze towards the battlefield. At this moment, Gaara found himself ensnared within a colossal iron cage, a clandestine weapon of the artisan village. The cage was voraciously absorbing his chakra. Meanwhile, Bakura was forming hand seals, and a beam of azure light erupted from the cage, striking the stone wall and revealing a coffin before the astonished crowd. In the next instant, the coffin lid swung open, revealing a desiccated corpse. Bakura exclaimed with delight, "Lord Saimai, please bind yourself to me and resurrect now." No sooner had these words left his lips than a peculiar radiance flashed, causing Bakura to vanish while the corpse regained vitality and stepped forth from the coffin. The onlookers were left in a state of shock. The corpse had been revived. How could this be? Such ninjutsu existed in this world of shinobi? Upon witnessing this, the Seven Stars activated the Eye of Rebirth. Before them, the figure of Qing Ming was suffused with chakra, a manifestation that likely drew upon the vitality of the living through the dynamic nature of chakra itself. This ephemeral existence, however, would be fleeting. Once the chakra was depleted, life would once again slip away into the void. Above the clear and bright sky, a delicate thread connects heaven and earth. At this moment, the Seven Stars seem to comprehend something profound. All of this appears to be part of the celestial design, likely intended to deepen the bond between Naruto and Gaara. In the depths of the valley, the resurrected figure commenced his self-introduction, declaring, "I am Qing Ming, the founder of the artisan village." Resurrected after a century as the ultimate weapon of the artisan village. As he spoke, he swiftly formed hand seals, and the four vanished ninja tools radiated light, instantaneously affixing themselves to Qi Ming. However, the posture of that black sword was rather unseemly, resembling something quite improper. Just as Qixing was lost in thought, Shikaka suddenly awakened. A colossal paw striking the cage with force. Gaara appeared in a half-Shikaku form. At that moment, Shikaku's consciousness was partially revived, poised to unleash a violent rampage. Yet, the tailed beast's keen sense of smell detected a familiar scent nearby. In the next instant, Shikaku was taken aback, realizing, "It's that bastard who simultaneously threatened me and the Ninetales. No, he is a formidable opponent. Gaara, quickly, conceal me. That man is here. Hurry." At this moment, Gaara, bewildered, had never witnessed Shikaku in such a state of disarray. Nonetheless, with Shikaku making such an unreasonable demand for the first time, he had no choice but to comply. Shikaku lamented internally, "I've barely been out for a minute, and I must return. What a nuisance. Why is he everywhere? Next time, I will conquer my fears." At this moment, the external world looked on with a serene smile, observing Gaara and Shikaku, destined to become my nourishment. Just as the serene figure prepared to strike, the sand enveloping Gaara began to shed, as Shikaki once again re-entered Gaara's body. Upon arriving, Shoju mistakenly believed that Gaara had subdued Shikaku's power. The young girl was indeed quite naive. However, Qi Ming was not one to be deterred. Without a moment's hesitation, he launched another attack. In that brief instant, Gaara had acquired a portion of Shikaku's chakra. With a forceful clap of his hands, a torrent of quicksand erupted, causing the stones of the valley to disintegrate and bury Qi Ming. Yet, Qi Ming would not be so easily vanquished, for at that moment, he possessed strength surpassing that of a Jonin. With a thunderous shout, Qi Ming invoked a jutsu, the Peacock Cyclone Formation. He was enveloped in a whirlwind, soaring from the earth. As he emerged, he immediately began to siphon Gaara's chakra. Observing this, Gaara remained unfazed, gathering his most formidable attack in his hands, the Spear of Shikaku. With a slight advance of his right leg, he hurled the spear with precision. At that moment, the seven-star reincarnation, I witnessed the thread connecting Qi Ming to the sky gradually vanish, rendering Qi Ming immobile. Under the merciless manipulation of the Deva Path, Qi Ming braced himself against Gaara's mightiest spear. The armor upon him shattered, and the sand spear pierced his abdomen, eliciting a furious roar of defiance as his body plummeted to the ground. Gaara, relentless in his pursuit of victory, unleashed the sandbag burial technique, entombing Qi Ming beneath 100 meters of earth. It was evident that survival was beyond hope. The ethereal soul, caught in a state of clarity, gazed upon the world before it. Though reluctant to part, it could only be drawn away from this realm. Yet, in the next moment, a ripple coursed through the void, and a remarkably handsome young man reached skyward, invoking the summoning of spirits. A piercing scream, emanating from the depths of the soul, resonated through the air. The luminous soul was swiftly drawn into the realm of the Wheel of Reincarnation, marked by the 7 stars, and gently descended to the ground. Upon encountering the face of the 7 stars, Naruto exclaimed in astonishment, "Itachi, that fellow is Sasuke's brother, Uchiha Itachi." Quickly, Itachi, Tell me, where is Sasuke? However, Shikamaru interjected. Naruto, I believe you have mistaken the person. It is Itachi Uchiha, now affiliated with the Akatsuki organization, identifiable by their black attire adorned with red clouds. Observe the garb of this individual. It bears intricate characters on a dark background. At that moment, Shikamaru appeared to have an epiphany. You are from the Heavenly Show sect. At that moment, three figures materialized beside Qixing. Indeed, it was the renowned Tenshio sect, and the individual you beheld was our esteemed teacher, Uchiha Qixing. Upon hearing this, Shikamaru's expression turned grave. Was it not said that only 2 members of the Uchiha clan remained? How could such a formidable presence still exist? Just as the conversation unfolded, Qixing shifted his gaze towards the mountain summit, exclaiming, "Ah, 2 rather capable individuals are approaching." As Kakashi and Jiraiya beheld that familiar visage, their gazes locked in a tense standoff. Kakashi, consumed by fury, gritted his teeth and uttered the name, Uchiha Itachi. Chapter 74, The Fiery Dragon of the Heavens Versus. The spiraling flame of the Great Fire. Upon hearing Kakashi's seething declaration, Qixing was momentarily taken aback, quickly regaining composure. The reason for Kakashi's animosity toward Itachi was clear. The latter had shattered Kakashi's happiness. However, I am not Uchiha Itachi. It is evident that I possess a modicum more charm than him, does it not? Although a brother may bear the burden for his siblings' misdeeds, one must first recognize the individual before making such claims. Yet, the brooding and enigmatic Kakashi refrained from further discourse. With a swift movement, he engaged directly. In an instant, Kakashi had removed his mask, revealing his left eye, while his right hand crackled with lightning. Utilizing the lightning release technique, Chidori, he unleashed a powerful strike toward Qixing. Qixing made no attempt to evade. Such an attack was merely a trivial annoyance. However, the 3 disciples behind Qixing perceived the situation differently. Our teacher is so impressive. He is willing to shield us from harm with his own body against that thunderous blow. Teacher, I adore you. Upon hearing this, Qixing felt an unusual sensation within. What on earth? Do not misconstrue my intentions. I genuinely do not need to dodge. This pathetic attack cannot harm me. Teacher, do not feign bravado. We understand your noble intentions. Fight with all your might. We shall cheer for you from a distance. With that, the trio swiftly retreated. Kakashi then addressed them, Shikamaru. You all should return and escort Naruto back to Konoha for recuperation. I have some personal matters to attend to here. Upon hearing this, the resilient ninjas of Konoha promptly distanced themselves from the battlefield. At this moment, the deer reminded Kakashi that this individual was not Uchiha Itachi, yet Kakashi paid no heed. It is likely that Kakashi, with his astute intellect, discerned this discrepancy the instant they engaged. While attire may be altered, the methods of attack are unequivocally genuine. However, upon gazing at Itachi's visage, Kakashi recalled the persistent ache in his back that plagued him on rainy days, compelling him to act. In his cunning mind, Kakashi mused that vengeance must be exacted, regardless of whether this person was indeed Uchiha Itachi. Their striking resemblance undoubtedly implied a profound connection. Contemplating these matters, Kakashi once more utilized the body flicker technique, executing lightning release, Thunder Tiger Strike. In his hand, the Chidori began to morph, and upon witnessing this, Qixing realized he could also manifest the lightning-infused wolf, a commendable ninjutsu. Consequently, Qixing unleashed the same technique, lightning release, Thunder Tiger Strike. As a tempestuous bolt of lightning materialized in his grasp, instantly transforming into a formidable 20-meter tiger, the beast roared skyward, lunging forward to swiftly rend Kakashi's small wolf apart. Suddenly, he lunged at Kakashi, who swiftly utilized his shadow clone technique, forming hand seals with remarkable speed. Earth release, multiple earth wall technique. From the ground, 3 towering earth walls erupted, effectively trapping the lightning tiger within their confines. However, the tiger's strength was overwhelming. In mere moments, it broke free from the earth walls and lunged at Kakashi. With a resounding thud, a cloud of white smoke billowed as the tiger bit into the clone. Yet, in the next instant, Kakashi appeared above the tiger, unleashing lightning release, Chidori, which cleaved the creature in 2 before it dissipated. Kakashi exhaled with relief. Yet his heart was profoundly shaken. The tiger form, could this truly be the legendary lightning tiger? Driven by curiosity, he inquired, how do you possess this jutsu? Are you truly of the Uchiha clan? It is said that Uchiha Fugaka had 3 sons. Could you be the one who vanished into obscurity after being born alongside Itachi? Ha ha ha, Kakashi, you are not as foolish as you seem. Enough of this banter. Unleash your full strength. If you can wound me today, I shall overlook your earlier recklessness and allow you to leave. Otherwise, while you may evade death, you will certainly suffer. A one-armed ninja hero, Kakashi. What do you think of that name? Upon hearing this, Kakashi's brow furrowed as thoughts of retreat began to form. However, Qixing had already grasped the man's intentions and struck first. With hands moving swiftly, Qixing performed hand seals, igniting fire release, great fire destruction. A colossal flame, spanning over 100 meters, surged towards Kakashi. Sensing the imminent danger, Kakashi's expression grew grave. His left eye's pupil transformed dramatically Kamui. In the next moment, a vortex appeared, swallowing the immense inferno, which then re-emerged in another part of the forest, where the flames rapidly spread. Observing this, Jiraiya furrowed his brow in contemplation, pondering why this individual's jutsu seemed at least 3 times more potent than a standard technique. Could it be sage art? As the Seven Stars' fiery assault missed its mark, it unleashed another wave of fire release, Dragon Flame Song. Several dragon heads formed from flames surged toward Kakashi, who, overwhelmed by exhaustion and gasping for breath, swiftly performed hand seals. He invoked the water release, Great Waterfall technique, channeling chakra to the back of his throat and unleashing a torrent of water that clashed against the dragon-shaped inferno. The collision of the water sphere and the raging flames produced a billowing cloud of white smoke, enveloping an area of 1,000 meters. Seizing this opportunity, Kakashi activated his decapitation technique, burrowing into the earth to seize the Seven Stars' legs and pull him underground. However, just as he believed he had successfully executed the ninjutsu, the figure he dragged into the depths transformed into a puff of smoke. From a distance, a powerful voice echoed, "Earth release, curse shift." In an instant, the very ground began to quake, upheaving as the valley transformed into a flat expanse. Kakashi emerged from behind a tree, appearing disheveled. Upon seeing Qixing, his expression turned grave. Yet his assault showed no signs of abating. With remarkable speed, he formed hand seals, invoking the technique of lightning release, lightning cutter. A bolt of lightning, 30 meters long, surged forth, aiming directly at Qixing. Qixing, however, merely smirked. With a swift motion, he activated lightning release, lightning armor, enveloping himself in a protective layer of electricity. Kakashi let out a sigh of relief. To be struck by his own S-rank jutsu would surely result in severe injury, if not death. Yet, at that moment, Qixing emerged relatively unscathed, with only a faint trace of electrical burns marking his flesh. Jiraiya, witnessing this spectacle, felt a jolt of shock and understood that Kakashi was no match for this adversary. He prepared to retreat with Kakashi. But Qixing was evidently unwilling to let Kakashi escape so easily. Rapidly, he formed hand seals and unleashed fire release, Heavenly Fire Dragon. 2 colossal dragons, each a kilometer in length, surged towards Kakashi. Jiraiya, taken aback by the sheer ferocity of this jutsu, realized it likely surpassed even the S-rank classification. Without hesitation, he sprang into action. Utilizing body flicker technique, he positioned himself before Kakashi, swiftly forming hand seals for fire release, Great Flame Spiral. Beside him, 2 massive shadow clones churned the spiraling chakra, and Jiraiya infused the technique with various transformations of fire release, amplifying the power of the spiral. As he launched the attack, he activated body flicker technique once more, vanishing from sight. Chapter 75, The 8 Gates and the Battle Against Qixing. Sage Jiraiya. At the moment Jiraiya unleashed the Rasengan, Kakashi swiftly vanished from his original position. The colossal fire style, Fire Dragon technique collided with the massive Rasengan, resulting in a thunderous explosion that reverberated for kilometers. As Shikamaru and his companions turned to gaze into the valley, their eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of a mushroom cloud ascending nearly 1,000 meters into the sky. They swallowed hard, contemplating the sheer magnitude of the battle between their teacher, Kakashi, and that formidable opponent. How incredibly powerful. On the battlefield, 1,000-meter fire dragons surged through the smoke, relentlessly charging towards the swiftly retreating Jiraiya. In that moment, Jiraiya, with his hands moving rapidly, launched a spiraling sphere, yet it proved inadequate to hinder the fiery beast in the slightest. In desperation, he resorted to a scroll, forming intricate hand seals to invoke the sealing technique for fire. Miraculously, the colossal dragon seemed to have found its sanctuary, plunging straight into Jiraiya's scroll. Upon completing this feat, Jiraiya wiped the sweat from his brow, reflecting on the overwhelming strength of his adversary. As the 7 stars stood in the void, they gazed downward, where a valley stretching 1,000 meters emerged once more. The prowess of Jiraiya was laid bare before the 7 stars. In typical circumstances, a shinobi at the peak of the shadow level would be on par with Long Xuanji. Indeed, This opponent was rather mediocre. Perhaps the opportunity for my breakthrough lay here. With excitement, the 7 stars turned their gaze towards Jiraiya. To Jiraiya, that look appeared strangely familiar. Certainly, it resembled the gaze he bore when encountering a beautiful woman. How absurd. Could that fellow possess such inclinations? Was he prepared to barter his own flesh upon facing defeat? At this thought, Jiraiya shuddered. Before Jiraiya could ponder further, the offensive from the 7 stars commenced. The figure descended to the ground, and with a powerful stomp, the earth trembled, summoning a colossal earthen giant. As the ground shook, a giant standing 100 meters tall rose, its fist poised to strike at the two. At that moment, Kakashi surged forward, leading the charge with remarkable speed. Unleashing a lightning technique, God's Might Thundercut. In Kakashi's hand, a 50-meter arc of black lightning materialized, cleaving the earth giant in two. The segment of the giant that met the black lightning was instantly absorbed into another dimension by God's might. Yet, the black lightning had not dissipated. It arced towards the 7 stars. Observing this, the 7 stars chuckled lightly, proclaiming, God's Might, Thundercut, I'm well versed in that as well. I shall allow you a 50-meter head start before I make my move. As Kakashi stared in astonishment, a black lightning bolt exceeding 100 meters appeared in the hands of the 7 stars. The two strands of black lightning collided with a thunderous crash, swiftly canceling each other out. However, the black lightning wielded by the 7 stars extended 50 meters longer than Kakashi's. Kakashi found himself in an awkward predicament. With nowhere to evade, he understood the might of this technique. Ordinary ninjutsu stood no chance of defense. Just as despair began to envelop Kakashi, a terrifying aura surged from behind. 100-meter-long tongue snaked forward, narrowly pulling Kakashi out of the range of God's Might Thundercut. Turning to Jiraiya, one could see his countenance had drastically altered. The patterns on his face were exceedingly peculiar, and two toads perched on his shoulders, one on the left and one on the right. Little Jiraiya, how have you attracted such a formidable adversary? Though that individual's power did not reach the Super Shadow echelon, the energy within him had already surpassed it. While your Sage mode elevates you to a higher tier, it may not suffice against this opponent. Do not dishearten little Jiraiya. How can one know without giving it a try? At that moment, Kakashi stood beside Jiraiya, poised to fight alongside him. Upon noticing this, Jiraiya remarked, Very well, Kakashi. You shall gather intelligence from the sidelines. You are no match for him. Allow me to handle this. Upon hearing these words, Kakashi nodded in agreement and vanished from sight. At this moment, Qixing observed Jiraiya entering Sage mode with a sense of intrigue, noting that this transformation had remarkably augmented his overall strength threefold, bringing his combat power close to 30,000. Witnessing this, Qixing promptly activated the 8th gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia, the Death Gate, thereby doubling his own overall prowess and elevating his battle power to nearly 30,000 points. Upon witnessing this scene, Kakashi exclaimed in disbelief, How is this possible? That guy actually opened the 8th gate to engage in battle. Does he intend to perish alongside his opponent? Jiraiya furrowed his brow, pondering whether this individual was either fearless of death or harbored ulterior motives. Regardless, he resolved to subdue him first. With that thought, Jiraiya propelled himself swiftly towards Qixing, invoking the Sage art, Frog Kata. Although Qixing attempted to evade the initial strike, he was nonetheless struck during his evasive maneuvers, sending him hurtling backward. In midair, Qixing rapidly altered his hand positions, executing lightning and fire techniques. A colossal sphere of lightning ignited with crimson flames in his grasp, which he hurled toward Jiraiya. Upon witnessing this, Jiraiya unleashed the Sage art, 5 right gate, expelling a torrent of toad oil. Meanwhile, the toad couple employed wind and fire techniques to amplify the attack's potency. When the lightning-infused flames collided with the toad oil, a thunderous explosion ensued, causing the oil to recoil violently and splatter Jiraiya, coating him in a greasy mess. Moments later, the oil ignited, setting Jiraiya ablaze, and in the next instant, he dissipated into a cloud of smoke. The true position of Jiraiya has been uncovered by the 7 stars Manjiki Sharingan. In the next instant, the 7 stars lunged forward with great speed, unleashing the Day Tiger technique. Jiraiya could only perceive a white tiger-shaped phantom rushing toward him. In response, he immediately summoned the toad, Fukasaku, who, still bewildered by the situation, was met by a colossal foot charging at him. Instinctively, he raised his shield to defend himself. The forceful kick from the 7 stars collided with Fukasaku's shield with a thunderous impact, sending him hurtling thousands of meters away. As the 7 stars' previous strength began to wane, the two great toad sages beside Jiraiya executed the Sage art, Toad Duet. However, the Seven Stars remained unperturbed by such illusions. With a powerful roar, he unleashed the evening elephant technique. Blood within him burned incessantly, generating red steam on his surface. He struck the air with his fists, producing a barrage of potent air cannons directed at Jiraiya. With 5 successive strikes, hundreds of air cannons were launched, and a single hit would spell instant doom for Jiraiya. At that moment, Jiraiya was utterly incapable of discerning the trajectories of the air cannons. He resorted to the sage art, 1,000 needles of hair to probe the paths of the air bullets. Jiraiya transformed his hair into sharp needles, successfully detecting all the invisible air cannons, allowing him to evade this wave of attacks. However, the ground lay riddled with countless craters. The younger Jiraiya possessed a ferocious bloodline surging within him, his heart beating like a distant drum, indicating that he certainly bore a unique lineage. I sensed that his physical prowess would escalate further in intensity. We must stop him, or death awaits. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya comprehended the gravity of the situation and swiftly formed hand seals, conjuring the sage art, Super Giant Rasengan. A sphere, over 10 times larger than the ordinary Rasengan, began to coalesce in Jiraiya's hands. Yet Qixing continued to surge forward, utterly indifferent to the sphere in Jiraiya's hand. Chapter 76, The Artisan Village. At this moment, Qixing's speed had reached its zenith. In the next instant, Qixing bellowed, "Night Kai?" as he propelled himself forward with astounding velocity. His entire being was engulfed in a fiery aura, crimson steam coalescing into a dragon shape, unleashing an overwhelming pressure capable of distorting space itself. His speed transcended even his own limits, and the strain on his body was escalating rapidly. However, in an unseen realm, a peculiar energy surged from Qixing's heart, mending the swiftly burning veins. At this moment, the Night Kaido collided with the colossal Rasengan. A thunderous explosion ensued, and the gigantic Rasengan erupted into a multitude of slicing wind blades, relentlessly assaulting Kaido. Yet, all were repelled by a surge of crimson energy. After merely 2 seconds, the force of Night Kaido dissipated them, propelling him forward with unstoppable momentum. Jiraiya, witnessing this, acted without hesitation, invoking the summoning technique, Toad Mouth-Binding Technique. He aimed to use the sturdy wall of the toad's stomach to hinder the advancing Kaido, but it appeared to have no effect. The famously resilient and reliable stomach wall of the rock-solid toad was unexpectedly pierced through by Kaido's kick. At this juncture, Jiraiya found himself at a loss. Just as Kaido closed in, mere inches away, Kakashi's form suddenly materialized before Jiraiya. With the kaleidoscope Sharingan activated, he unleashed Kamui, catching the unsuspecting Kaido in a twisted space that transported him to a mountainside several kilometers away. The impact of that formidable kick upon the mountainside was cataclysmic. A deafening roar echoed as the towering mountain, standing 1,000 meters tall, was severed in half. Jiraiya, witnessing this, felt a cold sweat trickle down his brow. Grateful that the kick had not struck him, for it would have been certain death. Meanwhile, Kakashi's left eye bled profusely from overexertion, surpassing his physical limits. Exchanging a glance, the two vanished from sight, fleeing the battlefield. They understood that if they lingered any longer, they might very well perish. To evade Kaido's pursuit, they conjured several shadow clones, scattering in all directions as they escaped. As for Kaido, having paused after the 8th gate, he hovered in midair, observing the 2 retreating figures, showing no inclination to chase. He merely chuckled, noting that such a straightforward battle had inexplicably augmented his power by 300 points. This surge was likely due to the ample accumulation of strength over the preceding days, culminating in this explosive moment and the unlocking of the Death Gate. He mused. It seems I must seek someone to spar with after every few months of automatic training. At this thought, an image of Jiraiya inexplicably surfaced in his mind. A sly smile crept across his face. He had not anticipated that, without transformation, only the formidable members of the Akatsuki could compel him to exert his full strength. Yet, Jiraiya had proven to be a delightful surprise. It shall be you, Jiraiya, he resolved. Far away, over 100 miles distant, Jiraiya was leaping nimbly among the branches. Suddenly, he felt a jolt run through his body and muttered a curse under his breath. Damn it, that guy must be on my tail. With that thought, he quickened his pace once more. At this moment, Qixing had descended to the ground, gazing at the 3 individuals approaching him at a leisurely pace. Have you located the whereabouts of that fellow? He inquired. Indeed, Master, your foresight is truly remarkable. We exerted tremendous effort, traversing mountains and valleys. Enough with the trivialities. Your contributions are acknowledged, but please provide the specific location. Yes, Master, It lies within a valley to the west. There exists a substantial barrier within that valley which we are unable to breach. That individual should be ensconced within that barrier. Very well, you have performed admirably. Proceed to the craftsman's village and await my arrival. With that, Qixing's figure vanished without a trace. Once more, the 7 stars hovered above a tranquil valley, where the melodious chirping of birds and the fragrant blossoms created a scene reminiscent of a serene painting. As the 7 stars descended, they reached out to touch the invisible barrier before them and remarked, "Did you open it yourself, or shall I shatter it?" No sooner had the words left their lips than the barrier dissipated, revealing 2 figures emerging from within, none other than the presumed deceased 4 symbol celestials, specifically the tortoise and the peacock. Upon seeing the visitors, the tortoise expressed confusion. "My lord, it seems our artisan village harbors no enemies like you. Do you wish to annihilate us?" "Annihilate you? Are you certain the divine would stoop to toy with mere ants?" The tortoise furrowed its brow at this response, inquiring, "What, then, is your intention?" "Nothing much. Consider it a form of recruitment. In 2 years, I shall establish a nation. And I require the blacksmiths of your artisan village to serve me. By what right? By the mere whim of your existence resting in my hands. Is that not sufficient?" As the 7 stars spoke, their aura surged dramatically, their hair transforming to a radiant gold. And their formidable presence caused the valley to tremble and sink beneath the weight of their power. As the tortoise and the peacock lay prone against the ground, even the act of breathing became an arduous task. Fortunately, in the next moment, Qixing retracted his transformation. Otherwise, these 2 would have been crushed into oblivion. The tortoise, now half kneeling, gazed up in terror and uttered, You are the legendary Azure Monkey. Is this your true form?" "No, I haven't seen anything, my lord." "Spare me. I truly haven't seen your visage." Not receiving a response from Qixing, the tortoise grew frantic, exclaiming, "I am willing to follow you, my lord." Yet, Qixing remained silent, leaving the tortoise in despair as he thought, "It's over, having witnessed the true form of this god of slaughter. Both the peacock and I are surely doomed." However, Qixing remarked, "Why so quickly have you submitted? Will you not resist a little longer?" The tortoise, in desperation, replied, "My lord, you jest. We are not worthy to persist before your greatness." "Well then, let us proceed," Qixing declared. "Where are we going, my lord?" "To the craftsman's village." Of course. Upon hearing this, both felt a jolt of alarm. "We have failed. Let us go." No need for further words. In silence, they followed Qixing to their village. The craftsman's village appeared exceedingly dilapidated, barely the size of a single street in the Leaf Village, with scant populace. Only a few hurried individuals traversed the streets. "My lord, you see, this is the plight of our craftsman's village. We frequently endure attacks from unknown summoned beasts and every year must surrender various ninja tools to those great nations. Observe our villagers. Each is busy yet receives little in return, leading to a near dissolution of the village. The 4 of us had hoped for a final gamble. Should we succeed, we would become the deities of the craftsman's village, protecting it for a century in place of Qingming. Alas, things did not unfold as anticipated. Our mission to capture the seemed a certainty, yet inexplicably, the young shinobi of the Leaf, despite their frailty, consistently unleashed powers that exceeded their limits at critical moments. Chapter 77. Next stop, Miyaboka Mountain Humph. The lower ninjas of the Leaf are no mere trifles. Losing to them should not breed resentment. In this ninja world, the lower ninjas possess boundless potential. Do not dwell on it. Let us proceed to your underground fire pool. I require some ninja tools for my 3 disciples. As you wish, my lord. With that, the 2 led Qixing deep underground, descending 100 meters. Within the subterranean passage, the air was thick with fiery chakra energy. Upon entering a spacious flame cavern, Qixing observed numerous individuals engaged in the crafting of various levels of ninja tools, the rhythmic sounds of hammering echoing throughout the chamber. As the individuals present here noticed the trio of the 7 stars, they collectively ceased their labor with the heavy hammers in hand. Within the cavern, a burly man, his arms as thick as his waist, inquired with curiosity, "Why have you brought outsiders into the forbidden grounds of the craftsman village, Baogui? Am I not entitled to this authority as the leader of the craftsman village?" With a scoff, he continued, "Yet, Baogui, I see no emblem of your leadership among the craftsmen. And even if I lack it, does it matter? Are you aware of who this esteemed individual is?" The man hesitated, struggling to articulate the name of the Shura monkey, unable to utter the words. At that moment, Baogui appeared as forlorn as a child, gazing eagerly at the 7 stars. With a mere lift of his right hand, Qixing plucked an object from the void and tossed it to Baogui. It was none other than the long-lost blade of authority, one of the 4 legendary ninja tools. Upon seeing this blade, the burly man's pupils constricted slightly. As he thought to himself, wasn't it reported that Baoguei had lost this sword? With this in mind, the man bellowed, Baoguei, how could you entrust the symbol of the craftsmanship village's leadership to an outsider? What are your intentions? Baoguei intended to explain, but Qixing interjected, today. I have removed your hidden dangers. I hope that when you come to my Tianxiu sect, there will be no such uncertainties. Otherwise, your craftsmanship village may not need to exist. Upon hearing this, the burly man let out a hearty laugh, exclaiming, do you truly believe you can act so brazenly in the sacred land of my craftsman's village? With swift motions, he formed intricate hand seals and forcefully struck the ground. A resounding command echoed as the celestial fire-devouring formation was unleashed. No sooner had he uttered these words than 6 streams of molten lava erupted from the fiery pit, enveloping the molten cavity and creating a hexagram formation. Within this great array, the temperature surged rapidly, escalating to 200 degrees within a mere 3 breaths. And it continued to rise. The craftsmen who had failed to escape were rendered unconscious, collapsing to the ground. Witnessing this, the tortoise-like figure roared in fury, Bao Pai. With so many lives at stake, do you truly intend to annihilate them all? The burly man scoffed, I offered my counsel. Yet those stubborn fools refused to align with me. Thus, their fate is sealed. As for you, a mere waste. I once thought your rise to leadership would guide the craftsman's village towards prosperity, but I was mistaken. You lack the capability. Only I, Bao Pai, possess the power to achieve this, and therefore, you must perish. As the words of the 2 echoed, Qixing raised his right hand, and a brilliant sphere of light began to coalesce at the tip of his index finger. Upon witnessing this, the burly man scoffed, proclaiming, my heavenly fire-burning god formation is the most ancient of arrays. Not only can it melt the most resilient metals, but it can also withstand attacks of the super shadow level. You are doomed, kid. With that, he erupted into raucous laughter. Suddenly, Qixing bellowed, heavenly void wave, go. At that moment, the sphere of light in Qixing's hand shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, trailing a long tail as it hurtled toward the heavenly fire-burning god formation. In the next instant, the heavenly void wave shattered the array, creating a breach, and continued its relentless advance toward the burly man. With a sharp sound, a fist-sized cavity appeared in the man's chest, charred black around the edges. While his heart continued to beat feebly, the burly man stared at Qixing in disbelief. You cannot be. I still have a bright future ahead. As the words escaped his lips, he staggered backward, collapsing. As the heavenly fire-burning god formation gradually dissipated in the absence of its master, the few individuals who had been standing behind Baopi fell to their knees in terror, pleading, Chief, we were also coerced. At that moment, those who had previously lost consciousness quickly regained their senses, and upon witnessing the lifeless form of Baopi, they felt neither joy nor sorrow. As the peacock observed that everyone had awakened, it began to introduce Qixing to the crowd. Esteemed guests, this individual shall, in the future, become the guardian deity of our artisan village. Thus it is imperative that you all show him due respect. Upon hearing this, the crowd could not help but furrow their brows. However, Qixing paid no heed to their murmurs and simply walked over to the flames. The onlookers watched as Qixing struck the ground with both hands, causing a fiery redstone platform to rise from the earth. At that moment, Qixing retrieved various soft armor materials from the air and placed them upon the vibrant stone surface, swiftly wielding a colossal hammer to strike the materials. In a dazzling display of skill, a peculiar inner armor emerged, resembling chainmail. This marked the first instance of Qixing employing practical forging techniques to create such armor. Although the method of mental training, which utilizes the body as a furnace to refine tools, is remarkably swift, it does not conserve materials as effectively as practical skills do. At the sight of this soft armor, all present were left astounded, realizing that he was indeed a master blacksmith of the spiritual level, regardless of his formidable prowess. The revelation of him being a spiritual-level craftsman left the greatest impact. In the history of the craftsman village, only 3 artisans of such caliber have ever emerged. Ever since the departure of the last master craftsman, the village has been devoid of such skilled individuals. After a century, to witness the reappearance of one has ignited a fervent desire among the onlookers to pay homage to this figure of reverence. However, the master craftsman, having completed the crafting of 3 inner armors, paid no heed to the crowd. He merely nodded towards the turtle, handing over a guiding token, and in an instant, vanished from sight. The turtle and the peacock exchanged glances, their excitement palpable. I cannot believe we have received a personal invitation from this esteemed individual. Not only is he immensely powerful, but he is also a master craftsman. With such a formidable ally, our craftsman village shall undoubtedly establish its foothold in the ninja world and elevate our forging techniques to new heights. Under his guidance, we may even venture further than ever before. Indeed, our elders have always said that fortune and misfortune are intertwined. The wisdom of the ancients rings true. Upon receiving the token, the wise old tortoise instantly comprehended the intentions of the 7 stars. He promptly conveyed to everyone the decision made between himself and the peacock. The two would take away those promising younglings, leaving behind the elder generation to guard the artisan village, for they, having aged, would not wish to depart from their home. At that moment, the crowd began to murmur and engage in animated discussions. The vanished 7 stars has found his 3 students. Surprisingly, these little ones are truly indulging themselves, having immersed in a hot spring. At this moment, 7 stars appeared directly above the spring, startling the trio. "Teacher 7 stars, what brings you here?" they exclaimed, hastily covering their lower bodies with their hands. 7 stars merely glanced at them and remarked, "What are you covering for? Your little toothpicks are hardly worth my attention. Hurry up, we must set off. Our next destination is to pay a visit to the 3 immortal sages." Chapter 78. The 3 frogs. Upon hearing this, the 3 quickly rose and donned their garments. "Teacher, we are ready." Thus, the 4 departed from the craftsman village, embarking on the first leg of their journey to Miyamu Mountain. Along the way, 7 stars elucidated various aspects of the sage mode, which thrilled the trio immensely. They could hardly contain their eagerness to learn it immediately. Observing their excitement, he doused them with a cold reality. "You 3 must master sage mode. Decide which variant you wish to pursue. I expect you to be able to activate sage mode at will within a year, and in the subsequent year, to refine this ability into your strongest combat power. Do you understand? Rest assured, Teacher 7 stars, we will not disappoint your expectations." As they spoke, the 4 moved swiftly, taking a full 3 weeks to finally arrive at the borders of Miyamu Mountain. However, entering Miyamu Mountain is no trivial matter for those without a contract with a summoning beast. It is not impossible, but certainly quite challenging. At this moment, the 7 stars were only aware of the general location of Miyamu Mountain, yet they could not discern its exact whereabouts. After a long journey, the 3 students, exhausted, had collapsed onto the ground for a brief rest. Meanwhile, the 7 stars soared into the sky, their right eye, the Rinnegan, activated, scanning the surroundings like a radar. Subsequently, a surge of terrifying energy coalesced in their right hand. In the next instant, 3 waves of celestial energy were unleashed, directed towards 3 different points, crashing directly into the mountain. However, just as one wave was about to make contact with the mountain, it vanished silently, as if submerged in water. The 7 stars realized they had indeed arrived at the correct location. They then unleashed another wave of celestial energy towards the forest. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and a colossal frog descended, aiming to crush the 7 stars beneath its weight. Upon seeing the enormous backside, the 7 stars felt a surge of panic. Their initial intent to execute a surprise attack extinguished in an instant. They vanished from sight. On the earth, only the toad stood upright, proclaiming, boldly, "Humans, you dare to create chaos in my serene abode, the immortal cave of Miyamu Mountain, while I stand guard. Allow me, Toad Guang, to teach you a lesson." "Oh, is it merely you? You insolent wretch, how dare you look down upon me?" With that, he unsheathed his twin blades from his back, poised to strike at Qixing. However, in that very instant, Qixing vanished from sight, only to reappear above Toad Guang's head a heartbeat later, delivering a crushing kick that sent Toad Guang crashing to the ground before he could even react. With a resounding explosion, dust and debris erupted into the air. In the next moment, Toad Guang bellowed in fury, "Human, I, Toad Guang, shall not spare you." Following his roar, a colossal figure surged upwards from the swirling dust, revealing Toad Guang wielding 2 immense 40-meter-long blades, and with a thunderous shout, he unleashed his dual strikes. Upon witnessing the scene, Qixing swiftly formed hand seals, invoking the fire release, Dragon Flame Song. 3 dragon-headed flames surged forward, fiercely colliding with the 40-meter-long blade of the toad. With a resounding crash, the flames were unexpectedly shattered by the toad strike. Observing this, Qixing altered his hand seals once more, summoning the lightning release, Thousand Birds. At that moment, a bolt of lightning measuring 30 meters clashed against the toad's colossal blade, crackling and sizzling as the electric force was also cleaved apart by the sword's brilliance. However, the toad had exhausted its energy, rapidly descending to the ground. Noticing this, Qixing furrowed his brow and remarked, "How peculiar that this fellow's weapon can sever ninjutsu." Yet, he realized he had little time to squander. As he spoke, a torrent of white energy enveloped him, and a massive 100-meter giant materialized, wielding an enormous seven-star sword. This was none other than Qixing's complete form of Susanoo. As the toad, Hamake, beheld the scene, a sense of alarm surged within him. Susanoo? Is this the power of the Uchiha clan? Could this boy be? Before Hamake could ponder further, the colossal figure of the Seven Stars descended from the heavens. The toad, undeterred, propelled himself skyward to confront Susanoo, regardless of the odds. With a resounding roar, he crossed his enormous blades, each measuring 40 meters, declaring, "Twin blades united, cleaving the heavens." In an instant, two beams of light flickered across the massive blades. Enveloped in a radiant aura, they whirled through the air with fervor, aiming to strike at Susanoo. Meanwhile, Susanoo, wielding the Seven Stars sword, summoned lightning that coiled around its tip, crashing forcefully into the two great swords. With a resounding clang, Hamake's blades were sent flying, and Susanoo, raising his sword, prepared to sever Hamake's head. However, at that critical moment, Hamawantai, pipe in mouth and wielding a 50-meter blade, charged towards Susanoo. The Seven Stars sensed the impending danger and blocked with the Seven Stars sword. With a thunderous impact, both figures were propelled back 100 meters. Although Hamawantai was taken aback by the sight of the towering white figure, his extensive experience informed him of its origins, the divine power of the Uchiha clan, Susanoo. Turning his gaze to Hamake, he inquired, "What on earth is happening? How did you provoke an outsider? Have you forgotten the rules of my Bokuzen?" "Humph, boss. I haven't forgotten. That brat attacked the barrier of my Bokuzen. Although it's not a grave matter, I believe it to be a provocation." Upon hearing this, One Eye furrowed his brow and glanced at the Seven Stars. Before he could speak, the Seven Stars declared, "He speaks the truth, consider me a provocateur." One Eye, incensed by the affront to my Bokuzen, resolved to rally his brethren against this challenge. Without hesitation, he slammed both hands onto the ground, causing an intricate pattern of 8 trigrams to emerge. After a cloud of dust settled, a toad wielding a harpoon and bearing a pot lid appeared. "Hamaken, this fellow is formidable. We must join forces." Though bewildered, he readily agreed. "Understood, boss." Thus, the 3 toads charged towards the Seven Stars from 3 different directions, unleashing a barrage of water techniques: water release, iron cannonball, water release, water gun, and water release, water cannon. 3 streams of razor-sharp water surged towards Susanoo, who, standing resolute, hurled the Seven Stars sword skyward and formed hand seals, proclaiming, "Susanoo, heavenly fire rampant dragon." No sooner had he spoken than 3 colossal white fire dragons encircled Susanoo, effortlessly evaporating the 3 immense water techniques. Subsequently, 3 colossal white dragons surged towards the 3 toads. The toad, wielding dual blades that spanned a remarkable 40 meters, clashed with the dragons beneath him, yet his form could not withstand the onslaught, forcing him to retreat incessantly. In response, the toad grasped the iron pot from his back and charged forward to confront the mighty dragons. Upon witnessing this, One Eye the toad's expression turned grave as he unleashed his ultimate technique. With a sudden leap, he wielded his short blade, striking fiercely at the white dragon. In an instant, the white dragon's head was severed by One Eye's blade. However, the headless body of the white dragon, seemingly endowed with a will of its own, continued its relentless advance towards One Eye. Just as One Eye prepared to deliver another blow to the white dragon, the headless form expanded rapidly, culminating in a resounding explosion. Subsequently, the remaining 2 white dragons also erupted simultaneously, causing a tremendous explosion that created 3 colossal craters, each exceeding a kilometer in depth, while the 3 toads vanished without a trace. Chapter 79. Myokuzen. The toad sage. At that moment, Qixing dismissed the Susanoo and gazed at the 3 vast pits, reflecting on the swiftness of his retreat. The reverse spirit technique proved unexpectedly useful for survival. Yet, do you truly believe such a barrier can restrain me? How Navi? As he spoke, Qixing activated his left eye's eternal kaleidoscope, unleashing his divine might, propelling himself forward before vanishing. However, just as he was about to breach the barrier, he was abruptly repelled. A barrier capable of obstructing spatial forces. Casting a glance at the invisible barrier ahead, he painfully retrieved a palm-sized talisman from his spatial pouch and hurled it towards the barrier. In the next moment, the talisman seamlessly integrated into the barrier, which immediately manifested a 1-meter-wide fissure. Observing this, Qixing chuckled lightly. Indeed, it was a boundary-breaking talisman, though using it here felt somewhat wasteful. With that, He swiftly collected the three little creatures into the black and white space and stepped through the crack. Meanwhile, within Myokuzen, the three enormous toads suddenly materialized in a vast plaza, their froggy skins marred by wounds. Upon witnessing this scene, Shinzaku erupted in fury. Who has inflicted such injuries upon you? Which scoundrel is responsible? The three toads shook their heads. We do not know, only that it was a young man of extraordinary strength, capable of summoning Susanoo. The most terrifying aspect was his ninjutsu, which could conjure 3,000-meter-long white dragons. I nearly perished at his hands before even lasting 2 rounds. Such individuals exist in the outside world? Even the 3 of you were left in such a dire state? Once I emerge, I shall ensure he receives a proper lesson. However, scarcely had the words left his lips when a melodious voice echoed in the ears of the toads. Are you seeking me? I believe it is unnecessary to go to such trouble, for I have already arrived. Upon hearing this voice, the 3 toads were momentarily taken aback, questioning how this individual could enter so swiftly, and then they were struck with horror. How could you possibly breach the Toad Sage's barrier? This is impossible. Oh, indeed. It is quite difficult. My spatial ninjutsu could not achieve it. However, I possess something even more wondrous. At that moment, within the confines of Myokuzen, the signal for the assembly of all the toads had been sounded. From every direction, toads leaped forth, their numbers swelling as they gathered with an air of solemn readiness. However, when Shima and Shinzo laid eyes upon the figure resembling the 7 stars, their expressions turned to one of astonishment as they exclaimed, "How can it be you? What brings you to Myokuzen?" "Oh, my dear friends, it has only been a brief separation, yet here we are again," came the reply. "I have come to pay a visit to Gamamaru, the Toad Sage, as you refer to him." Upon hearing this, Shinzo was even more taken aback. And with a commanding shout, he declared, "All members of Myokuzen, prepare for action." In response to Shinzo's command, the entire assembly of toads erupted into a thunderous roar, chanting, "Kill, kill, kill." However, Shinzo was acutely aware of the young man's formidable prowess. He struck the ground with both hands, initiating a powerful formation that unified the entire might of the Frog Clan, instantly bearing down upon Qixing. Qixing felt as though an immense mountain was pressing upon him, causing his legs to tremble. "It is impossible for you to meet an immortal. If you withdraw now, I shall allow you to leave." Yet, at that moment, Qixing merely laughed. "Ha ha, do you truly believe this will subdue me? You foolish frog." As he spoke, Qixing's aura surged dramatically, a golden energy erupting from within him, ascending to the crown of his head. With a resonant hum, his hair transformed into a brilliant gold. An invisible force swept across the ground, sending the frogs within a radius of hundreds of meters tumbling backward. Astonishingly, the combined might of the formation was effortlessly suppressed by Qixing. Shinzo, witnessing this, felt a surge of dread within him. This young man's aura rivals that of an immortal. How is this possible? Listen well, I tell you. Immortals will not meet with you. What do you truly intend to do? Is that so? Perhaps if I were to eliminate all of you, he might indeed wish to meet me. The moment these words escaped his lips, the entire assembly of frogs was struck with astonishment. The 3 frogs and their elder realized he was not jesting. At that instant, the frogs displayed expressions of unwavering resolve, prepared to face death. At the very moment when Qixing was about to strike, a voice resonated throughout Miyamu Mountain, urging, "Please do not take action, young friend. I am of advanced age. I kindly request you to come forward for a meeting." Upon hearing this, Qixing retracted his imposing aura and turned to Shinzo, saying, "Old Shin, please lead the way." Although Shinzo initially intended to decline, upon realizing this was the command of a celestial being, he had no choice but to guide the way. The two, accompanied by a peculiar toad, navigated several turns until they arrived at a grand hall. Within the hall sat an elderly toad, adorned in vibrant orange hues, with yellow eyes and a doctoral cap perched atop its head, indeed, a rather antiquated toad. The toad inquired, "Who approaches?" This was a genuine inquiry, for the toad immortal had truly been unable to discern the origin of the individual before him. However, Shinzo remained oblivious to this, and promptly remarked, "What a tedious game this is." The 7 stars declared, "I am Uchiha Qixing." Upon hearing this name, the great toad sage abruptly lifted his head, a flash of blue light glimmering in his eyes as he gazed at Qixing. "Indiscernible, utterly inscrutable. You are not meant to exist. Are you a variable? Yet, how can you possess an innate sage body and effortlessly wield natural energy? Such a phenomenon defies logic. Young friend, what brings you here? While you may be unable to glimpse my future, you should be well aware of my intentions, should you not?" After a brief silence, the toad sage continued, "I can consent to your request, but you must vow never to harm a single toad of Myoboka Mountain." How does that sound? Well, as long as they do not seek their own demise, after all, I instinctively step aside when an ant passes beneath my feet. Thus, I am a benevolent soul. Am I not? Humph. You are the first individual in millennia to breach my Aboka mountain. You dare proclaim yourself a good person? Let us not dwell on such trivialities. With that, he released 3 little creatures from the realm of black and white. As they emerged, the trio immediately began to clamor. Teacher, your space is dreadfully dull. It is merely black and white. Upon surveying their surroundings, exclamations of disbelief erupted. What? Teacher, how did you get in here? Look, there sits an ancient toad. Hearing such disrespectful remarks directed at the sage, Daisuke seethed with anger. You 3 rascals, show some respect for the sage. Upon witnessing the exceptional talents of the 3 little creatures, the toad sage was consumed by a singular thought. I must retain all 3 of them. Meanwhile, Shimizu was still chattering away about the trio. The next words of the toad sage left Shinsaku utterly astounded. You 3, are you willing to become disciples under the auspices of my Miaomu mountain? The 3 youngsters remained silent, merely glancing at Qixing, who in turn looked at Toad Maru and chuckled. Have you foreseen yet another intriguing future? However, Toad Maru did not respond to Qixing's query. Instead, he fixated on the trio with an intense gaze, yet they remained mute, continuing to observe Qixing. The ball was once again passed to Qixing, who, at a loss for words, remarked, Miaomu mountain cannot accommodate these 3. Han Xiangxiu, your attributes align most harmoniously with Miaomu mountain. Have you made your decision to stay? Master, I shall not fail to meet your expectations. In a year and a half, I will certainly participate in the Chunin exam. Very well. You may all leave. I have matters to discuss with this old toad. Yes, master. Toad Maru instructed. Shinsaku, Shima, you may also exit. Yes, sage. At this moment, within the room, the elderly and the young exchanged glances. Qixing took the initiative to speak. Is the old toad still not finished with his predictions? You have yet to change that bad habit of yours. Upon encountering a stranger, you are eager to discern their future. You have foreseen too many futures, and your lifespan has dwindled to less than a century. What? Are you truly willing to expend your lifespan to glimpse my future? If so, Miaomu Mountain would lose its pillar in you. Humph, you little brat. Are you not afraid that I might kill you? Kill me, old toad. Are you certain you possess the capability? Do you believe your so-called sage mode truly makes you a sage? You are far from it. Ignorance. It appears you still do not comprehend what it means to be a sage. Nor do you understand the foundation upon which Miaomu Mountain has stood for millennia in this ninja world. Do you truly think that those beyond the shadow level, or those who have reached the 6 paths level, are the strongest? Merely frogs at the bottom of a well. Moreover, the sage mode you speak of is not true sagehood. One must enter the 6 paths to attain sagehood. What you perceive as sage mode is merely the first step on the path to sagehood, and to me, it is insignificant. Indeed, you possess the strength of the 6 paths, but it is still insufficient. Miaomu Mountain is not easily grasped by others. Is that so? I understand now. Only the strong possess a voice in this world? Then how about this? As he spoke, Qixing activated the second segment of his Super Saiyan transformation, unleashing a more ferocious energy that surged from his body, his once golden hair instantly transforming into a vibrant green. At that moment, all the debris within the Great Hall was sent flying. At this moment, the Toad Maru rejuvenated, as if experiencing a fleeting glimpse of youth. The once aged figure transformed into a colossal toad nearly 100 meters tall, exuding an aura that rivaled the Super Saiyan transformation of the 7 stars. This creature was indeed feigning weakness while concealing its true power. The system scanned the attributes of the old entity. Ding. Target, Sage Toad. Name, Pseudo Sage. Toad Maru Young Combat Power. Late 6 Paths Age Combat Power. Late Super Shadow. Talent Ability, Future Prediction. Skills, Ninjutsu, Iron Cannonball, Ninjutsu, Telescope Technique. Item, Sage Symbol, the treasure of the Toad Nation, imbued with Sage Chakra, capable of reviving one from the brink of death. Upon seeing this, the 7 stars comprehended that this ancient being's current state was at the late 6 paths, which explained the immense pressure it exerted upon him. At that moment, the tension between the man and the toad shattered all the items within the Grand Hall under their combined aura. The Toad Maru spoke. Youngster, you are quite impressive. At your age, possessing such strength, your talent has already surpassed that of Yui. Even Otsutsuki Yui only reached the pinnacle of the 6 paths level at 30, just a step away from the realm of immortals. Hearing this, the 7 stars chuckled. So he refers to himself as a six-path sage instead of an immortal sage. Correct? Indeed. The path of the sage is arduous, more difficult than ascending to the heavens. In this ninja world, I have only encountered one true being that transcended the six paths. Why tell me this? You are formidable. I have stated that only the strong are entitled to speak. Do you believe that only we strong individuals exist in this ninja realm? Many have chosen to leave, while those who remain often prefer to stay hidden. Even someone of your caliber should act with humility. Is that so? What if I refuse? As the 7 stars prepared to act, the Toad Maru revealed the 7 stars ninjutsu. You intend to unleash the great fire annihilation within my hall. Are you planning to incinerate it? The 7 stars was taken aback. Enough, young man. I acknowledge your strength. It is already on par with white phosphorus. Yet before my prophetic abilities, you are not overwhelmingly formidable. I know I cannot kill you. And should we truly engage in combat, the one to suffer the greatest loss would be I. After saying this, the old toad retracted its imposing aura, its form instantly regressing into an aged state. The 7 stars recognized that this ancient toad was extraordinary. Its predictive ability posed a significant challenge. Curiously, he inquired, Old Toad, it seems there is a gap in strength within Myaboka Mountain. Why is the strongest being aside from you merely at the super shadow level? Alas, they have departed to the east in search of strength. The ninja realm is vast. You will come to understand this in time. Then why did you want to keep my 3 disciples? I have seen in fragments of the future that those 3 can alter the course of the ninja world. Moreover, 4 others are equally formidable. The ninja realm is undergoing a transformation, and the heavenly path is likely gathering energy. Yet, more than all this, I am curious. Your foundations are remarkably pure, clearly recognized by the heavenly path. Yet why cannot I see through you? Enough, old toad. What does it matter if you can see through me or not? All you need to know is that we are not enemies, and that suffices. Besides, I have achieved my goal. My next destination is the Dragon Cave, and I entrust my disciples to you. Farewell, Sage Toad. With that, the 7 stars departed the Grand Hall, casting a brief glance at Han Xiangxiu before leaving with the other 2. Once the 7 stars exited, all the toads rushed into the hall. The sight of the items within reduced to dust left them astonished. They then noticed the Sage Toad had closed its eyes, leading many to wonder if something was amiss. Suddenly, a series of snoring sounds filled the air. Wentai remarked, the great Sage Toad seems to have fallen asleep and is even snoring. Seriously? We were all worried about you, and you just fell asleep. This scene caused the toads to twitch their lips in disbelief. Meanwhile, the 7 stars, along with the 2 young ones, had already exited Myaboka Mountain. They raced forward, with 7 stars explaining the rules of the Dragon Cave to his companions. When Pikachu heard that the White Snake Sage would use its fangs to infuse him with natural energy, he confidently declared, no problem. Just watch me, Master. However, when 7 stars mentioned that those unable to withstand the White Snake's energy would be devoured, their faces turned green with fear. Chapter 81. White Snake Sage. White Phosphorus. Upon hearing such words from their master, their forward momentum halted, their expressions filled with distress. Master, is it truly fair to put your disciples in such peril? Humph, weren't you both brimming with confidence just a moment ago? Can I abandon you? No, onward. He insisted, dragging them along. Along the way, 7 stars reassured them. It's not that dangerous. Just think of it as a tiny prick from a toothpick that grants you immense power. Master, you have no idea how to comfort anyone. They replied, their faces resembling those in despair rather than joy. Well, it's not like I truly want you to perish. With me around, what is there to fear? Just remember, don't cause any trouble. After all, there are 2 beings there whose strength matches your transformed state. We must proceed with caution. With these words, the trio quickened their pace. After 2 weeks of arduous travel, they finally arrived at the mountain range of the Dragon Cave. Activating the Rinnegan, they easily located the entrance. As they approached the cave, they noticed the absence of any guards. It was only natural. Who would be so bored as to deliver meals to the giant snakes? The 2 little fellows, upon observing the exterior of the dragon's lair, frowned in discontent. Our teacher, this old serpent, truly lacks the enjoyment that the old toad possesses. Hush. You little rascal. Do not speak nonsense or cause disturbances. Otherwise, even I, your teacher, shall be unable to protect you. Startled, the 2 promptly fell silent and followed the 7 stars into the cavern. Upon gazing at the seemingly inconspicuous cave from the outside, one is greeted by an entirely different scene upon entry. The spacious cavern is adorned with exquisite decorations. Just as the 3 individuals were admiring the embellishments, Three serpentine figures, Twinshinshinji, Shichudo-ji, and Anza-ji, transformed into human forms and emerged. Their resounding voices echoed throughout the vast hall. Impudent intruders! How dare you trespass into the dragon's cave? Regardless of your intentions, leave this place at once or face dire consequences. The two youngsters, taken aback by the accusation, retorted. What do you mean by trespassing? There is no entrance to this place, is there? The three serpents, acknowledging the validity of the argument, countered. However, since you have entered, you must be prepared to become our sustenance. Without further ado, the serpents lunged towards the trio. Wait, weren't we supposed to be given time to leave? Exclaimed the two, promptly retreating. Upon witnessing this, the Seven Stars let out a thunderous roar, transforming into a colossal Buddha form. In an instant, both hands struck the ground with tremendous force, unleashing a shockwave of energy. With a resounding crash, a fan-shaped ripple of energy surged towards the three serpents. In response, the three serpents swiftly adopted their serpent forms, their gaping mouths exhaling thick mist as they lunged at the Seven Stars. However, the ripple from the Seven Stars, upon colliding with the bodies of the three serpents, sent them flying through the air. The dense fog was dispersed by the fierce winds of Pikachu. Upon witnessing this, the three serpents prepared to launch another attack. However, the Seven Stars had no intention of squandering time with these three adversaries. With a swift motion, they unleashed the full power of their eyes. The left eye revealed the eternal kaleidoscope, casting an illusion, while the right eye, the reincarnation eye, amplified the effects of the illusion. The three serpents stood frozen for a few seconds before they began to gnash at the air. The Seven Stars, accompanied by two bewildered little companions, pressed onward. After half an hour of activating the Rinnegan search, they finally arrived at the dwelling of the White Snake Sage. The temple nestled deep within the Dragon Cave. Upon entering the temple, the trio immediately sensed an expansive space, as if the entire cavern outside had been hollowed out. Before the three individuals stood a magnificent throne, upon which coiled a colossal white serpent. The serpent, adorned with orange-tinted hair and yellow eyes, bore a green cat's eye stone on its chest, and was crowned with a purple silk ribbon. The front of the ribbon displayed military green, horn-like ornaments, and atop its head shimmered a red luminous pearl. A pipe dangled from its mouth, its elongated body finishing with two golden rings on its tail. This creature was none other than the White Serpent Sage, Bifrin. System, viewing information on Bifrin. Ding. Target, Bifrin. Name, Pseudo-Sage, White Serpent Sage, Bifrin. Combat power, late stage of the Six Paths talent, Sage Body. Immortal being. The White Serpent Sage possesses true immortality, capable of recovering from any injury and absorbing any ninjutsu. To defeat it, sealing is the only option. Skills, invisibility, transformation. Thought waves, fate locking. The White Serpent Sage can see through the destinies of those who come to train. Sage Art injection, infusing Sage Chakra into the target's body. Sage Art, White Wave Technique. This technique causes the air in a certain area to vibrate incessantly, making the victim feel as if their bones are grinding against each other, potentially leading to numbness. While the emitted light and sound can damage the victim's sight and hearing. Sage Art, Inorganic Rebirth. This is one of the unique Sage Arts of the White Serpent Sage, allowing one to grant life to inorganic matter and control it. Upon reading this, Qixing felt an overwhelming rush of disbelief. He had indeed fallen for that old toad's deception. How could he claim to be on par with Bifrin? The combat prowess of this old serpent was undoubtedly far superior to that devious toad. He had truly stumbled upon a formidable opponent. However, in front of his two disciples, he could not show any sign of weakness. Thus, he straightened his back. At that moment, the White Serpent suddenly spoke. Young one, now that you have arrived, isn't it time to dispel the illusion? With that, Qixing snapped his fingers, causing the three large snakes at the entrance to cease their movements, though he quickly shook his head, sensing trouble. The White Serpent Sage's side was in a flurry as the three snakes rushed deeper into the temple, one in particular darting towards Shinya to inform her of the intruder. The scene shifted back to Bifrin, who gazed at Qixing. What brings you here? Qixing replied, White Serpent Sage. One of my disciples wishes to follow you and learn Sage Arts. May I inquire what your requirements are? Upon hearing this, Bifrin's eyes glowed fiercely, activating fate locking. His initial shock quickly faded as he turned back to Qixing. What if I refuse? Ah, that would suit me perfectly. It has been ages since I encountered a formidable opponent. My blood is beginning to boil. Foolish child, do you truly believe you can battle me with your meager strength? Are you here to serve me lunch? Is that what you think? How about this? With that, Qixing transformed into his green-haired form, entering Super Saiyan 2. The terrifying energy emanating from him sent nearby objects flying. Bai Frin was taken aback, realizing this young man possessed a natural sage body and was adept at wielding natural energy. When did such a genius emerge in the ninja world? Chapter 82. In the face of crisis, did that old toad not inform you of the rules of the heavenly path? During this time, no one above the 6 paths may engage in combat. Though I am but a pseudo-sage, I stand at the late stage of the 6 paths, and to me, ordinary beings of the 6 paths are mere trash. Do you still wish to fight me? How can one know without trying? Bai Frin sighed inwardly, realizing he could not intimidate this young man and that a battle was inevitable. You shall fight outside, otherwise, my cave will be destroyed, he declared, taking flight. With Qixing following closely behind, the battle imminent. As they emerged from the dragon cave, 2 spheres of energy clashed in the sky. In the next instant, the white serpent sage enlarged itself, transforming into a colossal serpent nearly 1,000 meters long, adorned with horns, facing Qixing. This surprised Qixing, yet he reacted swiftly, forming hand seals for fire release. Heavenly Fire Dragon. 2 massive dragons appeared, soaring towards the white serpent sage, but before the anticipated explosion could occur, the 2 dragons were absorbed by Bai Frin. How can one be so unfair? Qixing exclaimed. System, the white serpent sage possesses hidden abilities. The system can detect powers he has used, but not those he has not. This is truly the old toad's doing, Qixing lamented, believing the absurd claim that Bai Frin was his equal. Frustrated, he decided to activate the Great Buddha and Susanoo for enhanced defense against this grave threat. A potent aura surged from Qixing, enveloping the Golden Buddha and Susanoo in a white energy. When he assessed his combat power again, the 2 major skills had only added 5,000 to his strength, a stark contrast to the 10,000 boost he would have received without entering Super Saiyan 2. This is disheartening. Before Qixing could ponder further, the white serpent sage unleashed his ultimate move, Sage Art, White Wave Technique. The air in 1,000-meter radius trembled, and Qixing felt as though his bones were grinding together, his body experiencing a slight numbness. However, this was not the most terrifying aspect. The blinding light and sonic waves emitted from the white serpent sage assaulted Qixing's vision and hearing, leaving him in immense discomfort. The colossal Buddha Susanoo, now over 100 meters tall, struggled to withstand the onslaught. This was the most challenging battle he had faced thus far. With determination, Qixing altered his hand seals, invoking true heavenly obstruction, Starquake. The once clear sky darkened, and 2 immense meteors plummeted from above. The white serpent sage's eyes gleamed with surprise. He had not expected this young man to persist in casting such a powerful ninjutsu even under the effects of his sage art, White Wave Technique. Indeed, he is a genius, Bai Frin mused, but it was still insufficient. With that, Bai Frin shot a green beam into the sky, swiftly enveloping the 2 meteors. Just as Qixing was bewildered, Bai Frin bellowed, Sage Art, Inorganic Rebirth Technique. The 2 meteors, seemingly animated with intelligence, circled around the colossal figure of the white serpent sage and hurtled directly towards Qixing. Feeling an urge to curse, Qixing thought, is this serpent truly so unscrupulous? Before he could continue his tirade, the massive meteors descended upon him. With no other option, Qixing activated his Rinnegan, unleashing the Rinnegan's heavenly eye, enveloping the meteors in a purple glow, and in the next instant, the colossal rocks were absorbed into his ocular realm. As the 7 stars began to experience a discomfort in their eyes, it became evident that the destructive power of the 2 meteors should not be underestimated. Just as 7 stars exhaled a sigh of relief, another formidable serpent of the 6 realms emerged from the Dragon Earth Cave. A thunderous roar echoed through the valley. Bold little thief, how dare you create chaos in my Dragon Earth Cave and provoke the white serpent sage, seeking death? Upon uttering this fierce declaration, the enraged serpent charged directly at 7 stars, unstoppable even by the white serpent sage. 7 stars barely had time to glimpse the serpent's visage before being assaulted by a spray of dark green venom. At that moment, the system alerted, Ding, host. Please be cautious. This venom possesses petrifying properties. Even the slightest contact will result in petrification. Cursing inwardly, 7 stars lamented the difficulty of confronting not just 1 but 2 adversaries. Yet, 7 stars harbored more than mere words in their arsenal. Just as the venom was about to make contact, the High Emperor's Spirit Master was activated. The dark green liquid was swiftly absorbed, and in the next instant, an even more colossal mass of venom was unleashed, enveloping the white serpent sage and the single-eyed serpent. Now, 7 stars finally had the opportunity to examine the serpent's data. The system revealed the details of the crimson single-eyed serpent, Ding. Target. Dragon Earth Cave. Xianya. Name. Frenzied Serpent Xianya. Combat power. Mid-level 6 realms. Talent. Reverse scales. One of the reasons for its fury also grants absolute physical defense. Skills. Frenzied Bite. Strangulation. Petrification. Petrification. This is Xianya's unique celestial technique, capable of spraying liquid that instantly turns opponents to stone. Upon observing this creature's capabilities, despite the limited skills, 7 Stars recognized that it was a mid-level 6 realms entity, comparable to their transformed state. When 7 Stars turned their gaze back to the 2 serpents, their eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. The frenzied serpent Xianya had audaciously swallowed the dark green liquid that 7 Stars had just expelled, smacking its lips as if still unsatisfied. Realization dawned upon 7 Stars. This was yet another untested ability, and at the 6 realms level, no foe could be deemed simple. By this time, the 2 serpents had encircled 7 Stars. The white serpent sage unleashed the celestial technique, White Surge Technique, causing the surrounding air to become exceedingly viscous, a transformation resulting from intensified vibrations. 7 Stars struggled with all their might, akin to standing in a quagmire, their movements becoming exceedingly arduous. The frenzied serpent, Sinya, had already soared through the air, entwining itself around the white Susanoo. A series of ominous creaking sounds emanated from the Susanoo, and in the next moment, the venomous fangs of the white sage lunged directly toward the shoulder of Susanoo, heralding the imminent collapse of both the Susanoo and the great Buddha form. The 7 Stars were struck by the twin-tailed serpents, hurtling backward and crashing into the mountainside. With a resounding bang, the ground erupted in a cacophony, and the peak crumbled in an instant. Just as the serpents reveled in their triumph, a fiery red apparition surged forth from the swirling dust of the earth, distorting the very fabric of space around it with its overwhelming presence, its speed accelerating with each passing moment. A thunderous shout pierced the air, reaching the ears of the twin serpents. The 8 gates of Duanjia, the Death Gate opens, Night Kai. Chapter 83, The Conclusion. Journey to the Wetbone Forest. Sensing the dire situation, the White Snake Immortal invoked his spell, White Surge Technique, intensifying the air's turbulence. Yet, even such fervent efforts could not impede the advance of the Day Tiger. The colossal foot of 7 Stars was closing in on the White Snake Immortal, poised to deliver a fatal kick. With a loud thud, 7 Stars Day Tiger pierced through the White Snake Immortal's body, leaving a gaping hole several meters wide. Ecstasy illuminated 7 Stars' face, but as he turned back to behold the White Snake Immortal, he was astounded to find that the pierced figure had already restored itself. What the hell? After all this effort, I've achieved nothing. This being truly possesses the immortal body as the system claimed. What is the point of fighting? Yet, in the next moment, another stroke of fortune arrived as the system notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations, host. After relentless combat, the development of the Super Saiyan bloodline has successfully reached 20. Upon absorbing S-Cell energy, the host can unlock the transformation into Super Saiyan 3, enhancing all attributes by 40 times. After completing the absorption, one should be able to break through and reach the Super Shadow level. However, at this moment, the Crimson Serpent, Xianya, clearly had no intention of allowing Qixing any time to absorb the cellular energy. The crimson figure lunged fiercely toward Qixing, unleashing streams of corrosive liquid aimed directly at his face. Qixing, contemplating a strategic retreat, suddenly recalled his summoning beast, the 9-headed serpent. With this trump card in mind, he thought, once I absorb the cellular energy, I shall unleash my power upon you. At this juncture, Qixing temporarily halted the absorption of S-Cell energy and began to swiftly form seals with his hands. With a resounding shout, he invoked the summoning technique, 9-headed serpent. As the white smoke dissipated, a strikingly handsome young man, muscular and entirely bare, materialized in the arena, leaving both the onlookers and the serpent momentarily stunned. Upon realizing the situation, the 9-headed serpent erupted in expletives. What the hell? You scoundrel, I was in the midst of bathing. Could you not at least announce your presence? This is rather excessive. The 7 Stars, equally perplexed, chimed in. I mean, serpent, what kind of absurdity is this? Hurry up and assist me with this predicament. I can manage one of those serpents, but 2 are quite overwhelming. However, upon the sight of the 9-headed serpent, the White Snake Immortal was brought to tears. You imbecile. You Onel, I thought you were dead. Was it not that wretched Susanoo who ended your life? Why are you here? If you survived, why did you not seek me out, you fool? Upon hearing this, the 7 Stars realized that the situation was far more complicated than it appeared, and a melodramatic spectacle was about to unfold. As the 9-headed serpent, UNG, heard the voice, it trembled momentarily, appearing utterly bewildered as it gazed at Qixing, seemingly inquiring, "Brother, where have you brought me?" Turning its attention once more, the nine-headed serpent beheld the white snake immortal, now transformed into human form. This time, the white snake immortal was not the illusion of an elderly woman, but a true embodiment of youth and beauty, unmistakably resembling the enchanting Baisujin. In a soft voice, she inquired about Un's experiences over the years. Un, at a loss for words, simply replied, "I have been sealed for nearly 1,000 years, only recently released. It has been almost a millennium since we last met." At this moment, a palpable barrier seemed to exist between the two serpents. The crimson serpent, Xianya, clearly recognized the nine-headed serpent and, sensing a hint of trepidation, gradually retreated. The white snake immortal had stepped into the realm of Jiochi, her enchanting gaze fixed upon it, which rendered Jiochi somewhat embarrassed. "Ah, the white phosphorus, the intertwining of fate, to encounter you once more in this place, how serendipitous. Indeed, how fortuitous." Upon hearing these words, Qixing grasped the situation. Recognizing the familiarity, he was about to step forward to greet them. However, the two serpents paid no heed to Qixing, leaving him with no opportunity to interject a word, and he could only retreat in awkwardness. How did I become the unwelcome third wheel in this encounter? Time passed slowly in this peculiar atmosphere, and it was uncertain how long the two serpents had shared their intimate whispers. Subsequently, the bright serpent turned to approach the Seven Stars. The white serpent sage remarked, "Since he is your spirit beast, I presume your companionship must be harmonious. You are his friend, thus you are also a friend of the Dragon Cave. I thank you for bringing him to my side." Upon hearing this, the Seven Stars coughed awkwardly twice, saying, "It's nothing, just a misunderstanding. Now that we are all on the same side, it is indeed a misunderstanding." With the misunderstanding cleared, "I must take my leave. I will entrust my disciple to you. I have another to take with me." The nine-headed serpent, though playful, could not forget the task at hand. "Understood. Rest assured." As the two serpents entered the Dragon Cave, Li Zuatio was brought forth. "Master, what just transpired? I seem to have glimpsed a beautiful lady entwined with Elder Yuan as they entered the cave." "Ahem, children need not know so much. Onward. Our next destination is the Wetbone Forest. You need to muster some spirit and strive to reach an agreement without resorting to force." "But master, did you not often remind us that if we can act, we should refrain from chatter? Why has the strategy changed now? You young one, what do you know? This is called discretion. Do you understand discretion? Let us proceed." "Understood, master. Just watch me." With that, the two embarked on a new journey, during which the Seven Stars began to impart some cautions regarding the Wetbone Forest. When they mentioned a group of slugs inhabiting the forest, Li Zuatio became visibly unsettled. "Master, those creatures can become immortals? We call them slugs in our village." "Nonsense. Master, I'm feeling rather reluctant to go. I'm allergic to those things." "Do not make excuses. Even if they are slugs, they are immortal slugs. Let us go." With a grimace, Li Zuatio followed in the footsteps of the Seven Stars, traversing through numerous villages. Each time he attempted to escape, the Seven Stars brought him back to the realm of the Wetbone Forest. As for how the Seven Stars could locate these paradisiacal places, it was thanks to an impressive system. "System? Are you certain this is the domain of the Wetbone Forest? But all I see ahead is water." "Ding. Please do not doubt the system's capabilities. The true location of the Wetbone Forest lies within an underwater paradise. Unlike the Dragon Cave, if you follow the system to the entrance of the Dragon Cave and activate the reincarnation eye, you may enter. However, the Wetbone Forest is not so straightforward. Its spatial transformation techniques are more intricate than those employed in the Miaomu Mountain." "Ding. The system's ordinary guidance can only take you this far. The specific location lies beneath the water. You need to activate the reincarnation eye and follow the direction of your heart. If you require the system's assistance, you may spend 1,500 points to accurately locate the entrance to the Wetbone Forest. Forget it. With Zuatio's talent, he will surely catch the attention of that slug in the Wetbone Forest." Zuatio, proceed. Chapter 84. Water Shadows, Illuminating Mimi. "Wait, master, there is nothing but water ahead. Where am I supposed to go?" "Zuatio, this time my assistance may be limited. The spatial techniques of the Wetbone Forest are indeed peculiar. Once you descend, simply follow the direction of your heart to reach the Wetbone Forest." At this moment, Li Zuatio felt as though his teacher was deceiving him. Yet he had no evidence. "Master, are you certain?" "Indeed." Seeing the serious expression on his teacher's face, Li Zuatio could only grit his teeth and comply. "All right. I will give it a try." With that, he leaped into the water, with the Seven Stars following closely behind. Upon entering the water, The scene was utterly transformed from what was visible from the shore. The expansive lakebed revealed a natural bamboo grove, shrouded in eerie shadows, invoking a sense of dread. Lizuatio slowly sank, as if an unseen force was drawing him towards the canopy of bamboo. However, upon entering the water, the Seven Stars experienced nothing but a sensation of swimming freely, feeling no such pull. Damn it, is my aptitude inferior to Zuatio's? Just as the Seven Stars became distracted, Lizuatio vanished beneath the water without a trace. A voice resonated through the water, reaching the ears of the Uchiha Seven Stars. Uchiha Seven Stars. I am aware of your purpose for visiting. Your disciple possesses exceptional talent, making him well-suited for the inheritance of my wet-bone forest sage techniques. Rest assured, you may entrust him to me, and I shall release him in 1.5 years. You may take your leave. Huh, you old slug. Do you not even show your face? Have you received news from the other 2 sacred lands, or Uchiha Seven Stars? It is not that I am unwilling to meet you. Rather, I am right beneath your feet. Upon hearing these words, Seven Stars looked down. And there it was, a massive white slug, at least several thousand meters long, now swirling around the bamboo grove. This enormous slug was evidently larger than the white snake sage. What is this? Was it not said that the slug sage is the weakest? The system assessed the target's information. Ding, target, slug sage. Name, living slug, holy slug. Combat power, late 6 pads talent, infinite division, immune to all physical attacks and certain ninjutsu attacks. Skills, tongue and acid. Emits a corrosive liquid from its mouth to attack enemies, capable of dissolving anything upon impact. Slug division, as a boneless mollusk. It can freely divide its body and then recombine. Visual sharing, enables visual sharing through the slug, chakra transmission, and information relay. Space transition technique. Can send its divided small slugs to any location in the ninja world they have previously visited. Remote healing. Divides a small slug to be sent to a target for treatment. Holy slug technique, utilizing solely the power of the slug. It can perform ultimate medical ninjutsu capable of healing an entire nation. Upon witnessing this scene, Seven Stars realized that although this colossal slug possessed few offensive capabilities, it was certainly not something he could defeat at this moment. Moreover, this individual possesses an alarming mastery of spatial manipulation. Just a moment prior, Qixing had failed to perceive his presence, yet in the blink of an eye, he materialized beneath Qixing's feet. Such a talent is indeed terrifying. It is no wonder that he is heralded as one of the 3 immortal beings. Each of them is undeniably formidable. I had initially believed that my current prowess would allow me to dominate the ninja world, yet it appears I have overestimated myself. At this juncture, Qixing had, in a sense, accomplished one of his objectives for this outing, having extinguished any intentions of engaging with the slug sage. He performed a courteous gesture, stating, "Slug sage, I take my leave." With that, Qixing's form vanished into thin air. Now it was the slug sage's turn to nod in approval, remarking, "A commendable young one, though regrettably inscrutable. If only I could discern your true nature. With your potential, I would have been reluctant to let you depart." Qixing, however, did not hear these words. Otherwise, he would have been compelled to engage in a lengthy battle with this sage. Having completed his task, Qixing finally found tranquility. With just over 1 year remaining, he intended to make the name Uchiha Qixing resonate throughout the entire ninja realm. Thus began his solitary journey. His first destination was to challenge the shadow-level powerhouses of various villages, hoping to expedite the absorption of S-cells, previously interrupted by the Crimson Serpent of Xianya. The active absorption had stagnated. He had assumed that the automated training editor would facilitate continued absorption, but to his dismay, its level was too low and required an upgrade, for which he presently lacked sufficient points. It appeared that he could only absorb through combat, a rather inconvenient situation. He scanned for the nearest ninja village. Ah, the Land of Water, the hidden mist village. Could it be Terumi-Mei? She seemed to be a beauty of a similar age to his own. Thus, his first destination was indeed the Land of Water. With a faint smile gracing his lips, Qixing propelled himself forward at an astonishing speed, his form flickering in and out of visibility. In just a day's time, he arrived at the Land of Water, avoiding all guards. Qixing stood atop the highest edifice in the Land of Water, gazing toward the Mizuki's office. There, a strikingly beautiful woman was engrossed in her documents. Suddenly, Terumi-Mei seemed to sense something amiss and lifted her gaze to the rooftop across from her. A handsome man, wearing a cryptic smile, regarded her, inciting a wave of irritation within the Mizuki. Is the defense of my hidden mist village truly so feeble? What are those guards doing? Allowing such an obvious intrusion to go unnoticed? In the next moment, Terumi Mei leaped through the window, her form hurtling towards Qixing's direction. Yet, Qixing did not flee. It seemed as if he awaited the arrival of Terumi Mei. In the span of merely 3 breaths, a striking figure appeared beside Qixing. However, upon catching sight of Qixing, Terumi Mei was taken aback, recognizing him as the rogue ninja from Konohagakure, Itachi of the Uchiha clan. Qixing chuckled, "I am not him. Many have mistaken me for my dear younger brother, but I am Uchiha Qixing. Humph, regardless of your identity, how dare you trespass into my mist village? I shall apprehend you, and then everything will be clear." Before her words could fully dissipate, Terumi Mei acted swiftly. Water style, water pillar technique. With that, she gathered chakra at the back of her throat and unleashed an immense column of water directed at Qixing. As the 7 stars swiftly formed hand seals, he unleashed the fire release, Great Fire Annihilation. A colossal blaze collided with a torrent of water, resulting in an explosive clash that produced billowing clouds of white smoke. "Ah, quite impressive," he mused, recognizing a worthy opponent. With that, he vanished, only to reappear behind Kahaku Mei, exclaiming, "Lightning release, 1,000 birds." At such a close distance, Kahaku Mei reacted with remarkable speed, activating the water release, hidden mist technique the moment 7 stars disappeared. Chapter 85, The absorption of S cells is complete. Kahaku Mei has a future. The thick mist she exhaled obscured the rooftop, rendering the environment indistinct. Though 7 stars launched his 1,000 birds, he felt no satisfying impact of striking a target. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Kahaku Mei shouted, "Boil release, skilled mist technique." Aware of the potency of this ninjutsu, 7 stars swiftly altered his hand seals, invoking wind release, divine gale. A massive tornado descended from the sky, dispersing the mist and revealing Kahaku Mei's form. At that instant, ninjas from the mist village began to take notice of the ongoing battle, converging towards the scene. However, 7 stars was unconcerned with these trivial adversaries. With a sudden motion, he clasped his hands together, invoking fire release, Great Dragon Fire. 100-meter-long fire dragon surged forward. In response, Kahaku Mei unleashed water release, Water Dragon Bullet, summoning a water dragon that collided with the Great Dragon Fire in a resounding explosion, neutralizing both techniques. Kahaku Mei realized that this opponent's strength was certainly on par with her own. Contemplating this, she activated her Kekiai Genkai, Boil Release, Dissolving Monster Technique. In the next moment, she expelled a vast, highly corrosive acid that blotted out the sun, leaving 7 stars with no escape. Initially contemplating evasion through his Kamui, he ultimately resolved to endure the assault with his physical form, believing that such a risk might expedite his S-cell absorption. With that decision, he discarded all defenses. A choice he would soon regret, as the acid cascaded from the sky. Kahaku Mei, taken aback by his willingness to withstand her boil release, had no intention of killing this striking man. Her goal was merely to capture him. She managed to retract half of her power, but the remainder struck 7 stars' upper body. Upon contact with the acid, he collapsed, engulfed by excruciating pain that permeated his entire being. In a mere breath, his garments disintegrated, and the corrosive liquid enveloped his lower half. Regret washed over 7 stars as despairing agony surged through him, prompting multiple urges to summon Susanoo, yet he resisted. As the encircling crowd discovered the intruder in the midst of Water Shadow's technique, dissolution, dissolving monster art, their intentions to apprehend him were extinguished. They were acutely aware of the formidable strength possessed by their Water Shadow. A few murmured, "Once struck by this technique, survival is impossible. Indeed, that fellow is doomed." Another remarked, "Yet, it appears he still moves. Perhaps. Humph. Are you still unaware of Lord Water Shadow's prowess?" While the crowd engaged in their hushed discussions and began to withdraw slowly, the figure of Qixing, whose body had been corroded to char, surprisingly rose. The onlookers witnessed a layer of carbon-like substance shedding from him, as a golden light erupted from his form, followed by a green radiance, radiating with immense power in all directions. At last, as the green luminescence dissipated, it unveiled Qixing's delicate skin and flawless physique. However, as the crowd marveled at his robust form, the fully nude Qixing, with green hair, suddenly transformed into an intense black, his hair spiraling wildly backward, enveloped in tendrils of dark lightning. A more terrifying aura surged toward the heavens, scattering the clouds above. Yet, this was quickly followed by ominous, dense black storm clouds that began to gather, with lightning flashing incessantly within them. Qixing, now oblivious to those around him, fixated his gaze upon the thunderous sky, sensing an overwhelming danger that left one breathless. In that moment, as he intently observed the heavens, his appearance caught the eye of Mei Ming. who felt an inexplicable allure that made her heart race. Her apricot-shaped eyes were captivated, lost in wonder. At this moment, the Seven Stars were enveloped in a tempestuous black lightning, its ferocity intensifying, and the aura it exuded grew ever more formidable. The Seven Stars finally comprehended the true terror of celestial beings. Glancing at the towering edifice upon which they stood, they observed it beginning to cave in and collapse under the weight of their formidable presence. In response, Mei Ming and her fellow mist shinobi instinctively retreated. In the span of merely 2 breaths, the once mighty structure was reduced to rubble. Indeed, all the earth and stone, under the influence of the Seven Stars' might, were forcibly embedded into the ground. The fearsome shockwave continued to spread, prompting those in proximity to hastily withdraw. Just as the Seven Stars reached the zenith of their power, several neighboring nations had already taken note of the peculiar occurrences in the Water Nation. At that moment, in the country closest to the Water Nation, the Thunder Nation, Raikage stood atop the highest building, gazing towards the Water Nation. He then summoned his aide, Darui, and promptly dispatched a reconnaissance team to gather intelligence on the situation in the Water Nation. Yes, Lord Raikage, came the swift response. In the Land of Fire, Tsunade was meticulously organizing her documents when suddenly, a voice from outside interrupted her. Lord Hokage, there is a situation in the Land of Water. A towering black pillar of light has emerged, and it may signify a momentous event. Tsunade contemplated for a moment and replied, "Send Kakashi to the Land of Water to investigate what has transpired." Unbeknownst to the vast expanse of land, far removed from the Water Nation, a figure, draped in the silver strands of age, let out a soft exclamation, exuding an ethereal aura. A newcomer, perhaps? How audacious to ascend at such a perilous moment. Do they not fear for their life? To dare to touch the very essence of the heavenly path at this juncture is indeed a bold move. Simultaneously, the 3 celestial immortals residing in their secluded abodes sensed the emergence of this formidable energy. They furrowed their brows, pondering the identity of this being who has truly transcended the 6 paths. Who could it be? In the hidden village of Konoha, another formidable force, Uncle Ichiraku, found himself increasingly frustrated as his business was usurped by the neighboring Tenkai Tower. Despite his repeated attempts to confront them, he never once spoke ill of the young lady involved. Just as Uncle Ichiraku was engulfed in his discontent, a sudden tremor coursed through him. He set down the ramen he was preparing and ventured into the back kitchen. His figure vanished, and when he reappeared, he was suspended in the skies above the Land of Water. At that moment, Ichiraku turned his gaze towards Qixing. Sensing an overwhelming aura that had reached the initial stage of sage level, Uncle Ichiraku was taken aback. It had only been a little over a year since he last saw this young man, and he had ascended to such heights. Nevertheless, having an ally was undoubtedly advantageous. He then dissipated the ominous clouds above, stating, "What you can assist with ends here. The rest is for you to manage." With those words, Uncle Ichiraku vanished once more. Witnessing this spectacle, Qixing was equally astonished. Had this individual truly traversed from Konoha to this location in an instant? Such remarkable spatial manipulation indeed befitted one who had mastered the essence of the heavenly path. Uncle Ichiraku's prowess was unfathomable, even in his current state. Qixing found himself utterly incapable of comparison. As discussion swirled around Qixing, he had already donned his attire. He materialized directly in front of Terumi Mei, placing a gentle kiss upon her forehead. "Thank you for facilitating my successful advancement. Until we meet again." Chapter 86, the name of Uchiha Qixing at this moment. Terumi Mei stood frozen, momentarily lost in thought. When CHJR called her back to reality, her cheeks flushed with a deep crimson hue. Mere seconds later, a furious exclamation escaped her lips. "You jerk. You kiss me and then run off? Are you even a man?" Yet, by that time, Qixing was already beyond earshot. Qixing now stood above a vast lake, contemplating the direction of his forthcoming training. With a series of hand seals, numerous shadow clones materialized, each darting toward various small nations or locales harboring hidden powers. Among them, the 4 clones with the greatest chakra reserves set their course toward the 4 great nations. The direction in which the 7 Stars advances is, however, contrary to that of the 5 great nations. At this moment, the 7 Stars soars swiftly through the heavens, murmuring, "In less than a year, I shall see just how many secrets this vast shinobi world still harbors." With that, his form accelerates once more. Meanwhile, in the hidden cloud village, a formidable figure resembling Uchiha Itachi emerges, challenging the Raikage in full view of the entire village. The Raikage, known for his fiery temperament, could scarcely contain his fury upon hearing these words. Without hesitation, he charged forth, ready to engage. After a fierce battle of taijutsu, The Raikage ultimately found himself at a disadvantage, narrowly defeated by the mysterious adversary. As the figure departed, he revealed his name before vanishing in a plume of smoke, leaving the crowd with only one name echoing in the void: Uchiha 7 Stars. When the enigmatic figure dissipated into smoke and vanished, the inhabitants of Cloud Ninja Village finally comprehended that this was merely a manifestation of a chakra clone. Upon receiving this revelation, the Land of Lightning erupted in fervor. Such a scene also unfolded in the Sand Village, where the 7 Stars clone engaged in battle with Gaara. Even Shikaka transformed into its complete form. Yet it was still vanquished by the 7 Stars clone. Fortunately, the Sand Shadow, Gaara, remained unharmed. However, Shikaku, having mustered great courage to confront the formidable clone, was ruthlessly defeated. This time, Shikaka truly fell into a state of despair. In the land of Earth, the Tsuchika Jinoki appeared to have been well prepared, having summoned his subordinates in advance to launch a coordinated assault on the 7 Stars. This old man demonstrated a complete disregard for the principles of martial ethics. In the absence of its true form, the doppelganger of the 7 Stars is unable to transform into Super Saiyan or to unlock the 8 gates. Relying solely on chakra and physical techniques, ultimately, it is vanquished by the cunning Inoki, who, alongside the combined might of the 4 elite Jonin, succeeds in eliminating the 7 Stars clone. However, upon realizing that it was merely a mere projection, the exhilaration of capturing the 7 Stars swiftly evaporates from their hearts. Diemu expressed for the first time, "It is impossible. Merely a clone possesses strength surpassing that of a Kage. Who on earth is this individual? Quickly, send someone to search. He must be nearby." In the Land of Fire, specifically within the Hokage's office in Konohagakure, the situation for the 7 Stars clone was far from fortunate. Originally intended to engage in a friendly spar with Tsunade, the clone found itself encircled upon entering the office, a scenario that had, in fact, been anticipated by 7 Stars. Nevertheless, he relished the prospect of a breakout game. However, who could have foreseen that Tsunade had meticulously established a ceiling barrier within her office? How absurd. What has happened to the principles of martial virtue and the will of fire? Could there not be a semblance of decorum? This is utterly perplexing. Ultimately, amidst its struggles, the 7 Stars clone was struck by Tsunade's legendary technique, the 100 Healings, and with a resounding crash, it dissipated into a cloud of white smoke. Clearly, Tsunade had been well prepared. The moment other ninja villages were attacked, it is likely that the Sage of Slugs had already conveyed this information to her. Though the doppelganger known as Qixing possesses the formidable strength of a late-stage Kage, the abundance of prodigious talents within Konoha renders even a Kage-level warrior relatively inconsequential during this era. Time meanders slowly amidst Qixing's various audacious exploits. The doppelgangers of Qixing traversed all the minor nations surrounding the 5 great nations, challenging numerous hidden masters within these realms. Meanwhile, his true self pressed onward relentlessly. Cognizant of Madara's prior words, the ninja world is indeed vast, lacking any discernible boundaries. A month later, Qixing found himself wandering through desolate mountains, curiosity stirring within him. After a month of relentless progress, he had yet to encounter any signs of civilization or human activity. In light of the ninja world's immense expanse, one must ponder why ninjas felt compelled to construct the 5 great nations in various smaller states in such remote corners, fiercely vying for territory instead of expanding freely. As Qixing continued his journey, a figure named Uchiha Qixing swiftly gained renown across the ninja realm, having challenged nearly all Kage-level warriors without ever tasting defeat. Moreover, at such a tender age, he has already attained such remarkable strength, making him even more endearing than the Azure Monkey. At this moment, within the Akatsuki organization, discussions regarding the 7 Stars were fervently underway. 7 ethereal figures positioned themselves, and everyone began to voice their doubts. "Itachi, is that fellow truly your brother?" Itachi remained silent, merely nodding in affirmation. Yet the crowd remained perplexed, pondering his true intentions. What could be the purpose behind his actions? At that moment, Itachi merely shook his head. At this moment, Pain remarked, "I have heard that this individual has a close connection with the Azure Monkey, yet in recent years, the Azure Monkey has vanished, giving rise to a more gifted young man. Itachi, do you believe you can draw him into our organization?" Itachi was taken aback by this statement, for he was fully aware of the identity of the 7 Stars. He promptly responded, "The possibility is virtually non-existent. He possesses his own power and backing. As long as he does not interfere with us, there is no need to concern ourselves with him." Upon hearing the news, Nagato merely furrowed his brow. The group deliberated in the cave for a full half-hour. When Itachi emerged, Kisame stepped forward and said, "Mr. Itachi, if that person is truly your brother, I believe it would be prudent for you to engage with him." Although he possesses formidable strength, he cannot withstand a multitude. Should you fail, the leader will undoubtedly reinforce our ranks, complicating matters further. Upon hearing Kisame's words, Itachi turned and regarded him with an unusual gaze, leaving Kisame bewildered. Did I say something amiss, Mr. Itachi? Itachi cast a sympathetic glance at Kisame before departing the base. Meanwhile, on the other hand, Qixing had been flying for over a month and was beginning to feel restless. Just as Qixing contemplated changing direction, a colossal steel city appeared ahead. The city exuded a sense of grandeur and advanced technology, its presence felt even from several tens of thousands of meters away. Recognizing this moment as a significant turning point in his journey, Qixing donned his mask, and his demeanor transformed instantaneously. With a mere flicker, he arrived at a concealed location within the city. As he prepared to summon spirits, 3 recently deceased souls answered his call. With just a glance, Qixing comprehended the true nature of this place. A more clandestine organization has quietly risen here, the Shell, a group that will not emerge until much later. Chapter 87, Shell and Benevolent Voyage. At this moment, the 7 stars hovered at a height of half a meter. As the 3 soul entities in hand began to dissipate slowly, astonishingly consumed directly by the 7 stars. From the memories of the 3 soul bodies, the 7 stars obtained partial intelligence about the city, revealing that an organization named Shell governs it. Here, many individuals have integrated scientific tools into their very beings. According to the recollections of the 3, most of those who have undergone modifications are members of the outer circle of the Shell, exhibiting abilities ranging from intermediate ninjas to elite jonin. The members of this organization's inner circle each bear Roman numerals etched upon their faces, clad in black hooded cloaks, with silver brooches affixed to their right shoulders. All individuals within this clandestine assembly exude an air of profound mystery, only to be glimpsed during exceptional circumstances. Upon learning this information, Qixing was filled with exhilaration, recognizing it as a catalyst for his personal growth. As he spoke, Qixing emerged from the narrow alleyway. The streets were bustling with people, and one could readily observe individuals modified by scientific ninja tools. However, the moment Qixing stepped out from his concealed refuge, he was already detected, specifically, by the city surveillance system. As Qixing traversed the thoroughfare, he appeared blissfully unaware of the looming presence of this oversight. At the heart of the city, within a towering edifice of numerous stories, a spacious conference room housed several individuals who were intently gazing at a large screen. The figure displayed on the screen was none other than Qixing, emerging from an alley. "Leader," one of them remarked, "that young man has appeared in the city without any forewarning. All surveillance devices failed to capture how he entered this place." The leader observed Qixing's leisurely stroll through the city on the screen, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. An intriguing fellow. He must possess some form of spatial ninjutsu. This could prove to be quite troublesome. Once the 3rd phase of the contract is completed, I shall have no reservations in this ninja world. With those words, he vanished from the conference room. When the cloaked figure reappeared, he hovered above Qixing, who remained oblivious amidst the bustling street below, where no passerby looked up to notice the ominous presence in the air. It was only when Qixing sensed an approaching entity that he activated his Rinnegan. As the eye opened, a spectral light surged towards him at an astonishing speed, ultimately hovering above his head. The sudden appearance of this individual heightened Qixing's vigilance. Although he possessed formidable strength, he was acutely aware of his unfamiliar surroundings. Exercising caution in the absence of information was always prudent. The stranger observed Qixing's alert demeanor, chuckled softly, and then turned away, soaring towards the desolate expanse beyond the city. At this moment, Qixing furrowed his brow and inquired, "System, retrieve the information on that individual." Ding. Target: Sihong age, 1020 years realm, late super shadow level abilities, Wedge, State 1. The form Sihong assumes after utilizing the wedge to enter imprint transformation. Characterized by an intricate array of dark blue-black markings covering his body. His combat prowess exceeds that of a mid-level 6 paths practitioner. Wedge, State 2. The advanced form Sihong takes on after employing the wedge, marked by the emergence of a singular horn upon his head, elevating his combat capability to the early celestial tier. Skills: Spatial Portal, one of the wedge's abilities. This skill allows the summoning of an object resembling a black hole nearby, facilitating effortless traversal across different realms without the need for hand seals. Absorption, another capability of the wedge, enabling the absorption of any ninjutsu and its conversion into chakra stored within his body, as well as the direct siphoning of an opponent's chakra. Levitation, the ability to float freely in the air, akin to the host's void dance technique. Taijutsu, Sihong's martial prowess is exceptionally formidable, rivaling even the full power of Might Guy at the 8th gate. Minor Vigurana, a wedge ability that allows him to shrink his size exponentially, as well as enlarge or reduce objects at will. Contract Beast, Ten Tails. Sihong's Ten Tails is derived from Otsutsuki Ishiki and is currently sealed away in some ancient ruins by Sihong. Illusion Technique, Communication, the manifestation of his illusionary self at a designated location. Ninjutsu Tools, Black Rod, an item crafted through Yin-Yang Release. Imbued with the power of the Outer Path, capable of sealing an opponent's chakra points and disrupting their chakra flow, particularly effective against tailed beasts. And can also serve as a weapon. Sihong is capable of creating black rods the size of a staff for combat. Spikes, a similar item to the black rod. Also produced via Yin-Yang Release, which, when inserted into an opponent, not only blocks their chakra extraction points but also absorbs their chakra. Sihong can launch multiple spikes from his hand to assault his adversaries, manipulating their size to deal significant damage. Spirit Coffin, a ninjutsu tool created through Yin-Yang Release. Resembling a teapot, which can alter its size to seal enemies inside. Upon reading this, Qixing trembled all over, murmuring to himself, "Powerful, truly powerful, ha ha ha, indeed. My choice to come here was not in vain." Ding. Host, this Sihong is merely one of the vessels for Otsutsuki Ishiki. What? You mean that individual is a vessel for another's reincarnated soul, Otsutsuki Ishiki? Truly, none of the Otsutsuki clan are mere characters. Excellent. Such a formidable being is precisely what I seek. Qixing will eventually uncover all your secrets. To think such a powerful Sihong is merely a vessel, while surprising, it is hardly astonishing given the Otsutsuki clan's reputation. If a mere vessel can wield such strength, one can only ponder the true might of Otsutsuki Ishiki, and the nature of those capable of vanquishing or gravely injuring him. The mysteries of the ninja world feel increasingly within my grasp. A smirk curved upon his lips. This is becoming intriguing. With that thought, Qixing vanished into the crowd, slicing through the void and emerging outside the city. Before him stood a cloaked figure not far away, seemingly having anticipated Qixing's arrival. The next moment, the figure turned, removed their hood, and gazed at Qixing, saying, "You have decent strength, young one. Would you be interested in joining our organization?" Upon hearing this, Qixing smiled. "Are you referring to the Shell organization?" The stranger, taken aback by Qixing's immediate recognition of his painstakingly established group, was visibly shaken, disbelief etched across his face. Chapter 88, Above the Six Paths. Otsutsuki Ishiki, you know of Shell? Who exactly are you? Are you from the Pure Land or a vessel for one of those old geezers? Not speaking, eh? Humph. I care not who you are, but to dare come here and seek death is folly. Prepare to face your fears, young one. As he spoke, Sihong's late-stage super shadow aura erupted forth, and in the span of a tenth of a second, he appeared before Qixing, his enormous foot descending towards Qixing's face. In a state of normalcy, having recently transcended the initial phase of the ultra shadow, one exhibited remarkable reflexes, swiftly raising both hands to shield the face. A resounding crash echoed as the figure of Qixing was sent hurtling back 100 meters. Just as Sihong expressed disdain, that silhouette unexpectedly dissipated into white smoke. Sihong let out a soft exclamation, acknowledging the quick response. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than a surge of violent energy approached from behind, lightning release, thunderous eruption. At that moment, a fierce bolt of electricity coiled around Qixing's right foot, launching toward Sihong's lower body with astonishing swiftness. Should this strike connect, Sihong would likely suffer a significant loss. However, Sihong cast a somber gaze behind him, and with a sudden tremor throughout his body, he unleashed the black rods that enveloped him. In an instant, the Seven Stars were surrounded and pierced by these black rods, rendering his chakra completely sealed and even disrupting its flow. Sihong remained motionless, while the lightning around the feet of the Seven Stars dissipated. Sihong disdainfully remarked, "You dare to employ such despicable tricks? Watch as I return your own methods against you." As he spoke, this ancient being of 1,000 years seemed genuinely incensed by the Seven Stars. With countless minuscule black rods entwined around his right leg, he forcefully kicked towards the lower regions of the Seven Stars. The latter couldn't help but chuckle at this, exclaiming, "You old fool, having lived for a millennium, yet still so childish." Upon hearing Qixing's words, Sihong was deeply shaken, even after living for a millennium. It was evident that this young man harbored significant secrets that could not be overlooked. Consequently, the black staff on his right leg grew even more robust, and his speed accelerated as he aimed a direct kick at Qixing. Anticipating the attack, Qixing, despite having his chakra sealed, swiftly activated his Kamui ability. Realizing this, he immediately rendered his body intangible, evading Sihong's lethal strike. Witnessing Qixing's intangibility, Si-hong quickly deduced the nature of his spatial abilities. In an instant, the black staff on his right leg became enveloped in a pearlescent aura, and the next moment, Qixing felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom. Activating his Kamui, he instantaneously transported himself 100 meters away, recognizing that this adversary's spatial capabilities were formidable. With this realization, Qixing swiftly shifted his tactics, forming hand seals with great speed. Unleashing the fire release, great fire extinguishing technique. As Si-hong beheld the flames, he did not entertain the thought of evasion. The immense fire enveloped him entirely. Yet, remarkably, Si-hong emerged unscathed. With a grand gesture of his hand, he summoned a tremendous force that absorbed the fiery onslaught and extinguished it completely. Upon witnessing this, Qixing furrowed his brow, realizing that the system's assertions were indeed accurate. This individual possessed the extraordinary ability to absorb ninjutsu. Determined to test his speed, Qixing formed hand seals and unleashed his swiftest technique, the lightning release, divine might thundercut, directing a 100-meter-long bolt of lightning towards Si-hong. Si-hong, observing the attack, frowned slightly. The spatial lightning technique was a commendable strategy, yet insufficient. With that, a colossal pillar manifested before him, effortlessly blocking the spatial lightning technique. Before Qixing could react, the energy of his divine might thundercut began to dissipate rapidly, dwindling until it vanished entirely. Qixing was taken aback. This was yet another technique that absorbed chakra. Could this individual truly absorb all forms of ninjutsu? Undeterred, Qixing altered his hand seals once more, invoking fire release, heavenly fire dragon. Two massive dragons, nearly 1,000 meters long, surged towards Si-hong. Si-hong, with an air of disdain, extended his hands, where two black squares ignited. Without any warning, the two dragons were absorbed into his being. In that moment, Qixing's belief solidified. This individual could indeed absorb all forms of ninjutsu, save for taijutsu, undeniably a chakra-absorbing anomaly. Observing this, Qixing ceased to hold back and unleashed his Super Saiyan form, golden energy enveloping him as his hair spiked skyward. Si-hong, startled, recognized that Qixing possessed a power akin to his own. Upon transformation, his strength surged from the early stages of Super Shadow to the initial stages of Six Paths. While Si-hong scrutinized Qixing, the latter's assault was already upon him. With a smile that conveyed innocence, Si-hong began to transform as well, entering his own first state of the wedge. Instantly, dark blue-black markings adorned his body, and his strength escalated to the mid-level of Six Paths. As Qixing advanced, both engaged in a fierce exchange of taijutsu, their fists and feet leaving mere afterimages in the air. Minutes later, seizing an opportunity, Si-hong delivered a powerful kick that sent Qixing crashing into a towering mountain, resulting in a thunderous explosion that crumbled the peak in an instant. Just as Si-hong believed he had vanquished Qixing, a tempestuous surge of green energy erupted skyward. Qixing had transformed into Super Saiyan 2. His entire form enveloped in a radiant green light. Si-hong could only perceive a mass of green energy hurtling towards him at light speed, catching him entirely off guard as he was propelled underground. A cloud of dust erupted, and Qixing stood suspended in the air, the violent energy having elevated him to the late stages of Six Paths. In the subterranean realm where Si-hong resided, a soft cough echoed, followed by the rumbling collapse of earth and stone. Si-hong emerged from the depths, casually dispersing the swirling dust with a wave of his hand. Gazing upon the celestial constellation of the Seven Stars, he remarked, "Young one, your prowess is indeed commendable. You are worthy of witnessing my second state of the wedge." As he spoke, Si-hong's energy surged once more, and Qixing transformed the wedge into a superior form. At that moment, a singular horn sprouted from Qixing's brow. His power ascended to the early stage of the celestial realm. The ferocious energy sent debris soaring into the sky. This adversary was undoubtedly the most formidable opponent the Seven Stars had encountered thus far, without exception. Observing Si-hong's transformation, the Seven Stars comprehended that the Otsutsuki style had made its entrance. With palpable excitement, he exclaimed, "Celestial level. That transcends the Six Paths. I knew it. How could a member of the Otsutsuki clan, arriving from such a distant realm, be anything but powerful?" Tremors coursed through the Seven Stars, a manifestation of exhilaration. His face alight with fervor. Chapter 89, the Five Elements Sealing Killing Formation. At this moment, Si-hong, more accurately, Otsutsuki style, furrowed his brow at the frenzied Seven Stars. Without further ado, he extended both hands toward him, and the ground within a 1,000-meter radius became ensnared by black rods, imprisoning the Seven Stars. Then, his form vanished, and with immense force, he delivered a crushing kick to the Seven Stars' chest. Even as the Seven Stars attempted to utilize the divine might to become intangible, it proved futile. Si-hong's strike sent the intangible Seven Stars hurtling through space. The impact carved a kilometer-long trench into the earth. Upon halting, the Seven Stars coughed blood for the first time in battle. Yet, he continued to smile, his expression growing even more frenzied. "Excellent. A truly marvelous sensation," he declared, licking the blood from the corner of his mouth, standing upright. "Now, allow me to demonstrate my true strength." Ha ha ha, Otsutsuki style. Sihong, now referred to by name, felt little shock, for the individual before him was indeed the most potent opponent he had encountered in this diminutive ninja world, aside from Kagaya Otsutsuki. Such a powerful being possessing hidden knowledge was not entirely astonishing. At that moment, the Seven Stars concentrated his energy, enveloping himself in a layer of green energy, intertwined with black lightning. His hair, too, was tainted a deep, dark hue, with tendrils of black arcs dancing around him. In that instant, both combatants reached the early stage of the celestial realm, their figures colliding with cataclysmic force. The terrifying and violent energy unleashed at that moment shattered the surrounding landscape, reducing towering mountains and colossal boulders within a 1,000-meter radius to mere fragments. The tumultuous energy profoundly impacted the mechanical city located dozens of kilometers away, plunging its inhabitants into a state of inexplicable panic. Yet, the moment the inner circle members of the Shell organization appeared, an eerie silence enveloped the populace. At that juncture, the entire assembly of the Shell's inner circle, Gu Xi and Ju Shi, Bo Luo, Victor, Di Luda, and Kaudik gathered within the city. Astonishingly, all five possessed transcendent, elite-level prowess. A force that, if unleashed in any of the five great nations, would undoubtedly incite tremendous upheaval. Their simultaneous emergence, as they strode toward the main entrance, left the citizens in a state of utter astonishment. They had never witnessed all members of the organization's inner circle mobilizing together. Meanwhile, on the battlefield between Qi Xing and Xi Hang, the earth within a radius of several thousand meters had been driven into a deep depression of nearly 100 meters due to their fierce confrontation. Qi Xing's form underwent another transformation, enveloped in a swirling aura of dark green light, now overshadowed by a crimson energy, indicating that Qi Xing had once again activated the lethal 8th gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia. At this moment, Qi Xing morphed into a colossal blood dragon, rapidly accelerating towards Xi Hang at nearly the speed of light. Witnessing this, Xi Hang felt a surge of shock as numerous stakes erupted before him. A series of muffled thuds resounded as Qi Xing's Night Kai shattered 3 black pillars, each 5 meters in diameter, positioned before Xi Hang. The residual force from the final strike collided with Xi Hang's chest, merely pushing him back 100 meters without inflicting any harm. Yet, amidst this celestial-level conflict, Uncle Ilu, a being attuned to the Tao of Heaven, remained utterly oblivious. It seemed as though the entire ninja world, apart from the 5 great nations, was shrouded in a peculiar energy. Only upon reaching the celestial level did Qi Xing gain any awareness of the situation, elucidating one of the reasons why the 5 great nations hesitated to expand outward. On the battlefield, the clash between Qi Xing and Sihong grew increasingly alarming. Both parties recognized the peculiar energy emanating from each other's bodies. Their energy attributes surpassed the ordinary chakra of the ninja world by a significant margin. At that moment, Sihong, embodying the essence of Otsutsuki, was profoundly shaken, contemplating the notion of capturing Qi Xing to unveil the secrets of his physique. Subsequently, she pressed her finger to her forehead, transmitting a message for the inner circle members to prepare the barrier. With their own agendas, the two resumed their confrontation, one seeking to acquire the other's method of enhancing strength, while the other aimed to refine herself through this duel, augmenting her bloodline's potential. The battle intensified, with Qi Xing having entirely discarded ninjutsu and ninjutsu techniques, relying solely on physical prowess. Similarly, Otsutsuki was engaged in a comparable manner. The rumbling in the sky grew increasingly rapid. The aura surrounding the two had expanded several kilometers outward. Suddenly, 10 figures emerged from the distance. 5 were members of the inner circle, while the other 5 appeared to be a reconnaissance team from the outer circle. Each member of the reconnaissance group was of considerable strength, boasting the prowess of upper ninjas, some even elite upper ninjas. They surged forward, quickly closing the distance to the battlefield, where mountains had crumbled and the earth was marred by countless fissures. Perhaps compelled by duty, they sought to ascertain the situation, or perhaps to witness the fierce struggle of the two formidable combatants up close. Cautiously, they advanced. But one elite upper ninja grew impatient, questioning the need for such caution, as they were not about to engage in battle. With that, he accelerated his pace, prompting a familiar voice behind him to shout, "Big Brother G, don't be impulsive. That's the leader's battle." Yet, barely had the words left his mouth when the ninja, known as Big Brother G, had already dashed forward 100 meters. In the next moment, he found himself rooted to the spot, while the four behind him were left perplexed. As one of them attempted to investigate, they were halted by the 5 arriving members. "That guy's already dead. There's no need to concern ourselves with him," spoke Washinju. "Even a pig can sense the threat of death in that terrifying aura. To presume that one's elite upper ninja strength grants immunity in the ninja world is sheer folly." As these words were spoken, the immobilized individual's body began to disintegrate like tattered cloth. Victor remarked that within this terrifying aura, any being of lesser strength than the two would likely suffer severe injuries or, at worst, face instant demise. Let us not concern ourselves with them. Instead, we shall commence the arrangement of the 5 elements sealing heaven-killing formation. This is a gift prepared by the leader for his old friends, though it remains a mystery as to who has arrived this time. Baro chuckled lightly. What does it matter? In any case, the leader will bring him forth soon enough, and we shall see him shortly. With that, the 5 positioned themselves around the battlefield, swiftly returning to their designated spots. Once they established their positions, they activated the wedge seal, entering its transformed state. Their bodies were soon adorned with intricate dark blue-black markings, reminiscent of the state of the compassionate voyage wedge seal one. In the early stages of their formidable powers, several individuals were directly elevated to the initial level of the 6 Paths Chapter 90. I never anticipated that one day I would employ such techniques. The 5 individuals simultaneously formed intricate hand seals. The complexity of these seals was evident, as they took several minutes to complete them before forcefully striking their hands upon the ground. Before their eyes, 5 intricate bagua patterns rapidly expanded outward. Once the patterns from the 5 directions interconnected, they erupted into brilliant columns of light. Gu Xian, emanating a column of wind attribute energy, Bo Luo. A column of fire attribute energy, Victor. A column of earth attribute energy, Di Luda. A column of wood attribute energy, and Kauda. A column of water attribute energy. These 5 columns of energy ascended swiftly into the sky, transforming into a protective barrier that enveloped the battlefield, encasing an area within a radius of 2,000 meters. At this moment, the combatants of the 7 stars seemed to sense a shift, raising their gazes toward the heavens, where 5 hues of energy swirled above them. The 7 stars had begun to contemplate retreat, and upon realizing they were engulfed by the formation, a gnawing awareness of the lethal threat emerged. Understanding the peril that loomed overhead, the 7 stars promptly repelled Ci Hang and, in a flash, prepared to utilize their spatial abilities to escape. However, in the next instant, the surrounding space was entirely confined by the barrier, rendering their spatial powers ineffective. With no time to deliberate further, the 7 stars ascended rapidly, striving to break free from the encroaching confinement of the barrier. Yet, the luminous beams of the 5 attributes seemed to possess a sentience of their own, transforming into slender strands of sword light that surged forth to obstruct the 7 stars' path. Witnessing this, the 7 stars activated the High Emperor Spirit Sovereign, absorbing countless 5-colored sword strands through their eyes. Upon witnessing the capabilities of Qixing, Si Hong was taken aback, exclaiming, "This is indeed the technique of that fellow Daidongmu Taoshi. How could this be? Could he possibly be Taoshi's vessel?" Yet that individual never set foot in the shinobi world. Has a millennium passed, and the family sent someone anew? Infuriated, Si Hong observed Qixing's rapid ascent and resolved not to allow him to escape. With a swift motion, Si Hong altered his hand seals, summoning a colossal spirit coffin that descended from the heavens, crashing down towards Qixing's head. This obstruction left the remaining sword light perilously close to Qixing. In a desperate maneuver, Qixing produced 5 shadow clones to momentarily hinder the sword light while he himself utilized a water clone to instantaneously appear 100 meters away. However, all of this played perfectly into Si Hong's scheme. As Qixing revealed his form, Si Hong's terrifying energy beam had already reached him. Faced with this dreadful beam, Qixing's heart sank, prompting him to instantly activate his Susanoo Great Buddha form while attempting to deflect the menacing energy with his divine might. Yet Si Hong had long anticipated Qixing's combat style. Within that energy beam was a streak of milky white energy that pierced through the spatial force of the divine might, sending the horrific energy crashing directly into Qixing. The impact forcefully expelled Qixing from his Susanoo, and the Susanoo Great Buddha was instantaneously shredded by the energy. Qixing's form was hurled against the barrier with a resounding thud, and he coughed up a mouthful of reverse blood as he slid to the ground. Gazing at Si Hong before him, Qixing wore a sneering smile. Si Hong was taken aback, not expecting Qixing to employ such tactics in battle, truly tarnishing the illustrious reputation of the Daidongmu clan. However, Si Hong was unfazed by Qixing's words. He conjured a black rod in his hand, forming it into a spear, which he hurled towards Qixing in the next instant. as the seven stars formed hand seals. The true technique of the shadow clone jutsu was unleashed. In that moment, hundreds of clones surged towards Uchiha, each possessing a striking one-tenth of the original's might. The long spear formed by the black rods directly pierced through the numerous avatars of the seven stars, stringing them together, ultimately colliding with the barrier. At this moment, Uchiha found it difficult to discern the true from the false among the seven stars, as hundreds of them converged before him, employing all manner of underhanded tactics. Yet, amidst the chaotic combat, each avatar was voraciously consuming the white clay, a sight that caused Uchiha to furrow his brow. What sort of ninjutsu is this? This question was swiftly answered as he observed the hundreds of seven stars glowing with a white radiance after consuming the clay. Their light intertwining in the span of a single breath. A terrifying energy surged forth from the hundreds of bodies. Witnessing this, Uchiha realized that they were about to self-destruct using the clay. With a swift motion, Uchiha extended his hands, causing thousands of black rods to rise from the ground. Each avatar impaled by at least two of them. Yet, the horrifying explosion did not cease. Uchiha bellowed in fury, "Are you out of your mind? In this barrier, even you will be annihilated. Hey, you don't want to die, and neither do I. So you will inevitably absorb this explosive energy, won't you?" This scene ignited Uchiha's rage. In the next instant, the light from the hundreds of seven stars avatars reached its zenith. With a resounding boom, they detonated simultaneously. The force comparable to dozens of Daidar's C-0 bombs. Even Uchiha gasped in astonishment, no longer hesitating as he sought refuge within his own coffin. Observing this, the seven stars cursed, "Can you really do this? Damn it. Brother, have some martial ethics. At least absorb some energy before you leave." However, the power of the explosion had already unfolded. The seven stars, left with no choice, could only invoke the High Emperor's spirit to absorb the terrifying explosive energy. Truly a case of lifting a rock only to drop it on one's own foot. After a few moments of absorption, the dreadful aftershocks dissipated, leaving behind a gaping well, 1,000 meters in diameter, where the land within the barrier had vanished without a trace, now starkly visible in the forest. At this moment, the barrier in the sky shattered into fragments, and 5 figures collapsed to their knees, evidently suffering from a backlash, their mouths pouring forth blood. However, the actual injuries were not particularly severe. Turning our gaze to the seven stars, their condition was one of utter disarray. Their garments had been reduced to carbon, and their eyes, having absorbed only a third of the explosive energy, were already swollen to the size of dumplings. Yet, in this critical moment, they activated the ability granted by the mask, the face of the great sage, which could absorb a single instance of devastating damage, albeit at the cost of shattering the mask thereafter. At this moment, the divine mask on Qixing's face shattered in two. This time, it was indeed a case of losing both the lady and the soldiers. This incident served as a poignant reminder to Qixing that not every place is suitable for ostentation. Not only are the inhabitants of the Pure Land immensely powerful, but even a mere member of the Otsutsuki clan can render Qixing utterly helpless. This event ultimately enlightened Qixing, revealing that humility is the true path to success. At that moment, the coffin of Uchiha ascended from the earth, its lid opening to reveal Uchiha emerging from within. He beheld Qixing, 1,000 meters away, continuously forming seals with his hands. Suddenly, a thought struck him. With a furious roar, Uchiha intervened. Closest to Qixing was Guixin, who formed seals with both hands, invoking the fire release, true flame of Samadhi. Simultaneously, Uchiha unleashed a terrifying energy of his own. However, at that moment, Qixing clapped his hands against the ground. Following the pattern of the 8 trigrams, the reverse spiritual communication technique activated. Little did I expect that one day I, Qixing, would employ such a technique. In an instant, with a resounding bang, as Uchiha's energy and Guixin's flames were about to strike Qixing, his figure transformed into a wisp of white smoke and vanished. Chapter 91. Allies. Upon witnessing Qixing's escape, Uchiha felt a surge of anger, yet he recognized that the strength of that individual was certainly not inferior to his own. It seemed imperative to swiftly locate a suitable vessel, otherwise, my power would remain suppressed. Just then, the 5 members of the shell's inner formation approached Uchiha. He waved his hand, conjuring a black hole before him, a scornful smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Do you think reverse spiritual communication will fail to locate you?" Such naivety. That individual was already injured. However, before he could finish his sentence, the medallion on Uchiha's chest cracked with several fissures. Frowning, Uchiha realized that his body had reached its limit at this moment. It appeared that he would have to let that young man go this time. "Leader, shall we pursue that young man?" "No need," he replied, casually dispelling the black hole. Earlier, from the other side of the portal, I vaguely sensed an aura of pseudo-immortal level. Your attempts to pursue would be tantamount to seeking death. Moreover, judging by the time it took that young man to form his seals, the reverse spiritual communication technique he employed must have originated from a considerable distance. Maintaining such a portal demands an excessive drain on my energy. Unfortunately, it remains uncertain whether it is the people of the Pure Land or those from the 5 great nations. Our hidden location has likely been compromised. Immediately initiate the contingency plan and relocate the city to a more distant location. Understood, leader. With that, the group began to spring into action. Upon employing the art of reverse necromancy, Qixing, after enduring several minutes of boundless darkness, once again beheld the light. Finding himself beside the formidable figure of Dishi Yuan Luji. At this moment, Qixing felt dizzy and his body had reached its limits as soon as he materialized. He collapsed to the ground. Nevertheless, summoning his resolve, he managed to rise and surveyed his surroundings. This glance, even for someone as oblivious as Qixing, was undeniably jarring. He found himself within a vast cavern, where a stately table and chairs stood, accompanied by an enormous wooden bed that spanned several meters in width. On this grand bed, 2 figures intertwined, occasionally transforming into serpentine forms, their lengths exceeding 100 meters, and at other times reverting to human shapes, playfully tumbling across the expanse of bedding. However, with a face as impassive as a city wall, Qixing observed this scene without a hint of embarrassment. He merely murmured softly to himself, surprised that these 2 individuals favored such antics. Yet, at this moment, Qixing remained oblivious to his own disrobed state, his blood having stained half of his darkened form crimson. Under normal circumstances, his untimely appearance would not have posed much of a problem. Being unclothed was merely a state of beings. And witnessing an unsightly spectacle could be dismissed with a swift departure, leaving no one the wiser. The predicament arose, however, with his ill-timed mutterings, which instantly roused the serpentine entities engaged in their passionate entanglement. This rendered the situation rather awkward. In the vast cavern, 6 eyes locked in a moment of stillness. The atmosphere turned palpably tense. Yet, adhering to his principle that only the others ought to feel embarrassment, Qixing touched his head nonchalantly and proceeded to dress himself. At long last, the frenzied remarks of the great serpent reached my ears. My goodness, brother, your timing is impeccable. I nearly found myself paralyzed by your frightful presence. However, the great serpent, who had intended to continue his tirade, was momentarily struck by the sight of Qixing, drenched in blood. His seething fury diminished significantly, and he simply remarked, next time you invoke the spirit summoning technique, it would be prudent to offer a warning. While you may feel unperturbed, both Phosphor and I would certainly find ourselves in an awkward predicament. At this moment, Qixing had already donned his attire and stood there calmly, softly inquiring, shouldn't you be leading your team members in training at this time? This question struck a nerve, causing the aggrieved Dash to erupt in frustration. I just arrived here today. I've already settled those 3 little ones. I thought I was nearly done with my tasks and could enjoy a vacation, but here you are, causing me trouble. All right. Stop looking so forlorn. If that's the case, I'll take my leave. With that, he turned to depart from the dragon's cave. However, seeing Qixing about to leave, Dash felt a twinge of concern for Qixing's condition, especially as he was covered in blood and had fissures all over his body, a sight that would terrify anyone. Dash then gently asked, are you all right, Lord Qixing? Qixing smiled and shook his head. You all continue. I shall take my leave. Upon hearing this, Dash and Bifan exchanged an awkward glance. Meanwhile, Qixing staggered out of the dragon's cave. Yet, Dash was not in the mood to pursue other matters, feeling utterly defeated. Noticing Qixing's unsteady gait, he quickly followed. My lord, there's no need to be so stubborn. Even if your recovery ability is remarkable, the strange energy within you is not so easily dispelled. I am aware of that. The Otsutsuki clan is not composed of simple individuals. Even though that old one is barely alive, he is still formidable. Unfortunately, I suffered this time due to a lack of intelligence on the matter. Otherwise, What? My lord, you actually face someone from the Otsutsuki clan? Their weakest members are at least sage-level beings. Of course, I know that. Otherwise, would a mere weakling be capable of injuring me? Hearing this, Bifan was astonished. My lord, just 2 months ago, you could only exert mid-6 strength in our battle. Correct? Dash frowned and replied, Bifan, do not pry into my lord's secrets. Dash, we are allies. Is there anything that cannot be said? My physique is merely unique. There are various secret methods to enhance strength. During my previous battle with you, some methods were unavailable for use. However, Bifan did not absorb the latter part of Qixing's words. He was fixated on the term allies, which caused his face to flush crimson, leaving him momentarily dazed. When he lifted his gaze again, Qixing and Dash had already ventured far ahead. Coming to his senses, Bifan hurriedly pursued them, curiously asking, "My lord, where are you headed?" Qixing turned back. "Of course, we are returning to Tianqiu Gate. It has been a year and a half since I last visited. I wonder how those fellows' training has progressed. My lord, may I accompany you? I've long heard Dash speak of Tianqiu Gate, and I wish to see it for myself. What about your dragon's cave? There's no issue. With Xi and you present, I doubt anyone in the ninja world would dare to cause trouble. Then let us go together." As Qixing prepared to utilize his space ninjutsu, Dash quickly intervened. "My lord, you are injured. Allow me to take charge." With that, Dash transformed into his true form, swiftly carrying Qixing and Bifan toward Tianqiu Gate. Chapter 92, The Changes at Tianqiu Gate. At this point, Dash had been flying with Qixing and Bifan for over a month. During this time, Qixing's injuries had completely healed. Now, Qixing stood atop Dash's head, gazing proudly ahead, feeling familiar energies approaching as the surrounding mountains flickered by. "Dash, there is no need to hurry. We shall reach Tianqiu Gate in less than 3 hours. My injuries have healed. You may take a rest. Once we enter Tianqiu Mountain, we cannot appear in the form of a summoning beast, lest we attract trouble from those youngsters." "Understood, my lord." Meanwhile, in the past 2 years, Tianqiu Gate had gradually flourished under the management of Long Xuanji. At this moment, Long Xuanji stood atop the high tower of Tianqiu Gate, surveying the bustling scene below with a smile, witnessing the vibrant prosperity of the gate. Within the illustrious Tianqiu sect, the most prominent features are the newly established 6 edifices, the Forging Pavilion, where an array of ninja tools of varying grades can be crafted, the Instruction Pavilion, a sanctuary for lower and middle ninjas to acquire ninjutsu and knowledge, the Danxing Hall, a unique alchemical sanctuary exclusive to Long Xuanji, the Enforcement Hall, responsible for maintaining order within the entire Tianqiu secret realm, the Ninjutsu Hall, which houses the majority of ninjutsu ranging from D to A grades in the entire ninja world, and the Dark Chamber, tasked with the collection of intelligence. Upon observing this, the 2 individuals beside Long Xuanji wore expressions of admiration, exclaiming, "Lord Longs, the Tianqiu sect has experienced rapid development over the past 2 years. Its overall strength has ascended to a level incomparable to that of 2 years ago." Long Xuanji regarded these 2 with a reminiscent gaze, his thoughts drifting back to 2 years prior when he had embarked on a journey with 3 young companions, simultaneously fulfilling the mission entrusted by the 7 Stars. He had eliminated 1 target, while the other 2 chose to submit, bringing their entire clans to join him at the Tianqiu sect. Furthermore, he had also brought forth the elite individuals he had nurtured in the outside world into this secret realm. A year ago, the artisan village had also relocated entirely to the Tianqiu sect. At present, the population within the Tianqiu secret realm had neared 10,000. The mere thought of this ignited a fervor within Long Xuanji's heart. 2 years ago, when he departed, the population was merely 1,000. Yet now it had burgeoned into a realm of nearly 10,000. Such a rate of development was astonishing, with the majority being youths and young adults, while the elderly were few in number. This realization instilled a sense of pride within Long Xuanji. However, at that moment, a slight disturbance rippled through the great formation of the secret realm. Long Xuanji furrowed his brow, his eyes gathering chakra as he gazed beyond the formation. With just a glance, exhilaration surged within him, and he turned to the 2 individuals behind him, saying, "The Lord and the distant protector have returned. Prepare accordingly." Upon hearing this, the 2 individuals behind him were taken aback, filled with curiosity. If Lord Long possessed such formidable strength that he would refer to another as Lord, who could this figure possibly be? With a smile gracing her lips, Long Xuanji gracefully descended upon the Tianqiu Plaza, which was bustling with activity. Today marked the graduation examination for the new generation of Jinin from the Tianqiu sect. Youngsters, merely 12 or 13 years of age, stood in line, whispering excitedly, their faces alight with anticipation. Their exhilaration, however, stemmed not solely from the examination itself, but rather from the prospects that lay ahead. Upon passing the Jinin test, they would not only receive custom ninja tools from the Forging Pavilion, but also be granted an opportunity to enhance their physical attributes through the refinement furnace. These were coveted aspirations that these young ones had longed for. At the other end of Tianqiu Square, in front of the Forge Pavilion, the leader of the artisan village, Bao Gui, and his companion, Peacock, gazed upon their surroundings with a sense of contentment. Bao Gui spoke softly. Peacock, who would have thought that, without realizing it? "We have been living at Tianqiu Gate for an entire year? I still remember our arduous journey of 6 months with our kin to arrive here. There were many moments when I considered giving up, but it was your encouragement that kept me going. Ultimately, we reached this place. I recall my astonishment when I first beheld this exquisite paradise, and you teased me for it. Yet, here we are. A year has swiftly passed. This indeed is, as that esteemed individual stated, the most suitable locale for the development of our artisan village. I am profoundly grateful to that person, and to you, Peacock. At this point, there is no longer a need to call it the artisan village. It should be known as the Forge Pavilion. In between us, must we still express our gratitude? Understood. By the way, Bao, have you accumulated enough points? Almost there. I just need to forge 3 legendary grade ninja tools. And then I can exchange my points for a chance to improve my physique through the refinement furnace, which will be my opportunity to advance to elite shinobi. Who would have imagined that I, Bao, would achieve elite shinobi status before turning 30? Had I not come here, such a rapid breakthrough would have seemed a distant dream. What about you? How many points do you still need? I still have a considerable way to go. However, this time, I intend to use my points to acquire a pill refined by Master Chi. During my year here, I witnessed 5 individuals consume that pill. 2 of them directly broke through a minor realm, while the energy of the other 2 noticeably increased. 1 individual showed no change. Although the chances of a breakthrough are not high, this remains an opportunity for me. If I succeed, I will reach the late stage of shinobi. And after another year of accumulating points, I should be able to exchange for a modification at the refinement furnace. Indeed, that sounds good. It is astonishing how a single decision allowed our artisan village to regain its footing. I eagerly anticipate the day when the esteemed individual establishes the kingdom of Shio. At that time, the ninja tools from our Forge Pavilion will once again be renowned throughout the ninja world. Yes, enough of this talk. Let us proceed. I still have work to complete today. With that, the 2 companions moved forward. As they passed the refinement furnace, their eyes gleamed with fervor. Akin to a wolf beholding a beautiful maiden, nearly drooling in anticipation, Bao remarked. Watching those little ones enter the refinement furnace for transformation without any cost is truly enviable. Peacock chuckled softly at his words. How old are we now? Yet you still compare yourself to children? Come, we should finish today's tasks in about 3 hours. Afterwards, we need to go to the Ninjutsu Pavilion to explore some intriguing ninjutsu. Agreed. Let us go. Just as they turned to re-enter the Forge Pavilion, a sudden, violent disturbance erupted at the entrance of Tianxio Gate. They looked up to see 3 towering figures emerging within the Tianxio secret realm as the gate master, Long Xuanji, approached with a group of followers. Amidst the familiar voices of the crowd, gasps erupted. It is the Star Guardian and the Remote Guardian. They have returned. Chapter 93, Conclusion of the training. At that moment, all the disciples of Tianxio Gate rejoiced, for the gate master had proclaimed that their establishment was protected by 2 legendary super shadow-level powerhouses, instilling immense reassurance among the disciples. Today, they had finally witnessed the legends themselves. While the crowd whispered among themselves, Long Xuanji, accompanied by the management of Tianxio Gate, approached the 3 figures of the 7 stars. As the 7 stars raised their gaze, they were surprised to find familiar faces among the management, none other than Bao and Peacock from the artisan village. At that instant, a chorus of voices erupted. We have met the Star Guardian. We have met the Remote Guardian. Behind them, all the disciples of the Tianxio sect echoed loudly, expressing their reverence for the Star Protector and the Distant Protector. However, when the crowd turned their gaze towards the ethereal woman standing beside the 2 formidable guardians, an awkward silence ensued. This enchanting lady, whose beauty resembled that of a painted masterpiece, was unfamiliar to all, leaving them at a loss for words regarding her identity. Just then, Long Xuanji smiled and inquired, Distant Protector, may I ask who this esteemed lady is? The great serpent was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. It was then that Qixing took the opportunity to interject. Xuanji, this lady is a relative of the Distant Protector and will henceforth be our sect's 3rd protector. Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes sparkled with excitement. Regardless of the woman's prowess, her striking beauty alone was enough to captivate their admiration. Yet, one could hardly assume that a woman accompanying such powerful guardians was of ordinary stature. The realization dawned upon them, and they once again raised their voices in unison, exclaiming, We have met the White Protector. Perhaps influenced by the allure of her beauty, the disciples of the Tianxio sect shouted with fervor, echoing the chant 3 times throughout the venue. Such spirited enthusiasm from the crowd was truly remarkable. This rendered Biphosphorus somewhat taken aback. Naturally, they were unaware of Biphosphorus's true identity. Otherwise, they would have been instantly terrified to the point of losing control. Amidst the fervent discussions of the crowd, Qixing began to earnestly observe the newly transformed Tianxiaman. At a mere glance, the 7 extraordinary high-rise buildings captivated Qixing's attention, causing his eyes to gleam with wonder. The cylindrical skyscraper in the center stands out as the most dazzling structure. However, what truly captivates the gaze are the rows of little ones beside the tower. These are the second-generation disciples of Tianqiu Gate, lined up in an elongated queue, poised to enter the refinement furnace for the transformation of their bodies. Some of these youngsters occasionally cast curious glances towards Qixing, clearly intrigued by the trio. Witnessing this scene, Qixing is suddenly reminded of a phrase from a past life. These are the budding flowers of our nation, the future of the illustrious realm. At that moment, Qixing cannot help but commend Xuanji for her commendable efforts. Upon hearing this, Long Xuanji exhales in relief. Receiving the acknowledgement from the esteemed one is the very goal for which she has strived all her life. In this vibrant atmosphere, Long Xuanji leads Qixing and a group of high-ranking officials to the cylindrical skyscraper. Upon approaching, they discover that the tower boasts a diameter of 50 meters and reaches nearly 100 meters in height, exuding an air of grandeur. The 12 individuals enter the conference hall of the skyscraper and take their seats. At the head of the hall, there are 3 designated seats, clearly arranged by Long Xuanji with intention. After the 12 take their places, discussions ensue for half an hour among various departments regarding the future development of Tianqiu Gate, culminating in a detailed explanation that succinctly summarizes 3 key points. Firstly, the establishment of the illustrious realm within a year is paramount. Thus, the recent focus on the growth and expansion of the sect is of utmost importance, with population being essential. Secondly, Tianqiu Gate has garnered a modest reputation in the shinobi world and received an invitation from Sunagakure a few days prior, requesting participation in the Nin exams led by the Gate Master or a Protector. Thirdly, intelligence from the Dark Hall indicates that a formidable organization known as Akatsuki is currently gathering tailed beasts in the shinobi world, and our stance is to observe the developments. Additionally, there are several unidentified forces emerging in the shinobi world. Upon the conclusion of the meeting, Qixing rises and dismisses the assembly, leaving only Orochi, Bai Lin, and Long Xuanji. You 3 are undoubtedly the strongest forces of Tianqiu Gate. I hope that in the coming period, your primary focus will be on vigorously developing the sect. Orochi, especially you, should learn extensively from Xuanji. Understood, esteemed one. Bai Lin, you are a guest, although you are one of us. Your role as protector is contingent upon your own will. I, Lord Qixing, will comply. Excellent. The future of Tianqiu Gate, and indeed the illustrious realm, shall rest in your capable hands. The 3 exchange puzzled glances and inquire simultaneously, and what of you, esteemed one? I remain alongside you, however. I must grow stronger and cannot confine myself to such a small place for my development. I must return to Konohagakure now, but I shall return after tomorrow. I trust those youngsters will have completed their training by then. We bid you farewell, esteemed one. With these words, Qixing's figure vanishes from the spot. When he reappears, he is soaring through the air, and in a mere 3 days, Qixing finds himself outside Konohagakure. At this moment, he swiftly points into the void with one hand, and instantaneously, he arrives inside the Tianji Tower. This is one of the functionalities of the Tianji Tower. As long as one is within a 10-kilometer radius, they can return directly to the tower, saving Qixing considerable trouble. At the very moment when the 7 stars returned, Uncle Yile's hands trembled noticeably, and a smile graced his lips. It was astonishing that he returned at this time, having grown even stronger in prowess. Upon entering the Celestial Machine Tower, Qixing was instantly inundated with numerous system notifications. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the training task and earned 50,000 points. Congratulations, host. All first-generation disciples of the Heavenly Sho sect have advanced to the rank of Chunin, with 3 achieving the rank of Jonin, earning 30,000 points. Congratulations, host. You engaged 3 celestial beings without falling behind, receiving the reward of the celestial technique. The 3 celestials unite. The 3 celestials unite allows the fusion of 3 celestial techniques into one, with the prerequisite of mastering the 3 celestial modes. Note: the 3 celestials unite is a unique technique that can be activated simultaneously with the Super Saiyan transformation, without being assimilated by it. Congratulations, host. You have discovered the forces established by Otsutsuki in advance, known as the Shell, and successfully escaped their encirclement, earning the reward of the ninjutsu, Gale Swift. The ninjutsu Gale Swift, when activated, significantly enhances one's movement speed. Chapter 94. The Alluring Rankings, Divine Artifact Rankings, Combat Power Rankings, Ninjutsu Rankings. Ding! Congratulations, host. Upon your return from this training, you have accumulated a total of 90,000 points. Ding. The various rankings of the Celestial Machine Tower have been updated. Would you like to upgrade the rankings? Oh, will upgrading add any new functions? Ding. Upon upgrading, you will be able to accurately locate individuals or items listed on the rankings, provided they are within the ninja realm. That sounds quite appealing. Then let us upgrade the alluring rankings, divine artifact rankings, and combat power rankings, and then activate the new ninjutsu rankings. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have spent 30,000 points to upgrade the alluring rankings, divine artifact rankings, and combat power rankings to level 2, unlocking the precise location function. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have spent 10,000 points to activate the ninjutsu rankings. Please check it yourself. Phew, I've just spent a staggering 40,000 points in one go. However, system, I am quite curious. Why did the rankings not update automatically during my absence from the Celestial Machine Tower for the past 2 years? Ding. Because the host was outside the coverage area of the Celestial Machine Tower, the system could not operate due to the significant distance. Furthermore, the spirit of the Celestial Machine Tower is a newly formed entity with limited intelligence. It cannot autonomously deduce celestial mechanics or access information from the rankings. Nor does it possess the authority to activate the celestial disk. There are also distance limitations. Ding. Indeed, host, the system is currently only a level 2 system, and many extraordinary functions have yet to be unlocked. I see. By the way, is the newly formed spirit of the Celestial Machine Tower male or female? Ding. Host. Are you anticipating that a spirit could possess a gender? Cough. I'm merely asking out of curiosity. All right, enough of that. I must ascend and observe the changes in the rankings. With that, Qixing turned and vanished. Upon arriving at the first floor, he was taken aback to find that the walls were once again surrounded by a throng of people. Meanwhile, the nimble young girl darted gracefully through the crowd, her left hand skillfully balancing a tray laden with delectable dishes, which she presented to the guests at their tables. The patrons were engrossed, their eyes fixated on the 4 prestigious lists before them. Among the 4 major rankings, the alluring list undoubtedly attracts the most attention. This is because the list, which was promised to be updated 2 years ago, had yet to see any changes until today. The fortunate followers of the rankings are now eagerly perusing the names and details presented. The updated standings of the alluring list are as follows. 1. Hinata Hyuga 2. Yuka Yuzuki 3. Kagaya Oitsutsuki 4. Terumi Mei 5. Conan 6. Tsunade Senja 7. Hanabi Hyuga 8. Miko Shine 9. Tintin 10. Ino Yamanaka. Upon seeing this, the crowd erupted in joyous laughter, astonished at the opportunity to witness so many beloved beauties featured on the list. It seems that our Hidden Leaf Village boasts quite a few prominent figures. Haha, indeed, we are fortunate to be single. Upon hearing this, Tintin, who was observing the ninja tools ranking, scoffed at them. Just then, as Tintin turned her head, someone recognized her, exclaiming, "Look! That's the girl ranked 9th on the alluring list, Tintin. Wow, she looks exactly as depicted in the illustrations. I'm in love," someone exclaimed. "Should we approach her for an autograph? Perhaps we could crowd around and take advantage of the chaos." Upon hearing this, a pair of wide eyes exchanged glances within the crowd. "Are you out of your mind, brother? This is the Heavenly Mechanism Tower. Just a few days ago, a fellow who acted so recklessly was struck by lightning and is still recovering in the Hidden Leaf Hospital." Regardless of what these individuals say, Tian remains utterly indifferent to them. An aura of authority radiates from him, creating a 2-meter radius of space where no one dares to approach. He casually turns his head, gazing upon the newly updated Ninja Tool rankings. Ninja Tool rankings, updated. 1. Shoshin Furnace 2. Tianjin Spear 3. Shirquan Sword 4. Jiao Ji 5. Flame Fan and Banana Leaf Fan 6. Kusanagi Sword 7. 8-Span Mirror 8. 8-Span Jewel 9. Monkey Demon Rui Stick 10. Reforged 7-Star Sword. Upon reviewing these tools, Tian's heart ignites with fervor. As a ninja whose ambition is to collect the world's supreme ninja tools, he vows to find each and every one of them. Just as he is lost in reverie, the crowd before the power rankings begins to stir. My heavens! What do I see? The recently updated power rankings. Look. Power rankings, updated. 1. Otsutsuki Kagaya 2. Otsutsuki Ishiki 3. Otsutsuki Kanshiki 4. Otsutsuki Mamashiki 5. Super Saiyan 3. 7-Star 6. QB Orochi 7. Whitesnake Sage 8. Great Toad Sage 9. Reincarnation, Abito 10. Sage Technique, Hashirama notably. The top 4 rankings are dominated by the Otsutsuki clan. Does anyone here recognize these individuals? Why do I have no recollection of them? In this vast ninja world, there exist beings unknown to me. Huh? Who do you think you are? Not even aware of the Otsutsuki clan, and yet you put on airs. Sage of Six Paths is from the Otsutsuki clan, and he ranks 3rd. Pay attention. However, a new name appears, Otsutsuki Ishiki, of whom I have never heard. But if he belongs to the same clan as the Sage of Six Paths, he must possess formidable strength. Look. That fellow named 7-star 2 years ago, he was ranked 10th when he first appeared. Who would have thought he has swiftly ascended to 5th place? My goodness. Has he truly grown so much in just 2 years? How has he progressed in his training? Hearing their chatter, Tion furrows his brow. 7-star. Could it be the same 7-star I know? He quickly shakes his head. Impossible. He is merely a senior blacksmith. It must be a case of sharing the same name. At this moment, within the confines of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion, a throng of individuals stood before the ninjutsu ranking, their excitement palpable. Their eyes were fixated intently upon the ninjutsu listed. First place, the Divine Intermediary, along with the annihilation of Grey Bones. Second place, the Technique of Rebirth. Third place, the Celestial Deity. Fourth place, the Dual Divine Might. Fifth place, the 8 Gates of Duinjia, Night Guy. Sixth place, the Flying Thunder God Technique. Seventh place, the Impure World Reincarnation. Eighth place, the Sage Art of Wood Release, True Thousand Hands, Transformation into the Buddha. Ninth place, the Complete Body Susanoo. 10th place, the Eyes of the Celestial Deity of Rebirth. The crowd scarcely glanced at the other ninjutsu, their attention solely riveted on the description of the Technique of Rebirth. At this juncture, an unidentifiable voice softly recited the introduction of the Technique of Rebirth, murmuring, "The Technique of Rebirth summons the King of Hell, allowing him to open his great maw and release countless souls of the deceased, returning them to their former selves, thus reviving the dead. This technique demands the life of the practitioner as its price. The longer the deceased has been gone, and the greater the number of souls revived, the more chakra is consumed. If the subject to be revived is an impure world reincarnation, the status of impure world reincarnation is automatically dispelled." Upon hearing this, the crowd's breaths quickened, their fervent desire to ascertain the identity of the wielder of this ninjutsu unmistakable. As for their intentions, it was obvious they sought to resurrect their cherished friends and family. Such a technique of ninjutsu that can flawlessly resurrect individuals without any aftereffects is undoubtedly desirable. However, they overlook the restrictions associated with the use of this ninjutsu, and more importantly, they fail to consider why anyone would forsake their own life to assist you, even if they possess such power. What truly astonished them was the realization that they would soon be able to fulfill their dreams. For it would not be long before the entire village of Konoha would experience the day when they could all partake in this extraordinary ninjutsu. Of course, that is a tale for another time. Conversely, some more rational individuals merely focus on the technique of impure world reincarnation, which is not bound by numerous restrictions. If wielded correctly, it grants the gift of immortality, presenting an invaluable piece of information. Seated long ago within the Tianji Tower, the spies from various villages promptly engraved the contents of the 4 major lists. Some had already embarked on their journey back to their respective villages, carrying the intelligence contained within those lists. Upon witnessing this scene, Qixing merely smiled and did not intervene. Instead, he turned his attention to Quan, who was busy in the kitchen, and stepped inside. At that moment, Quan turned around and was greeted with surprise upon seeing Qixing. "Brother Xing, you have returned." "Indeed. Brother Xing, when will Itachi come back? Are you perhaps infatuated, my dear girl?" Of course not. I'm merely, just all right, I understand. It won't be long. In a few months, once he has completed his affairs, he will return. When that time comes, you must take the initiative." "Yes, thank you, brother." "Oh, you sweet-tongued girl. But this matter is not yet settled, is it? Isn't there a brother to assist me in the middle? How could I possibly fail?" Upon hearing this, Qixing burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha, splendid. A brother is as good as a father. That lad Itachi cannot escape your grasp." At these words, a radiant smile blossomed on Quan's face. Once again, Qixing inquired, "By the way, Quan, where is Shaluzi?" "Oh, brother, that fellow claimed to have met your requirements. 2 months ago, he departed from the Tianji Tower, stating he was off to fulfill the task you entrusted him with. Indeed, Jun Malu has not disappointed me. However, young lady, you ought to elevate your own strength. How is it that you have only reached the latter stages of the Chunin rank?" Upon hearing this, Quan stuck out her tongue. "Brother Qixing, I do not relish training. I prefer the life I currently lead." "Very well. I shan't force you. At this juncture, Quan, driven by curiosity, asked, Brother Qixing, what level of strength have you attained now? As for me, over the past 2 years of experience, my power has significantly advanced, reaching a realm that may soon be beyond your comprehension. Upon uttering these words, Qixing could not help but gaze at his attributes panel. Host, Uchiha Qixing, age, 20 years. Realm, Super Shadow level, combat power, mid-level Super Shadow, early Sage level. Talent, transformation into Super Saiyan in 3 forms, capable of augmenting all attributes by up to 40 times. Bloodline development, 22. Skills, mastery of various attribute ninjutsu ranging from C2 level, Sky Dance Technique level 3, Heavenly Fire Dragon, 8 extraordinary techniques. Divine Machine Refinement level 2, Spirit Summoning level 1, Tri-Sage Unification Technique, currently unavailable, Gale Swiftness, Hell Spear, and 1 book, 1 hand, among others. Eye Ability, Rinnegan. High Emperor's Spiritual Dignity, Rinnegan of the Celestial God, Dual Divine Might, and Heavenly Deity. Rinnegan of the Celestial God summons a colossal phantom divine eye that radiates a purple glow, capable of forcibly drawing any object that comes into contact with the purple light into the tangible space created by the divine eye. If a living being enters, it must do so under conditions of total inability to resist. This ability can only be used once per day. Items, a collection of peculiar kits from various realms, along with unusual trinkets. Points, 50, 000. Commonly used ninja tools, Qixing Sword, Damaged Mask, Valkyrie's Armor. Upon seeing the damaged mask, Qixing felt a pang of melancholy. While the moment he beheld the Valkyrie's armor, he swiftly concealed it. Damn, I nearly revealed my secret, he chuckled to himself, feeling a sense of relief. This soft armor is indeed a remarkable item. Had it not been for this armor, which withstood numerous assaults from Tsi Hong, I would have likely faced severe injury, if not death. Contemplating this, the 7 stars fell into a deep reverie, pondering the trajectory of future growth. At that moment, a harmonious voice interrupted him. Hey, Qixing brother, why were you dazed just now? You were even smiling in a rather lewd manner. Was I? Indeed you were. Ahem, enough of that. Qixing brother has matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. As soon as he finished speaking, Qixing's figure returned to the 2nd floor. Upon entering his room, he retrieved the damaged monkey face mask. At this point, the mask was already cracked, and the fastest method of repair was to reforge it. However, Qixing's current craftsmanship was only at level 2, rendering him incapable of forging such a divine artifact. This was the source of Qixing's distress. Although he possessed another mask, it was evident that it was not suitable for wearing in the mortal realm. With that thought, Qixing took out another ghostly mask from his space. The mask in his hand shimmered with ghostly light. Shura Ghost Mask, a beginner-level divine artifact that could withstand 1 attack from a spiritual entity whose energy exceeded one's own several times. It could also transform one's body into a spiritual form and even morph into a malevolent spirit. However, while wearing it, the mask would continuously consume the wearer's energy, and once depleted, the transformation would cease. Strength sealed at 30. The Great Sage Mask, a mid-level divine artifact that could withstand 1 attack from elemental forces surpassing one's own energy multiple times, and could also transform into the likeness of any person the wearer had seen. During its wear, the sacred mask would continually absorb the wearer's energy, and once depleted, the transformation would end. Strength sealed at 50. The mask was damaged and could only be used after repair. Upon seeing this, Qixing found himself at an impasse. Just then, the system's prompt sounded, ding. If the host cannot reforge, the 2 masks can be fused. The fusion will retain the transformation abilities of both masks. There is a 30 chance of upgrading, a 30 chance of downgrading, and a 30 chance that the grade remains unchanged during fusion. Oh, this is practically a gift. Chapter 96, The Great Luo Heavenly Transformation, All Phenomena. However, upon hearing this, Qixing couldn't help but stroke his chin thoughtfully and then asked cautiously, how many points for the fusion? Ding, 30,000 points. Is it really that expensive? Ding. Host, you are fusing divine artifacts. Do you think this is simply combining cabbages? I sigh. The current masks are damaged and unusable, but if they can retain their transformation abilities post-fusion, it may be worth the cost. System, proceed with the fusion. Ding. Fusion of the Great Sage Mask and Shura Ghost Mask in progress. 10, 30, 60, 90. Ding, congratulations, host. The fusion of the Great Sage Mask and Shura Ghost Mask was successful, and it has been upgraded by 1 tier. Ding, congratulations, host. You have acquired a high-tier divine artifact, the Great Luo Heavenly Transformation. This item can be upgraded. Upgrading requires materials or items of the same tier. The Great Luo Heavenly Transformation can manifest in countless forms. Once worn, it can absorb energy attacks exceeding the wearer's capacity once per day. It can also transform into any creature the wearer has seen, with larger forms requiring greater energy consumption. Furthermore, it allows for transformation between spiritual and physical states. However, the host must understand that this is merely a transformation. While it may have form, it lacks spirit. Special ability, all phenomena. When activated, it allows others to see the person the wearer most desires. The host should use this ability with caution. Upon reading this, Qixing was instantly filled with excitement. A high-tier divine artifact. Such items are nearly non-existent in the ninja realm. As he caressed the mask with both hands, he noted its soft texture, the smooth lines of the mask, which seemed to meld into one. Moreover, the mask no longer resembled a ghostly or monkey face. Rather, it appeared devoid of any distinct features, exuding a benevolent aura. Uncontrollably, Qixing donned the mask. The moment it touched his face, it fit perfectly. In that instant, all of Qixing's earlier discontent evaporated. It was worth it. After expressing his inner emotions, Qixing turned his attention to the lottery panel. He had been on the road for the past 2 years, occasionally participating in the lottery, but often forgetting due to his busy schedule. At this moment, the lottery panel indicated that both the ordinary and premium lotteries were full for 10 consecutive draws, while the luxurious lottery displayed the number 2. Seeing this, Qixing no longer hesitated and commanded, "System, execute the ordinary 10 consecutive draws." Ding! Ordinary lottery begins. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 power bank, 2 packs of handheld tissue, half a leftover lollipop from Anna, the martial skill draw sword / 3 boxes of egg noodles, 1 bottle of salty soda, and the ninjutsu telescope technique. Upon seeing this, Qixing was at a loss for words. Truly, this was the ordinary lottery of the myriad realms. Items one could never imagine emerged here. None of these seemed outrageous. He even remembered a few months ago when he had drawn dried cow dung. I never expected the ordinary lottery to surprise me. He thought to himself, let us see what the premium lottery has to offer. System, execute the premium 10 consecutive draws. Ding. Premium 10 consecutive draws have commenced. Congratulations, host, you have received 3 boxes of bird vodka, the magic blade of 1,000 edges, the wood release, family of pillars, water release, water dragon bite explosion, 1 summon blue stone, a long-distance teleportation array, and 1 children's cough syrup, and 1 bright eye drops. At this moment, Qixing's head buzzed. Why was his first reaction to the bird vodka? Why is it so expensive? Confused, Qixing scratched his head and looked at the next item. The magic blade of 1,000 edges was indeed a commendable high-tier spiritual weapon. It was rare to draw such an exquisite ninja tool from a premium lottery. Upon seeing the wood release technique, Qixing chuckled. Isn't this the 3-room, 1-hall technique of Yamato? It seems I'll have a decent place to stay wherever I go next. The long-distance teleportation array was a highly practical item. There would be no need to spend 3 days traveling back and forth to Tianqiu Gate. However, as Qixing continued to look, his expression began to darken. The summoned blue stone was a stone that could summon Ultraman, but it was currently sealed. Without knowing how to unseal it, what good was it to draw? When the final item appeared before him, Qixing's eyes lit up. This item might be a good choice for Itachi. As for the cough syrup, it was best left unmentioned. System, I wish to activate the luxurious roulette. Ding. The luxurious roulette has been activated. Before Qixing lay 5 items on the luxurious roulette. Within this scene, the long-lost Rui Bang of the Ape Demon lies ensconced, accompanied by a sword manual titled 7-Star Sword Technique and an enigmatic fire stick. Beneath them rests an object of transcendent caliber, a relic of year that surpasses divine levels, possessing the ability to sever causality, seemingly a weapon of fate. Even the current secondary system is incapable of fully suppressing its presence. The 7-Star can sense that the emergence of this entity is beyond the control of the system. In the final square, an abyss of darkness lay, yet Qixing sensed the presence of numerous entities within. After observing these, Qixing promptly commenced a lottery draw. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than the wheel began to spin relentlessly, eventually halting at a particular moment, accompanied by the system's notification sound. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a Monkey King Scepter X1. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired carbon ore. Upon hearing the items he had received, Qixing's expression darkened even more than the carbon ore he clutched in his hand. What on earth is the use of this? He exclaimed in frustration. Ding. The total weight of this carbon ore is 30 tons. Does your Tianqiu sect not lack for geothermal energy? This carbon ore could indeed resolve your immediate needs. This. Indeed, holds true. Carbon is a combustible material, exceptionally enduring, making it an ideal choice for refining. It seems that anything drawn from this lottery possesses value, truly validating the adage that existence itself is reason enough. As the lottery concluded, one would expect the spinning wheel to gradually recede, yet at that moment, Qixing was engrossed in the Monkey King's scepter he held in his hands. At that moment, as the luxurious spinning wheel was on the verge of closing, the weapon known as divine judgment of causality unexpectedly emanated a faint blue light, beginning to tremble violently, as if it were about to break free from the control of the lottery wheel. In the next instant, a milky white beam erupted from the wheel, enveloping it entirely before vanishing without a trace. This left Qixing momentarily stunned. He contemplated inquiring about the situation from the system, but ultimately refrained. For he understood that even if he were to ask, the system might not respond. Its current low level rendered it incapable of perfectly controlling many aspects that surpassed its own capabilities, indicating that an upgrade was indeed necessary. Reflecting on this, Qixing glanced at his points, less than 20,000, and sighed. It seemed he could only dream for now. At that moment, the communication device in Qixing's hand illuminated, revealing a message from Long Xuanqi. Indeed, all the first-generation disciples had returned to the Tianxiu sect and were in the process of selecting Chunin, preparing to head to the Sand Ninja Village in 3 days. Seeing this, Qixing was filled with a sense of joy. They had all grown up. It was time for him to return to the Tianxiu sect as well. With that thought, he took out a focal point of the teleportation array and placed it in the grand hall on the 2nd floor. Subsequently, Qixing made his way directly to the kitchen, where he handed some items won from the lottery to Quan, before embarking on the journey back to the Tianxiu sect. Chapter 97. The effects of the great Luo Tianyan. At this moment, as Qixing soared through the sky, he pondered his next course of action, his hands continually caressing the monkey demon Rui stick, which was remarkably smooth and delightful to hold. However, the pressing matter at hand was addressing the teleportation array and the carbon or situation, observing the remaining focal point. It was perfectly suited to be placed within the Tianxiu sect. Subsequently, Qixing activated his wind speed technique, doubling his speed once more. The slumbering staff of the ape demon, the Rui Bang, finally awakened at this moment. A myriad of questions flooded its mind. Shouldn't I be resting in the ancestral land of the ape demon clan? How did I suddenly end up here, being incessantly caressed by a colossal hand? Who dares to affront me in such a vile manner? In a desperate attempt to assume its human form, the Rui Bang struggled relentlessly, yet it proved futile to escape the grasp of the imposing figure before it. Fortunately, the staff opened a single large eye at its tip, eager to discern the identity of the rogue who dared to confine it. However, in the blink of an eye, the Rui Bang panicked. The individual standing before it was none other than the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. That aged silhouette, that familiar visage, could it truly be you? Old friend Sarutobi? At that moment, the ape demon's heart was in turmoil, yet a voice echoed within, insisting that it was impossible, utterly impossible. Sarutobi had perished. I witnessed it with my own eyes. How could he possibly be here? Yet, the essence of this figure bore an uncanny resemblance to Sarutobi. The Rui Bang finally spoke. Who are you? Why do you impersonate Sarutobi? You scoundrel. Listening to this, Qixing smiled and remarked, So, this is the individual you yearn to see most, Sarutobi Hiruzen? Haha. Your bond runs remarkably deep. Who are you truly? Who are you? Despite the Rui Bang's incessant fury, Qixing paid no heed for the next 3 days. Time slipped away, and on the 4th day, Qixing stood before a grand tree. After 2 days of inquiries, the monkey demon had relinquished his quest to uncover the identity of this enigmatic figure, as he had received no answers throughout. This left the proud monkey demon feeling unfulfilled, intensifying his curiosity about Qixing. However, when Qixing came to a halt, the monkey demon was perplexed. What could have drawn this individual to such a desolate wilderness? Did he intend to confront me here? The monkey demon, revered as the most formidable summoning beast in the ninja realm, found it unacceptable to meet his demise in such an inhospitable place. Yet, he failed to consider that with his indestructible physique, death would not come easily. Just as the monkey demon spiraled into further unfounded thoughts, Qixing extended his right hand, grasping a token. In the next moment, Qixing activated the token and charged directly toward a colossal tree. The monkey demon, taken aback, wondered if this individual was attempting suicide, aiming to collide with the massive trunk. Yet, as the monkey demon pondered, Qixing's form effortlessly passed through the tree, entering the celestial realm of Tianxiu Gate. As Long Xuanji sensed the presence of an intruder, an inexplicable familiarity enveloped the air, stirring a sense of unease within him. In a flash, he vanished from the rooftop, arriving at the entrance of the heavenly show cave in mere breaths. Upon glimpsing the figure of the newcomer, Long Xuanji was momentarily taken aback. His eyes reddening with rage as he exclaimed, "How could it be you, you wretched woman? Damn you, perish!" With that, he unleashed a strike with his sword directed at Qixing. However, Qixing merely raised a hand, wielding the ape demon magic staff with tremendous force, sending Long Xuanji hurtling away, stirring up clouds of dust dozens of meters away. This commotion drew the attention of many within the heavenly show sect, prompting them to ponder the situation and the identity of the combatants. Upon hearing Long Xuanji's words, Qixing instantly comprehended that he had glimpsed into the depths of the human soul. As he spoke, he deactivated the unique ability of the Wanxiang mask. And in the next moment, the mask of Qixing began to writhe incessantly, reverting to its original form. At that moment, Long Xuanji emerged from the swirling dust, regaining his composure and exclaiming in astonishment, "My lord, how could it be you, and where is that wretched woman?" "Enough, Xuanji," he replied. "What you witnessed was merely an illusion of your own deepest desires. That is the power of my mask. However, I must admit, I am quite curious as to why your memories lack any recollection of how you arrived in the shinobi world and the events that preceded it." Upon hearing this, Long Xuanji stared wide-eyed at Qixing. "My lord, you possess the ability to see into the hearts of men." Qixing did not conceal his response, bit by bit, piece by piece. As Long Xuanji acknowledged Qixing's admission, he found himself less surprised. For it was no wonder that a being of his lord's formidable power could exhibit such extraordinary abilities. At this moment, Long Xuanji responded, "I am uncertain. Everything is a ploy of the Heavenly Elder. A significant portion of my memory is lost. The last moment I was conscious, I was drifting in the outer space. And then something drew me into this pure land of the world. However, I did not remain long before the Heavenly Elder, employing great means, brought me back to the ninja world to be resurrected. This is what the Heavenly Elder informed me. In truth, I am not entirely aware of the real circumstances and am even more perplexed as to why he would act in such a manner." "Oh, so you did not encounter the god of death?" "Certainly not. At that time, my soul was on the verge of disintegration. Meeting him would have hastened my demise even further." "Very well, I understand. Let us proceed to discuss some matters. By the way, esteemed one, your weapon is quite formidable." "Oh, you refer to the monkey demon." As he spoke, he released his right hand, and the monkey demon Rui Bang instantly slipped from his grasp, transforming into a summoning beast. This left Long Xuanji's heart trembling with astonishment. Indeed, none of those accompanying the esteemed one were ordinary. The ape demon roared, "Where have you brought me?" It glanced around at its leisure before following suit. Upon hearing these words, the ape demon's eyes darted about, discovering that it was, in fact, in a veritable paradise, and could not help but exclaim in admiration, "What a remarkable feat." He then followed in the footsteps of the 7 stars, fully aware that there was no way he could escape the grasp of this individual. Resigned to his fate, he chose not to flee, curious to see what intentions lay behind his actions. The 7 stars and Long Xuanji had already ascended to the attic, where half of the high-ranking members had been waiting for some time. Before Long Xuanji could speak, the 7 stars immediately produced the core of the teleportation array and the scroll sealing the carbon ore. Upon seeing these 2 items, Long Xuanji's eyes gleamed. "Esteemed Guardian, this is the core of the teleportation array. Where have you placed the other end?" "In the celestial mechanism tower." "Ah, Guardian, is it safe there?" "Of course. Without my permission, no one can enter the celestial mechanism tower. So you need not worry about the security of this teleportation array." "Guardian, what of this scroll?" "Carbon ore." "What?" 3 voices exclaimed simultaneously. Bao Gue and Kong Ke, realizing their impropriety, hastily apologized. "Forgive our outburst, Guardian and Sect Master. We were overcome." Chapter 98. The New Chunin Exams. "Guardian, you say this is carbon ore? We've scoured the shinobi world for a year without a trace of it. Where did you obtain this?" "Never mind that. Entrust it to Bao Gue and Kong Quebec." "As you command, Guardian." The emergence of these 2 items now is fortuitous. The former secures a retreat for our Tian Shou sect, while the latter lays a solid foundation for our future. Guardian, your foresight is truly magnificent. Enough flattery. Xuanji, how fare the young ones in their preparations? Guardian, you would scarcely believe it. Xin Xiu, Zui Xiu, and Du Xiu have already attained the rank of Jonin. Even I did not anticipate such rapid progress, given their late start. Moreover, at least 30 others have reached the late stage of Chunin and are seeking their breakthrough. The first generation of our Tian Shou sect has risen. Excellent. Have the participants for the new Chunin exams been decided? Indeed. Tian Shou, Xiang Xiu. and Xiao Xiu have been selected. Their strength borders on Jonin level. The three of them were even conspiring to undertake A-rank missions, but I intervened. Lately, they've been incessantly challenging others to sparring matches, much to the chagrin of their peers and Jonin instructors. Taking them away would be a relief. Oh, how fares their combat prowess? At this, Long Xuanji grew animated. Two have mastered Sage Mode. One can summon a faceless tentacled monstrosity, the other a colossal obsidian serpent. As for Xiao Xiu, I imparted to him my refined imperial art, Flame Deity. His combat strength rivals mid-tier Jonin. They've even bested several instructors of mid to late Jonin rank, who now besiege me with complaints daily. I've no recourse. Hearing this, the 7 stars laughed heartily. Splendid. Summon the 3. The written examination in Konoha commences at 10 today. Guardian, is there still time? Naturally. Have we not the teleportation array? This shall also serve as a test of its efficacy. Proceed with the preparations. As you command, Guardian. As the array's core was being arranged, the 3 youths appeared before the 7 stars within a minute. Greetings, Master 7 Stars. Greetings, Sect Master. At ease. The written exam in Konoha begins shortly. You must depart now. Sect Master. Given the distance, can we still arrive in time? Heh, you shall see momentarily. At this moment, Qixing gazed at the 3 young ones and said, I presume Han Xiaoxiu has already shared my personality with you, so simply be yourselves. You 3 are about to turn 16. You are on the brink of adulthood. The future of Tianxiu sect rests in your hands, and the disciples require your protection. Thus, your utmost priority should be to strive for strength. Yes, Teacher Qixing. We will not let you down. Very well, follow me. Beside them, the ape demon stared in astonishment at the disciples of the Heavenly Show sect. These youngsters, it seemed, were no less formidable than the ones from Konoha. He could hardly fathom the kind of monstrous talent that had nurtured such students, each harboring terrifying potential. If these youngsters were to reside in Konoha, it would undoubtedly flourish even more. After observing the 4 members of the 7 stars emerge from the loft and ascend to the leader's office, the ape demon wrestled with his thoughts for 3 seconds before following in their footsteps. At that moment, he too was eager to comprehend the nature of the teleportation array that the 7 stars had mentioned. A faint smile graced the lips of 7 stars, who mused inwardly. I knew you would come. The quartet of master and disciples had finally embarked on the path of the new Nin exam. Standing upon the radiant teleportation array, 7 stars turned to the indecisive ape demon and asked, Have you made your decision? Only by choosing to follow me will you uncover my secrets. Otherwise, you shall remain merely a guardian spirit of the Heavenly Show sect. Though incensed by these words, the ape demon understood that he was surrounded by several powerful auras, rendering him a mere weakling in this context. After all, Sarutobi was no longer present, and he realized that lingering any longer might cause him to miss a significant opportunity. Resolutely, he nodded in agreement. Suddenly, while standing on the teleportation array, 7 stars tossed out a scroll. The ape demon was taken aback. This was the most ancient of summoning contracts, an artifact reserved for deities a millennium ago. How could you possess such a thing? Are you? Enough. Inscribe your true spirit, and we shall depart. Trust me, you will not regret following me. With no further retreat, the ape demon ceased his hesitation. With a mighty roar, a drop of pale blue soul liquid fell onto the scroll, and the ape demon rapidly transformed into a golden scepter with a dark core. In the next instant, the scepter soared into the hands of 7 stars, who finally received a system notification. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained the recognition of the scepter spirit, becoming the new master of the mid-tier artifact, the Scepter of Wishes. Reward: 1 scepter upgrade card, with a direct upgrade success rate of 50. If a consumable item of the same tier is added during the upgrade, the success rate becomes 100. Not bad at all. You, monkey, are fortunate, remarked 7 stars, leaving the perplexed ape demon feeling bewildered by the compliment. Just as the 4 prepared themselves, the teleportation array was also ready. The 3 elite Jonin simultaneously formed hand seals, channeling energy into the array. In the next moment, the array was enveloped in a brilliant light, and in the blink of an eye, the 4 figures vanished without a trace. 7 stars felt a moment of darkness before his vision brightened, and he suddenly found himself inside the heavenly mechanism tower. The 3 little ones gazed around. Their curiosity piqued as they inquired, Teacher, where's this place? Qixing chuckled softly. This is an inn located in the village hidden in the leaves. Now, the written examination for the Chunin selection is about to commence, so off you go. Remember not to bring shame to the Heavenly Show gate. Yes, teacher. With that, the trio dashed down the stairs. scarcely pausing to marvel at the grandeur and magnificence of the Tianji Tower, as they made their way directly to the Konoha examination venue. The two individuals overseeing the examination draw were none other than the eternal gatekeepers of Konoha, Kamizuki Izumi and Kenjutsu Tetsu. They had assumed that no one else would arrive. But to their surprise, three peculiar figures appeared unexpectedly. Clad in dark blue cloud-patterned robes, each bore a conspicuous character for show emblazoned upon their chests. Without exchanging pleasantries, the trio promptly produced their application forms and, after the draw, entered their respective examination rooms. Chapter 99. The Super Master Ball. As the last participant stepped into the examination hall, the grand door swung shut, enveloping the space in profound silence. Countless spectators listened intently as Shikamaru articulated the rules of the examination. The rules are quite simple. 3 individuals from the same group are placed in 3 separate, enclosed classrooms. Together, they must answer questions, with the total score not exceeding 100 points. This serves as a test of both self-awareness and the level of synergy with one's teammates. The examination content for the 3 members of the Tensho sect was exceedingly simplistic. This simplicity stemmed from the technique of mutual communication, a rather ordinary ninjutsu that enables short-range wireless interaction. However, such techniques are exceedingly rare in the ninja world. This ability was among those discovered by Long Xuanji in his memories, and after a straightforward modification, it became a foundational skill for the Tensho sect. Every disciple of the Tensho sect learns this in their first year. After the trio effortlessly performed the hand seals, they began to communicate as if wearing headsets. Xiao, you and Xiangxiu only need to answer 30 questions, right? Tianxiu understood. The actions of the 3 individuals were observed by the lower-ranked ninjas in the 3 classrooms, who began to murmur among themselves. What is going on? How can this person communicate with their companions? What kind of jutsu is this? The crowd gazed at the trio with astonishment. However, the 3 were indifferent to the inquiries of these young ones, solely focused on answering the questions before them. Subsequently, they closed their eyes, awaiting the conclusion of the examination. At this moment, with 20 minutes remaining until the conclusion of the first question, everyone began to exhibit their unique talents. Niji, inspired by a sudden insight, shared his method with the group and promptly struck the wall 3 times. However, the Sand Ninjas of Sunagakure, irked by Niji's ostentation, retaliated furiously against the wall in an attempt to disrupt his plan. Yet, Niji skillfully countered each of their efforts. At this moment, everyone finally comprehended the choice they ought to make. Amidst the tense atmosphere, the examiner, Shikamaru, proclaimed the conclusion of the examination. Everyone believed it would conclude in this manner, yet unexpectedly, Shikamaru's voice resonated once more. Ladies and gentlemen, please place your examination papers on the table. We shall now commence with the second question. What? Everyone still wished to vent their frustrations. But Shikamaru posed a direct inquiry. If your trio were to be compromised during a mission and to evade your pursuers, one of you must remain behind as bait. Certain to meet their demise, whom would you choose? This question struck a chord with Sakura, for she had experienced this situation before, and not just once. She was well acquainted with the subject matter. If Naruto were present, he would undoubtedly write about himself, and Sakura would naturally inscribe Naruto's name as well. However, at this moment, Sakura's teammates were Ino and Choji. How could these 2 possibly choose to sacrifice themselves? In an instant, Sakura found herself engulfed in deep contemplation. Upon hearing the topic, the 3 passionate youths of Tiansho were utterly astonished. Surely, none of them could be absent. United as brothers, they ultimately refrained from inscribing anyone's name. It was this fervor that enabled the trio to successfully pass the written examination. Once the test concluded, all who had passed were summoned to the playground. The next examination would take place in the magic desert of Sunagakure, a journey from Konohagakure requiring 3 days. Those who arrived last among the 30 participants would be disqualified. After absorbing this information, everyone stood in stunned silence for several seconds before springing into action. Meanwhile, seated in the Tianshu Tower, Qixing was not idle. The Tianshu disc had lain dormant for quite some time, and he still possessed 20,000 points. Speaking aloud, he placed his hands upon the Tianshu disc. As he input his points, the disc began to rotate incessantly, and within a mere 2 breaths, fragments of strange memories surged into Qixing's consciousness. In the next instant, he comprehended the situation regarding the Pure Land and its movements within the shinobi world. They had dispatched 3 mid-tier beings of the 6 paths level to seek out formidable energy sources, while simultaneously aiming to eliminate him. Did they underestimate Qixing? Merely 3 beings of the 6 paths. System, I must deduce the origin of this so-called powerful energy, he declared, placing his hands once more on the Tianshu disk. As he began to receive fragmented memories again, his points began to dissipate at an alarming rate of 1,000 per minute. System, what is happening? Ding. The energy mentioned by the host exists within an alternate space in the shinobi world, thus consuming more points. Upon hearing this news, Qixing gritted his teeth, determined to persevere. This was undoubtedly an extraordinary treasure. As the consumption of points reached 5,000, Qixing finally obtained pertinent information. The Tintails, indeed, it was the Tintails, the young Tintails, which represented the new seed of the divine tree. So that was it. This was the hidden power of Otsutsuki Ishiki, the second Tintails of the shinobi world. The first Tintails was divided into 9 beasts by the Sage of 6 Paths, known as the One Tail through to the 9 Tails. It turns out that Otsutsuki Kagaya and Otsutsuki Ishiki brought 2 seeds of the divine tree from another realm when they arrived in the shinobi world. These 2 ancient beings, having lived for millennia, concealed their truths so deeply. This treasure, the Tintails, was something Qixing was determined to acquire. With that, Qixing's hands moved again, causing the heavenly mechanism to rotate once more. In the next moment, after expending 2,000 points, Qixing was informed of the Tintails' location, near the Valley of the End. How could that be possible? Was the system mistaken? I have visited that place several times without sensing any spatial fluctuations or the flow of chakra. How could the Tintails be sealed there? Ding. The reason lies in that space, which is a sealed realm separated from Otsutsuki Ishiki's body, one that shifts with the passage of time. Thus, no one can easily perceive it unless equipped with a specific energy detection device, enabling precise location determination at particular moments. Upon hearing this, Qixing felt a bit flustered, glancing at the remaining 14,000 points, deciding to take a gamble with today's luxurious draw, hoping that the outcome might aid in this endeavor. If the intent was truly to capture the Tintails, Otsutsuki Ishiki would undoubtedly be present, and that individual possessed spatial abilities far superior to my own. Moreover, the 3 mid-stage 6 paths within the Pure Land might have their own unique tactics. It seemed that acquiring the Tintails would not be an easy feat. The system initiated the luxurious lottery. I was prepared to test my luck. Ding host. Your fortune appears to be dismal, your countenance darker than carbon ore. Are you certain about this course of action? Enough of the banter, let us proceed. Ding. The luxurious roulette has commenced. This time, Qixing closed his eyes, not even glancing at the wheel, standing still in anticipation of the system's announcement. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes elapsed, yet no system prompt was heard. At this moment, Qixing opened his eyes, discovering that the pointer on the wheel was moving at a snail's pace. After 3 breaths, the pointer finally landed on a red and yellow orb. This left Qixing somewhat bewildered. What on earth was this? In the next moment, Qixing received a system notification. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a Super Master Ball. Chapter 100. The Heavenly Mechanism Array on the 3rd floor of the Heavenly Mechanism Tower. The description following the Master Ball reads, the Super Master Ball is crafted using the most advanced temporal technology, creating the finest Pak Ball capable of capturing any tailed beast or summon creature with a 100 success rate. Its drawback lies in the fact that the capture process must not be interrupted, otherwise, all efforts will be in vain. System prompt. If the creature being captured has not submitted, the likelihood of it going berserk upon release will increase. However, when the tailed beast reaches a weakened state, the capture time is shorter and less prone to interruption, and the chance of submission after being captured by the Master Ball is significantly higher. This is splendid. I was initially concerned about my ability to perfectly control the Tintails with only 1 Rinnegan. Now, however, fortune smiles upon me. I never expected that a casual luxurious draw would yield such a treasure as the Super Master Ball. Now, that Tintails is virtually ensnared. With this thought, a mischievous smile blossomed on my face. I glanced around cautiously, as if a thief, and discreetly stowed the Master Ball into the system space. At that moment, I inadvertently spotted a door I had longed to explore. The door, shrouded in darkness, remained as impenetrable as ever. The narrow crack at its center was nearly undetectable unless one approached closely. Seized by a sudden impulse, and with my fundamental strength now at the mid-shadow level, I reasoned that I should be capable of opening the door that had previously eluded me. With this thought, I approached the entrance on the 3rd floor of the Heavenly Mechanism Tower, pressed my hand against the door, and with a firm push, effortlessly swung open the door I had yearned for. With a countenance filled with surprise and anticipation, I ascended to the 3rd floor. Upon entering, my eye surveyed the layout of the expansive loft, which spanned nearly 1,000 square meters, revealing only a colossal array at its center, shimmering with brilliance. I hastily inquired of the system, "What is this object?" "Ding! Congratulations, host, on your enhanced strength and successful entry into the third floor of the Heavenly Mechanism Tower. What lies before you is the Heavenly Mechanism Array, aptly named, as it allows for the rapid transport of the host to any previously visited location. It can also create marks for others to carry, enabling the host to teleport to the location of the mark through the Heavenly Mechanism Array. A mark allows the host to place any item with spatial attributes into the Heavenly Mechanism Array, which will assimilate it into a temporal mark. The host need only place the mark at the desired location to achieve instant teleportation through the Heavenly Mechanism Array. How does this differ from the Flying Thunder God technique? Ding! The Flying Thunder God technique has a distance limit. The maximum teleportation distance is constrained by the ninja's perception range. If one can perceive the Flying Thunder God mark, they can teleport to it, but if not, teleportation is impossible. The Celestial Mechanism Array imposes no limitations on distance, as long as one possesses a mark. Instant teleportation is achievable. Moreover, the mark inherently possesses a return function, allowing one to return to the Celestial Mechanism Tower by simply shattering the mark. Naturally, the further the distance, the greater the consumption of points required. Thus, it is advised that the host refrain from attempting recklessly. Although Qixing has absorbed this information, her primary concern at this moment is to discover how to forge a mark, as she understands that without it, returning would be a formidable challenge. Suddenly struck by inspiration, Qixing's eyes sparkled, and she promptly retrieved 10 legendary-grade shurikens that she had crafted from her backpack. Subsequently, he inscribed the attributes of space and time into the kunai. This process was akin to etching incantations onto the kunai utilized in the Flying Thunder God technique, and now Qixing was engaged in a similar endeavor. The first attempt resulted in a mere 3 minutes before Qixing's creation was obliterated. The second attempt lasted 5 minutes, and the third, 10. By the time the 9th kunai was destroyed, Qixing's composure had completely shattered. Was it truly this challenging? After all, I am a spiritual-level craftsman. I refused to be daunted. Gazing at the final legendary kunai, Qixing steeled himself and commenced inscribing the space-time technique once more. With meticulous strokes, he was reminded of his childhood days spent diligently practicing calligraphy. Cough, I digress. Perhaps it was Qixing's earnest attitude that moved the heavens after 10 minutes of painstaking etching. The kunai miraculously succeeded, becoming an artifact imbued with the essence of space and time. The kunai flickered in and out of visibility, vanishing into thin air when thrown, only to reappear on the wall. Such was its enchantment. Overjoyed, Qixing hastily placed the kunai within the Heavenly Mechanism Array, whereupon it was engulfed by a myriad of luminous points. Once filled, these points dissipated, as if the kunai had seamlessly merged with the array, as though it were destined to reside there. After retrieving the kunai, Qixing examined its properties. Mark, subordinate of the Heavenly Mechanism Array. Regardless of distance, the subordinate can be transmitted from the main body of the array. Destroying the subordinate and uttering the word return allows for an instantaneous return to the Heavenly Mechanism Tower. Those not acknowledged by the tower will be ruthlessly expelled if they attempt to force their way through the spatial passage. Indeed, the system had anticipated what Qixing had conceived. Outsiders would be unable to utilize this mark to access the Heavenly Mechanism Tower. Quite remarkable. Surveying the mark in his hand, Qixing retrieved another 10 kunai and, after an hour of relentless effort, ultimately acquired 3 marks. At this juncture, Qixing had already envisioned the path his future would take, his excitement evident upon his countenance. With a hearty laugh, he activated the Heavenly Mechanism Array, instantly materializing above the Valley of Termination. Upon witnessing the surrounding environment, Qixing marveled in astonishment. It was, indeed, splendid. Meanwhile, 10 kilometers away from the Valley of the End, 3 figures cloaked in black robes were searching for something in a secluded valley, each grasping a peculiar compass. At that moment, one of them spoke. "Fat Tiger, haven't you been to the Yang realm before? How can you be so lost?" "Don't even mention it," he replied. "The last time I came with that unfortunate fellow, Le Ji, I thought we could make a grand entrance, only to end up in utter disarray. We encountered a formidable character. Although his strength was merely at the initial stage of the Super Shadow, he was a descendant of the Psiots. I knew that anyone capable of transformation wouldn't be a simple foe. It took both Le Ji and me to expend the tokens of the Transcendence just to preserve our true spirits. This time, I have drained all my savings accumulated over centuries to procure this initial stage spirit body of the 6 paths. I hope it can help mitigate my losses." "You boast too much," It's been nearly 2 centuries for Dabao and me, and we've only managed to acquire a mid-stage spirit body of the 6 paths. You should be more grateful. Enough of your bickering, the two of you. Fat Tiger, hurry up. If you delay Lord Long's affairs, you'll be in for it. Understood. With that, Fat Tiger exhaled a thick cloud of smoke onto the compass, which began to tremble even more violently. Chapter 101. The second 10 tails on a towering tree reaching 100 meters, a ripple unexpectedly manifested in the void. Found it. Haha. Who would have thought that this town-empty compass is indeed a treasure? Not only does it possess formidable sealing capabilities, but it can also effortlessly trace such concealed spatial nodes. Approaching to investigate, one recalled Lord Long's words about this space being capable of self-movement. Did you bring the town-empty talismans, you rascal? Rest assured, Big Brother Dabo. It is more than sufficient. With that, 3 talismans were produced, and the trio soared into the air, arriving at the site of the spatial ripple. At that moment, 6 colossal hands simultaneously formed seals, the talismans in their grasp glowing with radiant blue light. Subsequently, the blue light emanated 6 threads, which swiftly extended to connect the 3 blue talismans into a triangular cone. After merely 3 breaths, the cone gradually solidified. The 3 individuals, pulling the cone together, exerted their strength to thrust it forcefully into the depths of the void ripple. As this unfolded, an incessant flow of inattribute chakra surged into the blue talismans, which were adorned with peculiar inscriptions that solidified the surrounding space. The cone gradually expanded, eliciting joy among the trio as they realized their opportunity had arrived. It's time to enter. Fat Tiger, you lead the way. Upon hearing this, Fat Tiger muttered under his breath, "Damn it, you 2 fools, just wait and see." However, he solemnly warned his companions that the 3 talismans would only sustain their concealment for a maximum of 4 hours. They must not be detected by the master of that space. Even if their endeavor proved unsuccessful, they had to exit. Otherwise, if the space shifted, they would be utterly lost, unaware of their surroundings, and potentially facing death. Even if they were fortunate enough to survive, they would suffer greatly. Remember, Lord Dragon has instructed us to avoid conflict whenever possible. With that, the 3 of them leapt into the conical talisman passage, their figures vanishing in an instant. All of this was clearly observed by the 7 stars hidden within the void. It was unexpected that the Transcendent would conspire with the entity known as Death. Could it be that the 10 Tails harbors secrets unknown to me? Otherwise, why would it provoke 2 beings of surpassing sage level? Regardless, the 10 Tails is a prize the 7 stars, am determined to claim. With that declaration, the 7 stars swiftly followed the trio, infiltrating this enigmatic realm. Upon entering, he utilized the great Luo Tianyan, seamlessly merging with the surrounding environment. However, it soon became apparent to the 7 stars that the chakra energy in this space was exceedingly sparse, to the point of being imperceptible. In pursuit of the mysteries cloaked within this realm, the 7 stars activated his Rinnegan, and to his astonishment, he discerned thin strands of newly formed chakra weaving like the wind towards the center of the space, as if something there was drawing them in. Surveying the terrain, mountains and rivers were present, yet the atmosphere felt desolate, while the boundless dense jungle hinted at a true paradise hidden from the world. Swiftly advancing, the 7 stars had already detected the traces of the 3 ahead and followed closely behind. At this moment, the 3 individuals harbored divergent thoughts. Since their arrival, they had scarcely engaged in conversation, not even to discuss their tasks, and had not expended much effort in verbal communication. As the trio continued their journey, they discreetly sought to ascertain their location. Suddenly, a radiant azure light emanated from the compass in Fat Tiger's grasp, eliciting great joy from him. He exhaled another breath of soul energy, and the 3 of them turned their gaze in the direction indicated by the compass needle, where the terrain appeared subtly altered. Filled with exhilaration and undeterred by fatigue, they pressed onward. In less than 3 hours, their chests gently heaving, they finally emerged from the dense thickets, arriving at the destination marked by the compass. When the 3 individuals lifted their gazes once more towards the abyss below, they beheld a precipice that plunged less than 100 meters downwards. At the base of this cliff lay a vast chasm, several thousand meters deep, cradling a lake of over a kilometer in expanse, the ultimate confluence of all flowing waters. However, their attention was drawn to a colossal figure beside the lake, its size rivaling that of the water body itself. Within the immense pit lay a gigantic beast, nearly filling the chasm, with 10 spiked tails cascading into the lake. "Is this the 10 Tails?" Fat Tiger exclaimed, his excitement palpable. "Its aura is indeed formidable. Imagine if one could become the Jinchuriki of the 10 Tails." Dabao interjected sharply. Are you seeking death? You would do well to rid yourself of such thoughts. This is the very entity that Lord Long has designated. If you desire to perish, then by all means, go ahead and try. Heh, Brother Deji, I'm merely contemplating, just thinking, Fat Tiger retorted playfully. Don't take it seriously. I doubt you possess the courage for such folly. Deji, please retrieve the array plate for the Beidou locking heaven formation. Understood, Baoga. With that, Deji produced an octagonal formation plate from his pocket and hurled it into the sky with great force. At this moment, the slumbering Ten-Tails seemed to sense an unusual presence, abruptly awakening and lifting its gaze. Before it lay a disc-shaped object, emanating a soft blue luminescence that gradually expanded, enveloping the Ten-Tails. However, the moment the luminous shield took form, it began to contract rapidly. The Ten-Tails, now alert and filled with rage, let out a thunderous roar that shattered the sky. Dabao, observing the Ten-Tails' movements, sneered. Is this the source of energy wielded by Otsutsuki? Heh, I never anticipated that Lord Long's predictive abilities were so formidable. After today, it seems Otsutsuki shall no longer reign unchallenged in the shinobi world. With that, he continued his actions without hesitation. Meanwhile, the swiftly advancing Qixing had already spotted the Ten-Tails before him, ensnared within a pale blue barrier. Qixing halted several kilometers away from the shield, gazing at the scene before him, murmuring, even in its growth phase. The Ten-Tails should not possess only the strength of a six-paths pinnacle, should it? This is inconceivable. At this moment, the Ten-Tails struggled fervently within the luminous barrier. Waves of condensed-tailed beast balls crashed against the azure shield, only to be absorbed instantaneously, transforming into new energy stored within the array atop its head. Realizing that energy assaults could not breach the blue barrier, the Ten-Tails unleashed its 10 colossal tails, striking forcefully against the shield. In the next moment, the blue light quivered violently, threatening to shatter under the relentless barrage. Observing this, the trio ceased their concealment, launching 3 boundary-sealing talismans that struck the blue formation in an instant. In the following heartbeat, the Ten-Tails collided with the barrier, yet could not so much as budge it. While the shield continued to shrink rapidly, with a sigh of relief, they managed to stabilize the situation. They had hoped to conserve the 3 boundary talismans, but the Ten-Tails' power far surpassed that of the 3 of them. Big Chicken, Fat Tiger, quickly gather the net before the night grows long and dreams become troublesome. One of them urged. As they spoke, the trio simultaneously formed seals, sending streams of blue light from their souls toward the suspended array high above. However, the Ten-Tails would not be easily subdued. In an eruption of fury, it activated its second state, its power soaring from the late stage of the 6 paths to a pseudo-immortal level. The 3 gazed in astonishment as the previously prostrate Ten-Tails transformed from a crawling state into a frail standing form, its tails morphing into claws, with just 1 eye, 1 ear, and a mouth adorning its head. Chapter 102. Dragon's Pride. At this juncture, the Ten-Tails appeared terrifyingly formidable. Its 10 massive hands relentlessly pummeled the azure shield above, while tailed beast balls continued to coalesce within its maw. A sense of foreboding gripped the hearts of the 3 as, in the moment the 100-meter tailed beast ball took shape, it surged forth to collide with the barrier. With a resounding boom, the once unyielding shield now bore numerous cracks. The energy within the formation was rapidly depleted by more than half. Observing this, Daba shouted urgently, quickly contract the formation. We must not allow that creature to transform again. At that moment, the 3 of them frantically formed seals, and eventually, with their continuous infusion of energy, the blue cracks began to slowly mend. They finally let out a sigh of relief, grateful that they had stabilized the situation. Surely this beast could not escape now. However, the 3 were blissfully unaware that this was not the full extent of the Ten-Tails' power. Had they known, they would undoubtedly have regretted undertaking this mission. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, Sihong furrowed his brow in concern. What is happening? The Ten-Tails is erupting at this moment. He thought, irritated. My 3rd contract form is not yet complete, and the vessel has yet to mature. Why now? Yet, Sihong had no choice but to set aside his current tasks and investigate the Ten-Tails' condition. The Ten-Tails was not merely a task for his clan. It was also his most vital source of power. If left unchecked, he would find no peace. Back in the present space, the 3 had barely stabilized the blue barrier for a minute when the Ten-Tails erupted with fury once more. Chakra surged explosively from its body, transforming it into its 3rd form. The creature, once emaciated, had now become even more formidable. It opened its mouth to reveal a massive flower-shaped cannon, unleashing a colossal tailed beast ball capable of cataclysmic destruction. Seeing this, the three of them became even more frantic, pouring their energy into the formation. However, after a few seconds of gathering, the tailed beast ball was unleashed, hurtling toward the blue barrier. In a moment of terror, they heard the shattering sound of glass and fled without looking back. But in its third form, the Ten Tails was enraged and would not allow the instigators to escape easily. Its 10 enormous hands descended from the sky, aiming to strike the three. Yet the trio was not defenseless. Cursing their misfortune, they began forming seals. 6 hands pressed together, creating a conical light pillar above them. Miraculously, the Ten Tails' colossal hand struck the pillar, and they managed to withstand the wrathful blow. However, before they could revel in their temporary triumph, the Ten Tails stomped fiercely upon the ground. Within a radius of several thousand meters, earthquakes, lightning, tornadoes, and floods began to wreak havoc. Seeing this, Qixing understood that the three were undoubtedly doomed, for this was one of the Ten Tails' inherent jutsu, a power even the Nine Tails would fear. The Ten Tails could wield boundless chakra to manipulate natural energies, triggering various natural disasters in a single breath. Its effective range exceeded 5 kilometers, and the destruction it wrought was beyond comprehension. Even Qixing, witnessing this calamity, could only sigh. In the face of such indiscriminate might, even a sage at the initial stage would struggle to survive. The power to manipulate nature required one to possess sage-level strength and an understanding of the essence of sagehood, a feat beyond human capability. Although Qixing, having transformed into Super Saiyan 3, possessed sage-level combat prowess, he was still not of that realm and could not contend with the Ten Tails in its prime. Meanwhile, the three in the forefront were perilously close to death. In a moment of selflessness, Daji pushed Daba forward, taking a lightning strike meant for him. Daji then frantically retreated, while Daba, in that instant, exhibited neither despair nor fear. It seemed he had resigned himself to his fate, making no attempt to resist, simply watching as the lightning struck him. At that moment, the great rooster felt no sympathy and did not glance back, solely focused on preserving its own life, effortlessly sacrificing a few individuals along the way. However, it failed to notice a crucial detail. The fallen Dabao, struck by lightning, bore no visible injuries on its body. It merely convulsed repeatedly on the ground. At this moment, despite possessing the strength of a 6th-tier being, the great chicken appeared as fragile as an ordinary person in the face of nature's might, and was directly swept away by the ferocious tornado. The struggling giant rooster, aware that no one could assist it at this moment, gritted its silver beak and produced a miraculous jade talisman it had exchanged for in the city of 10,000 realms. Upon shattering the talisman, a vibrant green light enveloped it from head to toe, astonishingly shielding it from the disturbances of natural energy. After letting out 3 hearty laughs, it abruptly surged forth from the vortex, racing towards the direction of the rotund tiger. However, the crafty figure demonstrated remarkable cunning. Long before the Ten Tails unleashed its formidable power, he unhesitatingly employed a peculiar talisman to escape 10 kilometers away. For 3 minutes, the sky and the earth were ravaged by the forces of nature. As the energy gradually subsided, the Ten Tails completed its formidable display of power, and to the astonishment of all, a black hole materialized in the high heavens beside it. The Ten Tails raised its head and roared towards the sky, seemingly admonishing the individual within the black hole for their tardiness. Emerged from the abyss, surveying the battlefield with a discerning gaze, before fixing his eyes on the lifeless form before him. With a sardonic smile, he remarked, "Long Ao Wutian, I am astonished that after a millennium, you still possess the same wretched demeanor, reveling in your guise of a feeble creature. It is rather amusing to witness a being of your celestial caliber feigning death in such a manner." Upon hearing these words, Qixing furrowed his brow, realizing he had failed to discern the ruse of this individual at first glance. Yet, as the words of Si Hang resonated, the fallen Dabao ceased his convulsions and rose to his feet unperturbed, his visage transforming rapidly into one that starkly contrasted with the former. Should Daji have witnessed this, he would undoubtedly have recognized the identity of this person, as he bore a striking resemblance to the revered Long Durin they spoke of, and Daji would certainly regret having allowed this individual to shield him from the storm. At that moment, the identity of Long Durin, now unveiled, emanated a cascade of azure light, flooding forth from his being. His soul's potency surged, advancing from the initial stage of the six paths to its latter stage, culminating in the realm of the pseudo-immortal, on the verge of transcending the confines of celestial existence. The energy of his soul threatened to overflow from his corporeal form, manifesting as a formidable soul armor enveloping his body. With a smile, Long Darun gazed at Si Hang, inquiring about his lineage within the Tsutsuki clan, only to dismiss the thought, declaring, "Forget it, I find myself disinterested. You truly are a pitiful creature. A millennium in the shinobi world and you have yet to fathom its profound loss, and not even completed your reincarnation. How utterly laughable." Chapter 103, The Battle. Si Hang, though internally shaken by these revelations, maintained an impassive exterior, retorting, "Long Ao Wutian, do you resort only to verbal sparring? Do you genuinely believe that merely splitting your soul and descending can easily subdue me? Surely, you are not still as naive as you were 1,000 years ago." Long Ao Wutian, upon hearing Si Hang's words, displayed no surprise. The ability to call his name with such familiarity could only belong to an old acquaintance. He then mused, "Since we are familiar, allow me to speculate. Which member of the Tsutsuki clan are you? I witnessed the demise of Jin Shi and Pu Shi with my own eyes. Even if they required a vessel for reincarnation, it would not be a monk, as they abhorred such beings. The possibility of Tao Shi exists, yet it seems unlikely to occur so soon. According to my calculations, he has at least another 2 decades before he stands a 30% chance of successful reincarnation. Kagaya, on the other hand, is even less plausible. Given his vanity, he would annihilate all monks. Thus, there remains but one possibility, Tsutsuki Ishiki. Huh, so it is you. Once so resplendent, I have heard you met your demise through the treachery of a woman. How is it that you have only now found a vessel capable of containing your immense power? Truly, you are a pitiable wretch." Upon having his identity unveiled by Long Ao Wutian, Si Hang furrowed his brow and let out a cold snort, immediately transitioning into his wedge form. "So what if it is I? Do you believe you are still the legendary figure of the ninja realm, capable of facing 2 foes alone? Presently, you are merely a remnant soul in the Pure Land, a mere hound of the god of death, branded by the laws of that realm. Do you truly think you are faring better than I am?" At this moment, Long Ao Wutian appeared astonished. "Since you are aware of the god of death, yet lack intelligence on the Pure Land, it seems your influence has not flourished much during your millennium of absence. Even in this millennium, 3 transcendents have emerged in the Pure Land, and you are oblivious to it." "What did you say? You have transcended? You traversed the path of transcendence? Impossible. Did you not fall from your pinnacle of celestial power due to the golden strike? How could you possibly have ascended further?" Upon hearing this, Long Ao Wutian let out a derisive laugh. "Foolishness. Do you truly believe the ninja realm is as simplistic as you perceive it?" After uttering these words, Long Ao Wutian no longer wished to address Si Hang's inquiries and turned his attention towards the direction where Qixing was concealed. "Have you been watching for quite some time, little one? Are you not inclined to reveal yourself?" Qixing, upon hearing this, was not overly surprised, as he had not taken great pains to conceal his presence. The Long Ao Wutian before him was evidently a formidable soul fragment, possessing a realm akin to that of a pseudo-immortal, indicating that his true strength was at least at the peak of celestial rank, if not higher. Such an entity would be exceedingly powerful even within the Pure Land. At this juncture, Qixing hesitated no more and stepped forth from the void, his aura constantly shifting, rendering his true identity untraceable. Observing this, Si Hang scoffed, "Another one. Merely a coward who hides and lurks." With a smile, Long Ao Wutian turned to Qixing and said, "My young friend, that fellow is aided by a tailed beast of celestial caliber, possessing 10 tails. It would be more prudent for us to join forces to subdue him. As for the spoils, well, it shall depend on who remains standing in the end, don't you think?" He laughed heartily. "This suits me perfectly." With that, Long Ao Wutian burst into laughter and soared towards Si Hang. Inspired by Long Ao Wutian's bold move, Qixing's blood surged with excitement as he followed closely behind, cast a glance at the 10 tails and remarked, "Old friend, it has been quite some time since we fought side by side." Though the 10 tails was beset by myriad questions, now was not the moment for inquiries. As sprinted forward, he coldly addressed the 2 figures before him. "To dare strike at me within my own domain is a fool's errand." As he spoke, his hands rose, and countless black rods erupted from the ground, ensnaring the 2 opponents, 7 Stars and Dabao, in a gourd-like formation. However, being formidable adversaries, they could not be so easily vanquished. In an instant, the two struck figures transformed into wisps of smoke, while their true forms surged from either side towards. Seven Stars formed various hand seals, bringing his left hand near his mouth to unleash a torrent of fiery spears, while his right hand extended forward, summoning a colossal tornado that intensified the flames. The two forces merged as they barreled toward. In response, he raised his hand once more, effortlessly absorbing the fiery vortex. Realizing the gravity of his oversight, Seven Stars slapped himself in exasperation, cursing, "How could I forget that this wretch is an insatiable abyss, capable of absorbing any ninjutsu?" As the benevolent Sihong absorbed the tempestuous dragon whirlwinds, the formidable technique of Long Outyin was already unleashed, emanating an even more terrifying aura. Incantations flowed from his lips as he thrust his hands forward, followed by a thunderous proclamation, 10,000 fathoms, soul-cutting array. No sooner had the words escaped his mouth than countless translucent blades materialized above Sihong, extending over 100 meters in radius. They surged towards him with ferocity. Witnessing this, Sihong was taken aback. It was indeed a soul technique, and the absorption capacity of the wedge was insufficient to completely nullify it. In a moment of desperation, he clasped his hands together forcefully, instantaneously swapping positions with the Ten Tails. At that instant, the Ten Tails, engrossed in the spectacle, found itself unexpectedly cast in the role of the performer, destined to endure a harrowing fate of being sliced and diced. A wave of indignation washing over it. How infuriating to be caught in the crossfire while merely lying in wait. At this moment, thousands of ethereal blades pierced the body of the Ten Tails, causing it to writhe in agony upon the ground. It appeared as though something was corroding its very being from within. In this turmoil, the Ten Tails silently cursed the entire Sihong family. As the colossal Ten Tails rolled, the earth erupted with a thunderous roar. Observing this, the compassionate deity activated its second wedge form, and for the first time, interlaced its fingers to form a seal. A beam of verdant light shot forth, striking the back of the Ten Tails, instantly healing the multitude of knife-like wounds that had marred its form. The Ten Tails, as if untouched by any harm, rose to its feet and unleashed a furious roar towards Long Ao Wutian. From its 10 enormous hands, 10-tailed beast bombs were hurled at him, while a colossal tailed beast ball, nearly 100 meters in diameter, erupted from its mouth. Long Ao Wutian remained unfazed. He raised his right hand, aligning his index and middle fingers, and recited the incantation of ninjutsu. With a swift motion, a pale blue hand, 100 meters in size, materialized and surged towards the tailed beast ball. Upon their collision, a violent explosion ensued. Yet the sheer size of the tailed beast ball allowed it to breach the barrier of the blue hand in the blink of an eye, hurtling towards Long Ao Wutian. With a sigh, Long Ao Wutian remarked that the strength of the pseudo-immortal was insufficient to capture him. It was time to showcase the true power of his divided soul. As he spoke, the soul energy and essence surrounding him abruptly contracted back into his body. In the next moment, Long Ao Wutian's aura shattered the constraints of the pseudo-immortal realm, ascending to the level of an immortal. The 100-meter tailed beast ball, upon nearing within a meter of Long Ao Wutian, could advance no further. Subsequently, Long Ao Wutian enveloped the tailed beast ball with his soul consciousness and, with a single punch, sent it soaring into the sky, 1,000 meters above. As he released his soul consciousness, the tailed beast ball erupted with a resounding boom in the heavens. Chapter 104. The blood-red tailed beast ball. At this moment, the sky was suddenly engulfed in a fierce gale of level 9 due to the explosion of the tailed beast orb. Witnessing this scene, Sihong was taken aback. This being's fragment, having crossed realms, possessed the extraordinary ability to elevate its own level, truly remarkable. Indeed, every transcendent being harbors colossal secrets, along with unparalleled wisdom and tenacity. They can forsake the divine will bestowed by the heavenly path, forcibly suppressing their realm to the pinnacle of immortality, utilizing their doppelgangers to absorb the divine will, while their true selves stealthily seize the opportunity for breakthrough from the doppelganger. Furthermore, the true self no longer enjoys the favor of the heavenly path, nor is it constrained by its will, thus liberating itself from this world. However, the risks involved are as substantial as the opportunities. A moment's carelessness could turn the doppelganger into a puppet of the heavenly path, or even lead to the swift demise of the true self, a fate not uncommon. Over the span of 10 millennia, those brave enough to tread the path of transcendence are but a rare few among the myriad. Yet, Those who emerge successfully are indeed rare. After all, when faced with such terrifying temptations, any rational individual would find it exceedingly difficult to relinquish them. While Zihong was astounded by all of this, the figure of Long Aowushan surged directly toward him. As Long Aowushan swung his hands, he muttered incantations, invoking the soul tide. At that moment, waves of blue light, akin to the ocean, surged forth, carrying Long Aowushan toward Zihong. Just as the Ten Tails prepared to assist, a formidable figure suddenly appeared before him, unleashing a ferocious inferno that obstructed the Ten Tails' path. The Ten Tails, shaking its massive head, regarded the towering ant before it, merely a lowly creature at the peak of the Super Shadow stage. How could such a worthless being dare to look down upon me? The Ten Tails? With a thunderous voice, it declared, "Do you, a feeble insect, presume to block my way? Die?" No sooner had the words left its mouth than 10 monstrous tails transformed into colossal hands, descending from above. Meanwhile, Qixing glanced at the master ball in his grasp, murmuring, "Do you look down upon me? Very well. To ensure you follow me obediently in the future, allow me to demonstrate my might." With that, Qixing's hair transformed into a golden hue, and a golden aura enveloped him. As his combat power soared from the peak of the Super Shadow stage to the mid-level of the 6 paths, in less than a second, it transformed into a vibrant green, its luminous emerald light illuminating the earth, encircled by a halo of green radiance, elevating its combat prowess to a pseudo-immortal level. When the formidable Long Aowushan believed this to be the pinnacle of the 7 stars, the hair of the 7 stars shifted once more to a hue reminiscent of a black hole, while dark magical thunder flickered around it, all of which transpired in the span of merely 2 seconds. After several exchanges of physical prowess, the two combatants finally separated. With astonished expressions, they gazed at the young man before them, who had initially appeared to be merely at the peak of the Super Shadow stage. Long Aowushan chuckled and remarked, "As I suspected, this young man is far from ordinary." Having witnessed the formidable prowess of the 7 stars, Zihong was acutely aware of the existing gap between them. However, over the course of the year, the young warrior's combat abilities had surged significantly. At this moment, Zihong was consumed by a singular thought, the urgent need to unlock the 3rd form of the wedge, for otherwise, his combat effectiveness would suffer irreparably. As both pondered the might of the 7 stars, the 10 massive hands of the Ten Tails descended. The 7 stars casually raised his right hand, a dark aura emanating from his clenched fist, and with a swift motion, unleashed a series of ordinary punches. Remarkably, the Ten Tails' 10 hands were met with the force of his strikes, compelling them to retreat. This display of strength prompted the Ten Tails to regard the young warrior with newfound seriousness. With a furious roar, the Ten Tails unleashed 3-tailed beast balls from its gaping maw. Yet the 7 stars advanced, deflecting the onslaught with his right fist. It was clear to the Ten Tails that this youth possessed extraordinary physical resilience. In the blink of an eye, barbed spines erupted from the 10 massive appendages. Employing the wood release, insertion technique, the arms plunged into the earth, causing thorns and vines to sprout rapidly across a vast expanse, ensnaring towards the 7 stars. He understood that being ensnared would likely result in his instant demise. However, just as the thorns were about to make contact, they inexplicably passed through his form, revealing that the 7 stars had invoked the power of the kaleidoscope. At that moment, as he opened his right eye, ripples manifested, and the Rinnegan activated, aiming to momentarily control the Ten Tails to execute his strategy for victory. Yet, it was evident that the 7 stars had underestimated the situation. Upon activating the Rinnegan, the Ten Tails was momentarily immobilized. Yet, as exhilaration coursed through the 7 stars, 6 tomo flickered in the Ten Tails' eyes, followed by intricate patterns emerging, an unmistakable sign of the blood-red Rinnegan of the 6 tomo. To his dismay, the 7 stars realized that this eye was far superior to an ordinary Rinnegan. Without hesitation, he lunged towards the Ten Tails, delivering a powerful kick to its face, causing its colossal form to tremble slightly. The ground beneath them erupted, creating a massive pit 1,000 meters wide and 100 meters deep. It was clear that this was the result of the Ten Tails' ocular abilities, having absorbed the majority of his kick's devastating force into the earth. Determined, the 7 stars summoned all his strength once again, leaping into the air before rapidly descending to execute the falling heaven strike. However, the Ten Tails responded by swatting at him like a fly. The 7 stars activated his swift technique, tripling his speed to narrowly evade the giant hands, successfully landing the falling heaven strike on one of the 6 tomo, shattering it with a satisfying crack. The damaged eye incited a furious roar from the Ten Tails, which relentlessly sought to strike him down, yet the Seven Stars activated his divine power, vanishing from sight. Nevertheless, the Ten Tails' hands continued to swipe at the location of his disappearance, producing a thunderous clap as a fierce gust erupted, dislodging the Seven Stars from his spatial transition. To his astonishment, the Ten Tails, once thought to be under his illusionary control, had awakened in less than a second. While he recognized that his Rinnegan was inferior to that of the Ten Tails, the swiftness of its recovery left him with a sense of disappointment. Even more alarming was the revelation that the Ten Tails, with its 6 Tomo Rinnegan activated, could unleash attacks imbued with spatial attributes at any moment. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, the Seven Stars activated his divine power and vanished once more, reappearing 1,000 meters ahead of the Ten Tails. His gaze fixed intently upon the creature. It was evident that in its current state, the Ten Tails had surpassed the initial stages of sage-level power. As soon as these words were spoken, the enraged Ten Tails began to gather a different form of tailed beast ball in its mouth. The blood-red sphere was unprecedented. I had never heard of such a power. Chapter 105. Just watch me drive you to madness. At this moment, the Seven Stars furrowed his brows, questioning the nature of this ability. Ding! Please evade. This is the power of the Ten Tails after awakening. The reincarnation tailed beast ball. It is a force of law accessible only to those at the pinnacle of sage level. The Ten Tails, by utilizing the power granted to the one who possesses its eye, had activated this ability prematurely. Although the side effects are considerable, it was evident that the Ten Tails was determined to unleash its full strength. It is advisable for the host to prevent it from releasing this tailed beast ball. Otherwise, the surrounding 10 kilometers will be rendered lifeless. It could even shatter the fragile spatial barrier, leaving you adrift in the cosmos. Of course, if you are willing to squander a seal, then disregard my warning. Damn it. Seals are exceedingly rare. I can refine at most 3 a day, depending on luck. They cannot be carelessly consumed. System, just tell me how I can stop it from releasing the tailed beast ball. Ding. Sihong possesses a divine artifact known as the Spirit Coffin. It can contain the Ten Tails and absorb the reincarnation tailed beast ball. System, do you truly think he is foolish enough to give me that treasure? Ding. In that case, you must employ the Master Ball you recently acquired. However, if interrupted, the capture will fail, and the Master Ball will vanish. With only a 50 success rate under these conditions, your words are as good as nothing. Upon hearing this, the Seven Stars comprehended the gravity of the situation. He turned to Sihong and shouted, Sihong, you old fool, the Ten Tails intends to obliterate this space. Aren't you going to intervene? Meanwhile, Sihong, engaged in a fierce battle with Long Ao Wutian, glanced over with disdain. This space belongs to me. If it is destroyed, so be it. Are you afraid? Damn. I'm not afraid at all. System, I know you have other methods. Just tell me directly. Don't worry about my points. I am quite wealthy. Ding, indeed. Only the host understands the system so well. The host can utilize the eye of the reincarnation celestial god to absorb the tailed beast ball into the black and white space. Are you hoping to watch me be drained? Such a terrifying attack would instantly annihilate my small world if absorbed. Ding. Host, it will not be destroyed. Merely reduced by 50. 50 is still enough to leave me as a mere shell of myself. Do you wish for my demise? Ding. The host can use points to substitute for energy to repair the black and white space, without drawing from their own life force. Why didn't you say that sooner? You had me worried for nothing. Ding. If the host's points are insufficient, it will still absorb the host's energy to repair the black and white space. Well, if I must die, then so be it. At that moment, the blood-colored reincarnation-tailed beast ball, exceeding 200 meters in size, was approaching within 100 meters of the Seven Stars. Even Sihong and Long Ao Wutian, who were embroiled in an intense battle, halted to comprehend the magnitude of this attack, readying their respective spatial escapes. However, the next instant, they both canceled their spatial doors, staring in bewilderment at Seven Stars' actions. Above his head, an enormous phantom eye, over 1,000 meters wide, opened. As purple light radiated, the reincarnation-tailed beast ball penetrated the violet luminescence and, astonishingly, vanished. This spectacle left the two powerful beings utterly dumbfounded. As the furious tailed beast orb entered the black and white space of the Seven Stars, it exploded with a violent force. The terrifying crimson light swiftly enveloped the realm, and in the blink of an eye, it pervaded the entire expanse. At the center of this explosion, an area spanning dozens of kilometers was instantaneously vaporized. leaving behind a gaping chasm nearly 10,000 meters deep within the black and white space. Outside, upon absorbing the blood-red reincarnation of the tailed beast, the Seven Stars abruptly spat out a mouthful of blood, cursing vehemently. "Damn it, system, you never mentioned there would be bloodshed." A notification chimed. "Host, do you believe that you can emerge unscathed from a severely damaged space that is linked to your life? Why didn't you say so earlier?" I exclaimed, still coughing blood. "System notification, the host's space is damaged. Would you like to spend points to repair it?" "Yes. Repairing the space. Success. 5,000 points have been deducted." At this, I coughed up another mouthful of blood, exclaiming in disbelief, 5,000. With that statement, the Seven Stars glared at the 10 tails with eyes glowing green, blaming it for the predicament. "Damn it, just watch me beat you to a pulp today." Without hesitation, the Seven Stars activated the Susanoo and the 8 gates. Entering an unprecedented state of power, towering over 300 meters, the Seven Stars soared towards the 10 tails, wielding a sword that exceeded 100 meters in length, its blade gleaming ominously as it descended for a strike. The 10 tails, undeterred, clashed with the Seven Stars once more. The Seven Stars sword struck the 10 tails, leaving thousands of white marks on its sturdy form, while the 10 tails retaliated with its thorny tail, viciously whipping at the Susanoo. The two colossal figures engaged in close combat. However, the 10 tails exhibited signs of fatigue, its strength and speed diminished from the recent use of forbidden techniques. Recognizing the opportunity, the Seven Stars clapped its hands together, summoning 2 identical golden Susanoo forms that flanked it. With 3 Susanoos in total, the left fist launched a series of rapid punches, striking the still weakened 10 tails. Yet, this assault merely caused the beast to shudder slightly. Understanding the 10 tails' tough exterior, the Seven Stars unleashed the ultimate Rarenkai in its Super Saiyan 3 state. The 3 colossal figures executed a barrage of ultra-rapid continuous techniques, embodying the strongest form of Rarenkai. However, the 10 tails, though weakened, was not one to remain passive. Suddenly, it unleashed a cataclysmic attack, causing the earth to quake. In front of the 10 tails, a towering mountain sprang forth, reaching a height of 1,000 meters. The 3 figures of the Seven Stars simultaneously executed the ultimate Rarenkai, cleaving the mountain cleanly in two. Before the Seven Stars could fully comprehend the situation, the 10 tails retaliated once more, unleashing a tempest of thunder. 3 terrifying lightning dragons descended from the heavens. With no time to utilize ninjutsu, one of the clones shielded itself against the 3 dragons, disintegrating upon impact. In response, the Seven Stars immediately invoked the 8 gates secret technique. Daytime Tiger. The great Buddha Susanoo compressed the air, its chest swelling before releasing a mighty roar that spread like a tiger's form, generating shockwaves that astonished the combatants. Long Ao Wutian and Sihong, several kilometers away, causing their figures to drift further apart. At this moment, around the body of the Seven Stars, countless blue vapors materialized. Enveloping it, the Seven Stars unleashed a powerful punch, striking the blue vapor onto its right fist, executing a concentrated, ultra-high-speed straight punch attack. 2 strikes, 2 blue tiger forms, directly struck the 10 tails. A resounding boom echoed, and the 10 tails was unexpectedly knocked back several hundred meters. Cracks began to appear on its shell-like exterior, and as its body swayed, it nearly toppled over. After steadying itself, the 10 tails shook its massive head and let out a furious roar at the Seven Stars before it. With a tremendous stomp of its colossal paw, countless earthen spikes erupted from the ground within a radius of several kilometers. In an instant, the Seven Stars soared into the sky, while the 10 tails seized this precious opportunity. The tailed beast ball erupted forth like a machine gun, relentlessly charging towards the Seven Stars, which, at that moment, had become a target for the 10 tails. As the Seven Stars leapt into the fray, there was no time to evade the impending onslaught. Below, the 10 tails unleashed a relentless barrage of tailed beast balls from its cavernous maw. In that moment, the last clone of the Seven Stars positioned itself at the forefront, its form swelling as countless tailed beast balls struck against the clone's Susanoo, resulting in a series of explosive detonations. The clone bore the brunt of the damage for the Seven Stars, enduring the impact of numerous tailed beast balls before vanishing without a trace. Simultaneously, the primary Susanoo sustained varying degrees of injury from the assault, rolling several dozen times before finally stabilizing upon the ground. Observing the 10 tails before him, the Seven Stars bellowed with unwavering resolve, body technique, evening elephant. Instantly, the blood within the Seven Stars surged fervently as a blue steam enveloped his body, swiftly replaced by a crimson vapor. In this moment, his fists, propelled by the force of air strikes, conjured a more potent air cannon, their velocity escalating from 1 to 5. A single punch at the first speed sent one of the Ten Tails' colossal tails crashing, accompanied by a spray of green blood. In the subsequent moments, the second, third, and fourth strikes shattered the two massive tails of the Ten Tails. The Ten Tails attempted to retaliate. Yet under the immense power of Super Saiyan 3, the assaults from the seven beasts astonishingly obliterated the tailed beast ball. As the fifth rapid punch was unleashed, a terrifying shockwave swept across a 10-mile radius. The Ten Tails, with its legs firmly planted on the ground, caused countless boulders to rise, yet to no avail. The force of the punch pierced through all obstacles, striking the final line of defense of the Ten Tails, which was a formidable shield formed by the convergence of its 10 enormous tails. When the fifth air cannon collided with the colossal shield, a series of cracking and creaking sounds echoed continuously. In the next instant, the Ten Tails wailed in anguish, desperately calling for assistance from Cannon. At that moment, Cannon furrowed his brow. He had never witnessed the Ten Tails in such despair, yet he was completely immobilized, restrained by the relentless Dragon Outyin. As the Ten Tails retracted its colossal shield, 3 of its tails were pierced in the process. At this moment, the Seven Stars comprehended that the Ten Tails was beginning to exhibit signs of fatigue, as it was still in its juvenile stage, with limited potential for growth. However, the Seven Stars would not afford it any opportunity. The Ten Tails found itself ensnared in the gravest peril it had ever encountered, being relentlessly pressed down by the Seven Stars. Its immense form carved deep trenches into the ground, and with a powerful elbow strike from the Great Buddha, it was further embedded into the earth. The Seven Stars unleashed a barrage of ordinary punches, leaving countless impressions around the Ten Tails. The Ten Tails, overwhelmed with indignation, had never endured such humiliation, its furious roars transforming into mournful cries. Observing the fallen Ten Tails, which lay wailing on the ground, the Seven Stars, stationed atop the crumbling mountain, was resolute in denying the Ten Tails any respite. With a clap of his hands, he activated his Rinnegan, summoning the Heavenly Obstruction Star. 2 colossal meteors, each thousands of meters in size, plummeted towards the utterly defenseless Ten Tails. In a final act of defiance, the Ten Tails reclined within the vast pit, conjuring a black spear hundreds of meters long within its maw, its dark shaft emanating an oppressive aura of annihilation. Indeed, the moment the black spear was unleashed, the very fabric of space warped. The first meteor was consumed by the spear, while the second, significantly larger than the first, propelled the spear towards the earth. In a critical moment, the Ten Tails detonated the spear, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that occurred less than a kilometer from its position. Following the explosion, the black spear formed a singularity, absorbing 90% of the meteoric debris, leaving only a few scattered boulders, each measuring over 100 meters, to descend upon the Ten Tails. At this juncture, green blood gushed forth from the Ten Tails' cavernous mouth, spraying several meters, its wails gradually diminishing in intensity. At that moment, Qixing was utterly fatigued, gasping for breath as he gazed at the Master Ball in his hand, no longer hesitating. "I have made my decision. Go forth, Master Ball," he proclaimed, hurling the Master Ball in a perfect parabolic arc towards the meteorite. Upon impact, the Master Ball opened, unleashing a beam of golden light that enveloped Jiawei in its embrace, swiftly covering its entire form. In a mere 3 breaths, Jiawei was successfully captured within the Master Ball. Holding the floating orb aloft, Qixing's face radiated with elation, as if he had grasped the entirety of the world within his hands. In the very moment the Ten Tails vanished, Sihong's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? The Ten Tails had disappeared. Was it sealed away? Or, amidst the chaos of battle, Long Awutian noticed Sihong's distraction and seized the opportunity, delivering a decisive strike with his soul-killing sword, directly hitting the distracted Sihong. Taken by surprise, Sihong was sent hurtling back 100 meters. Though his body bore no wounds, a scar manifested upon his very soul. "You two scoundrels dare to disrupt my plans? You shall pay with your lives," he exclaimed. With that, Sihong forcefully struck his abdomen, an action that unleashed calamity upon the entire realm. The earth convulsed wildly, mountains and forests vanished in an instant, and the sky lost all hue. "Ding! Host, Otsutsuki's technique has detonated this space. Please evacuate immediately." "What? This old wretch is truly ruthless," Sihong cursed. This space had developed over centuries, and just like that, it was to be obliterated. "Damn it! Where's the exit?" "Ding! The exit has been destroyed by Sihong. The host can only consume a mark to leave. Curse it." As he spoke, Qixing swiftly retreated while producing a flickering golden kunai, preparing to shatter it. Just as Qixing was about to depart, he caught a glimpse of Fat Tiger several kilometers away, who had opened a portal and was stepping into it. Suddenly feeling a cold glare behind him, Fat Tiger turned to see Qixing holding a golden kunai, leering at him. A shiver ran down Fat Tiger's spine, and he stepped further into the portal. Without a second thought, Qixing hurled the golden kunai, which followed Fat Tiger as the portal began to close, ensuring Fat Tiger's departure from this world. When Fat Tiger opened his eyes once more, he found a golden kunai embedded in his lower back. While his physical form began to decay, "At last, I've escaped that perilous realm. There are many who wish to kill me, but my fate is mine to command. Not the heavens. Humph, one day, I, Fat Tiger, will trample you all beneath my feet." With that declaration, Fat Tiger glanced at his decaying body, and his soul painfully separated from his form. Damn it, I'll have to spend money to acquire a new body again. At the instant when the soul departed from the body, Fat Tiger took a deep breath of the spiritual essence surrounding him. His entire being trembled, invigorated, and revitalized. It was evident that this was not his first encounter with such an experience. Chapter 107. The trio of Tianxiu sect encounters trouble. At that moment, the ethereal form of Fat Tiger gazed upon the shimmering golden shuriken that intermittently appeared on the decaying corpse nearby. A lascivious grin spread across his face as he exclaimed, "Heh, it is evident that this is a treasure. Damn those wealthy elites. How extravagant they are to employ such precious artifacts for murder." Moreover, the decision to abandon was made without hesitation, and in the end, it only served to benefit me, foolish fellow. That man could never have anticipated that upon arriving in this pure land, even if this corporeal form were to perish, I could still ensure the survival of my soul. Simultaneously, Sihong evaded the relentless pursuit of Long Aowushan, opening a black hole to escape this imminent self-destructing miniature world. Casting a glance back at the fading realm, a deep sigh escaped her lips. Alas, after centuries of evolution from an inner realm to a small world, it seemed a tragic waste. Though regrettable, the demise of that individual made it somewhat worthwhile. Most fortunate, however, was the absence of Kaode. Encountering these two would have posed considerable peril, potentially exposing the secrets of Kaode's body. With that thought, Sihong stepped into the black hole and vanished. When she re-emerged, she found herself standing within a steel city, tens of thousands of kilometers away, hurrying towards a concealed chamber while muttering incessantly, "To think you believed it would be so easy to seal the Nine Tails. What a naive child." Meanwhile, Long Aowushan cast a lingering glance towards the direction of the Seven Stars, sighing, "I hope you remain alive, you intriguing little one." With that, his form began to fade, transforming into luminous specks before disappearing entirely. At this moment, as the small world teetered on the brink of explosion, Qixing drew forth another golden kunai, gritting his teeth as he crushed it. A flash of golden light enveloped him, and in an instant, he appeared on the third floor of the Tianji Tower. There was no time for elation. He immediately retrieved the Master Ball to assess his target, the Ten Tails. Status: juvenile phase, weakened state. Age: 1,200 years. Realm: late stage of the Six Paths combat power. State 1. Possessing 10 tails, a single eye. It is a super creature endowed with the most potent chakra. The existing 9-tailed beasts are all derived from the chakra of the original 10 tails, while this entity represents the second 10 tails. In its current state, its combat power peaks at the pinnacle of the Six Paths. State 2. The 10 tails transitions from a crawling form to a frail, upright appearance, its 10 tails morphing into claws, with only one eye, one ear, and a mouth. At this stage, its power has reached the pseudo-sage level. State 3. The 10 tails evolves from a gaunt form into a robust physique, its body expanding to more than 10 times its size, capable of emitting massive, flower-shaped blasts of tailed beast balls from its mouth. In this state, the 10 tails experiences a tremendous surge in power, achieving the initial stage of true sage level and briefly unlocking the blood-red 6-tomo Rinnegan. Food source: various colossal energy entities. Loyalty: 30, currently being assimilated by the Master Ball, with loyalty steadily increasing. Once it surpasses 60, it can be captured. Upon reading this, Qixing felt exhilarated. At a loyalty level of 30, it would increase by 1 every 3 days, and at 40, it would rise by 1 every 4 days, and so forth. Indeed, the Master Ball lived up to its name. Yet, just as Qixing reveled in his excitement, an indomitable roar erupted from within the Master Ball, which transformed into a sphere of yellow light, suspended in the air. The yellow orb quivered incessantly, as if something were striving to break free, but after a brief tremor, the 10 tails was subdued by the Master Ball's formidable power, gradually calming down. Far away, the mighty Tsutsuki Ishiki swiftly shifted his hand seals, while beneath him lay an enormous summoning array. With a sudden force, Tsutsuki Ishiki struck the ground, encompassing a radius of 1,000 meters within the array. As the summoning technique activated, the vast chakra energy within his body surged violently into the colossal array. In that moment, the array erupted in a brilliant yellow light, as if beckoning something to descend. Yet, even as the chakra energy within him was completely depleted, the 10 tails failed to manifest. This left Ishiki in a state of bewilderment. What manner of seal could thwart even the most formidable summoning technique of the Tsutsuki clan? Preventing the arrival of the 10 tails? You wretched being, the next time we meet, I shall personally slay you and reclaim the seed. Seated within the celestial tavern, Qixing languidly crossed his legs, gazing with an air of nonchalance at the pulsating orb of light, which quivered for a moment before coming to a standstill. He understood that this was undoubtedly the final gambit of the magnetic strings, compellingly summoning the 10 tails through his contractual power. Yet, in the face of the Master Ball, this maneuver scarcely held significance. At that moment, Qixing once again grasped the Master Ball, its frigid touch invigorating his spirit, and a victorious smile crept upon his lips. He murmured to himself, "Soon, you shall entirely belong to me." Heh. Just as Qixing reveled in his triumph, the door to the second floor creaked open, and the young girl, Quan, ascended the stairs. Upon her arrival, she beheld Qixing grinning lewdly at the orb. A chill ran down her spine, and in bewilderment, she inquired, "Brother Qixing, what are you doing?" Regaining his composure, Qixing awkwardly met Quan's puzzled gaze and replied, "Nothing, merely enjoying myself." "Oh, by the way, Quan, how has the Chunin exam from Konoha been progressing?" "Brother Qixing, they have already set off for 4 days," she responded. "I overheard patrons mentioning that a faction called Tianqiu Gate has produced remarkably strong newcomers. An entire squad, all under the age of 15, possesses the combat prowess of Jonin. This news has truly shaken the shinobi world. Tianqiu Gate has transitioned from a modest reputation to one of considerable notoriety. However, I also heard that the competitors encountered trouble yesterday, seemingly provoking someone they ought not to have, and are currently being pursued." Upon hearing this, Qixing retrieved a token, which bore the names of the 3 youngsters, now dissipated, indicating that they were unharmed. Yet, the audacity of others to strike against Tianqiu Gate was indeed a perilous folly. Chapter 108. The Great Sister Reign. With these words, Qixing's figure flickered, and he directly ascended to the 3rd floor of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, positioning himself within the celestial formation. Upon hearing these words, the young girl Qian was left in a state of bewilderment. After all, she remained unaware that the esteemed Tianqiu sect was indeed founded by the very brother Qixing standing before her. Yet, as a thought seemed to dawn upon her, her expression transformed from confusion to contemplation, and then to sheer astonishment. With her mouth agape in disbelief, she uttered, "Could it be? Could it be that this powerful sect was established by you, brother Qixing? Surely, it cannot be mere coincidence." However, as she turned to seek Qixing's presence, she found nothing but emptiness. He had vanished in an instant. The prospect of inquiring further into the matter seemed distant, for in her eyes, Qixing was shrouded in an air of mystery. With a resigned sigh, she resolved to seek clarity at the next opportunity. At this moment, Qixing learned through the system that the transfer from Konoha village to Sunagakure required merely 300 points. Without hesitation, he chose to teleport. In the blink of an eye, Qixing found himself soaring above the sands of the Desert of Illusions, the speed astonishingly swift. Standing suspended in the air, he gazed downwards, observing the fleeting figures in the desert, their outlines somewhat blurred. He then activated his eternal Mangeki Sharingan, and his vision sharpened instantly, allowing him to discern the situation below with clarity. Beneath him, Hinata, Shino, and Kiba were engaged in a discussion about their strategy to acquire the Book of Heaven. Not far ahead of the 3, the grass concealment squad led by the wooden sword dragon was in a state of perplexity. They had discovered numerous scrolls. However, all were tomes of celestial knowledge, rendering them utterly useless for their needs. The portly Bulimi and the enigmatic Wuyan were both quite anxious. Suddenly, the wooden sword dragon proclaimed loudly, "I have a premonition that the Tome of Earth is about to emerge." Just as Bulimi and Wuyan were beginning to think that the wooden sword dragon was succumbing to his fanciful delusions, they indeed heard the voices of Shinobu and Ye. At that moment, Yu was urging Hinata to employ her Byakugan to search for clues regarding the Tome of Earth. The trio from the Grass Village, known as the Wood Blade Dragon, surrounded Hinata, Shino, and Kiba with a menacing formation. One of them remarked, "I heard everything you said. Heh. The scrolls you possess are what we desire." Upon hearing this, Kiba and his companions felt a surge of exhilaration. I knew there would be some fools attempting to seize our scrolls. See, I told you so. Our theatrics during the journey were not in vain. We finally lured someone in. The trio from the grass village momentarily stood in shock. After a brief silence, without further ado, all 6 combatants engaged in battle. Mikami unleashed his hidden daggers, sending countless shurikens flying from under his arms, between his legs, and beneath his chest. Hinata and her allies swiftly evaded, causing the combatants to scatter. At that moment, the Woodblade Dragon confronted Kiba, while Shino clashed with the enigmatic Wu and Hinata alongside Akamaru, braced against the stout Bellami's barrage of shurikens. Observing Bellami's onslaught of shurikens, Akamaru seized the opportunity to charge at the rotund adversary, only to be repelled by the latter's ample girth. Hinata realized that with a mere dog by her side, she could inflict no harm upon Bellami, and promptly exchanged opponents with Kiba. At this juncture, Bellami unleashed a physical technique, a body slam, which Kiba deftly evaded. However, Bellami's belly, akin to a battering ram, followed closely, sending Kiba and Akamaru hurtling through the air. In this fleeting moment, Kiba formed hand seals and activated the beast clone technique, creating 2 duplicates that charged toward Bellami, their fists raining down upon his chest with fervor. Yet, Bellami's chest, like a resilient sponge, absorbed the blows without flinching. Seeing that this tactic bore no fruit, Kiba resorted to a second offensive maneuver, yet it proved equally ineffective. At this point, Kiba and Akamaru prepared to strike Bellami, prompting the observing Qixing to chuckle. These 2 are not afraid of biting into a mouthful of grease. This hefty fellow is bound to be problematic. However, Kiba was undeterred by such thoughts. As he lunged to bite Bellami, the latter countered with his signature move, the fat hula hoop, causing the flesh upon his abdomen to whirl incessantly. Nevertheless, Kiba and Akamaru continued their assault. They overlooked Bellami's cunning. In this critical moment, he spotted the earth scroll tucked within Kiba's possession and signaled to his comrades. In an unexpected turn, Wuan emerged from the ground, seizing Kiba by the ankle, while Kazami swiftly slashed through Kiba's clothing, claiming the earth scroll. Ha ha ha. You fools have fallen for our ruse. With their prize secured, the trio swiftly retreated. Upon hearing this, Kiba charged after them with fervent determination. At this moment, the plump Mithraya's expression shifted dramatically, as he seemed to be accumulating something within his mouth. The revelation arrived in the next instant, when he expelled a purplish orb, glistening with saliva. This was the secret technique known as the 1,000-year purple phlegm. In the next heartbeat, the purple phlegm detonated as it approached the trio, enveloping them in a dense cloud of violet smoke. The 3 fell to the ground, incapacitated by the noxious fumes, and the most sensitive to smell among them, Akamaru, was rendered even more helpless. This substance was far more potent than Naruto's wind release, Rasen Shuriken. Observing the fallen ninjas from Konoha, Muto swiftly summoned a gigantic mole, which burrowed the trio deep into the earth. The 3, eager to pursue, unwittingly stumbled into a quicksand trap set by the team from Grass Hidden Village. Witnessing this, Qixing shook his head. Accustomed to battles beyond the 6 paths level, such childish antics were rather tiresome. He diverted his gaze, extending his perception forward once more. At the heart of the Desert of Demons, he finally pinpointed the location of the 3 from the Heavenly Showgate. There they were, extracting dozens of toxic spines from a poisonous cactus. As Qixing pondered their intentions, the trio commenced to stab one another with the spines. Good grief, how ruthless. This scene left Qixing astounded. He knew the pain induced by the cactus spines could reach a level 6 agony upon penetration. What on earth were these 3 plotting? Once their bodies were covered in spines, they staggered forward. In a moment of distraction from Qixing, the trio had already reached a nearby blue tent, their bodies trembling incessantly. Inside the tent, a sensually alluring woman was diligently purging their toxins and dressing their wounds. She was none other than Ian, the medical ninja from the sand-hidden village. The 3 little ones gazed intently at the Reinai who was tending to their wounds, their eyes ablaze with an almost predatory fervor that made one feel quite uncomfortable. At that moment, Reinai was acutely aware of their stares. Swiftly employing her healing water technique, she extracted the cactus toxins from their bodies and concluded her treatment. The trio, now feeling invigorated, rose to their feet and surrounded Reinai, grasping her hands and continuously expressing their heartfelt gratitude. Dear Reinai, we are immensely thankful to you. Without your intervention, we might have perished in some forsaken corner. You are truly our savior. Rest assured, we shall repay this kindness. In this scene, Qixing stood in stunned silence, exclaiming inwardly, "Damn it, these 3 rascals are not being pursued. They are simply here, employing their clumsy techniques to woo women. Who on earth disseminated such false information? Chapter 109. The Demonic Sand Giant Ant. Moreover, the cactus spines embedded in the three fellows were clearly self-inflicted. They even pretended to express gratitude for being saved. It seemed so genuine, one would wonder when they had acquired such finesse. Yet, for the sake of a woman, they were willing to endure such pain? Though the venom of those spines was non-lethal, the agony it induced was indeed at a level 6. How on earth could they withstand it? These scoundrels. If they can endure so much, once the Chunin exams conclude and they return to the Tianxiu sect, they shall certainly face even more grueling training. At this moment, the infuriated Qixing chose to disregard the antics of these three youngsters. As he withdrew his senses, he prepared to depart from the demonic desert. However, just as Qixing was about to take off in haste, an elusive surge of energy flashed from a nearby enormous sand dune. But who was Qixing? In an instant, he detected the emergence of this energy, vanishing from sight and arriving above the dune, his perception rapidly expanding. Within moments, the situation below unfolded in Qixing's mind. It turned out to be a vast, abandoned ruin, long claimed by the giant ant tribe. Beneath the ruins, it appeared that a far greater secret lay hidden, as an extraordinarily powerful aura emanated from the depths. Clearly, the origin of the demonic desert was not arbitrary. It held profound significance. The demonic desert, you say? Allow me to unveil your secrets. With that, Qixing swiftly descended, delving deeper into the ruins from a corner. Upon entering the interior, his vision expanded dramatically. Although the place lay in ruins, it exuded an air of ancient grandeur. As the Seven Stars emerged amidst the dilapidated ruins, they were immediately encircled by a multitude of colossal ants. It is certain that any intruder venturing into this domain would face an assault from these gigantic creatures. And even the ordinary giants possessed the combat prowess of a mid-level ninja. This hints at the formidable strength of the battle ants present. However, the most intriguing aspect for the Seven Stars was the surge of energy that seemed to emanate from the surroundings, potentially linked to the ancient ambience of this place. System. What are the distinct energies I sensed on 2 occasions? Ding. The first sensation was indicative of a rare and dissipating bloodline energy awakening. The second perception revealed the indistinct aura of Tao that permeated the ruins, indicative of a transcendent being, surpassing the celestial realm, who had once meditated here, leaving behind a unique ethereal presence. Transcending the celestial realm. What manner of existence could that be? Ding. The intelligence gathered on entities above the celestial level exceeds 100 points. Shall the host continue? Yes, ding. Above the celestial level lies the divine path. As the name suggests, one who has fully comprehended their own Tao can manifest attacks through mere words and actions, no longer confined to hand seals for chakra manipulation. A mere thought suffices to unleash the techniques once learned, and with even greater potency. Oh, how many such formidable beings exist within the ninja world? Ding. It appears that none in the ninja realm have successfully transcended this boundary. The one closest to this realm is your neighbor, which partly explains why he seeks to merge with the heavenly path. I see. And what lies beyond the divine path? Ding. The host's strength is insufficient for further inquiry. The host must elevate their foundational power to the pinnacle of the 6 paths before spending points for investigation. There are such limitations. Nevertheless, knowing this is of little consequence. I shall first investigate the source of that enigmatic energy. System, activate guidance mode. Ding. Guidance mode has been initiated, deducting 1,000 points. Qixing said nothing, and as soon as the system's guidance appeared, it descended directly into the depths below. Observing this, Qixing's gaze sharpened, and his hands swiftly formed seals. Earth release, earth movement. Qixing's form gradually sank into the ground, and as he descended deeper, the air thinned, and the rocks within the earth grew increasingly solid, compelling him to expend more energy. Just as Qixing began to feel agitated in the darkness, the guidance suddenly halted ahead, inciting great excitement within him. Finally, it has stopped. With that, he dashed toward the guidance. In the blink of an eye, Qixing surpassed it and emerged into a spacious dark corridor. Although dimly lit, Qixing's eyes were remarkably capable of sight. As the guidance continued forward, the corridor brightened progressively. Upon turning a corner, a vast, illuminated plaza came into view. Qixing quickly observed that the plaza measured a staggering 500 meters on each side, with 4 enormous braziers at each corner, their flames soaring toward the heavens, illuminating the entire expanse. In the heart of the square, countless colossal ants encircled the stone platform, upon which a massive blood-red cocoon quivered. At this moment, The multitude of ants emitted hissing sounds, as if in reverence or perhaps in fear. Surrounding the blood cocoon were 9 other ninjas from different villages, predominantly from the Hidden Sound and Hidden Mist villages. The critical detail was that these individuals had completely drained their blood. At that moment, more giant ants, witnessing the continuous expansion of the blood cocoon, began to pierce their own bodies, allowing a translucent liquid to flow from their wounds into the nearby recesses. Once the blood entered these recesses, it rapidly surged towards the central crimson cocoon, causing its expansion to accelerate exponentially. Eventually, as cracks formed on the blood cocoon, Qixing detected a peculiar and foul odor. System, what lies within that glowing cocoon? Ding! This is an ancient summoning beast of the ninja world. The egg of the demon sand giant ant, containing the essence of the queen ant and the majority of the worker ant's energy. Is that creature evolving? Ding! This ant has just awakened the bloodline of the demon light ant and is attempting to break free from its constraints, striving to transcend from the pinnacle of the 6 paths to the sage level. The energy you sensed earlier is the result of this creature's bloodline activation, dissipating into the surroundings. Moreover, its choice is wise. The environment here effectively shields it from the scrutiny of the heavenly path. If it were in the outside world, it would have been branded by the heavenly path long ago, as true divine authority does not permit uncontrolled power to manifest. What are its chances of breaking through? Ding! That creature has already succeeded in transcending its current state. However, it has yet to fully absorb the power of its bloodline. If I wish to subdue such a being without a master ball, what are my chances? Ding! Host, do not harbor such illusions. In that case, you would have less than a 1% chance. Damn! System, could you not instill a bit of confidence in me? Yet the system had no intention of indulging Qixing's fanciful dreams. Fine, if it refuses to submit, I shall force it into submission. Chapter 110. Ant King Meruem. With this resolve, Qixing stepped forward, his green hair soaring upward as a tempest of violent energy swirled around him. At this moment, he exposed himself behind the multitude of ants, directing his gaze once more at the surrounding space. He had anticipated a flurry of attacks from the swarm. Yet the situation was decidedly amiss. Not a single giant ant turned its gaze towards him. They remained utterly still. Perceiving this strangeness, Qixing promptly activated his Rinnegan. In an instant, countless giant ant souls floated within the expansive hall, with one particularly colossal red ant spirit appearing to have perished long ago, yet still lingering in this realm. Regrettably, the body of this immense ant was nowhere to be seen. It was evident that these giant ants had all met their demise. Yet their souls did not ascend to the afterlife. Instead, they all sought to drift towards a grand door behind the Ant King. This door, simplistic yet ancient in design, was adorned with carvings of Lulon and the desert on either side, while at its pinnacle, a ferocious beast with a human head and serpent body prowled. Strangely, the door was embedded within the rock, and only by activating the Rinnegan could the 7 stars perceive it clearly. Half of the colossal ant souls rushing towards the door were devoured by the monstrous creature with a human face and snake body, while the remainder surged through the fissures of the door. The 7 stars estimated that in this realm, at least 200 elite J-level colossal ants remained, along with 3 Kaga-level ants and 1 Super Kaga, whose souls still lingered in the vicinity. These colossal ants had sacrificed their blood in this ritual, all for the sake of nurturing that crimson light cocoon. At that moment, as the 7 stars took a step forward, the radiant cocoon had completely shed. Before them stood a being of vibrant red and green hues, its form humanoid yet distinctly otherworldly. Its head resembled a rounded cap, and its face was pleasantly round, exuding an endearing charm. However, the 2 long antennae that reached down to its waist revealed to the 7 stars that this creature could not possibly be human. The creature was encased in a shell that appeared remarkably sturdy, with taut muscles beneath, resembling a mechanical Ant-Man. At that moment, the being's moist eyes opened, its 2 blood-red irises fixating on Qixing, who met its gaze with 1 Rinnegan and 1 kaleidoscope Sharingan, undeterred. The atmosphere grew subtly charged as the enigmatic entity spoke first. Are you human? Remarkable that you could delve into the depths of the abyss of demons. You must possess considerable strength. Conveniently, I have just been born and feel rather famished, so I shall consider you my dinner. Without waiting for Qixing's retort, the creature vanished from sight. However, Qixing was already prepared. The instant the mysterious being disappeared, he entered the realm of Shenwei. Yet, in a startling turn, the creature reappeared directly before Qixing, a slight frown creasing its brow as its antennae bent forward. It reached out its massive hand, astonishingly extending it into Qixing's Shenwei space. What? How is this possible? This creature is also adept in spatial techniques? After a moment of shock, Qixing withdrew from Shui, teleporting several hundred meters behind the creature. System. Quickly check this being's information. Beep. Target. Ant King Miruimu. Realm. Early stage immortal. Combat power. Unknown. Talent. Devour, capable of consuming beings to acquire all abilities and knowledge they possessed in life. Bloodline. Demon Light Ant. Skills. Recently devoured an ant queen and several ninjas from various villages. The system assesses it is proficient in the ninjutsu and taijutsu of these villages, and more terrifyingly, likely masters the immense strength of the ant queen. System. Can't you glean any other abilities of this creature? Beep. Host. Is that not redundant? That being has only just been born for less than a minute. The system cannot find any traces of its combat in the ninja realm, indicating it has not employed any abilities there. Curse it. I must handle this myself. No sooner had he spoken than the Ant King launched an attack. Its massive hand formed seals, summoning a surge of lightning that extended from its palm, piercing through Qixing's body in an instant. However, the Ant King remained vigilant. As Qixing's form dissipated into white smoke 2 seconds later, Qixing had initially intended to launch a surprise attack from behind, but in the next moment, the Ant King ignited in flames, engulfing the space in a conflagration. With a powerful stomp, it unleashed a violent force that sent Qixing hurtling against the far wall. At that moment, Qixing murmured to himself, "Damn, this Ant King can unleash all the ninjutsu it absorbed without any hand seals. Has it comprehended the mysteries of the immortal level so swiftly? I had hoped to exploit a timing advantage, but it seems I overestimated myself." With that, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The previous impact had injured his internal organs. Fortunately, his scion physique was resilient enough. A mere mortal would have perished. Without hesitation, Qixing activated Super Scion 3, enveloping himself in dark lightning. This time, he faced a true immortal, unlike the previous pseudo-immortals or those who manifested their powers through others' bodies. This was a genuine immortal powerhouse, newly ascended, yet emanating an overwhelming aura that made it difficult to behold. In the distance, upon witnessing the condition of Qixing, the Ant King slightly twitched its 2 antennae. Haha, a formidable energy entity, precisely what I require. With that, the Ant King extended its massive hand, and a terrifying force of suction relentlessly drew Qixing back. The various terrifying pressures surrounding him seemed to bolster the Ant King, preventing the 7 stars from retreating.